Chapter 941 What Choice to Make? Master and Servant? The goddess' words made Sheen think of the twin sister-like girls at the first time. Apart from them, Sheen couldn't imagine which other master and servant would interest the supreme god Omnis. The goddess, who had transformed into a one-eyed demon god, also held the Lord's spear in one hand and stared at Sheen. She was very curious about what choice the master and servant would make after learning part of the truth of the past. The goddess said lightly, "So, as long as your own safety is not in trouble, she will not intervene in the current situation." After saying this, the goddess took back the Lord's spear. Many questions emerged in Sheen's heart, and he felt strange about the goddess' attitude. He always felt that this goddess not only had many unnatural aspects compared to the past, but also had a sense of transcendence, as if she was standing at the highest point that no one could reach and overlooking the world, which made him feel a sense of awe that he had to look up to look up. This sense of awe did not exist in the past. However, the other party did not give Sheen time to investigate and think. That being said, since you have come here, it would be a bit unreasonable if you return empty-handed. The goddess said indifferently, "I will give you a hint." The goddess raised her eyelids slightly, and said something that made Sheen change color. The ultimate goal of the life individual named Donna's is not war, but to resurrect the Demon King. The goddess knocked on the floor under her feet with the handle of the Lord's spear, as if she was mentioning the dead souls sleeping underground. With an expressionless look, "Resurrect the Demon King?" Sheen's pupils suddenly condensed. Is Donna's ultimate goal actually this? Are you kidding? Isn't it impossible to revive the Demon King? Isn't it said that the possibility of the Demon King's resurrection has been eliminated by the supreme god Omnis? If not, the Demon Clan and even the old Demon Clan have been trying to revive the Demon King. How could it be Donna's turn to do this? What is going on? Sean's mind was a little confused. At this time, the goddess spoke. "Your perception is wrong." The goddess slowly let her voice reach Sean's ears. "The Demon King is not impossible to revive, but the conditions are not met." The goddess's eyes seemed to be able to see through Sean's body, and see what exists in his body. She spoke with deep meaning. Whether it is the goddess or the Demon King, they are truly immortal. Even if they are killed, as long as their roots are still there, they will be resurrected sooner or later. The Demon King did not resurrect, not because he could not be resurrected, but because the conceptual object that symbolized his origin was taken away, and he himself did not want to be resurrected. So he did not resurrect. If she really wants to be resurrected, then, unless the conceptual object that symbolizes her origin has been suppressed by the power of the same level, that is, suppressed by the power of the supreme god, otherwise, her desire to be resurrected is just a thought. It is because of this that the world will spread that the possibility of the Demon King's resurrection has been eliminated by the supreme god. The three goddesses and the 6 demon-level race leaders know that the reason why it has become like this is that the Demon King's gem was taken away by the supreme god and suppressed by the supreme god, so that the Demon King has never been able to be resurrected. They also believe that the Demon King has no possibility of resurrection, because there is no one in this world who can resist the supreme god and snatch the Demon King's gem from the supreme god. Under such circumstances, over time, there have been rumors that the possibility of the Demon King's resurrection has been eliminated by the supreme god. In fact, this rumor refers to the so-called conceptual object that symbolizes the origin in the mouth of the goddess. That is, the Demon King's gem was taken away by the supreme god and was sealed and suppressed. Sean frowned tightly, and somewhat understood what the goddess meant. But it was precisely because he understood her meaning that he felt puzzled. If that's the case, then Donna's goal of resurrecting the Demon King should still not be achieved. Right? Sean thought so. Since the concept of the symbol of the root has fallen into the hands of the supreme god and has been suppressed. No matter how hard Donna's tries, he still can't revive the Demon King. Right? This is Sean's idea, and it will also be the first thought of everyone who knows about this. It's a pity. The root of the concept of the symbol of the Demon King was released not long ago. The goddess said something shocking in a calm tone. "What did you say?" Sean opened his eyes wide, his face full of astonishment. The goddess's expression was still calm. "I said, the root of the symbol of the concept of the Demon King was released not long ago." The goddess said in the calmest voice, "Therefore, the possibility of the Demon King's resurrection will no longer be suppressed, as long as the conditions are met. Even if the Demon King himself does not have that intention, outsiders can eventually resurrect him with the legacy he left in this world." After this, Sheen was completely speechless. The psychological impact of this incident on him was greater than he imagined. There was shock. There was astonishment. There was uneasiness. At the same time, there was also a trace of inexplicable expectations. What appeared in Sheen's mind was the little girl holding the red gem, who had been looking for others and a place to stay, and had endured endless loneliness and emptiness, and finally met the brave girl in this world. When the brave girl met, the smile on her face bloomed. When the girl heard that the hero wanted to help the goddess to defeat her, tears flowed from her eyes. These scenes kept playing in Sheen's mind. Sheen's heart was a little confused. He couldn't say what he felt after learning that the Demon King could be resurrected. In the end, he could only say one sentence. Why was the root of the concept of the Demon King let go? Sheen's voice was slightly hoarse. The goddess was silent about this. After a long time, the goddess spoke faintly. Maybe she had let go of something. Maybe she had understood something. Or maybe the 1,000-year-long dream made her see many things that she knew in the past, but subconsciously ignored. What is certain is that after the Demon King died, her hatred had disappeared. Her anger had also disappeared. And all that was left was endless emptiness and endless nostalgia. Then, after the opportunity appeared, she let it go. As she spoke, a hint of self-mockery appeared on the goddess' expressionless face for the first time. Maybe she was also looking forward to something. Leaving these words, the goddess turned her back. In any case, the possibility of the Demon King's resurrection has returned, which is a fact. Although the life individual named Donis could not get the recognition of the Demon King's gem and take the gem away. Even without the gem, as long as the conditions are met, the Demon King can still be resurrected. Of course, without the gem, the Demon King's power would probably not be much left. But if she wanted, she could summon the gem back at any time and restore herself to her prime anytime and anywhere. The holy sword that symbolizes the concept of the brave can return to its owner's hands anytime and anywhere. So the gem that symbolizes the concept of the Demon King naturally cannot be without such ability. The so-called conceptual objects are that only the existence that possesses the concepts they symbolize can manipulate and use them at will. They are one with the existence that symbolizes their own concepts. They are different in appearance, but everything else is the same. It is also for this reason that when the hero successfully enters transcendence, the holy sword will resonate and pulsate, enter the body of the hero, and transform with it. It is because the holy sword is the root of the concept of the hero, and it is one with the hero. Its changes are closely related to the hero, the Demon King and the Supreme God. The objects that symbolize the root of their concepts are, to some extent, more profound in the meaning of the holy sword to the hero. One is a gem that contains the power to destroy everything and destroy everything. The other is a gem that contains the power of omniscience and omnipotence. The two gems that are equivalent to the source of power of the Demon King and the Supreme God, and are also their essence, are different from the holy sword of the hero. They are unique in nature and absolutely indestructible. As long as the jade is still there, no matter if it is the Demon King or the Supreme God, even if they die, they will be resurrected sooner or later. Even if the jade itself obeys the will of its owner before his death and no longer resurrects the owner, as long as it exists in the world, its owner will not be truly dead. In view of this, even if an outsider gathers the conditions for resurrecting the Demon King, he can revive the Demon King. The goddess said so. Now, the conditions for her resurrection have basically been gathered. Whether the individual named Donis can gather these conditions around him and revive the Demon King, such a future, I can't see. Regarding the Demon King, even if I am omniscient and omnipotent and can peek into everything in the past and the future, I can only be a bystander who knows nothing about everything. And if she really resurrects, I am looking forward to it. I look forward to what choice she will make after learning about your existence. The goddess's hints and prophecies end here. Xian was somewhat aware of the other party's true identity, and showed an expression that was even more shocked than before. But the goddess had said all. Boom! With a clear knocking sound, the goddess knocked the Lord's spear in her hand, causing the whole world to twist. The familiar feeling of dizziness attacked Xian's mind. Xian disappeared in the temple and returned to his original place. The one-eyed goddess stared at the place where Xian disappeared, and after a while, she waved the Lord's spear in her hand, causing a figure to appear here. That was Nian. You dare to do such a thing? Nian looked breathless, but could not hide the anger on her face, and rushed towards the one-eyed goddess. The goddess just glanced at her quietly, and she seemed to be frozen and directly imprisoned by the surrounding space. Don't try to sneak away. The goddess threw down such a sentence and disappeared in the temple. The space around Nian immediately returned to its original state, allowing Nian, who was still flapping, to continue to pounce forward, but pounced into nothing. Suddenly, Nian stood there, looking at the empty temple, and her whole body trembled. She was angry. Who sneaked away? Who sneaked away? It was you coquettish Bexes who sneaked away. I was the one who came first. Nian was crazy, and the temple was imprisoned again, so that Nian could no longer summon Xian. Nian wanted to cry, but had no tears, and she was sad for a long time in the temple. Chapter 942. The body won't mutate. Right? When the feeling of being grounded reappeared, Xian woke up like a conditioned reflex, and stretched out a hand involuntarily in front of him, as if he wanted to keep something. However, at this moment, Xian had returned to his home and reappeared in his room, not in the familiar temple. Alas, Xian was speechless for a long time, until a while later he sighed and retracted his outstretched hand. It seems that the goddess will not reveal more things. Xian's mood became complicated again, recalling the goddess's every move and her clear-cut speech. Xian seemed to have guessed her identity. Unexpectedly, she was really awake. Xian didn't know how to describe his mood at this time. Should I feel honored? After all, I saw the supreme existence that others could never see, and I got some hints from the other party. But the other party obviously did not intend to intervene in this situation, which made Xian feel that the other party was as indifferent as the rumor said. Then should he feel indignant and accuse the other party of not helping him? Xian could not do this. Maybe the other party was as indifferent as the rumor said, even a little inhumane and heartless. But the other party was a god after all, a truly omnipotent god. Using ordinary people's thinking to point fingers at her was just a means that could not even be called moral kidnapping. Therefore, the best way is to treat her as a bystander who knows nothing, as the other party said. From this perspective, and thinking about things, then you should be grateful for being able to get some hints from the other party. Xian shook his head and threw away all the complicated thoughts about the other party from his mind. Then, Xian focused all his attention on the hints given by the other party. The devil is resurrected. Is it? Xian murmured. Should I tell this big thing? But even if I tell it, what will happen? At most, it will shock and terrify Litas and the others. But it seems that nothing can be done. Now, everyone is almost helpless against the newborn original demon. If they are still in a panic because of the Demon King, the efficiency of the battle will only be lower. Instead of this, it is better to wait and see. At least, judging from the tone of the goddess, Donna should not have gathered the conditions to revive the Demon King. Even if the Demon King does not need the root of the concept, he must collect the necessary items to revive the Demon King. And I have some idea about the necessary items. Therefore, it is not completely helpless now. In addition, even if the Demon King is resurrected, she has to recover her root object if she wants to regain the power of her heyday. Unfortunately, Xian also has a clue about the so-called root object. Xian skillfully immersed his consciousness into his body and looked at his sea of consciousness. There, the holy sword was quietly bathed in golden light. Next to it, two gems, one red and one blue, were rotating while also bathing in two rays of light, one red and one blue. Before, Xian only knew that these two gems must have a deep connection with the Demon King and the Supreme God. Until this moment, Xian knew what they were. There is no doubt that these two gems are the root objects of the Demon King and the Supreme God, symbolizing the concept of their existence itself. Whether it is the Demon King or the Supreme God, they have such a gem in their arms since the moment they were born. Xian first looked at the red gem. Is this the Demon King's gem? Xian can be sure of this. Moreover, he can also think of when this gem entered his body. It was the time when I was sent to the Holy Land by Nian and met Omnis. Right? That time, Xian, out of sympathy, boldly hugged the Supreme Goddess and fell asleep together. It was from that time that Xian first dreamed of the past of the Demon King and the Supreme God. Then, it was also that time that Xian saw the red gem flying towards him and merging into his body in his dream. Thinking about the fact that the Demon King's gem was taken away by the Supreme God after the Demon King died in battle 1,000 years ago, Xian didn't understand what was going on. It must be that time that the Supreme God Omnis released the Demon King's gem and let the gem run into my body. Right? Xian sighed again. He really didn't know that there was such a dangerous and precious thing in his body. Speaking of which, the demon war chain would actively break free from Helimus's control, establish contact with me, and recognize me as its master. Could it be because of the Demon King's gem? Xian suddenly remembered this incident. Xian always felt that the things at that time were a bit incredible. Until this moment. Xian suddenly realized it. The origin of the Maker is here. It is naturally impossible for it to help the evil and become my enemy. So, the demon roar chain recognized Xian as its master and became his secondary weapon. Although, Xian didn't use it much. The problem is, the Demon King's gem is fine. But what about the other gem that is obviously the origin of the Supreme God? Xian turned his eyes and looked at the blue gem. And he had a headache again. When did this thing come into his body? Is this the reason why the goddess woke up? I'm a little confused. Xian's face was full of bitterness. The holy sword of the brave. The gem of the devil. The gem of the goddess. The things that symbolize the three largest concepts at this time are all in his body. How can he not be confused? When he didn't know their existence or what they were. Xian could ignore them and be calm. Now that he knows what they are. Xian just feels like there are a few more terrible bombs in his body. Which really makes him tremble. The holy sword is fine. After all, it is his own thing. Xian can clearly feel the connection between him and it. He is also very familiar with it, and feels like blood connection. But as for the two gems, although Xian feels that the hidden power in his body seems to have some connection with them, he has no feeling of being able to control them at all. Just like the holy sword of a hero can only be used by the hero himself. Other heroes cannot use other people's holy swords. And the Demon King's jade and the goddess's jade will not be controlled by Xian. They have only one owner. The Demon King and the Supreme God. Even if they are in his body now. If the Demon King and the Supreme God are interested, they can summon them back immediately with a thought. This thing does not belong to him at all. But he has domineeringly lived in his body. Xian is a ghost. These two jades have been here all the time. Will they lose control at any time and mess around in my body? If they stay like this, my body will not mutate. Right? Will the Demon King and the Supreme God manipulate my body by controlling these two things? Xian has a bit of paranoia. At this moment, I think the jade should not do anything to you. The sudden voice scared Xian severely. Xian then realized that, besides himself, there was a second person in his room. Lalaxia? Xian looked at the maid who suddenly appeared in his room, as if he was frightened. It was Lalaxia. I noticed something strange in your room. So I came to check the situation. Looking at Xian's uncertain expression, Lalaxia briefly explained the reason for her appearance. Then can't you stop being so elusive? Xian patted his chest, and couldn't help complaining. Lalaxia didn't show any expression of guilt. You are thinking about things. Thinking too much. Lalaxia said calmly. Xian couldn't refute it. He knew that he was indeed a little suspicious just now. There was no way. He just wanted to go to Nian to see if he could see the Supreme God and get some help. Who would have thought that he would be involved in such a big thing and discover some secrets about himself? Xian, who had not had time to change his mindset, would suddenly become suspicious and suspicious. Of course. Even if it was not this time. Haven't you always been elusive? Xian rolled his eyes at Laxia in annoyance. Sorry. Laxia apologized. But there was no other expression on her face. This gave Xian a sense of déjà vu. Speaking of which, the temperament of this elder sister is quite similar to that of the goddess. They are all so calm. Even expressionless. So calm and indifferent to everything. And there is no fuss at all. Could it be that this is the standard for big guys? Xian smiled bitterly. Then, Xian turned to Laxia. You just mentioned the gem. Right? Xian looked at Laxia and said, could it be that you have always known that the Demon King's gem is with me? Xian's question made Laxia raise her head. Yes. Laxia said lightly, the day when the master got the Demon King's gem. I had already felt it. This is inevitable. I don't know whether this body reacted to the Demon King's gem, or my own background caused some induction to the gem. Laxia said calmly, from that day on, I knew about the gem and the master. For this reason, Laxia at that time would suddenly hug Xian and remind him to be careful. The purpose is to tell Xian implicitly that the things in his body may put him in danger. It's not about what the jade itself will do to Xian. But if this matter is known by others, it is hard to guarantee that it will not cause unimaginable consequences. If outsiders knew that the jade of the Demon King who could not be resurrected had actually come out from the Supreme God, it would inevitably cause chaos all over the world. Right? What about Lexia? Xian wondered, why doesn't Lexia seem to have any special induction to the jade in my body? Laxia hesitated for a while before answering this question. The eldest lady once lost important power. Laxia said this. Lost important power? Xian was stunned. Yes. Laxia nodded and said, because of this reason. She can't detect the existence of the jade in your body. After saying this, Laxia silently added another sentence in her heart. Now, the young lady might be able to sense the existence of the gem. Right? After all, the young lady seems to have regained her power. But, where is she now? Laxia silently worried in her heart. Chapter 943. I'll wait. Laxia? Just as Laxia fell into silence, thinking about Laxia's affairs, Xian's somewhat puzzled voice came into her ears. Laxia came back to her senses, looked at Xian, who was looking at her with a surprised face, and immediately suppressed her thoughts. I'm fine. Laxia shook her head at Xian and told him not to worry. Xian could only look at Laxia in confusion, but did not delve into it. Compared to this, he cared more about what Laxia said at the beginning. You said that Bao Yu would not do anything to me, right? Xian asked. Is this also because of what you sensed? Almost. Laxia seemed to know that Xian would ask this, and replied expressionlessly, although the Demon King has not been resurrected, the treasure seems to be hosting his will before his death. As she said, Laxia looked at Xian. I can vaguely feel that it not only doesn't want to hurt you, but also wants to protect you. It is precisely because of this that Laxia said that Bao Yu should not want to do anything to Xian. In other words, Xian's worries are unnecessary. Is that so? Xian is still a little skeptical, but no longer as worried as before. He is not a person who will always dwell on something. Even if there are two things in the body that I don't know whether they are time bombs or not. Things have happened. And if there is no solution, there is no need to dwell on it. If the Demon King is resurrected, he should call this treasure back. Right? Xian thought about such things and didn't know whether he should be happy or depressed. It is a happy thing that the time bomb in his body is taken away. But once it is taken away, it means that the Demon King is indeed resurrected. Which is another thing that makes people wonder whether they should be happy or not. Of course, to a certain extent, Xian is not too opposed to the Demon King's resurrection. Even though in the eyes of the world, that person seemed to be the most terrifying existence. The great devil who could threaten the safety of the world. But in Xian's heart, the image of the girl who had tears in her eyes and always felt lonely in the dream was still quite vivid. Maybe, is that person not as terrifying as the rumors say? Her power can indeed endanger the world itself and all life. But it is hard to say whether she is a bad person. The only question is why the other party started the war and plunged the gods and demons into a long-term war. The truth? The words of the goddess were still vivid in Xian's mind, and Xian couldn't help but murmur a few words in his heart, and finally chose to suppress the many worries in his heart. Things have come to this, and Xian can only take one step at a time. Even if the goddess is unwilling to intervene in this war, the enemy's whereabouts are still unknown. But since he knows the other party's purpose, Xian can still make some preparations. No. It should be said that if the opponent has been secretly working to revive the Demon King and temporarily suspended the offensive, it would be a bit beneficial to Xian. Looking at the holy sword emitting a strong sacred wave in his body, Xian's mood began to gradually become expectant. I hope that before Donna's achieves his goal, I can successfully complete the transformation and enter the transcendent level. By then, even if something really happens, I will have enough power to deal with it. From this point of view, the longer the opponent drags on, the more beneficial it is to me. Anyway, Xian's transformation still needs some time. If the opponent attacks at the critical moment of his transcendent, it is hard to guarantee that he will not leave hidden dangers after transcendent like the 72nd hero Philip. Considering this, Xian's mood was a little relaxed. Xian looked at Laxia, looking at this maid who looked exactly like the Demon King girl in his dream. And after a moment of hesitation, he spoke. Hey, Laxia. Xian asked, what do you think of the Demon King? Xian's sudden question made Laxia stunned. What do you think of the Demon King? Laxia murmured. That's right. Xian nodded, looked at her straight, and said, you are one of the two main bodies of the Demon King. And you are even a magical life born from the Demon King's body. You have always used the Demon King's body. For you, the Demon King should be a very special existence. Right? Hearing this, Laxia was silent. It's not that I can't answer, but I tacitly agreed with Xian's statement. Think about it. No matter what, that person has an extraordinary connection with me and the young lady. After a moment of silence, Laxia said this calmly. The implication is that it is impossible for such a person who has a deep connection with me not to be special. Then what do you think the Demon King is like? Xian asked a question that he was very concerned about. However, facing this question, Laxia was not as hesitant and uneasy as Xian imagined. but replied very straightforwardly. The master should not ask me this question, Laxia said directly. Shouldn't I ask you? Xian raised his eyebrows. Although I am a magical life born from the body of the Demon King, I am not the Demon King himself. I was born only 10 years ago. And I have always been guarded by the gods, demons and humans. I have not been approached by anyone with intentions. And I have no channels to understand that existence, Laxia said very calmly. The Demon King I know is no different from the Demon King known to the world. The eldest lady may know something, but I am different. So, instead of asking me, the master should have a more suitable person to ask. Laxia's words made Xian ponder, thinking about it carefully. This is indeed reasonable. Laxia was born only 10 years ago, and she has never come into contact with the existence of the Demon King. How can she know what kind of person the Demon King is when she talks about the Demon King with him? Not to mention Laxia. Even Lycia may not know anything. After all, although Lycia was a magical life created a long time ago, she was once abandoned and frozen. It was not until the killer faction found her and restarted her that she was able to revive in this world. Compared with Laxia, Lycia's experience is almost the same. Compared with this pair of twin-like master and servant, the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons know more about the Demon King. Especially the demons. Xian suddenly remembered that he had asked Ai the same question before, when Ai mentioned the Demon King at that time. What kind of answer did Xian forget? But from the attitude of the demons when they mentioned the Demon King, it can be seen that they have been missing her, thinking about her, and worshipping her like faith and trust. To be respected by those unique demons, the Demon King must not be a terrifying existence with only power. Right? Unfortunately, the demons are trapped in the demon realm and cannot get in touch with Xian. Although the 3 goddesses of time and space have traveled to the demon realm through time and space, it is still unknown when those 3 extremely unreliable idiots will be able to complete this important task. However, Ritas and the others should know something. Right? Xian was thoughtful. On the side, Laxia kept staring at Xian. And after a long time, she suddenly said something. Is the Demon King going to be resurrected? Laxia asked coldly. Xian was still thinking, and nodded subconsciously. It took a while for him to react. And he secretly said in his heart, "Oh no!" But, surprisingly, Laxia did not react to this. It is indeed like this. She just murmured lightly, without any uneasiness or emotion on her face. Xian didn't know what to say. Looking at Xian like this, Laxia's eyes were calm. In fact, I have guessed that there will be such a day. Laxia lowered her eyelids and said, after knowing that the gem is no longer with the Supreme God, but with the owner, I feel that sooner or later, this will happen. The person who can suppress the Demon King's gem and prevent the Demon King from resurrecting. The Supreme God is the only one in the world. Now that the Demon King's gem has left the suppression of the Supreme God, then no matter who it is, they will think at the first time that the Demon King can be resurrected. Laxia. The same is true. In other words, Laxia has already made psychological preparations for this. Even, I will wait, Laxia said calmly, waiting for that adult to come to me and take her body. After leaving these words, Laxia turned around and left Xian's room. Xian opened his mouth and wanted to call her, but finally gave up. It was not until then that Xian knew what Laxia had been carrying in her heart. She may have accepted her fate a long time ago. She believed that sooner or later, she would return to that person as a part of the Demon King. And what she would become at that time, no one knew, including herself. The same. If the Demon King resurrects, will Laxia die? Xian couldn't help but have such a thought. This made Xian, who was not opposed to the resurrection of the Demon King, feel confused again. If this is the case, should I stop it? Xian began to feel irritated. Damn. Things are getting more and more troublesome. Xian scratched his head vigorously. Undoubtedly, this time, Xian has to think about it carefully. Consider the next path and how to go. At the same time, in a corner of the world, a demon girl standing on the edge of the cliff seemed to feel something. Turned her head and looked behind her. Is it coming again? The demon girl sighed, turned her body around and faced the back. There, a figure appeared silently. Here are my most solemn greetings. Our honorable Demon King body. The gentle and elegant demon man bowed to the demon girl. And as he said, he paid the most solemn courtesy. You are Donna's, right? The demon girl looked at him and said casually, you are indeed a very ambitious person. Your goal is not to start a war, but to revive the Demon King. Exactly. Donis did not hide anything at all. Smiled gently, and said, "Have you guessed my goal a long time ago?" "A little bit," the demon girl said sarcastically. "During the battle of the capital, the Ice Girl tribe with my power was able to survive after being slashed by the kingdom's treasure. Wasn't it because you helped in secret? You are really observant." Donis smiled and said, "I just want to give your things a chance to return to your hands. Then, you can start to revive the Demon King. Right?" The demon girl's expression was still sarcastic. Donis did not reply. He just chuckled and said this. "Anyway, please listen to what I am going to say next. After listening, it is not too late for you to choose whether to cooperate or not." Chapter 944 An Unbelievable Person. The next day, early in the morning, after Sheen washed and dressed with Lax's help, and had breakfast with everyone in the restaurant, he went to the palace. He came to a magnificent and solemn palace in the deepest part of the palace. This is a palace that has been processed and built in more than a month. The palace has no name, but it is a temporary temple for the goddesses of the gods to live in. Yesterday, Sheen and Iris were received by Litas and Anima here, and talked about the two awakened heroes here. Today, Sheen is here too. He rarely went directly to Rosie's bedroom to see Rosie first, but came here to inform the two clergymen who were on guard at the door, and told them that he wanted to see Litas and Anima. When coming here, even the king has to let the clergy at the door go in first to inform, and get permission before entering to see the goddess who is willing to meet him. Although Sheen can move in directly with an instant, the two goddesses probably won't mind. But in front of Litas and Anima, the goddess of fate and the goddess of life, some superficial work is still inevitable. If it were someone else, it would be difficult to get permission to see two of the three goddesses. Even if it is a king, it is still difficult to be received by the three goddesses without sufficient reasons and special circumstances. But after Sheen came here and informed, the clergy at the door made way very straightforwardly, and welcomed Sheen in respectfully. Obviously, as a brave man and the blessing of the supreme god, it is easy for Sheen to see the goddess. Even the three goddesses. In the entire kingdom, there are no more than 5 people who can be treated like this. Moreover, these people would not be the kings of any country or the leaders of any race, but would only be blessed by the three goddesses. That is to say, in this human world, now, only Roxy, Iris, Melika and Sheen, who is a brave warrior and the blesser of the supreme god, have such qualifications. As for Tyr, Lita seemed to have seen her several times during this period and was delighted with her growth. But Tyr herself did not intend to disclose her identity as Litas' blesser, and Litas also chose to respect her ideas. So Tyr had not been here yet, and the clergy and goddesses in charge of guarding here also did not know the existence of her, the blesser of the goddess of fate, and did not give her any privileges. So, Sheen easily passed through layers of inspections and arrived at the top floor of this temporary temple, the God Hall. This is where Litas and Anima usually stay, and it is also the place where the two goddesses meet others. When Sheen came here, the two goddesses were still around the table, discussing something there. "Why are you here?" When she found that Sheen had walked in from outside, Litas turned her head first and showed a surprised expression. "Welcome." Anima bowed her head to greet Sheen, with a gentle expression on her face. Sheen walked in with the eyes of the two goddesses. "Are you still talking about the dwarves?" Sheen looked at the two goddesses and asked curiously. The two goddesses did not hide it, and nodded directly. "The orcs have returned, and the problem of the dwarves must also be solved as soon as possible. Najula must have been anxious all the time. After all, the dwarves are the human race under her jurisdiction." Litas and Anima spoke up one after another. "So what did you talk about?" Sheen asked without comment, as if he was not very concerned about this matter, and just asked casually. Litas and Anima could naturally see that Sheen didn't care about this matter. One of them was angry, and the other smiled bitterly. "As a member of the human race, can't you care about the affairs of the dwarves?" Litas said with some dissatisfaction. For this goddess with an excessive sense of responsibility and mission, the dwarves should be eager to recover. Right? Perhaps. She is still thinking about liberating the dwarves and rescuing the innocent people in the dwarves from the rule of gnats. If it weren't for these considerations, this goddess would have visited the dwarf kingdom long ago. What a pity. I'm really not interested in this. Sheen said very straightforwardly. I'm just an ordinary person. Unlike you compassionate goddesses, who are in great trouble and still think about saving this and that all day long. It would be fine if it was someone around him or someone he knew. But he was really not interested in asking Sheen to work hard for a group of people who had nothing to do with him. You? Lida's immediately became even more angry, as if she saw a disobedient child and was about to lecture him, but was blocked by Sheen. Don't try to impose your views on me. I am really different from the heroes in the past. I don't have so much heroism. Understand? Sheen covered Lida's mouth with his hand with a calm face. Woo woo woo. Lida struggled as if in protest, but could only make a whimper. Anima was very open-minded and had no intention of forcing Sheen. You are not our well-wishers, but of being blessed by the Mother Goddess. To us, you are not only a comrade in arms, but also a person valued by the Mother Goddess. Therefore, no matter what you do, we will not force you. We are already very happy that you can choose to fight side by side with us. Anima showed a gentle smile to Sheen, showing extremely abundant tolerance and maternal nature. Did you see it? Sheen felt very comfortable. So he said to the goddess in his arms, study hard. Okay. Woohoo. Lida's immediately struggled harder. Anima watched from the side, smiling bitterly, and cast her eyes on Sheen. You came to us. Is there something going on? Anima mentioned the business. Sheen then let go of Lida's who was about to bite him, and sat down in front of the two goddesses. The next second, Sheen asked the two goddesses the question he came here to ask. Suddenly, Lida's and Anima were both slightly stunned. Do you want to know what kind of person the Demon King is? Lida's and Anima were a little surprised. Obviously, they didn't know why Sheen suddenly asked such an abrupt question. Well, just think of me as curious. Sheen didn't explain too much and perfunctorily passed it over. This made Lida's and Anima look at each other. This question is really sudden. Anima was moved. Why are you suddenly interested in the Demon King? Lida's was also a little depressed. Just asking. Sheen still didn't explain, but urged, you should have seen the Demon King. Right? Regarding this question, Lida's and Anima neither confirmed nor denied it. They showed thoughtful expressions, and finally relaxed. If you are really interested, then I can tell you. Lida's didn't seem to be very interested. Well, just take a break. Anima was still so considerate. From the attitudes of these two goddesses, it can be seen that they don't care much about the Demon King. For them, the Demon King is a thing of the past, and the things of the newly born original demon are more important. Of course, when it comes to the Demon King, no matter how indifferent they are, they will subconsciously become serious. Lida said this first. Let me make it clear first. We don't know the Demon King as well as you think? That's what Lida said in her opening remarks. Really? Sheen tilted his head. That's right. Anima took over Lida's words and said, although we are the first god clan to be born, much earlier than the 6 demons, the number of times we have seen the Demon King is quite limited. There is nothing we can do about it. Right? Lida said noncommittally, who made the Demon King rarely go to the battlefield. This sentence made Sheen slightly stunned. The Demon King rarely goes to the battlefield? Sheen was surprised by this. Yes. Anima confirmed Sheen's doubts and said, although he was the first to start the war, the Demon King can be said to be completely indifferent to the battlefield. He handed over all the decisions of the war to the Moon Demon and stayed in the castle all the time. Even when the Demon Clan was attacked by us and even the front line collapsed, she did not take action even once. On the side, Lida's took over Anima's words again. More than not taking action? Lida's pouted and said, she didn't even say a word. Even if she appeared, her eyes would only stay on the hero. There was only the hero in her eyes, as if she only had expectations for him. I'm afraid she didn't even take the rest of the people into consideration? Lida's and Anima exchanged their views on the Demon King and told Sheen. Even though their tones and attitudes were different, their views on the Demon King were very similar. That is, they felt mysterious and incredible. Lida's even said so. I always felt that that person was an unfathomable person. In some ways more incredible than the Mother Goddess. Lida spoke repeatedly, as if she had dug out all her feelings about the Demon King. The Mother Goddess once said that if the hero did not appear, even if the Demon King was alone, he would be enough to annihilate the entire god clan. Even she estimated that he could only find a chance to escape, and could not defeat her at all. However, as the initiator of the war, she never attacked the god clan. She only attacked when the hero came to challenge her. The rest of the time, she stayed in the castle and rarely went out. And every time the hero failed in the challenge and died in her hands, she did not pursue the god clan and the human race, but returned directly to her castle. It was not until hundreds of years later that a new hero was summoned that she would make some moves. according to the Mother Goddess. The power of that person could easily destroy the entire world and kill all life in an instant. But she did not take action and continued the war. Sometimes, we all wondered if she was just using the war between the gods and demons to amuse herself, pass the time, and treat the war as a game. But if that was the case, she completely ignored the direction of the battlefield and only targeted the heroes, which was too strange. So, that person is also a very mysterious, incredible, and incomprehensible person to us. Lidas expressed her feelings one by one, and while speaking, she showed a sincere and puzzled expression. I think so too. Anima nodded in agreement, and said with a trembling voice, like a memory, when I see that person, sometimes I even feel like I am looking at a person without life. Only instincts. It's really incredible to think about her. The two goddesses have surprisingly consistent impressions of the Demon King. Chapter 945. Confession with Tears. It must be said that Lida's and Anima's impression of the Demon King is definitely not good. It's not because the other party is a being that can endanger the world. Nor is it because the other party is a former enemy, an evil person who started a war. But because there are too many puzzling things about the other party. Those things are not good impressions. So when Lidas and Anima mention the Demon King, there is only doubt, fear and awe in their tone. She can be sure that once the two goddesses know that the Demon King is about to be resurrected, they will definitely lose their composure and fall into panic with their current reactions. Sheen can only shrug his shoulders, think for a while, and look at Lidas and Anima. According to what you said, there are indeed many contradictions in the Demon King's behavior. Is it a bit too early to assert that she is an unforgivable person? This is equivalent to slapping the face of the gods. After all, it was the gods who had always regarded the demons as evil beings, believing that they were lawless criminals who took the initiative to start wars and enjoyed wars, and that defeating the Demon King would save the world. What Sheen said now could be said to have torn the face of the gods to a certain extent. But neither Lidas nor Anima refuted this, especially Lidas, who had an excessive sense of responsibility and mission, did not refute it. We advocate that the Demon King is an existence that can harm the world, not because she is evil, but because her existence itself is a threat. Lidas was silent for a long time, and then smiled bitterly. It is true that the Demon King took the initiative to start a war, which led to a war between the gods and demons for tens of thousands of years. But even if this point is excluded, you can't deny that the Demon King does have the ability to destroy the world. Right? Lida's words left Sheen speechless. This is indeed undeniable. The existence that has the ability to completely destroy this world has taken the initiative to start a war, in order to protect this world created by our noble Mother Goddess. Is it wrong for us to regard the Demon King as a threat? Lidas advocated this. Even if she is not an unforgivable criminal, she is a sword hanging over the heads of countless lives, threatening the Demon King of the entire world. If such a person is honest, it would be fine. If she takes the initiative to start a war, no matter who it is, she will think she is dangerous and an evil existence, and should be eradicated immediately. So, Lidas's remarks are not wrong at all in a way. Even if the actions of the Demon King itself are full of contradictions, she has threatened the world after all. This is a fact. Sheen couldn't help but think of the story he saw in his dream. In the dream, the Demon King, who had just been born not long ago, also destroyed the world created by the Supreme God again and again without being able to control his own power. She may not have done it on purpose, but she did it after all. The Supreme God has reason to be angry, hostile to her, and hate her. In the same way, the Demon King may not want to destroy the world, but she took the initiative to provoke a war, which gave others the impression that she intended to harm the world. In this case, even if the Demon King is not an evil person, so what? She did something wrong after all. When Sheen was silent about this, Anima also spoke. We can't judge what the Demon King's temperament is like after only seeing her confront the hero, Anima said, as if to change the heavy topic, but I have dealt with the demons many times, and I can learn from them that the Demon King seems to be very fond of their daughters in private. Is that so? Sheen looked at Anima. At least, that's what the demons themselves said. Anima smiled and said, if it weren't for this, the Demon King wouldn't have created the 3 great treasures, which are used to protect the demons and children under her command. That's true. The Rainbow Demon Diamond is a treasure used by the demons when they are in crisis. The magic pool is an opportunity to improve the demons and a guarantee to improve the combat power of the demons. The Demon War Chain was given to Helimus by the Demon King. Even though Helimus can't be completely considered her son, for his personal safety, the Demon King also specially customized a magic weapon for him to make up for his own shortcomings. From this, it can be seen that the Demon King is not an unforgivable person, and he is even very humane in private. This is also in line with the impression that Sheen saw in the dream. A girl who is extremely powerful, but extremely afraid of loneliness and emptiness. She didn't show her first smile in her life until the brave girl accepted her. Just when Sheen thought of this, suddenly, Lita seemed to think of something and clapped her hands. I remembered it. Lita suddenly said as if she had just woken up from a dream. I remember that once. The Moon Demon mentioned the Demon King inadvertently in front of me and said something very strange. Lita's voice immediately attracted the attention of Sheen and Anima. Did the Demon King say something? Anima was a little surprised. What did he say? Sheen also asked hurriedly. Lita's thought hard for a while, as if digging out her own memory, and spoke after a long while, when no one was around. My mother often confessed in tears in the castle alone. Lita's blinked her eyes, as if she found it incredible even to herself. I remember that the Moon Demon said this at the time. As soon as this was said, the whole audience fell into silence. Demon King. Confessing in tears? Anima seemed to be unable to appreciate the meaning of this sentence, or to understand the content of this sentence, and showed the same incredibleness as Lita's. Sheen fell into complete silence. The scene of the girl crying while looking at her only friend in the sky appeared in his mind again. At this moment, Sheen actually felt a sense of sadness, which burst out from the bottom of his heart. This feeling made Sheen startled slightly, and he quickly restrained his emotions and suppressed the strange feelings in his heart. But he still unconsciously peeked at his sea of consciousness, looking at the red gem that was rotating around the holy sword and chasing the blue gem. The gem was as red as ever, and as mysterious as ever. However, I don't know if it was an illusion, but Sheen always had a premonition that he was about to be sucked in by it, which almost made his consciousness sink again. Snap! Almost subconsciously, Sheen slapped his cheek hard to come back to his senses. But this seemed to scare Lita's and Anima. What's wrong with you? Why did he suddenly hit me? The two goddesses couldn't help but cast worried glances at Sheen. It's okay. Sheen shook his head and signaled the two not to worry about it. Sheen didn't plan to tell him about the Demon King's gem in his body for the time being. The matter was of great importance, and Sheen couldn't guarantee that the two goddesses wouldn't ask for it from him based on their positions. Not to mention whether Sheen could hand it over. He was also inclined not to hand it over from a personal emotional point of view. He still had things he wanted to figure out and things he wanted to understand. And he couldn't lose the Demon King's gem for the time being. At the moment, Sheen changed the subject. Thank you for telling me this. It's very helpful to me. Sheen thanked the two goddesses politely. No. You're welcome. Lita scratched her face shyly because of Sheen's honesty. I'm glad it can help you. Anima was as gentle as ever, and said, if you still want to know about the Demon King, maybe you can ask Artemis. Artemis? Sheen was stunned, and said unexpectedly, the goddess of justice? Why ask that goddess? Could it be that she knows more about the Demon King than the three goddesses? Sheen thought so. The next second, Anima gave the answer. Should it be said that it was reckless? Artemis had also challenged the Demon King. Anima told Sheen such information. Lita's also spoke. It was indeed very reckless. She knew that she could never be the opponent of the Demon King, but she dared to challenge the Demon King. I was shocked at the time. Lita said helplessly, but there is nothing we can do about it. Right? Yes. Anima sighed and said, who made the child the embodiment of justice? Who must maintain order and justice, and can't sit idly by and watch any evil goddess? Artemis is not tolerant of evil, and she is even less likely to sit still after learning about the existence of the Demon King. To her, the Demon King is an unforgivable villain. Lita seemed helpless and said, she cannot tolerate even the slightest evil. So it is a problem for her to sit back and watch the greatest evil in the world. Therefore, she will become the sword of the goddess beside the hero. Anima said, not only because the hero is an absolutely righteous existence, a guardian of order like her, but also because only the hero can defeat the Demon King. If she wants to defeat the Demon King, it is undoubtedly the most likely to be achieved by following the hero. Thanks to this, the goddess of justice seems to have come into contact with the Demon King. In this case, she will know the Demon King better than the three goddesses, which is not impossible. Is the goddess in the land of Els now? Sheen's eyes flashed and asked this question. Yes. Lita's nodded in affirmation and said to Sheen, Do you want to go find her? Maybe? Sheen did not confirm or deny, but vaguely said, if there is nothing important next, I don't mind going there. That's not bad. Anima agreed, there are me, Lita's and Her Highness Roxy in the capital, so there shouldn't be any problems for the time being. On the contrary, the Elfland, with the combat power of 2 more super-level beings in the new original demon, it is hard to guarantee that it will not be conquered by the new original demon. Meaning, if Sheen can go over and take care of it, it would be great. Let me think about it. This time, Sheen did not show indifference. He did not reject going to the Elfland. After all, the Elfland is Melika's hometown, and he has many acquaintances in the Elfland. Going there for a while is much more convenient than asking him to rescue the dwarves. Melika has always been worried about the situation in the Elfland, so it seems like a good idea to go there. Although the Elf Queen and others said that Melika should stay in the capital just in case, and give the elves some hope. But with me going with her, at least Melika's safety can be guaranteed. Right? The only thing to worry about is that I am still transforming to the Transcendent Realm. But as long as I don't take out the Holy Sword and interrupt the fusion and sublimation of the sacred power, then logically speaking, there shouldn't be any problems. At worst, I still have the demonic roar chain and reincarnation destiny to back me up, so I can at least exert the combat power of the transcendent level. In summary, this trip is not a loss at all. Chapter 946. The author can't fill it in himself. Right? After that, Lita's and Anima didn't mention the matter of the Demon King again. Their understanding of the Demon King was limited to this. Beyond that, it was not something they could know. Compared with the matter of the Demon King, they were obviously more concerned about the dwarves and the newborn original demon. According to the 2 goddesses, after the returning orcs were arranged, they also began to interrogate and torture the captured orcs and dwarves, trying to get information about the newborn original demon from them. And at the very least, they had to get the current situation of the Dwarf Kingdom so as to make arrangements for the Dwarf Kingdom. In Sheen's opinion, the former is probably hopeless. Even Yura is considered impossible to grasp any important information, let alone the others. With Donna's method of being thorough, it is impossible for him to reveal flaws and be tricked by this side. However, the latter does have room for operation. Those dwarves are all blacksmiths sent to Cosmos by the Dwarf King Nats. They should have some understanding of the current situation of the Dwarf Kingdom. If the current situation of the Dwarf Kingdom is understood, it would not be a big problem to send people to recover it. At least, according to the known intelligence, there are only 2 legendary strongmen in the dwarf tribe, one less than the elves with the smallest population, and the overall strength is also weaker than the elves. Facing such a dwarf tribe, it is still a bit difficult for the kingdom to recover it. But if the gods take action, even if most of the combat power remains in the gods' realm, it can still be done. This is the case when Lita's and Anima do not take action. And this time, unlike the world gap in Cosmos, there will be an environment where the power of the gods is suppressed. At most, it is that the overly powerful transcendent beings like Lita's and Anima cannot get through. If the transcendent power messes around in that underground kingdom, being buried alive is an imaginable outcome. But on the other hand, the enemy has the same concerns. That is to say, this time, in the kingdom of the dwarves, there will definitely not be 2 transcendental heroes lying in ambush there. There may be traps set there, but they will definitely not threaten the transcendental realm. Unless the Dwarf King Nats wants to exterminate his clan and sacrifice all his people. Otherwise, he will not allow the newborn original demon to set such dangerous traps in his country. In summary, this is a small-scale war between beings below the transcendental realm. Lita's even told Sheen an intelligence. According to the detection, the retreating large forces of the conquered Ragnar Empire are about to retreat to the territory where the Dwarf Kingdom is located. We plan to send troops at a good time to rescue them and join them, while combining the strength of both sides to conquer the Dwarf Kingdom and recapture the dwarves. This news made Sheen concerned. After all, he had also been paying attention to the situation in the Ragnar Empire. Don't forget, that was already his territory. And he and Havis were in a relationship of sometimes cooperating and sometimes taking care of each other. Sheen was still very concerned about their safety. So, after the battle against the dwarves, people from the Ragnar Empire will also come to the kingdom. Sheen asked for the time being. If nothing unexpected happens. Anima smiled and replied, in today's human world, except for the kingdom and the land of elves, the rest of the territories have either been lost or surrendered to the camp of the new original demons. After the battle, the people from the Ragnar Empire can only come to the kingdom to join us. The kingdom has now become the only safe place in the entire human world, existing as the base camp of the human race and the gods. If the people on the Ragnar side want to settle down, find an opportunity to counterattack and recapture the Empire's territory, they will have to come here sooner or later and join us. Otherwise, they will have to keep fighting and retreating after losing their territory, just like rootless duckweed, and will eventually be wiped out. Therefore, the arrival of the Ragnar Empire is a foregone conclusion. Only by gathering all the power of the human race like this can we break the deadlock. Lita said seriously, after all the major forces of the human race are integrated, we will have an advantage. Lita's and Anima's plan is very simple. That is, to integrate all their own forces as much as possible and defend the last position of the Mitra kingdom. In this way, the new original demon only has two actions to take. Either continue to make trouble in secret, or find an opportunity to launch a general attack. She might still be worried that Donna's was secretly planning something, so he couldn't sit still. But Lita's and Anima were different. At this point, they wished that the newborn original demon would continue to hide in the dark and not come out, because dragging it out would undoubtedly be beneficial to them. The longer it drags on, the more likely it is that they will be able to contact the God realm, or even the demon realm, and finally rebuild the passage between the three worlds and gather the power of the three races. By then, even if the newborn original demon is strong, facing the joint attack of the gods, demons and humans, they will have no choice but to perish. In other words, they can afford to drag it out, but the enemy can't. This is what Lita's and Anima think. Of course, what you all know, that guy must know too. Sheen sighed in his heart. How could Donna's not know that if he continued to drag it out, it would be disadvantageous to him? Isn't he afraid of the three goddesses and 6 demons joining forces? If he wasn't afraid, he wouldn't have to destroy the passage and trap the demons in the demon world. But he also needs time. He needs time to make arrangements. The goddess has already said that war is not his ultimate goal. He has only one ultimate goal. That is to revive the Demon King. War may just be a means for him to gather the conditions for reviving the Demon King. He doesn't need to win it all. He just needs to achieve the final goal. That's all. However, at this point, Sheen has a natural question. Why does Donna's want to revive the Demon King? From what that guy has shown so far, it doesn't seem to be based on any ambition. He doesn't seem to be someone who wants to conquer the world with the power of the Demon King. Nor does he seem to be like those old demon clans who want to promote the Demon King, enjoy war, and let the world situation return to what it was 1,000 years ago. So they choose to do all this. What exactly does he want to seek from the Demon King? Sheen couldn't help sighing again. It's really a mystery that has not been solved. And another mystery has appeared. If this is written into a book, there are so many holes that the author himself can't fill them. Right? Sheen would like to use this slot to relieve his mood. Then, Sheen said goodbye to Lita's and Anima, left the hall, left the temple, and went to Rosie's bedroom. Unfortunately, the female knights of the Holy Sword Knights guarding the bedroom told Sheen that Rosie was called over by Anshi, and it seemed that they wanted to discuss something with her. Okay. Sheen scratched his head. The slacking princess has no chance to slack off now. She is busy all day long, and she has to be responsible for the handover between the gods and the human race. She really can't rest. Find a chance to send her some comfort items. Sheen can imagine the girl rolling and wailing in her heart, desperately shouting that she doesn't want to work, thinking about how the princess was so busy that she didn't return to her bedroom at night before going to Cosmos to rescue Iris and others, and could only catch up on sleep during the day, with a look of fatigue between her brows. Sean's heart softened all of a sudden. It was impossible not to feel sorry for his future daughter-in-law. But he was helpless. Although he was a noble and a marquis, he had never participated in any combat meetings of the kingdom to cooperate with the kingdom's actions. It was not that he resisted, but because he was not only a noble of the kingdom, but also a hero. His combat meeting place was not in the kingdom, but in the God Hall where Lita's and Anima were. To be honest, the kingdom did not think that Sean, as a hero, needed to take action for trivial matters, but should work with Lita's and Anima to worry about the relevant matters of the entire human race, the gods, and even the demons. Thanks to this, even Anshi and Leah did not dare to ask Xian to attend the kingdom's combat meeting as a mere noble and deal with the kingdom's trivial matters. If they did so, even the people might be dissatisfied. Of course, Xian was not idle either. He would take action from time to time before to eliminate the demon larvae that threatened the capital's front line. The Bostut family, under the leadership of Vivian and Tyr, had always participated in the frontline combat, fighting against demons and demon larvae, not just standing by in the capital, especially Vivian, who had been handing over something to Lely recently, and was even summoned by the kingdom from time to time. It was said that there were some extremely important operations that required her to take action. This morning, too, in the restaurant, Vivian mentioned that she had been in the palace recently, participating in the large-scale operations of the kingdom, and the Bostut family was basically handed over to Tyr, Melika and Yulin. Tyr also said, Vivian is the patron saint of the kingdom, and the last bastion of the kingdom. In some places, her role is more important than that of Her Highness Rosie Lusty. These words once aroused Sheen's infinite curiosity. He knew that there were some very special things about Vivian, and she was highly valued by the high-level officials of the kingdom. AIE had also mentioned the title of the patron saint of the kingdom, but she never knew what was so special about it. Thinking of this, Sheen suddenly became very curious about what Vivian was doing now. So, Sheen returned to Bostut's house and planned to find Vivian. However, when Sheen returned to Bostut's house, he felt strange and stopped himself. Sheen narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then, Sheen moved instantly and disappeared from the spot. Time. Back to 3 minutes ago. At this time, Laxia had just finished her work. Under the worship and admiration of the servants and maids, she was bathed in greetings and screams all the way and headed towards the garden. At this moment, a small figure suddenly appeared in front of Laxia. Miss Lilith? Laxia stopped and stood there in a daze. It was Lilith who appeared in front of Laxia. Lilith frowned, like a child who had just been woken up, looking indignantly in front of her, and protecting Laxia behind her. Not long after. Oh! Was it discovered so quickly this time? It is worthy of being the most noble and strongest evil god among us. With such a loud voice, malice permeated this space. A black shadow, like a burning black flame, quietly appeared. It was the evil god from last time. Chapter 947. Don't forget who is the master here. When she saw the familiar evil god appear in front of her and Lilith again, even though the malice on the other party was still strong and ferocious, Laxia no longer felt that it was difficult to maintain her breathing. At this moment, Laxia had only one thought in her mind. This evil god is not dead. Last time, Lilith did not kill her, and Lilith obviously thought so too, and did not even give the other party a chance to speak. She raised her hand and released the dark evil spirit. The evil spirit was like smoke, as if it came alive, and it rushed in front of the other party and trapped him in an instant. Immediately, Lilith squeezed her slender hand hard. Bang! Like crushing an egg, the strong evil spirit crushed the body of the evil god, causing the black shadow burning with flames to be crushed on the spot. As soon as she came up, Lilith was murderous and killed the other party on the spot. Obviously, the arrival of the other party disturbed Lilith's sweet dream and made Lilith's morning mood come out. Otherwise, Lilith would not forget Sheen's instructions and try to capture the other party alive first. Laxia was slightly stunned, but didn't say anything. But the other party was able to escape from Lilith's hands last time. And this time it is natural. It's really violent. Goddess Lilith, don't you even let me say a word? As this voice sounded, the black smoke-like figure reappeared as if nothing had happened. As if everything that just happened was just an illusory dream. The evil god of the black shadow was actually laughing happily. Laughing so hard that his whole body was shaking. Although I like your violent personality, I advise you not to waste your energy. The evil god smiled happily and said, even if you are stronger than me, and much stronger, there may be less than 3 people in this world who can kill me. It's a pity that you are not among them. Goddess Lilith. The evil god of the shadow uttered these words, and his words were full of confidence. She really didn't think Lilith could kill her. This was the confirmation accumulated over a long period of time. And it was also her arrogance. Lilith raised her eyebrows, as if she was very unconvinced, and continued to stretch out her hand, causing more turbulent evil energy to fluctuate. Seeing this, Laxia finally took action and stopped Lilith. Don't take action yet, Miss Lilith. Laxia whispered to Lilith. This evil god seems to be difficult to kill. Since there is no way to kill her, let's listen to what she plans to do first. Hearing this, Lilith stopped the evil energy that was about to be released, obediently put away her strength. But her face was still puffed up. That look made the evil god of the shadow amazed. It is really surprising that the evil goddess, who turned everything on earth into purgatory, now has such a rich expression. As he said this, The evil god of the Black Shadow also felt regretful. Personally, I still prefer the you who was bloodless and tearless 10,000 years ago and brought despair and terror to everyone. Lilith, don't you consider making a big fuss on the earth like you did at that time? This sounded like a mocking word. And when it came out of the other party's mouth, there was really a sense of regret. Laxia had no doubt that if Lilith really did this, then this evil god would definitely enjoy it, and watch it all with joy from the bottom of his heart. Enjoying the despair and terror of all life on the earth. Right? This is a veritable evil god. Not merciful at all, but full of malice towards everything. Who are you? Laxia began to test cautiously. Me? The Black Shadow was startled at first. And then he said, as if he suddenly realized, speaking of which, I haven't introduced myself yet. As he said this, the evil god of the Black Shadow spread his arms. You can call me Pandine. The evil god Pandine. This name made Laxia frown deeply. She had never heard of this name. There was no way. Laxia was born in this world for only 10 years. Although she was an all-powerful maid with all-powerful means, she could easily get all kinds of information. But she still knew the names of goddesses in general. And the existence of evil gods was another matter. Thousands of years ago, after the war between gods and demons was completely over, the evil gods with many problems in their bodies and temperaments became an unwelcome group in the gods. Not only were they rejected by the orthodox goddesses of the gods, but they were also restricted from traveling and could hardly appear on the earth. In addition, the gods did not want these problem children to spread their beliefs in the world and create evil fanatics on the earth. So the names of the evil gods were deliberately hidden. Over time, after 1,000 years, there were not many people who knew the names of the evil gods. Laxia didn't go out of her way to collect information about this. So it was normal that she didn't know the other party's origins. And the other party didn't seem to care about this either. Looking at Laxia's frowning face, she laughed softly. That laugh, full of malice, but also full of joy. The evil god named Pandine seemed to be enjoying Laxia's troubles. And every move was full of joy. This made Laxia's brows frown deeper and deeper. Evil god Pandine. Laxia said very calmly, what is your purpose here? Laxia's questioning was met with a very straightforward answer from the other party. I should have said my purpose once. Pandine laughed softly. His eyes swept back and forth between Laxia and Lilith, making people feel uncomfortable. And then he spoke, saying, I said, I hope you will come with me. I wonder what you think about it. The purpose stated by the other party was the same as the last time they met. But Lilith ignored her, and still looked angry. Do you think we are considering such a thing? Laxia was silent for a while, and then spoke lightly. Not considering it. Pandine's laughter stagnated. The strong malice on his body became more obvious. I said, are you kidding? Pandine was like a neurotic. His temperament changed drastically. And he said coldly, have you really been kept in captivity by the hero, and become the hero's pet? The black flames, like black smoke on Pandine's body, became volatile. Who are you? One is the strongest evil god, who turned all living things on the earth into evil beings. One is the body of the devil, the legacy of the devil, who can even crush the world. You should have come to our side. Now, you actually said you didn't consider it. Are you still planning to be a messenger of justice? Pandine's body was covered with black smoke, and it was obvious that he was very unstable. Feeling the malice coming towards her, Lasha's chest felt uncomfortable. But she said nothing and looked at the other party quietly. Lilith was like bathing in a drizzle, not affected by Pandine's malice at all. Instead, she looked at Pandine, who suddenly became irritable, tilted her head, as if she was confused. Pandine's irritable performance became a complete joke in the eyes of these two people. This time, it was Pandine's turn to have the black smoke stagnant, looking at the two girls in front of him, one expressionless and the other full of doubts. Pandine knew that the other party did not agree with his plan at all. Okay. Pandine calmed down quickly again. Disgust swept out of his tone. It seems that no matter how much I say, it will be like talking to a cow. You will not understand how sad your current situation is. Pandine began to talk to himself. If you don't know what the correct attitude you should take is, then let me guide you. It doesn't matter. I will definitely let you know what the real evil god and the real devil should look like. At that time, you will feel how stupid you are now. As he said, Pandine walked towards Laxia and Lilith. Miss Lilith. Laxia immediately took a step back and spoke to Lilith. Lilith immediately understood. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the evil spirit rolled in like a storm, wrapped around Pandine, who was walking forward, and crushed him like before. However, Pandanim soon appeared again, as if nothing had happened and nothing had happened, and walked slowly towards him. Bang! Lilith moved her slender hand and mercilessly used the third strangulation, causing the evil god named Pandine to explode again in the storm of evil. But Pandine was still as silent as before, and approached silently, not affected by death at all, as if even death rejected her. Or she rejected death, and eliminated death. Even her footsteps seemed so leisurely. I said, "You can't kill me, Lilith." Pandine approached Lilith. "Okay. Come with me. I'll take you to where you should go." At this moment, Pandine's voice was full of bewitching taste. Lilith wanted to continue to attack and strangle Pandine, but under the bewitching voice, she suddenly became hesitant. The expression on the young face, which had been either angry or confused until just now, was replaced by a trace of confusion and trance. "Miss Lilith, perhaps she found something wrong." Laxia spoke resolutely. Lilith seemed to wake up immediately, looking at Pandanimu, who was reaching out to her, and the hesitation on her face disappeared. Then, the evil spirit that was far stronger and more terrifying than before burst out from Lilith's body. Boom! Pandanimu, who stretched out his hand, was directly blown away by the evil spirit that burst out in front of him, and hit the wall at the end of the corridor. His whole body seemed to be shattered and annihilated by the evil spirit. However, the malice in the air has not dissipated, and it has become more and more terrifying and more intense. TSK. Pandanimu's voice came from afar. "Is it really impossible to directly deceive the evil god who is above me?" As he said this, the evil spirit in the other party suddenly solidified, and was no longer aimed at Lilith. The evil god Pandanim, with his malicious spearhead, aimed at Laxa at once. "You are really nosy. The body of the devil," Pandanim said coldly, "since you don't want to watch honestly from the side. Then start with you." As soon as the words fell, black smoke gathered behind Laxia. Pandanim's figure appeared behind Laxia, and stretched out his dark hand like the abyss towards Laxia's back. Laxia only felt that her whole body was enveloped by terrifying malice, as if she was thrown into a swamp of malice. Malice tried to crush her and swallow her. Malice tried to bite her, as if it was swallowed. As a magical life without any fighting power, facing such terrible malice, Laxia could only sit and wait for death. "But, please allow me to remind you of this uninvited guest," Laxia announced quietly. "Don't forget who the owner here is." As soon as these words came out of Laxia's mouth, the malice in the entire space solidified. Chapter 948. His temper is also much more irritable than those heroes. At this moment, the hand that the shadow that appeared behind Laxia stretched out, together with the strong malice on it, stagnated in midair. Pandanim fell silent, looking at Laxia, who still had her back to him and didn't even move, and then looking at the surprised look on Lilith's face, who turned around and was ready to attack him. After a while, he retracted his hand. She turned around and looked behind her. There, a figure appeared at some point. "Are you the evil god that Laxia and Lilith mentioned last time?" She had looked at Pandanim, who could only see the outline of his body and nothing else, and covered his nose after a quick look. "It stinks." What he meant was not the smell, but the malice on Pandanim. Pandanim ignored Sheen's disgusted expression, just looked at this silent hero who appeared at some unknown time, and sighed. "How come he came back so soon?" Pandanim muttered to himself in a rather irritable manner, saying, "According to the previous intelligence, once this hero enters the palace, he will not come back unless he stays for half a day, or even a whole day." It seems that Pandanim came prepared, and did not just barge in casually. She was right. In the past, once Sheen left Bostut's house and entered the palace, he would not come back for half a day. The princess, who had not yet married, was there. Since he had entered the palace, would it be reasonable not to accompany her for half a day? Unfortunately, today, Roxy was not in the palace, so Sheen had to go home. So, unfortunately, Pandanim chose the wrong time to visit. "Why don't you introduce yourself to me? An unknown evil god?" Sheen looked at the evil god in front of him with a half-smile. But before Pandanim could speak, Laxa, who had already held Lilith's hand and came to Sheen, spoke first. This uninvited guest claimed to be Pandanim. Laxia said calmly, "Pandanim?" Sheen frowned, thought about it, and finally said simply, "Sorry, I don't know him." This is not Sheen deliberately provoking the other party. Few people know the name Pandanim. Even Laxia, who is well informed and has been in this world for 10 years, doesn't know it, let alone Sheen. especially last time in the inner side of the world. Sheen was not present when Gira confronted Iris and others. Therefore, Sheen has indeed never heard of this name. Pandinum was not angry either. He just looked at Sheen coldly. You don't know me. But I know you. Hero Sheen. Pandinum said, as if he was disgusted. My well-wishers seem to have received a lot of care from you. Your well-wishers? Sheen raised his eyebrows and said, Who? Pandinum did not answer Sheen's question. She just glanced at Sheen's waist, and didn't see the sword that should be hanging there. Where is your holy sword? Hero? Pandinum sneered. Guess. Sheen smiled non-committally, and uttered these two words. I guess? The sneer on Pandinum's face disappeared. And he stared at Sheen, saying word by word, It seems that your character is much worse than the heroes in the past. Thank you for the compliment. Sheen endured it, but faced Pandinum's gaze and smiled, however. Not only is my character much worse than the heroes in the past, my temper is also much more irritable than those heroes. Right? Hearing Sheen's words, Pandinum immediately burst out a warning in his heart. Without any hesitation, the black smoke around Pandinum began to boil. Swish. Almost at the same time, Sheen's figure suddenly appeared in front of Pandinum. Bang! With a muffled sound, Sheen suddenly kicked out and hit Pandinum heavily. Pandinum's figure immediately flew backwards, like a cannonball, smashing the wall of the corridor. Bostut's house, outside the main mansion. While the servants and maids were working diligently, the Knights of the Knights Templar were constantly patrolling every corner of Bostut's house, looking very alert. No one knew what happened in the mansion. Everything was so calm, without any abnormality, until one moment, a blast suddenly appeared. Bang! A quarter of the main mansion suddenly exploded, causing fragments of the wall to fly along with smoke and dust. What? What happened? Quick! Be alert. The Knights of the Knights Templar were startled at once. The servants and maids were all startled, looking at the direction of the main mansion where the explosion suddenly occurred, with a look of doubt on their faces. At the explosion site of the main mansion, a figure flew out from it and jumped into the air. It took a lot of effort to stabilize its body, and it stayed there shakily, looking quite embarrassed. But just as the black shadow stabilized its body, Sheen appeared in front of her silently again, and one hand resolutely struck out, imprinting on Pandinum's chest. Bang! Pandinum only felt a huge force coming from her chest, knocking her out fiercely. The strong wind of the impact was lifted all around, like an invisible air wave, exploding in the air. Damn the hero! Pandinum was finally enraged. With a shriek, his whole body roared, causing a billowing fog like black smoke to rise. An astonishing aura emanated from him, instantly enveloping the entire Bostut family, even the entire noble district, and the entire capital. This aura. In the capital, many strong men felt this aura mixed with monstrous malice, and their faces changed. Litas and Anima, who were still discussing the affairs of the dwarves in the shrine, also turned their heads sharply and looked in the direction of the Bostut family. This evil magic. Is it her? Litas and Anima looked at each other and stood up at the same time. Pandinum no longer suppressed her power and aura, allowing everyone in the capital to discover her existence. But? Is it the ultimate evil god? Sheen's voice reached Pandinum's ears. No wonder you can come and go freely in my house. It seems that there is some trick. Sheen stood in the void, standing in front of Pandinum, and a huge amount of magic power gradually burned on his body. Since you are an extreme evil god, it means that you are a big fish. Catching you should be able to play a lot of roles. Right? Sheen seemed to treat Pandinum as meat on a chopping board, and kept saying so. This naturally stimulated Pandinum a lot, and her chest rose and fell. Fortunately, she quickly controlled her emotions. I remember you. The brave Sheen. Pandinum said coldly, if there is a chance, I will definitely let you taste despair, and taste the greatest pain in this world. That cold declaration was creepy. Sheen also heard the other party's malice from this declaration. It is certain that this is definitely not just a casual remark by the other party. She really intended to make Sheen taste despair, and the greatest pain in the world. She also had the ability to do it. After all, this was her best area. Just wait for me. Leaving these words, Pandinum disappeared. Like snow melted by the sun, this evil god disappeared without any sign or vision in this world. Her disappearance was so complete that even Sheen did not detect her breath. However, at the same time as she disappeared, the space around the Bostut family suddenly fluctuated. Crash! Thick and dark chains quietly appeared from the space, circling and entwining with each other. and unknowingly blocked the entire Bostut family. The evil god, with black smoke rising and falling all over his body, seemed to be stopped. He appeared in one corner of the chain that blocked the entire space. And his face finally changed. Demonic Roar Chain. She recognized one of the 3 great treasures of the demon clan. A magic weapon that once belonged to Elimus. Under its blockade, even the evil god who could deceive even death was forced to show up now. Unable to break through this small world. Do you think I will let you escape? The next second, accompanied by such a voice, Sheen moved in an instant and appeared behind Pandinum. Don't get carried away. Brave man. Pandinum turned around in anger, and the black smoke on his body surged out like an avalanche, turning into an overwhelming black sky, rolling towards Sheen. Give destroy. Sheen rushed into the avalanche like black smoke without fear, and the magic power was like a storm, blowing away all the thick smoke. Pandinum's attack was directly dissipated by Sheen's ruthless destruction magic. TSK. Pandinum was shocked when he saw this scene. Sheen rushed to Pandinum without caring, and the magic power, with the characteristics of destruction, was still fluctuating in his hand, and he blasted it towards Pandinum. Once this attack hits Pandinum, the evil god will be destroyed. But just when Sheen was about to hit Pandinum, the black smoke on the evil god's body dispersed. Inside, a petite figure appeared, with dragon wings on his back and a pillow in his hands. There was a dragon's might all over his body, and the momentum was extremely shocking. It was AI, the dragon demon among the 6 great demons. Sheen's movements paused, and a trace of surprise inevitably appeared on his face. However, at this time, AI had a malicious smile on his face, and blew out a hot breath in the direction of Sheen. There is no doubt that it was dragon breath. Boom! A grand explosion broke out in the sky above the Bostut family, setting off an astonishing shock wave, which turned into a storm and hit the earth. Ah! Be careful! Get back! One scream after another appeared, and many knights and servants and maids fell to the ground, as if they were hit by a typhoon. Inside the wall of a broken corner of the main mansion, Laxia and Lilith were also standing there. When they were about to be hit by the shock wave, Lilith just stretched out her slender hand, and the evil spirit wavered, blocking it. What on earth is that? Laxia was not affected at all, but still looked up at the sky, with a little surprise in her eyes. She saw the battle in the air, and also saw the appearance of AI when the black smoke on Pandinum dispersed. But how could this be possible? When Laxia was stunned, Lilith also looked at the sky. A trace of evil flashed through his eyes. Chapter 949. You are the only one who wants to use the power of my IE. Gradually, the explosion subsided. The scorching dragon breath had passed away, leaving behind a high temperature that made people sweat all over. And in exchange for the fearful eyes of countless knights and servants in the Bostut family, the petite dragon king flapped a pair of dragon wings and floated in the air, looking ahead with a disgusting smile. Of course, this smile did not last long. So that's it. Is this your power? With an overly calm soliloquy, the evil god who turned into a dragon demon restrained the smile on his face. The heat wave in front gradually passed away, allowing Sheen's figure to appear in it. He also floated there quietly, although he was hit by the dragon breath that could break through all defenses. And it was the dragon breath of the strongest dragon. He was unscathed. A closer look revealed that dark chains were hovering around Sheen, blocking the high temperatures around him. Was it blocked by the demonic roar chain? The evil god looked a little ugly. Logically speaking, the breath of a dragon cannot be defended. But if the target is a treasure made by the demon king himself, it is obviously another matter. This is the magic weapon made by the demon king for Helimus, the half-demon, in order to help him stabilize the power in his body, so that his realm will not fluctuate due to excessive consumption, and to allow him to have the power to protect himself when he falls into the realm of the demon. Therefore, the most outstanding feature of the demonic roar chain is its defensive performance and the amplification effect on magic power. It can not only reduce Helimus's power consumption, allowing him to use the demonic roar chain to exert a powerful threat with only a small amount of power, but also exclude all harm in the world. In theory, it can even block attacks from any existence below the supreme god. Even the dragon breath that can break through all defenses, or the curse and spiritual damage, can be intercepted outside the user's body. It is thanks to it that Helimus can survive in the long war with the power of a half-baked demon, and even has the ability to do things in secret. Even when Sheen was holding the holy sword and facing the demon roar chain, he felt extremely difficult, and could not attack Helimus at all. If it weren't for the fact that the demon war chain abandoned Hellemis and recognized Sheen as its master because of the Demon King's gem in the end. Sheen's desire to defeat Hellemis and the 6 demons' desire to kill Hellemis might really be impossible. This is the power of the treasure made by the Demon King himself, which is superior to the performance of the holy swords of most heroes. Therefore, even the dragon breath of AI, a dragon demon, can be blocked by the demon roar chain. As for Pandem, you seem to have turned into AI, but your aura and strength are indeed much weaker than AI. Xian looked coldly at the familiar figure and face opposite him, and said so. It seems that although your power can allow you to obtain the power of others, and use the appearance and abilities of others, you cannot reach the strength of your original body. It should be that your own strength is too low. Right? After all, it is only the extreme level. Even if Pandem can become someone else and use the power of others, it cannot exert it to a degree beyond its own strength. In other words, although Pandem has become a Yi, it is still the extreme level, and will not become the transcendent level. However, even so, the effect of this power is not bad. After all, even if it is the extreme level Yi, with his innate talent as a demon, can easily surpass the general extreme level existence. At least, the dragon breath just now is inferior to Yulin, who is also at the extreme level. Although Pandem's face was gloomy, he did not object to this statement. She just laughed softly. I am indeed not as strong as my original body, even if my power can deceive everything in this world, even death and myself. I cannot deceive this world, violate the rules of reason, and exert the power of transcendence. This is the limit of life. As long as you don't transcend, no matter how powerful your power and unique skills are, you can't exert the influence of transcendence. If Xian hadn't relied on the blessing of the holy sword that was stronger and more foul than the heroes of all generations, he would not have been able to have the combat power of transcendence at the limit level. The power of reincarnation destiny is the same, thanks to the joint cooperation of the 2 unique skills of Heaven's grace and natural reasoning. Many amplification skills have been learned, and all the amplification skills have been integrated together, which eventually led to its sublimation into a special skill. It would never have the current effect, allowing Xian to exert a strength far beyond his own realm. In addition, the heroes of the other world are not bound by the reason of this world to a certain extent, and the absolute shackles of the life limit are ineffective to him to a certain extent. Otherwise, Xian would not be able to have the strength of half a step of transcendence under normal circumstances. This is the proof that he has crossed the life limit, and is not bound by the reason of the world. And Pandem obviously does not have such ability. She is the god of fraud. She is the god of taboo. She can deceive everything in this world and can involve it, even the most taboo areas. But even so, she can't deceive the world itself, deceive the reason of this world. But, on the other hand, as long as it is not in the realm of transcendence, my power can deceive it. Pandem threw away the pillow in his hand, and showed the beautiful figure that he didn't want to expose in any case in front of Xian. Even if it is the unique skills possessed by the deity, it is the same. As he spoke, Pandem roared. It was a dragon roar that shook the world, was extremely terrifying, and could stir up a storm-like sound. Amid the dragon roar, Pandem began to change. Scales grew all over her body. Her body gradually grew in size. Her body turned into a dragon body, and the dragon wings behind her kept expanding. Not long after, a huge dragon with a bright red body, as if it had emerged from volcanic magma, appeared above the Boztut family. Roar! The dragon roar-like roar permeated the world, making all the creatures on the earth show a look of fear. Xian watched the Dragon King, whom he had met once, appear in front of him, and his eyes could not help but fluctuate. At this moment, he could clearly feel that Pandem's aura had expanded several times, although it was not as exaggerated as AI, and it increased tenfold like reincarnation destiny. It was at least 7 times as much as when Yulin turned into a dragon. Its size was also much smaller than the giant dragon that Xian had seen after AI turned into a dragon. But there is no doubt that the evil god named Pandem did use his power to deceive others, and even deceived himself, turning himself into another existence, becoming the strongest dragon king below the transcendent level. Boom! The next second, the red dragon blew out a scorching breath. It was a dragon breath that was much stronger and thicker than before. The dragon breath was so powerful that it seemed to contain all the magma, raising the temperature of the entire space to an incredible level. Faced with such a dragon breath, Xian did not dare to neglect it. He immediately manipulated the magic roar chain. allowing the chains to interweave and circling each other, blocking in front of him. The extremely hot dragon breath immediately fell on the intertwined magic roar chains, and a flame that was enough to sting people's eyes. The scorching flames instantly splashed, causing the high temperature to continue to rise. Get back! Get back! On the ground, the knights screamed at the top of their lungs, protecting the servants and maids, sweating and even running away with their bodies red. Lilith also manipulated the evil spirit, forming a black mist-like protective barrier around her, blocking the high temperature and protecting Laxia. The red dragon spewed out terrifying dragon flames, constantly bombarding the magic roar chains in front of Sheen, as if trying to melt them, and continued to burn. Sheen continuously injected magic power into the magic roar chain, which was amplified by the magic roar chain and turned into a faint stream of light that wrapped around the chain itself, blocking the deadly dragon breath. Even he would not want to be hit by this terrible dragon breath, not to mention that there is no protection from the holy sword. Even if there is, he dare not take the risk. Even the 18th generation hero Reinhardt was severely injured by the dragon breath of 100 dragons, when he was already transcendent and holding the holy sword of transcendence. Sheen has not yet transcended and has not summoned the holy sword, so he naturally dare not take the dragon's breath. Not to mention that this dragon's breath is the breath of the ultimate evil god, who used his power to deceive everything and then transformed into the Dragon King. Even if it is far less powerful than the original, not everyone can take it head-on. Of course, it's too early for this level of dragon breath to threaten me. While operating the magic roar chain to defend, Sheen stretched out his other hand and let the chains burst around. The magic roar chain has a characteristic that it can be stretched and changed freely, whether it is stretching, shrinking, growing, or even splitting. It can be done easily. Therefore, the chain of the magic roar chain can be only one or endless. Even if it is cut off by the holy sword, the magic roar chain will not hurt the root, because it can continue to split and stretch freely, unless all the magic roar chains are destroyed in one breath. Otherwise, it can split into thousands and endless, and no one can stop it. Because of this characteristic, when Helimus used the demonic roar chain, he always stored a section of the core chain in his body, just in case, which led to the summoning of all the chains, giving the demonic roar chain a chance to be destroyed in one go. The same is true for Sheen. In fact, a section of the core chain has always been in his body. He is very obedient, so no matter how many chains he has, he can summon them. So, the chains that suddenly rose from his body began to wander, and they wandered out like a swimming dragon, along the edge of the dragon's breath, like a dragon swimming upstream along the waves, and rushed towards the direction of the red dragon. The red dragon noticed it, but because of its huge size, it was difficult to react in time. The chains climbed up the red dragon's body and entangled it. Roar! The red dragon stopped breathing and began to struggle hard. However, how could she, an extreme-level existence, break free from the demonic treasure that even the demonic dragon major could bind and control? Regardless of its roar and struggle, the chains climbed up one by one, wrapped around it, and bound it tightly. She grabbed a chain connected to the red dragon and exerted force suddenly. "You want to use the power of my Yi?" She sneered. "Dream on." As he said that, she indirectly pulled the chain, and under the excitement of magic, his whole body seemed to be bulging with blue veins. He threw the red dragon into the sky in a posture like an over-the-shoulder throw, and then threw it hard to the ground. Bang! The red dragon fell to the ground, making an extremely painful whine. Chapter 950. Do you understand your situation? Roar! Amid the dragon's roar, huge dust was raised from the ground, and the strong wind was raging in it, which was extremely spectacular. The red dragon not only smashed the ground, but also collapsed a villa in Bastat's house, causing the villa to shatter under the impact of the red dragon, and scattered many fragments. The red dragon rolled uncontrollably in it, looking very embarrassed. This made it seem angry, regardless of its own state of falling to the ground, raised its head from the half-shattered building, and faced Sheen in the sky, with scorching flames rising and falling in its mouth. The dragon's breath was spit out, like an erupting volcano, straight into the sky. The sky was dyed red by the flames, which looked so bright. Sheen was swallowed by the scorching dragon's breath, but soon emerged from it again. The chain spun around him at high speed, turning into a protective shield, separating the dragon's breath that was swallowed. Then, with a vast magic power, he led the aurora from the sky, the tears of the sky, the rain of stars, The bright and dense sky can now shine on the earth. Accept the call. Accommodate and dispatch. Use the sword of glory to punish the world. Come down. Stars. Surrounded by the scorching dragon's breath and the black chains, Xian released a sky full of starlight. Auroras meteoric. The rain of meteorites reappeared in this world. Meteors with long tails of light kept falling from Xian's body and hit the red dragon on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. With a loud explosion, meteorites hit the dragon one by one and exploded on its body. Roar! The dragon's breath stopped, and the wailing sounded even more shrill than before. Under the ravages of countless meteorites, even the strongest dragon species below the transcendent level were transformed into tiny creatures at this moment. In a moment, scales fluttered, blood splashed, and the red dragon became covered with wounds under the bombardment of countless meteorites. Even if it wanted to vibrate its dragon wings and fly to avoid it, the chains wrapped around it would hold it tightly, so that it could only withstand the direct hits of countless meteorites and let out bursts of painful wails. Finally, the evil god who deceived himself, deceived others, and stole the power and appearance of others realized that his current power could not defeat the brave man at all. The red dragon's body sprayed out malicious black smoke, covering it. Not long after, the red dragon in the black smoke changed. It turned into a goddess wearing a cassock, with a beautiful appearance and exuding an unparalleled transcendent aura. Stand still. The goddess gave orders to the countless meteorites falling from the sky. Instantly, all the falling meteorites stopped as she ordered. Disappear. The goddess shouted again. The meteorites in the sky immediately disappeared one by one, as if they had never existed, and were annihilated on the spot, completely losing their traces. Seeing this scene, Xian raised his eyebrows. Did she become Lita's this time? Yes. The goddess incarnated by Pandanimu is the goddess of fate. Lita's. All the orders just now from the other party were manipulations of fate itself, resulting in signs that were close to the law of the word. Ahem. After erasing all the meteorites, or in other words, cancelling out Xian's magic, Pandanimu, who had transformed into Lita's, lay in the broken ruins and coughed up blood. Obviously, all the injuries she had just suffered were still on her body. How could this happen? Pandanimu was shocked and almost lost her voice. You know, she had just used her power to restore herself to her original state. She could deceive even death itself, so it was effortless for her to make her injuries disappear. But her power lost its effect at this moment. The reason is very simple. You don't know that the blessing on me is given by the Supreme God, right? Xian flew in the air, looking down at Pandanimu lying in shock in the ruins, and sneered. All the powers of the gods are invalid in front of my blessing. The injuries I caused to you naturally cannot be healed by power. The effect of your healing with magic is stronger than that with power. After these words came out, the shock on Pandanimu's face not only did not disappear, but became more intense. There is no way. If this is the case, doesn't it mean? Finally thought of it? Xian said sarcastically, you seem to think that you can even deceive death itself. So you are conceited that no one can kill you. Right? But that conceit is invalid in front of me, or in front of my blessing. I am the one who can really kill you. Now, do you understand your situation? As soon as the voice fell, Xian stretched out his hand, tightened all the chains around him, and turned into a barrage of bullets, falling from the sky and rushing down. The scene that seemed to be stabbed by endless spears made Pandanimu feel cold all over. Until this moment, she was a little panicked. All along, she has been relying on her immortality that is more exaggerated than the 72nd generation of the hero Philip to mess around in the world. Even the once hostile demons have never really killed her, and can only turn a blind eye to her. As a result, this evil god style of behavior has become more and more unscrupulous. If there were not a few people in this world who could kill her, she might have betrayed the gods long ago, spreading terror and despair wantonly on earth, turning the world into purgatory. Even though she is not as strong as the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons, her innate power of fraud gives her the capital to make it almost impossible for anyone to do anything to her, allowing her to do whatever she wants. I can even deceive death itself. No one can kill me except the Devil King and the Supreme God. This was a declaration that Pandanimu once made in front of the gods, humans, and demons on the battlefield before the war between gods and demons ended. This fraud goddess, who even deceived death itself, is not afraid of death at all. Even if she is killed again and again, she can still reappear again and again. Her immortality is completely above that of the brave Philip. Even the brave Philip had successfully survived the siege of multiple demons, before he transcended or even reached his limit. This evil god, who is the most immortal in the world, is naturally more unscrupulous. There are very few forces that can threaten her. The holy sword of the brave is one of the few remaining forces that can make her afraid. Although Pandine is not a demon, the holy sword restrains not only the demons, but also all evil forces and existences. Unfortunately, the evil god is among them. Therefore, the former Sheen was able to rely on the sacred power of the holy sword to cause severe damage to the out-of-control Lilith at a low level, which directly made Lilith's return a possibility. Pandine is also restrained by the holy sword. If she is hit by the holy sword, it will be difficult for her to rely on the power of fraud to hide the truth and avoid death. For this reason, Pandine always chooses the time when Sheen is not in the mansion to sneak in and meet Lasha and Lilith. It is also because of this that Pandine is so irritable and emotionally unstable when Sheen appears. Because she is afraid of Sheen's holy sword. Who would have thought that Sheen's holy sword is not around? Although she doesn't know what happened. It is a fact that the holy sword is not with Sheen, which makes Pandine somewhat relieved. However, now, Sheen told her that even without the holy sword, he can definitely take her life. This made Pandine inevitably panic. At the moment, Pandine gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "Stand still!" The power to manipulate fate immediately took effect, causing the chains that pierced down like a rainstorm to stop in midair. But when Pandine thought she had escaped, Sheen's figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Grand explosion. Sheen placed one hand lightly on Pandinem's chest and chanted a magic spell in a low voice. Bang! The magic power exploded on Pandem's chest. "Ah-huh!" Pandem screamed, and the whole person was blown away, turning into a rolling gourd, rolling on the ground, dragging a long trail of blood. Damn it! The severe pain made Pandem lose his mind and screamed like crazy. In this case, I will let everyone here go to H.L. Pandem, who screamed like this, suddenly transformed into a girl with purple hair and pale skin. It was Kamina. Explode! The evil god who turned into a poisonous demon roared, and a thick fog sprayed out of his whole body. No, it was not fog, but poison. The deadly poison was released by the evil god who turned into a poisonous demon, and it sprayed in all directions in an instant. Chi. Wherever the poisonous fog passed, whether it was the earth, houses, air, or rubble, they were gradually corroded and melted at an alarming speed under a creepy sound. The flowers, plants, and trees also decayed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye the moment they came into contact with the poisonous fog. Buildings began to melt one after another from the places where they came into contact with the poisonous fog, like cream. The knights and maids around saw this scene, and their faces turned pale. Sheen's face also sank, and his whole body shook violently, surging with huge magic power. Crash! The chains in the sky suddenly rose up, turning into countless layers of restraints, unfolding around. Sheen manipulated the magic roar chain to surround the scattered poisonous fog, and emitted a faint light, turning into a barrier. Blockade? Sheen clenched his palm, and the chains that turned into a barrier immediately began to expand and contract, shrinking inward. The poisonous fog was completely trapped by the barrier formed by the chains, and could not leak out. Instead, it was squeezed back little by little as the chain barrier shrank. What? Pandinem was shocked, but it was too late for her to react at this time. Boom! A brilliant flame began to burn on Sheen's body. With the blessing of the flame, the power of the demonic war chain surged, and together with the poisonous fog, the evil god named Pandinem was imprisoned and turned into an iron ball. Pandinem was imprisoned by the iron ball formed by the chains before he could even make his last cry. Looking at the iron ball spinning in front of him, and then looking at the buildings of the Bostat family that had melted most of the way around him, Sheen's face was cold, and he stretched out his hand and squeezed it down mercilessly. Puff! The iron ball suddenly shrank, squashing everything inside, making a sound of crushing something. Then, everything returned to calm. At this moment, the aura of the evil god named Pandanine gradually extinguished like a candle in the wind, and in the gaps between the chains that formed the iron ball, a trace of blood flowed out and fell down, staining the ground red. Chapter 951. Unfortunately, she met me, Jung. Under the faint light, the chains that completely blocked the space around the Bostat family gradually turned into light particles and disappeared in the air. The half-destroyed Bostat family was also exposed to the sun, looking quite miserable. Is it over? The knights and maids looked at all this with lingering fear, looking at each other and trembling with fear. It's over. Laxia still stood in the corner of the broken wall leading to the corridor, and made such a confirmation. Yes. Lilith also nodded repeatedly. And the evil spirit in her eyes began to disappear. Xian also stood in the middle of the dilapidated ruins, looking at the iron ball formed by the entanglement of chains that was dripping blood, and retracted his clenched hands while restraining the magic power surging in his body. Swish. 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 Until then, figures appeared one after another around the Boztut family. The strong men from all corners of the capital came one by one, looking at the ruined Boztut family with astonishment. What's going on? Is it an enemy attack? Someone attacked the brave man's family. My god. The strong men started to make noises. There was even a goddess of the gods among them. It is conceivable how shocking the battle between Sheen and Pandinum was. Buzz. At a certain moment, under the vibration of the air, two figures appeared above the Boztut family with a burst of light. Goddess Litas. Goddess Anima. When the strong men saw the two lights and shadows, they immediately opened their eyes wide and knelt on the ground. Litas and Anima ignored the strong men around them and just landed around Sheen. You guys are here too? Sheen naturally would not fail to notice the arrival of Litas and Anima, and turned his head and looked at the two goddesses. The two goddesses immediately walked in front of Sheen with serious faces. It seems that it is over. Anima said this. Litas could not help but complain. If the surrounding space had not been blocked by the magic roar chain, we would have come here long ago. The goddess of fate said so. The two of them had noticed the breath of Pandinum early and rushed here. But unfortunately the space in this area was blocked by the magic roar chain, so they could not break in directly. This caused the battle to end, and the two goddesses appeared belatedly. Since you all appeared, then Luo she should have noticed the situation here. Right? Sheen looked around, trying to find his fiancée. But the two goddesses signaled Xian to stop looking. The royal family had noticed the situation here, but they didn't rush over. They were probably worried that they might be attacked from the east and west, so they stayed in the palace and didn't dare to come out. Litas and Anima said so. That's right. Xian nodded. At this time, any enemy traps may appear, so it's better not to mobilize all the members just because of a little movement, especially the royal family, as the only remaining controller of the Mitrok kingdom in the human world. If they all get into trouble, the kingdom will basically be finished. So, even if they found the situation here and were extremely worried, they probably didn't dare to rush over casually. Right? Roxy might have rushed over as soon as possible, but she was probably persuaded by Litas, Anima and others. Similarly, Vivian, Tyr, Melika, Yulin and others were also not there. Some of them left the capital and fought on the front line, while others searched for signs of demon larvae outside, trying to reduce the number of demon larvae and reduce the threat to the kingdom. Even if they found the abnormality of the Boztut family, it should not be so easy to leave the important front line and rush back as soon as possible. Of course, there are many people who can rush over. In addition to Litas and Anima, the people of the Orc Priest group are approaching from a distance. Sheen saw Iris, Oz, Mafe and other Orc Priests, nodded to them, and after signaling to each other, he turned back to Litas and Anima. Since you are here, how to deal with this evil god? You can see for yourself. As he said, Sheen waved his hand, and the demon roar chain wrapped in the shape of an iron ball immediately turned into light particles and dissipated. Inside, a goddess covered in blood fell out and fell to the ground. That was a goddess that Sheen and others had never seen before. The goddess had long pale hair and looked like a 30-year-old young woman. She was plump and dressed in revealing clothes. She was only wearing a thin black dress. Her shoulders and deep ravines were exposed to the air. She was very charming and sexy. She could make men's blood boil. Woo! The goddess was crawling on the ground. The blood flowing from her body gradually formed a pool of blood, which showed how seriously she was injured. When seeing this goddess, a commotion gradually came from the surroundings. That was the commotion from the goddesses of the gods. It was her. I thought it was her. Among all the evil gods, she was the only one with such malicious aura and magic power. Right? The goddesses whispered to each other. Even Litas and Anima looked at this goddess and sighed one after another. It was her. The evil god Pandine. Did she sneak into the capital? Litas and Anima both seemed impressed by this goddess. Why? Is this goddess famous? Sheen asked the two. The two's answers were also a bit subtle. If you want to say famous, she is famous. Litas snorted and said, it's okay now. But if it was in the past, her notoriety would be loud among the gods, demons, and humans. Anima also nodded. Pandine, one of the only two extreme-level strongmen in the gods besides the three goddesses of time and space. The evil god who controls fraud and taboos. Is the strongest evil god in the gods except Lilith. Anima then told the origin of this evil god. On the side, Iris, who was observing the situation, heard this name and made a voice with some surprise. Is she Pandine? The evil god who blessed Yura? Iris' words made Sheen raise his eyes. Is she the evil god who blessed the hybrid orc? Sheen murmured. No wonder she said that her blessing was taken care of by me. It turned out that I was still related to this evil god in such a place. Lidas and Anima continued to speak. In the gods, she was regarded as an extremely dangerous problem child. Because she was in charge of fraud and taboos. She highly respected all the taboos that were not allowed in this world. And even enjoyed them from the bottom of her heart. She always wanted to spread fear and despair on the earth and make the world fall. If Lilith is feared by the world because of her power, then she is feared by the world because of her character. Even the powerful demons who have confronted her on the battlefield are very afraid of her. Even the demons dislike her and want to eradicate her. Unfortunately, she can deceive death itself with her own power, making the fact of death non-existent, so that no one can do anything to her. The two goddesses' introduction to Pandine made Sheen gradually understand how unwelcome this evil god is. Unfortunately, she met me. Sheen spread his hands and curled his lips at the evil god, who collapsed on the ground. Lidas and Anima also relaxed their expressions. Yes, you are one of the few people in the world who can make her helpless. Right? Lidas seemed to be in a good mood. Artemis would be very happy if she knew about this. Anima also smiled and said, in the world of gods, Artemis usually dislikes Pandine the most. It can be seen that Lidas and Anima are happy that Sheen has subdued Pandine. It can be seen that this evil god must have caused headaches for these two goddesses. Lilith came here at some point, squatting on the ground, stretching out a small finger towards Pandine lying in a pool of blood, poking her again and again, making her body tremble, but unable to make any resistance. This evil god barely managed to save her life. But, other than that, she couldn't do anything. Sheen didn't show any mercy, and was ready to crush her to death. She was very tenacious to survive. And she was worthy of being an existence that even the demons were helpless against. How did she appear here? Lidas began to frown. Did she intend to attack you? Anima looked at Sheen and said in confusion, it shouldn't be. She has taken evasive measures against every brave warrior in the past. And she is very afraid of the holy sword that can restrain herself and kill herself in the true sense. Logically, she shouldn't attack you. Sheen responded to this question very straightforwardly. She really didn't intend to attack me. Sheen narrowed his eyes and said, her purpose of coming here is Laxia and Lilith. And it seems that she wants to take them away and take them to the new original demon. Hearing this, Lidas and Anima were startled at first. And then, their faces darkened. The two first looked at Lilith, who was still poking Pandine. Then turned to Laxia, who was standing quietly and silently. And then subconsciously turned their eyes away. Seeing this scene, Sheen was thoughtful. These two goddesses don't seem to like Laxia. Is it because Laxia is the body of the Demon King? The remains of the Demon King? And looks exactly like the Demon King? From their appearance? It seems that they have received information about Laxia from him. But they have been avoiding it. It seems that they have been monitoring her all the time. But they don't want to contact Laxia to avoid causing any unnecessary trouble. When Sheen was thinking about this, Lidas and Anima looked at Pandine, and then spoke to Sheen. Can you leave her to us temporarily? Lidas's face was full of seriousness. Let's try to get some information from her first. Anima also said so. Sheen thought about it and nodded. Okay. Sheen agreed. But said, but I also want to hear it. Unlike the time when Gira was. This evil god is so difficult and so special. And it is possible that he has a lot of information about the new original demons. Sheen wanted to hear how much this evil god knows about the new original demons. Lidas and Anima naturally had no objection and immediately agreed. So, Sheen handed Pandine to the goddesses, took another look at the nearly half-destroyed Bostut's house, and sighed, we have to find someone to repair it properly. Chapter 952. How about this? Wake up, Pandine. In a daze, such a voice came into Pandine's ears. Or it sounded directly in her mind, awakening her consciousness. Woo! Consciousness gradually woke up from the coma. But it did not make Pandine feel comfortable, but made her feel unspeakable pain. The severe pain came from every corner of the body, as if deliberately torturing her, making Pandine couldn't help but let out a distressed cry. But Pandinum still woke up smoothly, as if being pulled by a mysterious force, making her open her eyes. When she opened her eyes, Pandinum found that she had come to a temple with a very serious atmosphere. That was the atmosphere she hated the most. Full of seriousness, holiness, solemnity and stereotyped impressions, which made her subconsciously feel unhappy. But what made her even more unhappy was the three people standing in front of her, looking at her quietly. That was a combination of one man and two women. Really woke up. The man who caused Pandinemu to fall into the current situation said in admiration. Of course. After all, I manipulated her fate a little. The goddess of fate, who is known as the strongest in modern times, said this proudly. You should be able to hear our voices now. Right? Pandinemu? The goddess of life, who is the most gentle and loving of the world's life and the gods, set her sights on Pandinemu. This combination of one man and two women are all people Pandinemu knows, and none of them makes her feel comfortable. The goddess of fate, Lidas, the goddess of life, Anima. Pandinemu whispered the names of the two top gods, and turned her eyes to the last human male. Her eyes were full of malice and hatred, like a seriously injured wild animal about to go crazy, which was chilling. Unfortunately, Pandinemu moved her body and found that it was difficult for her to move, let alone rush over, because her hands and feet were tied up by a chain that was glowing with a faint light, and she was hung directly in front of the combination of one man and two women, as if she was nailed to a cross, and she couldn't move at all. This made Pandinemu subconsciously prepare to use her power to break free. Even death can be deceived, so it is not difficult for Pandinemu to deceive the fact that she is bound and break free from imprisonment. But soon, Pandinemu gave up, not only because the chain that bound her was not ordinary metal, but the magic weapon made by the devil himself. So it was impossible for her to break free easily, but also because the severe pain in her body told her that she was seriously injured, and even if she broke free from the chain, she could not escape. Pandinemu was silent. After a while, she laughed. It seems that I am still useful, and you have spared my life. Pandinemu laughed sarcastically. Seeing this, she aside, Lida's and Anima's expressions were very serious and heavy. Evil god Pandinemu, Anima said, we have something to ask you. The goddess of life spoke frankly and seriously. Not only did not let Pandinemu accept it, but made her laugh even more sarcastically. She is worthy of being the most gentle goddess in the world of gods, even to an evil god and traitor like me. She speaks so seriously. Pandinemu said sarcastically, but do you think I will listen to you obediently? Pandinemu's attitude explained all the problems. Lidas became angry. It has come to this point. Are you still going to refuse to cooperate? Lidas questioned. Of course. Pandinemu answered without any hesitation, and said sarcastically, I should be surprised. What makes you think that I will cooperate with you after I fall to this point? You, Lidas, got a little angry. Not to mention Lidas. Even the good-tempered Anima's expression gradually became heavy. There is no way. Pandinemu's sarcastic and malicious attitude really makes people lose their balance. Only Sheen, with his arms folded, looked at him with a smile. You don't think we dare to use lynching, do you? Sheen asked curiously, or do you think that no matter what means are used here, you can use your power to cheat? If this is the case, then Sheen probably has to teach her a lesson and let this evil god know how she fell to this point. Pandinemu seemed to see through Sheen's thoughts, staring at him with a dark look inside. That look can only be formed by the intersection of endless negative emotions. Undoubtedly, Pandinemu hates Sheen the most. After thousands and tens of thousands of years of wanton behavior in this world, the goddess of fraud and taboos has never fallen to such a level. In the past, even if death came, she could show a malicious smile and face it calmly. Only today, in front of Sheen who could ignore her power, she fell. But, falling is falling. It does not mean that Pandinemu will be afraid of it. She is an evil god who is extremely fascinated and yearning for the taboo field. Whether it is death or pain, she will regard it as nectar. Therefore, don't think that I will be obedient when I fall into your hands. Brave. Pandinemu sneered and said, I know what you want to know from me. Frankly speaking, I don't mind telling it. After all, betrayal once is betrayal, and betrayal twice is also betrayal. I don't have any attachment to the newborn original devil. I just think that joining it can make me happier. But if you get what you want, I will not be happy. So, I will not say anything. Pandinemu showed a disgusting smile to Sheen. What do you want to do to me who is so uncooperative? Torture me? Interrogate me? Or just take my purity and turn me into your toy. It doesn't matter. I accept it. As long as I can make you unhappy, then I will be happy. What does a little physical and mental torture count for? Or you can just let me go and take off your clothes by myself? I can guarantee that I will give you the happiest experience. And then when you are at your peak, you will become the ugliest old woman in the world and give you nightmares for the rest of your life. Ha ha ha. Pandine's malicious laughter spread throughout the temple. Both Litas and Anima looked at Pandine like this, and their expressions turned cold. For these two pure and flawless goddesses who stood at the top of the gods, Pandine's dirty words could only cause them to be disgusted. But the angrier and more disgusted they were, the happier Pandine was. That's right. I just want to see your expressions. The expressions of wanting to cut me into pieces, but being unable to do anything with me. As he said that, Pandine turned his gaze to Sheen. Do you really want to kill me now? Brave man? It's okay if you do it. As long as I can see your sad face before I die. I will definitely die with a smile. Do you want to try? Pandine stimulated Sheen like this, causing Sheen to unconsciously put down his arms that were hugged in front of his chest. Although there was not much anger on his face, there was a look of disgust in his eyes. You are really the most disgusting and annoying person I have ever seen. Sheen said this expressionlessly. Thank you for the compliment. Pandinum sneered. I am such a person. Such a god. The more others hate me, the happier I am. This is not bravado. This evil god can enjoy the pain and despair of others calmly, and naturally enjoy his own pain and despair. It is precisely because of this that she is the most dangerous goddess. Xian knew that torturing her, interrogating her, and giving her pain were the most useless behaviors. They would never make her compromise, let alone scare her, but only make her happy. Just as he said, as long as he could discuss Xian when he was in pain or even before he died, and see Xian's disgust and anger, then this evil god would be satisfied. The evil god named Pandinum exists like this. That's why I don't like evil gods. Litas finally spoke her mind. Sure enough. Is negotiation useless? Anima seemed to have guessed the result to a certain extent, and then murmured to herself. Sheen had been looking at Pandanimu, looking at this evil god with a dark and strong malice all over his body, and suddenly laughed. Do you think I can't do anything to you? Sheen said this. Then what can you do to me? Pandanimu smiled disdainfully, being able to enjoy pain and death with a smile. Pandanimu did not think that there was anything else in this world that could make her afraid and compromise. At least, in her life, such a thing has never happened. For thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years, what she did most was to think about how to make others suffer, and what pain feels like. Whenever she thought of the charm of this, she would feel excited and never afraid of anything. The only person who could make Pandanimu feel fear from the bottom of his heart was the supreme goddess Omnis, the mother of the gods and the ancestor of the world. As one of the only two extreme-level gods in the gods besides the three goddesses of time and space, and one of the highest-ranking superior gods, Pandanimu had the honor of meeting the mother goddess several times. The other party's eyes, which seemed to look down on everything in the world and look at the distant sky, treating all things equally as things of equal value, were the only thing Pandanimu feared. In front of those eyes, it seemed as if his greatest happiness had become a tiny trick, and the meaning of his own existence could be erased at any time, causing Pandanimu to flee in front of the mother goddess several times. Even if she was so rude, the supreme goddess seemed to be completely indifferent, never asking for punishment, and never looking at her straight in the eye. This kind of incredible detachment from the world is, to some extent, the most frightening thing. That is also the only negative emotion that Pandanimu hates. Even she herself cannot enjoy such fear. She just feels timid. Besides, Pandanimu does not think that there is any time in this world that she is afraid of. For this reason, Pandanimu just sneered at Sheen. Until I can let you experience what is the real happiness of the world. Sheen stretched out his hand to Pandanimu and pressed his palm on Pandanimu's head. For example, I delete your memory here, and then let you give birth to a daughter, and enjoy an ordinary life in the world like a mortal, and live happily. How about this? As soon as these words came out, the smile on Pandanimu's face froze. Chapter 953. This is trouble. Enjoy an ordinary and normal life like a mortal in the world. Live happily? Sheen's words made Pandanimu's expression freeze, and also made Litas and Anima blink. They looked at each other, and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. This doesn't sound like a bad thing? Not only is it not a bad thing, but it is also something that many people want to have from the bottom of their hearts. Right? What's so scary about this? The kind-hearted, pure and flawless goddesses didn't get Sheen's point at all. She'd ignored the two goddesses and looked straight at Pandanim with a stiff face. The words sounded one after another, as if they could pierce his heart. Let you forget everything in your life. And then tell you after you lose your memory that you have a very ordinary husband and a very cute child. You love them very much and want to spend your life with them in peace and smoothness. And live an ordinary but happy life. This should be beautiful. Right? If the husband chosen for you is still the kind of person who has lost hope in life and has only pain and despair in his life, and finally gets redemption because of your relationship, and spends the lower half of his life in happiness, then wouldn't it be better? In this way, you are equivalent to saving a person. Right? It fits the identity of a goddess. Right? By the way, it seems that the goddess of the gods can't give birth. How about finding you a child who has been abandoned by his parents, lonely and helpless, and has been struggling to survive at the bottom of this world as an adopted child? In this way, you not only save a man, but also a child, and even more people. Isn't this a very beautiful life? What Xian said was more beautiful than one, and one by one made people want to smile. However, Pandanim's face sank and even became ugly, as if he was about to vomit. His eyes were full of anger and rejection that should not exist at this moment. Yes, what sounds like a beautiful thing to others, in the ears of this evil god, is simply more disgusting than any filthy thing. You can't stand such things. Right? Sheen showed a sarcastic expression to Pandanim. For you who pursue taboos and things that others should not pursue, this kind of ordinary life that can redeem others is the real painful thing. Right? That's right. Pandanim cannot fear death, and can even enjoy pain and despair. But he absolutely can't stand all that Sheen said. Let the evil god who intends to bring endless pain to the world redeem others, save others, and let others have a happy life? That's definitely worse than death. Xian then caught the weakness of this evil god very smoothly. Thank you for my kindness, Xian said sarcastically. There has never been a person in this world who can repay my hatred with kindness and give me a happy and fulfilling life, even though he is my enemy and disgust. My behavior comparable to that of a saint can be regarded as a protagonist. Right? With this gratitude, you can live the life I have arranged for you. After you have fully experienced this beautiful and happy life, I will help you restore your memory and let you understand how enviable your second life is. Saying this, Xian's hand on Pandin's head burned with magic power. Forget. As such a magic spell sounded, the magic power in Xian's hand invaded Pandin's brain. Wait a minute. Pandin finally couldn't bear it anymore, and was happy, and screamed like a loss of control. However, Xian ignored it, and let his magic penetrate into Pandanim's brain. Pandanim clearly felt that the memory in his mind was invaded. So, the evil god finally developed a fearful mentality, struggling hard and shouting, I said, I will tell you whatever you ask. As soon as the voice fell, the magic that invaded Pandanim's mind dissipated. Xian also restrained his magic power, looking at Pandanim, who was looking at him with fear, and said lightly, wouldn't it be better to do this earlier? As if completing a trivial and boring task. Xian retracted his palm. TSK. Pandanim was shocked. But the look in his eyes when looking at Xian was completely changed. Became a little timid and a little regretful. She did regret it. I regretted coming to the capital, to Bastuda's house, and coming into contact with this hero. This hero is completely different from the heroes of the past. Not only does he not have the courage of a hero, but he is more like a cruel executioner. Pandanim really doesn't want to believe that such a guy is a hero. Not a demon from the demon clan. Not to mention Pandanim. Even Litas and Anima looked at Xian with strange eyes. That look was a little complicated, and a little hesitant. Why are you looking at me like this? Xian was completely unaware, and just felt strange. Who knew that Litas and Anima, after being silent for a while, reached out their hands, and each put their hands on one of Xian's shoulders. Don't get so close to the demons in the future. It's not good for your education. We will often find time to accompany you, and have a good chat with you in the future. The two top leaders of the God clan spoke to Xian in gentle words. That look was just like seeing his own baby grow up crooked, wanting to teach and scold him, but afraid that he would rebel. So he could only take care of him, love him, and want to drag him back to the right path and reform. You? The corners of Xian's mouth twitched, and he resisted the urge to slap the elastic and plump parts of the two goddesses. You are the ones who grew up crooked. Don't you have questions to ask her? Xian said in a very unfriendly tone. Are you going to ask or not? Ahem. Lita's and Anima coughed dryly, avoiding Xian's unfriendly eyes and tone, and turned to Pandine. Lita stepped forward first. The evil god Pandine. Lita's asked directly, I ask you, where is your base camp? This is what everyone wants to know most at the moment. Pandine was silent, and his unwillingness to cooperate was clearly revealed. However, when he saw Xian slowly raise his hand, and the magic power, just now, was also fluctuating in his hand, the evil god panicked and finally chose to compromise. We don't have a base camp. Pandine spoke unwillingly. No base camp? Xian, Lita's and Anima were all stunned. What does no base camp mean? Anima frowned and asked. Pandine snorted coldly and responded like this. It means literally. Pandine said in a deep voice. The new original demon does not have such a thing as a base camp. Whether it is the evil god, the human race that rebelled in the past, or even the old demon factions of the original demon, they all have their own freedom of action and basically have no intersection. Including me. All those who join the new original demon will communicate with Donna's through magic or magic props for communication, and accept Donna's arrangements and instructions. But other than that, we have no other intersections. Donna's will only appear in front of a few specific people, and no one knows where he is. These words made Xian and the other two frown. Is this true? Lita's couldn't even accept it, saying, the terrorist organization that started the World War actually has no base at all, which is hard to believe. Yes. Anima also said incredulously, don't you all need to cooperate with each other, discuss with each other, and formulate policies against the enemy? This question was met with Pandanine's ridicule. Cooperation? Discussion? Pandinem sneered. Do you think we can do such a thing? The two goddesses stopped talking. The same is true for Xian. He understood what Pandinem meant. On our side are either evil gods full of quirks, or guys who dare to betray humans and gods for their own ambitions, and a group of old demons who regard gods and humans as their mortal enemies and have been wishing to go back to the time of the three races war 1,000 years ago. How can such a group of guys gathered together trust each other, cooperate with each other, and discuss with each other? Pandinem said this, not knowing whether he was mocking others or himself. That young master probably didn't want to force a group of problem children like us together, as that would easily cause problems. So, he readily let us act freely, claiming that as long as we contacted him regularly and accepted his arrangements and instructions, we could do whatever we wanted. He would not impose any restrictions, and would even help us hide our tracks so that no one could find us. In other words, we would all have some contact with Donna's, but we would not have any contact with each other. It was all thanks to the young master's extraordinary mind that he arranged us to the most suitable jobs and positions, creating chaos in the world to maintain organized activities. In this case, how could we have a base? These words made the faces of Xian and the other two gradually become solemn. How could such a huge global organization be maintained in this way? Anima couldn't believe her ears. Is the demon named Donna's a monster? Lita's was also in disbelief. Although Xian said nothing, he, like Lita's and Anima, felt the horror of the existence named Donna's. So, you don't know where Donna's is? Xian cast his eyes on Pandine. I don't know, Pandine said coldly. I know the whereabouts of several evil gods who have some intersections with me, but I don't know any of the others, and I may not even know them. Is this true? Lita said this again, staring at Pandine, and said, you are not lying to us, are you? Yes. Anima also became cautious, looking at Pandine with suspicion, and said, if it were you, you should be able to make up a lie of this level. Right? Who made Pandine the god of fraud? Although the object of her deception is often a certain concept. In order to exert the power of power, as the god of deception, it is not difficult for her to deceive others. But I will only deceive for myself, never for others. Pandine showed a disdainful expression, but the persuasiveness is inexplicably high. Xian, Lita's, and Anima immediately came up with an idea at the same time. This is troublesome. Chapter 954 Ancient Objects. The new original demons have no headquarters, and there is no intersection between them. The demon Donna's, relying on his own strength, controlled the actions of the entire free and undisciplined new original demons, and manipulated the people of various forces who were almost incompatible with each other. His own whereabouts were a mystery, and no one knew where he was. Such a situation is undoubtedly very troublesome. Generally speaking, if you want to end a battlefield, if the enemy does not surrender or seek peace, it is necessary to destroy the enemy's headquarters. Lita said in a deep voice. If the new original demons really have no headquarters, but let everyone act freely, then we have no option to destroy the enemy in one fell swoop. Stop the war. And restore peace. Anima also looked heavy. In this situation, there is undoubtedly only one way to end the war. Sheen whispered. That is to defeat the demon named Donas. If this can be done, then without Donas, the only intersection and leader who unites everyone, the new original demon will naturally collapse. Even if the war cannot be stopped immediately, the traitors of various forces that have not been conquered will cause trouble all over the world. But they cannot be united, and it is only a matter of time before they are destroyed. Although it is very unsatisfactory compared to the result of destroying the enemy's base camp in one fell swoop and ending the war directly, it is the only action that can be taken at present. But the problem is, the whereabouts of the demon named Donas cannot be determined at all. Lita's frowned tightly. Since he said that he can help all the people in his camp hide their whereabouts and prevent us from discovering them, it proves that he at least has the same level of concealment ability as the former leader of the original demon Helimus. Right? Anima smiled bitterly. There is actually someone in this world who has that level of unique skills. And it happens to be his son? Sheen doesn't really believe in such coincidences. Unique skills are not something that can be inherited. Everyone's unique skills are unique, even if the effects are similar. The strength of the power and the influence, interference and results that can be caused in the end will be more or less different. This rule must be followed even by unified tribes such as the Dragon Tribe and the Ice Maiden Tribe. Helimus is the only half-demon in the world. It is impossible for him to be from a unified tribe. His descendants will naturally not have similar unique skills as him. If a father and son want to have similar unique skills, unless they are from a unified tribe, the probability cannot be said to be 0. But it is infinitely close to 0. Not to mention, some people can awaken unique skills, while others cannot, which further reduces the probability. In addition, Donas was a flawed demon who was only good at biocreation magic, but was extremely weak and could not even awaken his unique skills. Now he has become a complete demon, surpassing his father. This result gives Sheen reason to believe one thing. That guy must have devoured his father and obtained his power and unique skills. Right? This is not impossible. The demon dragon Magil was devoured by Helimus in front of Sheen. After devouring the demon dragon Magil, Helimus became a complete demon. In this case, it is not impossible for Donas, as his blood relative, to devour his father and take away his power through some kind of blood connection. Therefore, Donas can become a complete demon and come to this world. With such a situation, coupled with the opponents far more resourceful than Helimus, or rather, Helimus's brain is not even comparable to his. It is as difficult to find him and defeat him when the opponent has made all the plans. As difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. If this situation is not troublesome, then what else is troublesome? Moreover, forget about the others. They are probably just pawns in the hands of Donas. But the Transcendental Great Spirit and the 2 heroes awakened by the necromancy should be beside Donas. Right? There are 4 transcendental beings, and all of them are demon level. Unlike the Goddess of Life and the Goddess of Nature, who are at the bottom of the transcendental level. With such combat power, even if the Goddess of Fate, Lita's, who is known as the strongest, comes out, she will return empty-handed. Right? It is absolutely impossible to deal with an opponent of this level before entering the transcendental stage. Sheen has such a conviction. In a word, the current situation is becoming more and more troublesome. As they got to know the new original demon in Donas, the leader, the feeling of trouble became stronger and stronger. At least, Lita's and Anima had already revealed a troubled expression. Obviously, they were temporarily helpless. What Pandatum told us was not good news for us. Since there was no base camp, and you didn't know Donas' location, you should have kept a way to contact him. Right? Lita's asked Pandatum. Yes, I kept it. Pandatum didn't hide it, and admitted it straightforwardly. Unfortunately, this was not good news either. I kept it. But don't blame me for not reminding you that it was impossible for you to find him through this clue. Pandatum snorted and said, although the young master sent us magic props for communication, the magic props have a limited number of uses. Generally, they will destroy themselves after 2 or 3 uses. Even if they are not used, they will destroy themselves after a period of time. They only respond to specific magic power. Even if you use it, it is almost impossible to find the young master. After hearing what Pandine said, Sheen and the other two were once again impressed by Donna's prudence and foresight. So, we didn't get any results at all? Anima couldn't help but feel disappointed. Lita's expression was not very good either. Pandine brought all bad news, none of which was useful. Only she noticed one thing. You said that you knew original demons would contact Donna's regularly, accept Donna's arrangements and instructions, and rely on that young master to arrange you to the most suitable jobs and positions. Right? Sheen raised his eyes and looked at Pandine. Then let me ask you, was the idea of taking Lilith and Lasha away your own? Or that young master's? Sheen asked such a question. Pandine seemed to know what Sheen was going to ask, and was speechless for a while. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Sheen thought she didn't want to talk. So he put his hand on Pandinim's head again. It was my own idea. Pandinim trembled all over and shouted, I wanted to take Lilith away myself. The Demon King's body was just a byproduct. That's it. The action of taking Lilith away was not something that Donna's told Pandinim to do, but an action taken by Pandinim on his own. After all, Donna's had been secretly paying attention to Sheen for an unknown period of time, and he had seen how much Lilith relied on Sheen. Moreover, Lilith had already entrusted her true seal to Sheen, and she and Sheen were already a community of destiny. It was impossible for her to leave Sheen in terms of emotion and reason. Knowing this, how could Donna's do useless work and let Pandinim contact Lilith and take Lilith away? So, this action was all Pandinim's own idea. Then, after the war started, what did Donna's really tell you to do and arrange for you to do? Sheen finally asked a crucial question. Lita's and Anima were immediately attracted and looked at Pandine together. This question is indeed very important. If you can know the answer to this question, you may be able to guess Donna's next move, or some of his arrangements in secret. This is undoubtedly very useful information. In response, Pandine showed a somewhat indescribable expression. What? Don't want to say it again? Sheen has lost his patience. It's not that I don't want to say it. Pandine was silent for a while and said, it's just that I don't know how to say it. Don't know how to say it. Lita's even said, what does this mean? It means that I don't know what those actions do. Pandinim said sullenly, that man just asked me to bring the gods' collection of books to the human world when I rebelled against the gods, and after blowing up the temple, hand over all the books to him. Hearing this, Sheen and the other two were stunned. Books? All three were a little surprised. That's right. It's books. Pandinim seemed a little dissatisfied with this, and said, it's not just the collection of books in the god realm. That man also asked me to take all the hidden information and collections of the destroyed forces in the human world to the designated place during the outbreak of the war. In the past month or so, Pandinim has only done this. According to the other evil gods who have contact with me, they all do the same thing, either collecting the collections of various forces, or looking for records and ancient books in the ruins. Even if they are not looking for books, they will be sent by the young master to find something very old. That man seemed to be investigating something, and even gave me a feeling that he deliberately started the war for this purpose, so that he would have the opportunity to access the precious ancient objects hidden by various forces. Really, I have no idea what he wants to do. Pandinim's words made Lita's and Anima look at each other in bewilderment. What on earth does the new demon want to do? It's really disturbing. Both goddesses looked uneasy. Sheen's eyes flickered. Ancient objects? Sheen muttered in a low voice. In his heart, Sheen was thinking, will it be related to the resurrection of the Demon King? Thanks to the goddess's hint, Sheen already knew Donna's ultimate goal. In order to resurrect the Demon King, Donna's is currently gathering the necessary conditions. In this case, is what he did just to find a way to gather the so-called conditions? What are those so-called conditions specifically? Sheen didn't know any of this. He only knew that what Donna's did was definitely not in vain. Fortunately, Sheen already knew that there must be one necessary condition for reviving the Demon King. That is, the Demon King's body must be obtained. Only in this way can the Demon King be successfully resurrected. Right? In other words, recently, I have to bring Lasha with me more often. Only in this way can we take the initiative a little bit. Not knowing what Sheen was thinking, Lita's and Anima asked Pandinim a few more questions, and only took the evil god away when they could not get any useful information. Sheen also left the temple and returned to Bostut's house. Chapter 955 Goddess Vivian. Royal Capital. Noble District. Bostut's house. After a period of buffering, the chaos in Bostut's house has subsided. Many people have already known that the mansion of this hero has been attacked by the enemy's evil god, and then they have come to watch more or less. But after knowing that the evil god has been defeated by Sheen, They quietly retreated. Ordinary civilians have also learned the news through various channels. While they are relieved, they are also discussing it as usual. So it turned out that an evil god invaded the mansion of the hero? Unfortunately, the heroes we are waiting for can even defeat the demons and the powerful dragons driven by the demons. So the evil gods are no problem at all. It is really reassuring to have such a hero sitting in the royal capital. I hope the hero can end this war as soon as possible. Yes, if the war is not over, it will be difficult to do business in the commercial street. As the people discuss such things, a slightly reassuring atmosphere permeated every corner of the capital. After learning that the hero could easily defeat the invading evil god, everyone would feel relieved. Right? It must be said that in this period when the war that had lasted for 1,000 years was restarted, the fact that there was still a hero in this world gave support to many people's hearts. It can be said that the existence of the hero Shin has become a spiritual pillar for people to some extent, allowing people to maintain the hope that the enemy will be defeated as soon as possible and peace will be restored as soon as possible even in this war-torn era. Perhaps this is also the intentional propaganda of the kingdom? In order to maintain morale and prevent the people from losing hope of survival during the war. Such positive propaganda is quite necessary. And if you want to promote heroes, boost morale, and bring hope to people, there is no better candidate than the hero. Therefore, Shin, who had already become famous after his identity was exposed, became more and more famous during this war. And even his image became extremely great under intentional publicity. Shin is still unaware of all this. He just returned to Boztut's house, looked at the half-ruined Boztut house, and sighed deeply. At this time, the maids and servants in Boztut's house were cleaning up the ruins of the battlefield. And the Knights of the Knights were also helping. People busying around could be seen everywhere. 6 people were arranged here. 10 people were arranged here. And 3 people were enough here. The rest all went to the main house first to repair it. Laxia stood in the middle of the crowd, giving instructions to everyone in a calm tone, so that the work could be carried out in an extremely orderly manner. Lilith was right next to Laxia, holding one of her hands, yawning and rubbing her eyes, looking sleepy. Everyone was working hard to fix up Boztut's house. I hope we can clean up some places tonight, so that the people at home don't have to stay without a place to stay, Sean muttered to himself. But his mumbling was exchanged for a warm response. Miss Laxia is very capable. And the palace will also send a special court magician to assist in the repairs. It should be sorted out soon, and there will be no problems. The voice from behind made Sean startled slightly. Turned around and looked over. The person who entered his eyes was none other than a girl in armor, and carrying a huge shield. So you are here, Vivian. Sean relaxed his expression, knowing that such a big thing happened at home. How could I not come back to see it? Vivian smiled bitterly and said, Ter, Melika, and Yulin just came back from their busy schedule. Lumia hurried back because she was worried about the safety of her sisters. But after confirming that nothing happened at home, she left again and returned to her original work. Only I, who was given a day off by Riley, can stay here. Is that so? Sheehan scratched his cheek and sighed. Sorry. I made you worry. Don't say that. The intruder is wrong. Not you. Vivian shook her head, then showed a gentle expression, and said, besides, this place is already like home for us. And we care about things here more than anyone else. Vivian looked at the Boztut family with eyes that were really like looking at her own home. Very warm and gentle. I am also honored that you can regard this place as your home. Sean smiled. And together with Vivian, they looked towards the direction of the Boztut family. In this situation, Vivian suddenly laughed. It seems that we haven't been alone like this for a long time. Right? Vivian said this. Indeed. Sean nodded in agreement. Since coming to the capital, all kinds of things around him seemed to be developing and replacing at a rapid speed, becoming very frequent and very unimaginable. It's only less than a year, but it feels like a lot of things have happened. Vivian said nostalgically, I always feel that the adventurous life in Lemidgen is just something that happened yesterday. This should be Vivian's most touching thought. I feel that the things at that time seem to have been a long time ago. Sean spread his hands helplessly. There was no way. There were too many changes around him. And he experienced various things one after another, with almost no pause. As a result, he felt as if he had experienced a long time as he followed these events all the way. He could not feel like Vivian, who felt that the day of Lemidgen was just yesterday. In response, Vivian smiled bitterly again. After all, you have experienced much more than me, and you have not been in Lemidgen for a long time. Unlike us, We have been in Limijan for several years, and have only been back to the capital for a year. The feeling is naturally different. As she said that, Vivian turned her head and looked at Sheen. But, to some extent, after knowing that you are a hero, I can more or less expect such a situation to occur. Vivian's words made Sheen look at her. You expected it a long time ago? Sheen blinked. Yes, Vivian said with some sighs. The hero, who has been separated for 1,000 years, suddenly came again. This situation alone has told us that many things may happen in the future. And it is even possible that the world itself will usher in a disaster. This statement is indeed very convincing. In this era when the devil has passed away and the hero is no longer needed, the hero that the world once needed has come again. Those who know how to be prepared for danger in times of peace will feel that something may happen in the future. And then the hero needs to come again. Vivian is the one who knows how to be prepared for danger in times of peace, knows how to think long term, and cares about the world. For this reason, Vivian has already made psychological preparations in this regard. She will always take care of Sheen so much, and take care of all the big and small things for Sheen, which inevitably includes supporting the hero, supporting Sheen, and preparing for the future. To be honest, when you invited me and Teal to live here together, we discussed this matter privately. Vivian revealed a secret that Sheen didn't know. The purpose of our staying here is to support you and help you. Hearing this, Sheen didn't speak, but just stared at Vivian quietly. Vivian continued to speak. But no one would have thought that we would get used to this place, like it, and regard it as our home. Right? Ter, Melika, Lumia, and even me. At this point, everyone has already regarded the affairs of this family as their own affairs. Even Riley complained about me, saying that I had returned to the capital. But the number of times I went back to the Razahad family was few and far between. I felt a little sorry for her and her father. But this also shows how much I am used to life here. As she said, Vivian stretched out her hand and pressed it on Sheen's shoulder. And the person who changed us and connected us is undoubtedly you. Perhaps, in the next war, people of our level can't help you too much. But I can assure you that this capital, this home, I will definitely help you protect it from now on. Vivian made a strong promise in a gentle voice. Sheen just stared at Vivian in a daze, and after a while, asked a question. Hey, Vivian. Sheen asked hesitantly, why do people say you are the guardian of the kingdom? Vivian's hand paused slightly. Sorry. Sheen reacted and said, if you don't want to say it, I won't ask. However, Vivian smiled and shook her head. You misunderstood. Vivian sighed and smiled. This is not something that cannot be told to the outside world. It is better to say that people who know me, or the top leaders of various forces basically know about this. I just don't know where to start. Having said that, Vivian pondered for a while, and spoke to Sheen. By now, you should have known that the goddesses of the gods have the core of existence like True Seal. Even if they die, as long as True Seal is still there, they can be resurrected. Right? Vivian mentioned such a thing. Sheen nodded, indicating that he did know about this matter. In this case, it is easier to say. Vivian smiled and said this immediately. Although if the True Seal is still there, even if the goddess dies, she can be resurrected. But it takes time. The higher the position and the more powerful the goddess is, the longer it takes to resurrect. Especially for some gods who are in charge of important fields. It is normal to take hundreds or thousands of years to resurrect. But thousands of years ago, when the final battle between gods and demons began, a goddess died before that battle. Her power is very important for the maintenance of the battle line. With her, many lives and battle lines can be maintained, allowing the gods and humans to maintain their advantages in front of the powerful demons. Therefore, in order to protect more lives and to completely end the war, the goddess transferred her True Seal to the body of a human woman before she died, and resurrected as soon as possible through childbirth. As a result, a human woman who possessed the power of God but lost her identity as a goddess appeared in this world. Hearing this, Sheen roughly understood. Are you that goddess? Sheen said in astonishment. Yes. Vivian smiled. In the past, I was a high-level god in charge of the protection of the domain. Goddess Vivian. This is my past identity. Chapter 956 Great and Naughty. Goddess. Xian looked at Vivian speechlessly. He had never thought that the so-called guardian of the kingdom actually referred to a god. The superior god in charge of the protection field. Vivian. This gentle and considerate Vivian team leader, who knows how to take care of people, and has been taking care of people. was actually a goddess in the past. Such a thing can shock the world. Vivian looked at the speechless Xian and laughed a little. Her Highness Luo, she knew about this matter. And so did Lely. Tyr knew more or less. But Melika and Lumia didn't know until recently. I haven't explained it to them. Vivian said this with her usual gentle expression. This time, many goddesses of the gods came to the capital. I actually know many of them. I have been reminiscing with them recently. It's really nostalgic. There was no negative emotion in Vivian's tone. Only nostalgia and a hint of melancholy. Obviously, after losing her goddess body and becoming a human, Vivian rarely had the opportunity to see her own people again. So have you stayed in the kingdom for thousands of years? Xian asked Vivian with a wry smile. Yes. Vivian nodded and said, at the beginning. After I expressed my willingness to participate in the final battle as a human. The human woman who was one of the 13 heroes, and the partner of the brave Mitra volunteered to become the mother who gave birth to me. At that time, Vivian was seriously injured and was on her deathbed. And soon, the final battle between the 3 tribes of gods. Humans and demons will begin. And the front line of the gods and humans is in urgent need of her return. In view of this, Vivian gave up continuing to survive. After expressing her wishes, she gave up her life and transferred the true seal to the body of the brave partner who volunteered to become the mother. Afterwards, relying on the power of the goddess of life Anima, Vivian grew at a very fast speed in the belly of the human woman. She was born in just 1 month, and then continued to be stimulated by the power of the goddess of life, so that her body quickly grew to 14 years old. Such Vivian successfully rushed to the battlefield before the final battle began and became the commander of the front line of the 2 races of gods and humans. It was also in that battle that Vivian played a great role. Her power of protection saved the battle line on the verge of collapse countless times, and finally successfully dragged it until the brave Mitra and the supreme god Omnis joined forces to defeat the demon king. The war ended, and the demons surrendered. The 3 major races concluded a peace treaty in the first triracial meeting in history, bringing 1,000 years of peace to Omnipotentin. As for Vivian, because of this chaos, her life form was completely changed. Although the true seal and power remained, she lost her body of a goddess forever. Even if she died and was resurrected by the true seal, she could no longer be reborn as a god. The 3 goddesses once expressed their willingness to ask the supreme god Omnis to restore Vivian's goddess body for such a sacrifice. Unfortunately, the supreme god at that time had already entered the Holy Land and fell into an eternal sleep. Even so, the 3 goddesses and the goddesses of the gods still expressed their willingness to take Vivian back to the god realm and continue to live in the god realm. But at that time, the brave Mitra was preparing to create a kingdom, and the partner of the brave who volunteered to become Vivian's mother died in that battle. Vivian decided to inherit her will and help the brave to establish a kingdom, and to block the covetousness of human countries and human forces such as the Ragnar Empire for the then weak Mitra kingdom. So, Vivian decided to stay in the kingdom. This stay, Vivian stayed for a full 1,000 years. For 1,000 years, Vivian has been helping the Mitra kingdom openly and secretly, and protecting the Mitra kingdom from wind and rain. Over time, Vivian was called the guardian of the kingdom by the world. Even after 1,000 years, her reputation was still well known among the top leaders of various forces. Of course, even if I didn't die in battle, I would have the concept of birth, aging, illness and death as a human being, and I would no longer exist forever like before. Vivian said so. In these 1,000 years, I died many times, and was resurrected many times through the true seal. When my body was still young, I was either adopted by the royal family, or adopted by the nobles trusted by the royal family. I can be said to have experienced many lives. This time, Vivian was adopted by the Lazahad family, which the royal family has always trusted, and then became Layli's childhood friend. Such Vivian seemed to be just an adopted daughter of a noble family, and an adventurer of low status on weekdays. In fact, among the nobles in the royal capital, almost no one dared to disrespect her. If not, how could she enter the palace at will? And even take Xian to see Roxy when Xian first entered the capital? You know, at that time, Roxy was still the kingdom's treasure waiting to be married. I don't know how many nobles wanted to see the princess, but Vivian could easily bring a man to see her. This shows Vivian's status and reputation. And Vivian has always been gentle, considerate, and respectful to everyone. But thinking back carefully, as long as she is there, no matter whether it is a noble or a royal family, they will eventually greet Vivian. This is the manifestation of Vivian's status and reputation. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Vivian suddenly remembered something and said to Xian, Lady Lida's and Lady Anima have officially commissioned me to participate in the activities of conquering the dwarves later. As soon as this was said, Xian was surprised. Lida's and Anima asked you to subdue the dwarves? Xian was very surprised. That's right. Vivian nodded heavily and said, this time when we go to the dwarves, the gods and the kingdom will send a large team of strong people. But the super-level beings will not go. Lady Lida's and Lady Anima both think that if I go, it can add a reassuring guarantee. Although the super-level beings should not intervene in this operation to subdue the dwarves. Who knows what traps there are? If the strong men of the gods and the kingdom are all wiped out, the loss will be great. In such a situation, Vivian, who has the power of protection, can support the front line alone and defend a country, even a race, and a world with one person, becomes particularly important. With her, even if there is an emergency, she can protect the living forces of the gods and humans and retreat calmly. Originally, Lady Lida's and Lady Anima planned to entrust Yulin and Melika to go with me. But in that underground kingdom, air combat can be basically eliminated, and the destructive dragon breath may also cause the risk of collapse. Yulin was restrained when she went there. Melika's natural magic is not very effective in such a harsh environment. So, this time, Teal will go with me. Yulin and Melika will stay here. And Lumia is not very strong, so I tend to leave her here in the mansion. Vivian told Sean her thoughts, and the whereabouts of everyone in the mansion in the future. Sean did not stop her. Vivian and the others have their own freedom of action. They are not his subordinates, but his family. As long as they do not do anything bad, Sean will basically not stop them. Sean himself is not interested in conquering the dwarves, but it is an important action for the gods and humans. Since Lida's and Anima have spoken, Vivian will naturally take the lead. Sean is not too worried about their safety. In the case that the transcendent existence will not intervene, Till's strength is enough to protect herself. With Vivian who can support the front line and the battlefield alone and protect countless people, even if the action fails, it should be possible to keep her life safe. By the way, this time, Riley will bring the Razad family to participate in the operation. And the one from the Elvian family is said to come as well. Vivian smiled meaningfully, which made Sheen raise his eyebrows. He also plans to participate? Sheen couldn't help but ask, will Tyr fight with him? You know, those two still have a fight that they haven't had time to fight. No. Vivian laughed and said, neither Captain Aridia nor Tyr will ignore the overall situation. Is that so? Sheen curled his lips and said, then you probably don't understand Tyr. If she gets stubborn, even I can't persuade her. Yes. Vivian smiled and said, but she is just stubborn. And she won't do such irrational things. The problem is that once it comes to her own affairs, and that man's affairs, the little girl will often become somewhat irrational. Otherwise, why would she ask herself to go to the imperial capital alone to find her own horn? Willing to risk her life, and still want to challenge Aridia even though she knew that she was most likely not her opponent. When it comes to his own safety, his young wife, who has not yet married him, is always prone to act on her own. It seems that I have to have a good talk with her before you leave. Sean said this helplessly. That's fine. Vivian naturally had no objection and said, if it were you, the child would definitely listen carefully. Right? At this point, Vivian laughed again. Whether it is Tyr or Melika, their life trajectories have changed greatly because of you. At the beginning, I never thought that you could accept them. You are really good. Vivian's words made Sean feel a little embarrassed. There is no way. Thinking back to the beginning, when he first joined Vivian's team, Sean was very tough in front of everyone and said that he would keep a distance from them and would not get too close to them. Who would have thought that now he has been in negative distance contact with two of them? And it is so close that he can't get any closer. This is a complete slap in the face. Vivian seemed to remember what happened at that time, and showed a teasing expression. Why don't you accept Lumia as well? Although the child is not particularly outstanding, she is a good girl who works hard and takes good care of her sisters? Hearing this, Xian's mouth twitched. I didn't expect you to be such a Vivian. This sudden matchmaking also made Xian's waist sprained. Vivian blinked her eyes, smiled mischievously, and said this. You should think about it carefully. After that, Vivian turned and left. Xian scratched his head. But there was nothing he could do. This former goddess is really great and naughty. Chapter 957 Achievements to be achieved. When night fell, the renovation work of the Bostap family had come to an end. Although it was not yet completely repaired, the main mansion had been sorted out, and several other villas were also repaired. so that many people in the Bostut family had a place to stay and did not have to spend the night outside. Being able to repair to this extent in less than a day naturally required the help of magic. When it was almost evening, Luo Shi personally brought a group of court magicians dedicated to construction and asked them to help the Bostut family with the repair work. Thanks to them, the Bostut family was able to repair to this extent in such a short time. The key is that Xian did not have to pay for it, which is great. You have also helped the king to find out an outlaw who was secretly ready to move, and help the gods and humans get rid of a dangerous evil god. The kingdom does not dare to charge you for this. Rosie said this in a rather unpleasant tone. From Lita's and Anima, Rosie had already understood the whole story. Therefore, she had already grasped the information about Pandanim's invasion of Bostut's house. Seeing that Bostut's house was fine, and Xian was fine too, still as carefree as ever, Rosie was relieved. Therefore, after bringing the court magicians to help Bostut's house with repairs, and chatting with Xian a few times to ease her longing and worries, Rosie left without stopping. It seems that this girl is really busy. Xian could only look at Rosie, who came and left in a hurry, and felt quite emotional. Every time at this time, Xian would wonder if he could do something to help her so that she could relax a little, but Xian had mentioned this matter in the past month. But Luo Shi shook her head and refused. In fact, it was all paperwork and handover work. And then, there were meetings, negotiations, and instructions on the arrangements of the kingdom and the gods, and let the people below carry them out. Even if you help, I still have a lot of work to do. And it is even possible that because you are not familiar with these things, I have to worry about it for you, which will eventually be more troublesome. This princess did not hide her feeling of being bothered, and she was very resistant to Xian's thoughtfulness. So Xian also made up his mind to let go and let this girl do it herself. At night, the people who went out also began to come back one after another. Tira returned home with the strong men who became the Foreign Expeditionary Army, covered in blood, and exuded a dangerous atmosphere everywhere. In addition, those people in the Foreign Expeditionary Army were basically criminals that Xian had brought out of the underground prison of the palace. This sense of ferocity was even stronger, and people couldn't help but retreat. Melika came back riding on the dragonized Yulin. There was no change in the two of them, except that they looked a little dusty, and it seemed that they had not encountered much trouble. As soon as Lumia came back, she immediately ran to her sisters. As for Vivian, she did not go out again today. Together with Laxia, she welcomed the girls, who came back, and prepared a sumptuous dinner for everyone. Until this time, a trace of fireworks appeared in the Bostut family, presenting a warm and lively scene. Even Lilith stuck to Xian all day. And today, she disturbed Laxia's work again, and played with Xian. Of course, at the dinner table, everyone asked Xian again, and found out what happened today, knowing that the extreme evil god had silently invaded. Only Xian, Laxia and Lilith discovered her existence. Some people were still frightened, and some were very angry. If I were at home, how could that sneaky evil god come and go here at will? Yulin was the one who was indignant. Extreme evil god? Ter also murmured, his face cold. Fortunately, no one was in trouble. Melika was the one who was still frightened. My sisters are fine. They were just a little scared. That's great. Lumia also patted her chest. Everyone responded to this matter in their own style. Okay. It's okay. Vivian has been comforting everyone in a gentle voice, so that everyone finally let go of this matter. However, later on, everyone had some disputes. Mainly Yulin and Ter. Both made some claims because of what happened today. From tomorrow on, I'd better stay at home. Otherwise some cats and dogs can break in. I can't stand it. Yulin said so strongly. This dragon girl seemed to regard this place as her own territory. Her own territory. She was undoubtedly the one who was most upset about someone invading the Bostut family. Since returning to the Bostut family, Yulin has been instilled with various concepts by Xian intentionally or unintentionally, and asked to learn various things so that she can manage the entire Bostut family for Xian in the future. Yulin's learning ability is also very superb. She has learned the skills of family management very quickly. It seems that she has completely opened up after turning into a human. Her mind is progressing rapidly, and she feels like she is going to become a strong woman and a female academic bully. From such Yulin, there is no trace of the image of the silly dragon in the past. The only thing about violence is that this little female dragon seems to have never changed. Now that she is more and more concerned about the family, she looks like a grumpy old sister when she learns about what happened at home. Unlike Yulin, Ter is not as irritable. But what she said is similar. I don't want some dirty things to come to my house to be an eyesore. So I'd better arrange some capable people to guard the house in shifts. Ter said so. If she could not level up by defeating demons outside, this girl would definitely stay at home. Even so, Ter was still very indifferent to the invasion of blind people here, and even showed a little murderous intent. This made Xian stunned. And Vivian came over. Apart from Yulin, the person who valued this home the most was probably Ter. After all, she no longer had a home. Vivian's words left Xian speechless. Indeed, Ter no longer had a home. Or rather, she had a home. But she would not go back to that home. Nor did she want to go back. There were not only people she didn't want to see, but also painful memories. TL had been tortured there for the first half of her life, so it was impossible for her to regard it as her home. On the other hand, here, not only were there the few people TL cared about the most, but she had also given her body and soul to the owner of this house. In this case, for TL, this was her only home, her only place to stay, and the only important place. It was not surprising that she would show a strong resentment comparable to that of Yulin. However, both of their proposals were rejected. The first to be rejected was TL. The kingdom is now short of manpower, and the other nobles have sent out their most elite knights to guard the front line outside the capital. If you leave some of the strong men at home, regardless of whether this will cause problems, the other nobles will be dissatisfied. Right? Vivian said this to TL. TL fell silent immediately. Then, Yulin was persuaded. Melika still needs your mobility. With you leading her, she can patrol the surroundings of the capital at the fastest speed and eliminate the threatening demon larvae in time. If you stay at home, Melika's footwork will not be able to perform this task. Vivian pointed out the problem, which made Yulin's cheeks puff up. Seeing this, Melika spoke quickly. Recently, the number of demon larvae has been decreasing. It is estimated that the larvae in the surrounding area have been eliminated. Even if Miss Yulin is not here, there should be no problem. Melika helped Yulin. This time, Vivian was speechless. If this is the case, Yulin can indeed stay at home. As an extreme-level strongman, and the strongest dragon species under the transcendent level, it is too much of a waste to let Yulin, like the others, guard the front line outside on weekdays and eliminate some small fish. Next, the most important thing for the kingdom is to recover the dwarves. Unfortunately, Yulin is restricted in this action and will not go out. In this way, Yulin can be free next time. The same goes for Melika, who can stay at home. In this way, seeing Vivian's signs of loosening up, Yulin's eyes lit up and she smiled. She actually felt bored with flying around outside every day and destroying those identical demon larvae. If it were before, Yulin might have wanted to go out and kill every day, abuse the monsters, be majestic, and show off her spirit as the king of monsters. But after turning into a human, although Yulin is still violent, she has no interest in bullying the weak. Therefore, compared to going out to abuse monsters every day, Yulin prefers to lie down in the courtyard and sleep. Of course, in the form of dragonization, Xian did prepare a room for Yulin. But for some reason, this dragon girl didn't like to sleep in the room, but liked to sleep in the courtyard in her dragon form. This is what I said. I am so powerful and domineering. Of course, I have to live in a spacious place. How can I be constrained by such a small space? I once said this in front of Xian in a very arrogant manner. At that time, Xian did say it. If you have the guts, you can also change clothes in a spacious place. As soon as this sentence came out, a certain dragon immediately had the idea of killing the master, and the pointed little tiger teeth were exposed, and he almost bit Xian's head. In summary, Yulin and Melika didn't need to go out for a while, and they were completely idle. Seeing this situation, Tira no longer mentioned the matter of equipping the mansion with guards. Vivian took the opportunity to talk to Tyr about the dwarves, and told Tyr that she wanted to take her to the dwarf kingdom. Tyr nodded and agreed without any hesitation. I'm a little tired of killing demons all the time, so let's kill dwarves next. This girl said such dangerous words. Xian was really a little worried that this girl would keep killing and fighting, and eventually have a problem with her mentality. He didn't want his little wife to become a cruel and ruthless bloodthirsty person. So Xian decided on the spot. I have to eliminate her anger tonight. There is no doubt that to achieve such an achievement, you must consume your own labor, physical strength and energy. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 958, He is actually a king. Late at night, Sean went to the bathhouse with Laxia's help. Lilith had been taken in by Laxia to take a bath. And now she was completely asleep. Laxia took her back to the room. But Sean didn't feel lonely at all. After all, his friends came to the bathhouse on time today and took a bath with Sean. No, not only Tyr, but Melika and Yulin also came. These two people seemed to be brought here by Tyr. And they didn't know Sean was inside. After Sean had been in the bath for a while, they followed Tyr and walked in from outside. Of course, the two of them, like Tyr, were in a terrible posture as if they were born. Unlike Tyr, who was calm in the water, the two of them stared at Sheen blankly, and were also stared at by Sheen in amazement. After a long time, they opened their mouths and screamed, "Stupid master!" "Ah!" The two girls screamed while crouching with their faces red. "But what can I say? Your posture is even worse, isn't it?" Sheen's mouth twitched as he spoke helplessly. Hearing Sheen's voice, Yulin and Melika trembled all over, not knowing whether they were angry or embarrassed. Melika should be embarrassed, right? This girl is unlikely to be angry with Sheen, and they are all Sheen's people inside and out. If she is seen like this, she will not be angry. It's just her personality. Until today, she still feels shy. As for Yulin, it's hard to say. You stupid master? Stupid master? Yulin shouted, blushing as she spread her dragon wings to cover her body. That reaction was quite fresh. She sighed unconsciously. So you have learned to be shy? This dragon girl is really becoming more and more like an ordinary human girl. Don't stare at me, Mr. Sheen. Melika was so embarrassed that she almost cried. This reaction was not new. But no matter how many times she saw it, it made Sheen feel interesting. Just when the two girls were both shy and completely at a loss for a moment, Tyr's calm voice reached their ears. Come in quickly. Just soak in the water if you don't want to be seen. Tyr's overly calm tone made Yulin and Melika react. I said, why are you still so calm? Yulin shouted, and quickly jumped into the water and soaked in it. Woohoo! Melika also quickly soaked in the water, crouching in the water with her delicate body in her arms, with only half of her head floating on the water, her delicate cheeks still blushing. Just like that, today, not only Tyr, but also Yulin and Melika became Sheen's bathing friends. The four of them bathed in the same bath together. Although the bath was large, it also made the air filled with an unnatural atmosphere. It was mainly Yulin and Melika. The two of them were always shy and dared not speak. Occasionally, when they saw Sheen's chest exposed in the water vapor, they would turn their heads away with red faces, looking ashamed and angry. Sheen was also a little embarrassed, although it was true that he had a feast for the eyes. It was his first time to bathe in the water with so many girls. No, the time when he went to the magic pool in the demon world. The demons bathed in it with him. Right? Unfortunately, the experience at that time was not applicable now. Of course, Sheen quickly adjusted himself and showed a teasing smile to Yulin and Melika. Don't be shy. I have seen everything about your master and husband. Sheen said something that was extremely annoying. Stupid master. Stupid master. Stupid master. Yulin immediately scolded Sheen in her unique baby voice, and splashed water on Sheen while scolding. Not only did she not make people feel fierce, but she made people feel cute. Stop it, Mr. Sheen. Melika's eyes were also full of steam. Although this elf girl had taken a bath with Sheen before, and even spent the first time in a hot spring, no matter how many times, this girl would still feel shy about it. Not to mention that there were other people present now. She did not run away, which was already a manifestation of losing her mind. I can only say that she is worthy of being an elf known for its purity and holiness. This reaction is extremely nice. At this time, Yulin's spearhead had turned to Tyr. I said, did you do it on purpose? Yulin said angrily, did you invite us in even though you knew that the stupid master was here? It seems that Yulin and Melika came in because they were invited by Tyr. In the mansion, all the girls knew that this time was basically the time for Sheen to take a bath. Except for Tyr. No one would come in at this time. Only Lilith would occasionally come in. Yulin and Melika knew that this time was not the time for bathing. But Sheen often went to the palace recently, and sometimes he didn't come back until the middle of the night. Yulin and Melika also had to go out to annihilate the demon larvae some time ago, so they often came back very late. Over time, they lost their scruples. In this case, if Tyr invited them to come in together, Yulin and Melika would definitely think that Sheen went out and didn't take a bath at this time. Who would have thought that both of them were fooled by Tyr? Tyr didn't feel any guilt at all. She even spoke calmly. It was you who said you wanted to find Sheen and ask him if he had any missions in the next period of time and whether he would stay at home with you. In other words, did Thier bring them here just because of what Yulin and Melika said? Well done. Sheen silently praised his little wife in his heart. You, on the other hand? Yulin and Melika were completely dumbfounded by Thier's powerful theory. What kind of logical thinking can lead to such an answer? Don't you have any shame? No. It seems that this person does not have it. Then you can't drag us down. Yulin was already thinking about whether to find an opportunity to duel with Thier. Melika had no idea how to react, and could only soak there silently and continue to blush. Really shy. At this time, Sheen put away his open and honest gaze. Well, he has already estimated it. Yulin, Melika, Thier. What does this ranking mean? Those who understand will understand. If you don't, we can't help you. We will even give you a little red flower and a certificate of good student. As for those who understand, what rewards does LSP want? Think about the past. Especially those who understand in seconds. Reflect on themselves. However, Sheen was really surprised. I didn't expect that you usually don't show off your talents and have a baby voice. But you actually dominate quietly in secret. Your master is willing to call you the strongest. Sheen gave Yulin a thumbs up. This girl, I really didn't see it before, is actually a king. Even Vivian, who looks the best, probably can't compare to this little dragon girl. Right? Among the people Sheen knows, only I, Xiao Funi, and the elf queen Sophie can overwhelm her, and can keep pace with Luo Xianian. And this dragon girl is smaller than Luo Xianian. About a head shorter than them. And a head taller than Ai. The contrast is hard to describe in words. If Sheen hadn't seen the super god posture of his own dragon demon, this childlike violent little dragon girl would definitely be the object of his five-finger training. But? Huh? Of course I am the strongest. Right? Stupid master. I didn't seem to understand the deep meaning of Sheen's words. I grinned at Sheen, looking like I wanted to pounce on him and bite him. And my ears were still red. Yes. 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 Sheen would not explain to her, lest this violent girl get angry. After spreading his hands, he immediately changed the subject and asked, by the way, you came to me to ask me what I have planned next. Right? Sheen didn't give the girls a chance to reply, and directly told them his next itinerary. I plan to go to the land of elves, and will not stay at home. This sentence attracted the attention of the girls very smoothly. The land of elves? Ter looked at Sheen. Is Mr. Sheen going to the land of elves? The elf Melika didn't care about being shy anymore, and quickly raised her head and asked, why go to the land of elves? Yulin was still sulking, slapping the water as if to vent. Well, there is something I want to ask Sophie, Najula, and the goddess of justice. Sheen didn't say it too clearly, and looked directly at Yulin and Melika, and asked, do you want to go with me? This question made Melika hesitate first. I want to go, but Her Majesty the Queen and the goddess Najula don't seem to want me to go. Melika was a little depressed. This elf girl was naturally worried about the situation in the Elfland. She was going to go back to the Elfland with Sophie and Najula. But because of Sophie and Najula's strategy, she had to stay in the capital. But Sheen didn't care. I'm here. If anything happens, I should be able to take you away calmly. Sheen said to Melika, if you want to go, just say it directly. I will explain to Sophie and Najula. Is this okay? Melika's eyes were more moved, but her obedient character made her a little uneasy. Seeing this, Sheen made the decision on the spot. Let's just say it. When Sheen made this decision, he stretched out his hand and pretended to touch Melika's direction, saying, if you are still unwilling to obey your heart honestly, then your husband will force you to obey? I will go. I will obey. Melika surrendered quickly, and the anxiety on her face turned into panic. As pure as Melika is, she has become accustomed to Sheen's slightly shameless style, and knows what will happen if she doesn't obey. If it were only her and Sheen here, Melika would obey him with a blushing face. But there are two spectators here. If all kinds of things were done to her, Melika would definitely be ashamed and angry to death. So, Melika could only succumb to the majesty, shameless behavior, of the head of Sheen's family. What about you? Sheen turned to Yulin. Don't turn around. Stupid master. Yulin splashed water on Sheen again, snorted coldly, and muttered, if I don't go, I don't know when you, the stupid master, will be able to reach the land of elves. Obviously, Yulin is very conscious of being a mount. The only problem is, what should I do at home? Yulin became depressed. You know, during dinner, She had already decided to guard the Bostad family for the next period of time. Chapter 959. Why not? Xian naturally saw Yulin's depression. He thought about it, and finally spoke. Anyway, Vivian will take Terror to recapture the dwarves. And I will take Laxia and Lilith with me. At that time, only Lumia will be left at home. Please ask Rosie to take good care of her. There shouldn't be any problems. Those who will invade the Bostad family are probably coming for Xian and others. If Xian and others leave the Bostad family, except Lumia, there will only be a group of knights, servants, and maids left at home. In this case, if someone doesn't deliberately want to disgust him, deliberately anger him, and deliberately want to vent, then there shouldn't be any problems with the Bostad family. The remaining Lumia is also the most ordinary orc girl among the crowd, and there are very few people who come for her. So, we will all leave, and only Lumia will be left. On the contrary, she may not encounter any problems. That's what Xian thinks. Besides, there are only a few beings like Pandine who are good at deception and concealment. With Litas and Anima in the capital, it is still difficult for the enemy to invade silently. Although Litas and Anima are not like Nadura, who can transform into nature and monitor the entire city, and even the entire world. Their powers themselves are also infinite. Litas's power of fate is the most versatile, except for things related to the two major specifications of the Demon King and the Supreme God. She can do most things in this world. Anima's power of life also has a strong induction to all kinds of life in the world. As long as she is not restrained by something, she can detect the entry and exit of everyone in the capital with her keen induction of the breath of life. In this way, there are only a few people in this world who can invade the capital without being discovered. Like Pandine. And Pandine has already fallen. And it is highly likely that no blind guy will break in next time. In summary, we should have no problem leaving the capital. Right? Well, Xian's tone was not very firm. After all, at this point, all kinds of monsters and demons may appear. It is really hard to say whether Litas and Anima can cope with all the situations in the capital alone. They are strong, but they are not the Supreme God. Even the omnipotent Supreme God has the Demon King as his natural enemy. Who can guarantee that there will be no accidents in this world? Even the strongest Demon King has the hero as his nemesis? Everything in the world is like this. Nothing is absolute. But it is not a good thing to always be restrained. Litas and Anima were thinking about this and that. They had to consider the orcs and the dwarves, and ended up saving one and conquering the other, which made it impossible for them to eliminate the traitors of the orcs. And they had to send others to deal with the traitors of the dwarves. And they could only sit in the capital, which was very passive. Look at Donna's, a rising star, who is now flying around. The troubles he has created in this world will definitely be easily recorded in history. And he is more feared than the goddesses, who have lived in the world for tens of thousands of years. Perhaps this is the villain. It is always easier to stir up trouble than to calm it down. Litas and Anima, as the maintainers of order in this world, are indeed hardworking. Xian understands them. But he does not intend to be like them. He has something he really wants to do. Therefore, as long as it does not cause major problems for the gods and humans, he will do whatever he wants. In short, this is what happened. Xian spread his hands and said to Yulin, "Are you going or not? If you really don't want to go, stay." Although, without Yulin, he would have to teleport all the way with everyone, which would be very troublesome. But it is not unbearable to slow down and arrive slowly. Fortunately, Yulin pursed her lips and gave an answer. "I'll go." Obviously, this little dragon girl doesn't want to guard a house where Xian is not there, and the rest of the people are basically not there. Then let's decide it. Xian made the decision on the spot. Tomorrow I will say Lo to Luoshi, and then we will set off to the land of elves. This time, the companions are Yulin, Melika, Laxia and Lilith. This number is only missing Luoshi from the last time we went to the land of elves to participate in the peace festival. But this time, Luoshi will definitely not be able to go. The princess is so busy now. There is no way she can go with me to the elf country for vacation. Xian felt that he could see the expression of Rox's despair tomorrow. "I don't want to work. I want to go play." The cry of the fish-lacking princess seemed to be right next to his ear. Xian smiled, then remembered something and turned to the side of Tyr, who had always seemed very calm. "When you go with Vivian to recover the dwarves, remember to restrain yourself and don't mess around." Xian pointed at something. Tyr raised her eyes and looked at Xian. "You mean the matter of that man?" The girl was as straightforward and to the point as always, and her words were not dragged at all. Vivian had already told Tyr about Aridia, and Tyr also knew that her father would come with her on this operation. Xian did not hide his worries. I'm afraid that you will fight with that man on the way and cause trouble. Xian spoke frankly. There is no point in beating around the bush with Tyr. So Xian chose to speak out his worries directly. Tyr was silent for a while, and then spoke lightly. Don't worry. Even I will not mess around in this special period. Tyr gave such a guarantee. Really? Xian was slightly relieved. Tyr was a little noncommittal. The matter between him and me must be resolved. But I don't want to mix other complicated things into it. Tyr said lightly, one day, I will have a break with him. Now is not the time. Being able to say such words, Tyr can also make people feel at ease. This girl is just easy to go her own way. But she is not a person who will go back on her word and make promises casually. Since she said so herself, she would definitely not cause trouble for Aridia. This is also a characteristic of this girl named Tyr. That's good. Xian nodded, and was completely relieved. However, Vivian said that after we set off and before arriving at the Dwarf Kingdom, we will first meet up with the troops of the Ragnar Empire, and act with them at that time. Tyr looked at Xian. Do you have any words you want me to bring to the Emperor or the Princess? Tyr's words reminded Xian of Havis and Capelin. After thinking about it, Xian sighed and said to Tyr, then you can help me tell them to be careful. As long as they are still there, the Empire can have a chance to recover. The brother and sister must be very painful to watch the country they have been protecting fall, even though the two of them were very strong. They must have been tired after holding on until now. Sean could imagine how they felt at this moment. So, very rarely, he asked Tyr to bring some words to him. I hope they can be more open-minded. Cheer up. Stop messing around. And come back with you. Sean was looking forward to it. I understand. Tyr nodded indifferently and said, I will tell them for you. After that, Tyr turned over and sat on Sean. Tyr. Sean was stunned for a moment. And just when he wanted to call out Tyr's name, his mouth was blocked by Tyr's small lips. The two began to make out in the bathtub. Huh? Huh? Yulin and Melika were originally listening to the conversation between the two people silently. When they saw Sean and Tyr suddenly start to be intimate as if no one was around, they were stunned for a moment, with confusion written all over their faces. After a while, the two of them reacted. Two delicate faces. Instantly flushed. What are you doing all of a sudden? Tyr! Yulin shouted in panic. And Melika also shouted at a loss. Xian responded to the voices of the two, but was held down by Tyr, and had to be completely captured by the sweet and tempting taste. And Tyr naturally turned a blind eye to the exclamations of Yulin and Melika. She was just doing what she usually did. There were no outsiders here. So why should she be cautious? Not to mention, Xian was leaving tomorrow. And she would also go on a mission with Vivian to go to the Dwarf Kingdom to fight. Usually, she was calm and stern. But at this time, as a girl, she naturally wanted to seek the warmth of her lover. Seeing that Xian and Tyr were gradually preparing to stage a full-scale fight, Yulin and Melika finally couldn't help it, and stood up from the water. You, remember this. Yulin spread a pair of dragon wings and flew out as if escaping. I'm out too. Melika was even more panicked and wanted to escape, but was quickly sucked by a burst of magic power. With a cry, she was dragged to the back. The instigator was undoubtedly Xian. Anyway, things are like this. One of them is eating, and the other two are eating. So why not? The next day, after having breakfast and telling Vivian and Lumia that they were about to go to the elf country, Xian moved several times, entered the palace, and went to Luoshi's bedroom. At this time, Luoshi had just returned not long ago. Her face was exhausted, and she was ready to go to sleep. When the princess learned that Sean was going to take Melika and others to the land of elves, her reaction was exactly as Sean had imagined. She almost cried with envy. Why do I have to work so hard here? But you can run around during the war? Luoshi almost doubted her life. According to her plan, she should get married soon, and she won't be busy all day like before. Right? What happened? What happened to her life as a social animal? What should I do with my plan to slack off? Where did the leisurely and unrestrained future life go? Thinking about it, Luoshi wanted to cry, but she still gave Sean some advice. Don't be too ostentatious. If the enemy knows your whereabouts and your position, they are likely to design some traps. In general, this girl still cares about the safety of her dog. I know. Xian nodded. indicating that he was sensible. Afterwards, the two of them spent some time together before they separated. Not long after, Xian and his party left the capital quietly, without being discovered by anyone. Chapter 960 Chaos in the Forest. Tagore Forest. This largest monster forest in the human world has become chaotic today. Just like the rest of the human world. Roar. Ga. Some roars and howls are heard from time to time in the huge forest, making it difficult to tell whether the sound comes from the monsters in this ancient monster forest or from monsters invading from the outside world. Today, Tagore Forest is no longer just a place where monsters wander. There are also a large number of demons and demon larvae that appear from time to time, wandering around like another force that is in confrontation with the monsters in the forest. Whenever a monster meets a demon, they will inevitably roar and pounce on each other and start fighting. Such fights will appear in Tagore Forest at all times, making the daily life of this world's largest monster forest extremely bloody and violent. That being said, this may not have any impact on the jungle law of Tagore Forest. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Even if there are no demons and demon larvae, the monsters here will fight each other, hunt each other, prey on each other, and compete for territory. Either you eat me or I eat you. From this perspective, the appearance of demons and demon larvae is just a new addition to this jungle of the weak. If you really think about it, maybe life here has never changed. Of course, the arrival of demons and demon larvae has indeed changed the ecology of Tagore Forest. This may not change in the short term, but once time passes, the ecological chain in Tagore Forest will definitely change greatly. By then, Tagore Forest may be destroyed. Fortunately, that is still a matter for the future. For now, Tagore Forest is still repeating the jungle life of the weak as always, and there is not much change. The only difference is that in this Tagore Forest, there are not only outsiders such as demons and demon larvae. Master, look below. When Xian, Laxa, Lilith, and Melika rode the huge black dragon and flew into the Tagore Forest, Yulin suddenly seemed to have discovered something, and made a sound that seemed to ring directly in her mind. That is, Xian subconsciously lowered his head and looked at the forest below, and then narrowed his eyes. That is, undead. Melika also looked down and exclaimed, there are also magical lives. Laxia also looked down steadily, and spoke calmly after a while. A closer look showed that in the Tagore Forest below, under the forest, there were creatures other than monsters and demons. That was the army of the dead, and the legion of magical life. Ho! Ho! The dead, who looked like zombies or dead bodies, were rotten and dilapidated. They shook their bodies and moved very slowly in the forest, letting the death aura on their bodies spread. A group of people in black robes also ran in the forest. Some moved with the legion of the dead, and some rushed in a certain direction together, like ghosts in the dark night. The dead and magical life? Xian murmured. He knew that outside the kingdom, in the human world, in addition to the refining demons and demon larvae, there were indeed armies of the dead and legions of magical life raging everywhere. Their number was comparable to the army of the refining demons and the legion of demon larvae that had been able to attack all forces and cities in the human world. Their threat was not inferior to that of the refining demons and demon larvae. The human forces and human cities that fell in their hands were also countless. They are different from the demons and demon larvae. They are not the fighting force left by the former original demons. Instead, they are the forces released by the rulers of the new original demons after the establishment of the new original demons to invade the human world and start a war. Many people, including Xian, know that these two come from the two most important leaders of the new original demons. The army of the dead must have been created and awakened by the owner of the big spirit. Right? The army of magical life must have come from Donnas. The former is a necromancer, and a superclass necromancer, when even the high priest has once formed a necromancer army that is strong enough to conquer the continent. It is conceivable that this superclass necromancer can create such a huge necromancer army. The latter is good at biological creation magic, and his attainments in biological creation magic are unmatched. As long as the materials are sufficient, the other party can make as many magical lives as he wants. Therefore, these two people are the central figures of the entire new original demon. They are not only the core of the new original demon, but also the main reason why the new original demon has an advantage in this war. Because of Xian, the kingdom has not yet encountered the invasion of the army of the dead and the legion of magical life. Only the uncontrollable demons and demon larvae are wreaking havoc. But it is different here in Tagore Forest. This place is obviously taken care of by the new original demon. In addition to the demons and demon larvae fighting with endless monsters in the forest, there are also the army of the dead, and the legion of magical life ready to move here. And who they are targeting, and where they are targeting are completely easy to guess. It seems that the new original demon does not intend to let go of the elf land. Xian said this. Are they the enemies who invaded the land of elves? Melika tightened the staff of nature in her hand, and looked at the undead and magical life below with anger that she didn't usually have. Those were enemies who intended to harm her people and persecute her hometown. Even Melika would not be in a good mood when facing these beings. Laxia also expressed her opinion calmly. The undead basically have no will or anything like that. Like the demons and demon larvae, they will only attack the existence other than themselves without distinguishing between enemies and friends, and regard all the lives around them as enemies. But looking at the appearance of these undead, they don't seem to attack everywhere aimlessly, but gather in one direction in a very targeted and even orderly manner. If I guess correctly, it should be those magical lives that are commanding the undead, and consciously let the undead attack specific targets. This is the relationship between the undead army and the magic life army. One side is instructed. The other side is responsible for instructions. Such a scale of action greatly reduces the uncontrollability of the undead. Perhaps it is a system that the people who created them established at the beginning. Xian guessed so. Do you want to get rid of them? Yulin looked at the eyes below with eagerness, as if she wanted to spit out a breath of dragon breath and burn those undead and magical life to ashes. Xian was about to say what he thought, but found that his clothes were pulled a few times. Lilith grabbed Xian's clothes, pulling them with little force, and pointing in a direction. Seeing this, Xian was startled at first, and then realized what Lilith meant. Is there something going on over there? Xian raised his eyebrows and asked Lilith. Yes. Lilith immediately nodded repeatedly, confirming Xian's statement. Could it be? Melika seemed to have thought of something. Her face changed, and she became anxious all of a sudden. Seeing Melika's performance, Xian did not hesitate and gave the order directly. Let's go and take a look. Following Xian's instructions, Yulin, who had transformed into a black dragon, let out a low roar, then flapped his wings and flew in the direction pointed by Lilith. Along the way, the roars of countless demons and monsters accompanied them, making the atmosphere gradually become sinister. At the same time, in one corner of Tagore Forest, a group of elves actually appeared here. While they were running in the forest, they seemed to be protecting something and were fleeing in a hurry. The person in the lead was actually Jailur. No, it's not just Jailur. Jinnum is also here. Faster! Faster! Jailur shouted to everyone with an anxious look on her face. Old teacher, Janom was already panting. In Janomir's arms, a package-like thing was tightly held. The elves seemed to be escorting this thing, which made them look a little embarrassed and a little flustered. Here they come! At a certain moment, Jailur noticed a sound, turned around suddenly, pulled out her staff, and warned loudly. The other elves were about to react when a series of howls came from behind them. Who? Jie? Amid the vicious howls, the rotten and tattered undeads, like agile spiders and monkeys, either climbed trees or climbed on the ground at high speed, and caught up with Jailur and her group with a rotten smell. Behind these undead, several magic beings followed closely and issued orders without delay. Caught up. Stop them. Grab the things in the elf's arms. The magic beings in black robes issued cold instructions, making the undead appear more violent. So, the undead attacked from behind, roaring, rushing, jumping, and pounced on the elf girls. Don't even think about it. Jailur, who was running in the front, was the farthest away from the attacking undead. But she was the first to react. She immediately waved her staff and released magic. Boom! A wall of fire immediately rose from the ground, blocking the screaming elf magicians. The violent undead rushed into the wall of fire one by one, and were ignited all of a sudden, completely turning into firemen, howling like ghosts, while struggling to continue attacking. But, at this time, the other elf magicians also raised their staffs and released magic. In an instant, ice and snow fell from the sky, lightning flew in the forest, and there were storms and whirlpool-like vortices rolling, stopping the undead one by one. Genome. Jailur raised her staff, released magic, and shouted to Genome, who was holding the package. You go first. Take the things back to the elf land. Hearing this, Genome was shocked. I don't want it. Genome shook her head desperately. She didn't want to go back alone. and she didn't want to leave everyone and run away alone. But Jaehyur scolded her. There are too many enemies. We can't hold them for long. Meaning, if Genome doesn't leave, then everyone present probably can't leave. But? Genome struggled, and his eyes were almost filled with tears. Be obedient. Jaehyur shouted. Bring the things back. This is the task given to us by Her Majesty the Queen and Goddess Najula. Under Jaehyur's loud rebuke, Genome could only retreat while crying. Finally, Genome gritted his teeth, turned around, and left quickly. Chapter 961. At the critical moment. Stop that elf. Don't let her run away. Hurry up and catch up. The departure of Genome suddenly stimulated the magic creatures, who commanded the undead, making them make some anxious sounds. Ho! Ga! The undead immediately reacted violently to this, as if they were echoing the emotions of the magic creatures. While roaring, they turned and rushed towards Genome. However, the reaction of the elf magicians such as Jaehyur was also dissatisfied. Didn't I say forget it? Jaehyur raised her staff high, and the magic power on her body gushed out, as if she released a large-scale magic beyond the limit. That was the Wide Area Annihilation Magic Fire Meteor Extreme, with the largest attack range among the advanced fire magic. In an instant, a storm as red as fire appeared. They were like a fiery red-hot wind, sweeping across the battlefield in an instant, setting everything they touched on fire, causing fierce flames to burn. The earth was set on fire. The trees were set on fire. The air was set on fire. The dead branches and leaves were also set on fire at once, burning directly and turning into a fiery red lotus H.L. In a blink of an eye, a corner of Tagore Forest was set on fire, turning into a scorching sea of fire. Gaw! Ah! The riding undead were surrounded by the scorching flames, either set on fire or forced back by the hot wind. They were like being burned by the high temperature, and bursts of green smoke came out, making them howl in pain. Even the elf magicians were inevitably affected, and one or two of them were attacked by the hot wind. Some of their clothes were set on fire, becoming somewhat naked, and their pretty faces were pale, especially Jaehyur, who not only consumed a lot of magic power, but also concentrated too much energy to control the hot wind, causing a series of stabbing pains in her head, and her breathing became rapid. Fire Meteor Extreme. Although this advanced wide area annihilation magic of the flame system has the largest attack range among the flame magic, it is also the most consuming and difficult to control magic, which can easily hurt friendly forces, or even hurt oneself. Therefore, under normal circumstances, magicians of the flame system will not use this magic easily, especially on the battlefield, in order to take care of friendly forces and not hurt their own people. The probability of this magic appearing is very small. There is even the possibility of hurting their own people on the battlefield, which shows the wide attack range of this magic and the high difficulty of control. But now, in order to cover Genome and complete the task assigned by Her Majesty the Queen, Jaehyur can't care so much. You all pay attention. Deploy your own defensive magic. Jaehyur shouted with a pale face. I'm giving up control. With such a shout, the fiery red-hot wind that swept across a corner of the forest went out of control. Boom! The hot wind exploded in this world, causing the flames to rage and cover the surroundings. This world directly became a sea of fire that never stopped burning. All the undead and those magical creatures were completely devoured by the sea of fire in fear. On the other side, Genome, who was running desperately, suddenly felt a burst of scorching heat coming from behind, and was also blown away by the sudden strong hot wind, as if she was blown away, and along with the flying sparks, like a kite with a broken string, she was thrown to the other corner of the distant forest. Bang! With a dull crash, Genome fell heavily to the ground, rolled several times in a mess, and even hit a tree, causing her to scream in pain. Severe pain attacked Genome's whole body, and Genome almost burst into tears. As for the package in Genome's arms, it was naturally thrown far away and had already left her hand. Ugh! Genome had to endure the severe pain, crawling on the ground as if struggling, while reaching out to the direction of the package. This was something that her teacher and companions had risked their lives for her to take back, and there could be no mistakes. Although Her Majesty the Queen said that if things were impossible, they could choose to give up the mission as long as the people were fine. But neither Genome nor Jaehyur and others had thought of giving up the mission. The reason was very simple. The scene of the elves' homeland being invaded and almost destroyed was constantly replaying in the minds of all the elves. Thinking of the panic and deep sense of powerlessness at that time, Whether it was Genome or Jiaoyu and others, they all hoped that they could be useful and contribute to the reproduction and survival of the elves. Even if it was a trivial matter, as long as it could help the elves and the land of elves. It was necessary to do everything possible, even risking one's life. At least the enemy must not succeed. From the other party's relentless pursuit, it can be known that this thing should be very important to them. In this case, there is no reason to give up. Thinking of Jiaoyu and others, Genome cried while desperately reaching out to grab the package. Maybe it's still in time now. As long as we hurry back to the land of elves, we can still send rescue. We must rescue Jiaoyu and the other teachers before they get into trouble. With this idea in mind, Genome had already ignored the pain in her body. Unfortunately, just when Genome's hand was about to touch the package, a pair of feet appeared in front of her. Genome's heart was shocked. The owner of the foot had already bent down and picked up the package. Confirm the target item for recovery. A magical life in a black robe arrived at some point. Picked up the package. Looked down at Genome who was lying on the ground. And whispered, found an individual of the elven race who was obstructing the mission. And annihilated him. As he spoke, the magical life in the black robe reached out in the direction of Genome. Boom! A dark explosion swept towards Genome, blowing him away. Ah! Genome screamed, and the whole person was blown to another corner, fell to the ground, and was covered with scars with thick sand and dust. In the end, the elf girl was caught up by the enemy. Even though the enemy had only one person, the things they tried their best to protect still fell into the hands of the enemy. The target life individual is still alive, and the annihilation order continues. The magical life in the black robe raised his steps and slowly walked towards the direction of Genome. Ugh! Genome wanted to struggle to get up and resist, but she found that there was almost no intact part of her body, so she couldn't struggle to get up no matter what. The black robe magic life had no mercy at all, and the purpose of attacking Genome was to kill her. So, Genome was already dying, with only one breath left. After understanding this, knowing that the mission of herself and others and the rescue operation she intended to promote would be in vain, Genome closed her eyes in despair. Melika. In the end, the elf girl thought of her childhood friend, her best compatriot. Annihilate. Execute. The black-robed magic life came to Genome and raised his hand full of magic. Then, boom! A roar sounded. That was not the roar caused by the black-robed magic life's last blow to Genome. That was the wail of the atmosphere stirred by the magic power that suddenly surged in this world. The magic power full of natural breath overflowed and instantly filled the entire space. Under the effect of magic power, a wonderful phenomenon occurred. I saw that the trees around suddenly seemed to come alive, growing rapidly, raising the ground, and drilling out thick tree roots, filling the entire space. The black-robed magic life seemed to be frightened, stopped the last blow brewing at hand, and quickly retreated. But at this time, what reached his ears was an angry voice. What do you want to do to Janum? Under such an angry shout, an elf girl wearing a green robe and holding a branch-like staff fell from the sky. She stood on a thick tree root, and fell from the sky driven by the tree root that came to life like a snake or a dragon. The black-robed magical life felt it clearly. He felt the unmatched and terrifying magic power on the other party. A third party intervened. A third party intervened. The target life individual and the obstruction target are both elven life. According to the current situation analysis, there is a probability of more than 99% that they are enemies and support targets for the obstruction target. Analysis. It is impossible to defeat. The chance of winning is 0. Retreat immediately. Retreat immediately. The black-robed magical life quickly turned around and prepared to flee without hesitation. Unfortunately, although the angry elf girl did not lose her mind, she would never let him leave calmly. Dare to hurt my friends and my people? It is unforgivable. The elf girl, who is usually well-behaved and sensible, timid and shy, turned into the most terrifying natural controller at this moment, and raised her staff in response to the rising magic power. Boom! The world immediately roared like the sky was collapsing, and the earth was splitting. And it shook violently. The earth collapsed. Countless trees grew wildly from the ground. They were like dancing snakes. They were like roaring dragons. The magic life that turned and fled didn't even have time to react. And the ground under his feet collapsed directly, making him fall into it. Then, countless trees rushed towards that direction frantically, like an army of monsters pouncing on tiny prey, instantly drowning the figure of the magic life. Puff! The next second, where the collapsed ground was, Countless trees were stirring wildly inside, and a sound of flesh and blood being crushed into pieces came out, when many trees rushed out from it. At the tips of those trees, bright red bloodstains hung there, which seemed extremely dazzling. Genome had already opened her eyes, and was lying on the only intact piece of ground, staring blankly at the scene in front of her that seemed to be collapsing and cracking, without any reaction for a long time, until the elf girl standing on the thick tree roots moved in front of her, with the help of the tree roots. Genome. The elf girl jumped down from the thick tree roots and ran towards Genome. Genome finally reacted, and tears burst out of her eyes as she looked at the familiar figure. Melika. The natural controller who fell from the sky was Melika. At the critical moment, Melika arrived in time and saved her childhood friend's life. Looking at Genome's bruised and dying appearance, Melika didn't even dare to reach out to hug her, and hurriedly shouted to the sky as if she was about to cry. Mr. Sheen, save Genome. The dying Genome saw it. In the sky, besides Melika falling from the sky, there was also a familiar pitch-black dragon, slowly descending. Celestial breathe. On the dragon's back. Such a voice sounded, making the stars shine. Chapter 962, related to the Demon King. Zheng! The dazzling starlight sprinkled from the midair and directly sprinkled on Genome's body, making Genome's whole body bathed in the starlight. Woo! Genome only felt that the pain in her body was disappearing at an astonishing speed. Not only was her body covered with bruises recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, but there was also a sense of comfort that she had never felt before flowing in her body. What is this feeling? Genome was a little stunned and trembling. Not because of fear, but because of comfort. She could clearly feel that the magic power that merged into her body along with the starlight seemed to be the most comfortable power in the world, making her feel like sinking into it. Such Genome naturally didn't know that this was all because the person who cast the healing magic for her had the blessing of the Supreme God and was favored by the world. So his magic power had a great suitability and attraction to elves like her who were born in nature. Fortunately, before Genome was about to sink in, Melika's worried voice woke her up. Are you okay? Genome. Hearing Melika's voice, Genome awoke with a start, and raised her head while feeling ashamed of her feelings. At this time, Melika was holding Genome, squatting on the ground, looking at her with a worried look on her face. The black dragon in the sky also descended, allowing everyone standing on its back to enter Genome's field of vision. It was really a close call. She held Laxia in one hand and Lilith in the other, looking down at Genome and smiling at Genome. For some reason, when seeing Xian smile, Genome couldn't help but recall the feeling just now, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. The girl also knew that she was in a bad mood. She shook her head and stood up. She didn't bother to thank everyone or ask why Melika was here. She grabbed Melika's hand. Melika, go save Teacher Jiaoyuer and the others. Genome shouted anxiously, as if she had seen a savior. What happened to her and the others? Melika also asked quickly. Before Genome could respond, Sheen and his group on the dragon's back had turned their heads and looked in one direction. There was a very strong magic reaction over there just now. Should some powerful magic be released there? Sheen said so. When we descended from the air, we could also see a very strong fire over there. I'm afraid there was a fierce battle. Laxia made such an analysis lightly. Lilith tilted her head, looking as if she didn't understand the situation. The first one to discover the abnormality here was this little goddess. However, the situation that Lilith could sense so quickly and pay special attention to was naturally not an ordinary situation. To put it bluntly, there are battles happening in Tagore Forest every moment, and there are countless movements and anomalies. And in these movements and anomalies, even if legendary monsters and legendary demon larvae are fighting fiercely, they will not be taken seriously by Lilith. In other words, the situation that Lilith felt was not the situation on Jiao's side, nor the situation on Janum's side. She just looked around with some doubts and some strangeness, and then stared in one direction, as if she had discovered something. There, it was the place where the magic life was strangled by Melika's natural magic. The collapsed earth and the thick trees and roots were still standing there, looking extremely conspicuous. Lilith stared at it. What's wrong? Lilith? Miss Lilith? Xian and Laxia both noticed this situation and turned to Lilith with some doubts. Lilith did not respond, but stretched out a hand and released a black mist of evil spirit. The evil spirit floated out and drilled into the place where Lilith had been staring at. Not long after, it was taken back and brought out something. It was the package that Genome was protecting but was snatched away by the magical life just now. Ah! Genome made a sound. Unfortunately, Lilith ignored her and directly manipulated the evil spirit to roll up the package and take it back. What is this? Xian became a little strange. On the other hand, Laxa, for some reason, after seeing the package, actually stared at it closely, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. Lilith took the package and confirmed that the abnormality she just felt was emitted from it. So, Lilith held the package in front of Xian, as if offering a treasure. So cute that it was breathtaking. For me? Xian was still a little strange. But he didn't hesitate, and stretched out his hand to take the package. When Xian took it, his face couldn't help but change slightly. The reason was very simple. Clang, clang, clang. At the moment when Xian took the package, a sound of friction of chains came from his body. That was the movement of the demon roar chain. The demon roar chain seemed to have found something good, and it moved happily, and happily like when it first saw Xian. What's going on? Xian stood up in surprise. At this time, Laxia on the side spoke. The things inside may be related to the Demon King. Laxia suddenly said such shocking words. Something related to the Demon King? This time, not only Xian, but also Melika and Genome, who had been protecting it all the way, were shocked. What is this? Genome? Melika looked at Genome in great surprise. Genome was also a little confused. Obviously surprised, but spoke in a rather anxious voice. Let's save Teacher Jiaoyuer and the others first. They are in danger now. It seems that Genome is still concerned about Jiaoyuer. Anyway, Xian and the others have already arrived, and the things in the package are probably not lost. So naturally Jiaoyuer is more important. Mr. Xian? Melika couldn't help but look at Xian. Let's go! Xian was silent for a while, then spoke and made the decision to save Jiaoyuer and the others first. It's not too late to ask slowly after the matter is done. So, Xian handed the package to Laxia without any courtesy and asked Laxia to put it away. Laxia took the package silently and stared at it, not knowing what she was thinking. Melika held Genome and climbed onto Yulin's back with Genome, carried by the thick tree roots. Roar! Yulin roared, flapped her dragon wings, and flew into the sky. The destination was the forest illuminated by the fire. Because the distance was not very far, under Yulin's support, the group quickly arrived at the destination. I saw a spectacular sea of fire spreading in the forest, turning into a forest fire, expanding its territory at an alarming speed. Roar! Ah! The monsters and demons in the surrounding area were roaring and running away in all directions, trying to escape the threat of the sea of fire. Even the flying monsters were like this, fleeing in panic in the air, and no longer staying here. Yulin flew in fearlessly, even releasing magic power to form a protective barrier to block the high temperature and hot wind for the people on his back. This is really... Xian, Laxa, Melika and others looked at the sea of fire and were speechless. Teacher Jiaoyuer. Teacher, Genome shouted at the bottom with a pale face. This place has become like this now. What has Jiaoyuer and others who are fighting here become? It's worrying to think about it. Genome has even prepared himself for Jiaoyuer and others to encounter unexpected events. Misty eyes appeared and his body became shaky. Only Xian and Melika closed their eyes. Xian was using the sensing power of external awareness of destiny to sense the things in the sea of fire below. Melika relies on the affinity for nature brought by the blessing bestowed by the goddess of nature and listens to the voices of all things. Both of them were using their own methods to search for life in the sea of fire. After a while, Xian and Melika opened their eyes at the same time. Over there. Melika pointed in a direction. Yulin. Xian also gave instructions to the mount under him. Roar! Yulin immediately flapped her wings and flew in the direction the two pointed. Not long after, the dark dragon came to the center of the sea of fire. Right below this, Xian looked down and said, there is a reaction of magic power. It should still be alive. As he said that, Xian actually jumped off the dragon's back and fell directly into the sea of fire under the gaze of everyone. But, after a while, Xian's voice sounded from it and spread far away. Give and dispel. The ripples of magic power spread from the center of the sea of fire, like invisible ripples on the water, sweeping across the entire sea of fire. Bang! As if all the disasters were blown away. The heroic sea of fire was extinguished from inside to outside in an instant, and disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. The scene was both spectacular and pleasing to the eye, making people wonder if it was a large-scale magic show. Unfortunately, all this happened in reality. The girls on Yulin's back subconsciously raised their hands one after another, and blocked the incoming hot wind with exclamations. After the hot wind dissipated, everyone hurriedly looked down. The sea of fire below had been extinguished, and the scene of a corner of the scorched forest was imprinted in everyone's eyes. She had just landed on the ground and stood in the middle of the scorched earth. Around him, waves of magical light were flickering. That was the light of magic. One by one, the elf girls, with their clothes all burned, lay in waves of magical light with a little gray and black body. They didn't look good, but perhaps because they successfully deployed defensive magic at the last moment, the elf girls managed to hold on to their last breath. Yulin descended from midair and landed on the charred ground. Jenim immediately jumped off the dragon's back. Teacher Jialyur, with an anxious shout. Jenim hugged one of the elf girls on the ground. Cough. Jialyur lay in Jenim's arms, her face pale, and her naked body was covered with the most gray and black among everyone, as if she was burned the most violently. Everyone could imagine that in the last moment, when the sea of fire lost control, it was this deputy commander and instructor-like existence of the elf division who blocked the most violent burning for the elf magicians behind him, exhausted all his strength, and bought time for everyone to cast defensive magic. Therefore, Jialyur was not only seriously injured, but her magic power was also completely drained, and she was in danger. Teacher Jialyur. Teacher. Everyone. Jenim's voice was filled with tears, and even Melika covered her mouth. Seeing this, Sheen frowned and released magic power all over his body. Celestial breathe. Sheen once again used the healing celestial magic. Starlight fell from the sky, covering this world. Chapter 963. Congratulations. Among the many healing magics in the world, Breath of the Stars, which is derived from celestial magic, is the highest level. Such a high-level healing magic, in fact, is not surprising at all, even if it is included in the temple church and regarded as a magic that ordinary people cannot learn. The reason for not doing so is that, firstly, celestial magic is very difficult to learn and has long been lost. And secondly, it is a type of celestial magic after all. If you learn celestial magic just for such a magic, in terms of cost performance, it is also a bit of a loss. But it is one of the highest level healing magics after all. And its effect, even if it cannot reach the level of life and death, can reach the level of flesh and bones. If such a high-level magic is used by Sheen, who has endless magic power, the effect can be imagined. So, when the starlight sprinkled on the elf girls, allowing their injuries to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye, within a few seconds, the elf girls, who had fallen into a coma, woke up one after another. What am I doing? Is the injury healed? Are we not dead? The awakened elf girls looked around with a blank expression. Woo! Jialyur, who was lying in Genome's arms, also groaned and opened her eyes with difficulty. Teacher Jialyur, Genome cried with joy. Everyone! Are you all right? Melika also showed a relieved expression and ran forward quickly. You? Jialyur looked at Genome, then at Sheen and others, and her slow head finally turned around, causing her eyes to slightly widen. Yo, deputy leader. You don't seem to be doing well. She unfolded his arms and showed Jialyur a half smile. Jialyur was sure that she was not hallucinating. How did you get here? Jialua covered her head, and then she remembered something, and quickly propped herself up and asked, where are the enemies? It seems that Jialyur is still thinking about the relentless pursuit of the undead and magical life. Standing beside Xian, holding Lilith, who was looking around curiously, Laxia spoke. No remains of magical life were found. Only some ashes of the undead remained around. If nothing unexpected happened, they should have retreated during the spread of the Sea of Fire. Laxia then calmly expressed her analysis. Retreat? Did they? Jialyur murmured in a daze, and then relaxed her body. Forget it. This is good? As she said, Jialyur turned her eyes and looked at her companions around. One by one, the elf girls have reacted to their current state. With the help of Melika, they stood up and gathered around Carol. Are you okay? Vice Captain? Are you feeling unwell? It was really dangerous just now. Fortunately, everyone is fine. The elf girls spoke one by one, feeling a lingering fear as if they had survived a disaster. Yes, fortunately everyone is fine. Jialyur nodded, and even her usually tense expression could not help but relax. There was no way. The person who dragged everyone into the magic she released was not someone else, but Jialyur herself. Although Jialyur was helpless, and could only choose to take such an action to gain a glimmer of hope, It was still a fact that everyone fell into this situation because of her. Now, seeing that everyone was fine, Jiao was relieved. Only Melika and Genome, looking at the elf girls who gathered together, and seeing Xian standing aside with a half smile, suddenly realized a very serious problem. Everyone! Close! Close! Melika and Genome hurriedly said. Close? 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 All the elf girls were startled, and subconsciously lowered their heads to look at themselves. They froze at this sight. What entered their eyes was not the familiar clothes, but the delicate bodies covered with black dust. Although the raging fire did not burn their bodies protected by defensive magic, it completely burned off the loincloth on their bodies, leaving them one by one naked women in the wild. But they were elves, born with beautiful and incomparable beauty. Even if they were covered with black dust like this, it would still show an excessive beauty when it complemented their fair skin. Of course, all the places that should not be exposed were exposed. Even more of a matter of course, let alone the others. There was only one person of the opposite sex who could feast his eyes. The elf girls immediately raised their heads with stiff necks and looked at Xian. Xian gave them a big smile. Their faces immediately turned bright red. No! The next moment, a pleasant scream resounded in the charred fire. Among them, of course, there were the voices of Melika and Genome. Please don't look. Mr. Xian, turn your head away. Stupid hero. One of the two elf girls hurriedly stretched out her hand to cover Xian's eyes, and the other angrily swung her fist at Xian. That's a pity. Xian calmly took Genome's fist, and let Melika, who was blushing, cover her eyes, saying these words. Well, I've seen everything I should see. It's worth it. As expected, he is a lustful master. In the Black Dragon state, Yulin snorted coldly, and expressed some indignation, as if he remembered the not-so-good memories of last night. In this way, Xian and others successfully rescued Jiao and other elf girls. This trip is considered a success. Right? To Gore Forest, a corner deep in the forest. Here, there is a wild river. There is a waterfall upstream of the river. Below the waterfall, a very clear lake is located there, accompanied by the loud sound of the waterfall, which feels like a paradise. On weekdays, there will be some monsters here, or even a huge group of monsters. They will absorb water, clean their bodies, and even play and frolic here, making this a rare place in Tagore Forest without any bloody smell. If this is the source of magic power, there will inevitably be many fights and disputes in order to compete for it. But this is just an ordinary water source, unless there are monsters that will ambush and hunt here. Otherwise, it is usually very peaceful here. Even in such a place, there are no monsters playing today. Instead, there is an elf girl who is naked, washing her dirty body here, blushing, and having a conversation that is not to be told to outsiders. Woohoo! I was seen naked by a male of a foreign race. This is the first time I have exposed so much skin in front of the opposite sex. Not only skin, that is basically everything exposed. Are we defiled? I am so unwilling. Yes. My purity, which has been protected for 700 years, was finally taken away today. Can we still get married in the future? We can't get married in the first place. Right? That's true. Fortunately, the other party is that brave man. If I was seen by other males of foreign races like this, I would not want to continue living. Yes. The elf girls were having such conversations with different reactions, such as shame, frustration, loss, anxiety, and relief. Even Jiao was hiding in a corner, washing her body silently, feeling a bit gnashing her teeth. She was actually seen by that brave man in such an inappropriate way. Jiao was angry and helpless. There was no way. If it were someone else, even if the opponent was a legendary or extreme level strongman, she would not hesitate to risk her life to duel with the opponent. The elves are a tribe known for their purity and holiness, and they have an impeccable dedication to love. Such a group of girls, being easily seen by others, is more serious than others imagine. Not only Jiao, but the rest of the elf girls are the same. So, if it were someone else, even if the other party saved them, the elf girls would definitely fight with the other party for their purity. Even if they didn't repay kindness with hatred? Unfortunately, this person is not someone else, but a hero recognized by the elves, the goddess Nadura, and even the supreme god, being recognized by the goddess of nature and the supreme god who created the world. For the elves born in the world and born in nature itself, such an existence is undoubtedly extremely special. Even the former hero Mitra, in the eyes of the elves, is not as special as Xian. Right? In addition to the closeness brought to the elves by Xian's blessing and his special status in the elf land. All these reasons make the elf girls, who value purity, really have little repulsion and resistance to Xian. In this case, even Jiaoyuer can't really hate Xian. And even Jiaoyuer is like this. How the other elf girls will behave can be imagined. Let's just commit ourselves to each other. I've seen everything. So it's impossible for me to fall in love with another male of another race. But falling in love with a male of another race is a tragic love for us elves. No. Lord Xian is an unprecedented recipient of the blessing of the Supreme God. And he has become an ultimate existence in less than a year since he came to this world. With a transcendental combat power. It should be a foregone conclusion that he will achieve transcendence in the future. Right? Yes. When Lord Xian achieves transcendence, his lifespan will increase significantly. With the favor of the world and the blessing of the Supreme God. Even if he is not immortal, he can have the same longevity as us elves. Right? In other words, for us elves, Lord Xian is a rare person to be entrusted with. Didn't Melika already follow that lord? Then maybe we can too. As the elf girls talked, they completely went off topic. A group of girls with beautiful looks and figures are bathing here while blushing and discussing their lifelong affairs. The scene is so tempting. If there are other men here, they will be completely shocked when they hear their conversation. Right? At least, Jiaoyuer can't listen anymore. You girls, don't discuss weird things there. Jiaoyuer scolded loudly. Yes. I'm sorry. The elf girls all shouted at once. At the same time, Xian, who was guarding outside, sneezed violently. I always feel that those elf girls are discussing my affairs. Xian turned his head suspiciously and looked in the direction of the waterfall lake. On the side, Yulin, who had returned to human form, stared at Xian. Don't peek, perverted master. The violent dragon lady completely regarded her master as a pervert. It's really gratifying. Chapter 964 Super Ancient Books. Women spend the most time on 3 things. 1. Makeup and beauty. 2. Shopping. 3. Washing and dressing. This is the truth of the world. Even if the other party is a group of elves known for their purity, the time spent on washing and dressing is definitely not short. At least, Xian waited outside the waterfall lake for a whole hour. But he didn't wait for even one person to come out, which made him yawn. Well, Lilith has fallen asleep on Yulin's back. Yulin is the same. I don't know when she turned back into a dragon. Lying next to Xian, taking a nap quietly. Laxa, Melika and Jenim are not here, but entered the forest, saying that they want to pick some leaves and branches to make some natural clothes for the elf girls. Otherwise, those innocent elf girls can only run naked all the way back to the elf land in the deserted forest. To be honest, Xian doesn't mind it too much. What's there to mind? Anyway, there is basically no one in the forest. And the elves in the elf land are all girls. Even if those elf girls all run back in the most natural posture, he will also agree with both hands and feet. Unfortunately, on the one hand, Xian is afraid that he will be beaten up after saying this. And on the other hand, although there are no other people in the forest, there are magical creatures that may appear at any time. It doesn't matter if it's undead, demons, monsters, etc. Anyway, they are neither human nor have clear reason. If they meet, they meet. It's no big deal. But magical life has clear consciousness, will and reason, and can be regarded as intelligent life forms. It's too much to let the innocent elf girls be naked in front of them. In view of this, Xian still had to wait for the elf girls to tidy up their manners before the situation could progress. By the time everything was done, Laxa, Melika and Jenim also brought their own clothes into the waterfall lake and gave them to the elf girls to use, so that they could walk out. 2.5 hours had passed. Almost 3 hours. In this situation, even Xian couldn't help but take a nap, yawning one after another. Just like Lilith, climbed on Yulin's back and fell asleep there. It wasn't until the elf girls came out of the woods one after another that Xian was refreshed and almost woke up. There was no way. So shy. This dress can't cover much place. The shoulders, back, thighs, and arms are basically all exposed. Woohoo! I'm not used to showing so much skin outside. The beautiful young girls blushed and squirmed as if they were not used to it. They were wearing clothes made of leaves and branches, which only protected the key parts, like natural swimsuits. The green of the leaves, the brown of the branches and vines, and the overly fair skin of the elf girls complemented each other, making them all look beautiful and attractive. Especially some elf girls with better figures. Their protruding and curvy figures seemed to be about to burst the thin leaves and fragile branches and vines at any time. Every move was all kinds of swaying and shaking. And Sheen was drooling. Sorry, everyone. Time is in a hurry. And we can't do much better. Melika felt embarrassed and guilty, and apologized to many compatriots. Hey! The brave man over there. My eyes are about to fall out. Don't look. Jenim stared at Sheen, feeling quite vicious. It seems that the size is not right. Laxia said this lightly. She had always felt that if it was the elder sister of this bunker, she should be able to make a perfect fig leaf suitable for these elf girls in a very short time. But Laxia was obviously absent-minded. She kept holding the package in her arms, as if the package in her arms had absorbed some of her attention. Jailur, who was also a little uncomfortable and a little shy, saw the package in Laxia's arms with her brows furrowed. Fortunately, the thing was still there. Looking at the package, Jailur's frown was slightly relieved, and she seemed to be in a better mood. Sheehan then retracted his gaze from the elf girls, and turned to look at Jailur. What is this? Sheehan asked directly, judging from Jenom's appearance. She seemed to be hunted by magical life in order to protect this thing. What did you do? Sheehan finally found the opportunity, and time to ask this question. Laxia, Melika, and Yulin, who was dozing off, all opened their eyes and looked at Jailur. Obviously, everyone was very concerned about this matter. Jailur was a little hesitant about this. She didn't know whether she should tell the content of her mission, even among the elves and the elf division. Not many people knew about this matter. When Her Majesty the Queen and Goddess Nadura gave her this task, they seemed to have the idea of deliberately concealing the news. I don't know if they didn't want the reason to be leaked and known by everyone. In this case, I should keep it secret. But, forget it. Jailur thought about it, sighed, and said so. If it were you, Her Majesty the Queen and Goddess Nadura would not mind letting you know the reason. Jailur decided to reveal it. Is this also Jailur's trust in Sheehan? After all, no matter what, the man in front of him is a brave man blessed by the Supreme God. It must be said that since Sheehan revealed that the blessing he received was given by the Supreme God, his status has been significantly improved both in the gods and in the human race. In the eyes of the world, Sheehan's uniqueness has even far surpassed the brave men of all generations, and can almost be compared with Mitra, the brave man who once defeated the Demon King. Especially among the gods, Sheehan's status is comparable to the three goddesses, and even to some extent surpasses the existence of the three goddesses, and is trusted and admired by the orthodox goddesses. As a human life born from nature and known as the closest to the gods, the elves have always recognized Sheehan. At the time of the Peace Festival, Sheehan had already been recognized by the elves, and now he will only go up a level, and there is no possibility of falling. Since Sheehan had saved them this time, Gialua decided to tell the truth. That thing was actually brought out from the ruins by us. Gialua said this. Ruins? Sheehan, Laxia, Yulin and even Melika were all stunned and stood there. Yes, ruins. Gialua nodded and said affirmatively. We only knew recently that there was a very ancient ruin deep in the Tagore forest. Next to him, Jenim took over Gialua's words. According to Her Majesty the Queen and Goddess Najula, the ruins existed in the world before this forest appeared? Jenim told this inside story. Tagore Forest is the largest and oldest forest in the world. Once, when Sheehan first came to Tagore Forest, Laxia and Melika introduced this forest to him. It is said that this forest is the first forest created since the birth of Nadura, the goddess of nature who created nature on earth. Not only is it huge in scale, but its origin can also be traced back to the time when the goddess of nature was just born. That must be at least tens of thousands of years ago. You know, if you don't count the heroes from another world. At the beginning of the world, there were only the Demon King and the Supreme God. Later, in order to resist the Demon King and cultivate heroes, the Supreme God began to create the gods. The goddess of fate, Lidas, as the first god born, is also the first life born in this world in the true sense. She came to this world first. Following closely behind is the goddess of life, Anima, and the goddess of nature, Nadura, who were born only a little later. Then, the demons born in the magic power of the Demon King appeared one after another. In other words, the birth time of the three goddesses is earlier than the 6 demons. When the goddess of nature Nadura was born and began to create nature and the Tagore forest, the oldest of the 6 demons, The moon demon Sarah might not have been born yet. If this relic was born before the Tagore forest appeared, then its existence would be quite ancient. Of course, this is nothing. What is really terrifying is that before the birth of the goddess of nature Nadura, there were only 3 people in the world: the demon king, the supreme god, and the goddess of destiny. And the goddess of destiny might have been very young at that time, and there was not much possibility that she would leave any relics on the ground. So, what is the reason for the appearance of this relic? Isn't it terrifying enough to think about it carefully? Xian and others savored the intriguing and looked at each other. At this time, Jiaoyuer spoke again. Goddess Nadura said that when she created the Tagore forest, she had entered this relic, but was forced back by a force that restrained the gods. She had to leave there and sank it underground and hid it. Goddess Nadura only told this secret to the elf royal family of all generations. So among the elves, only the elf queen knew about it. In history, a royal family entered this ruin out of curiosity, and found signs of human life and several stone tablets containing terrible power in the ruins. The goddess and her majesty the queen therefore speculated that the ruins were likely the place where the former demon king lived, and those stone tablets seemed to be super ancient books recording something. After discovering this, the goddess and the former queen discussed and decided to completely close the place. Jiaoyuer said so. In other words, it was not until recently that Nadura and Sophie decided to reopen the ruins and bring out those super ancient books in the ruins? And what was the reason? Xin had already thought of it. Goddess Nadura said that she had received a call from goddesses Litas and Anima, and heard the 2 goddesses mention that the new original demons were collecting ancient books or objects all over the world under the instructions of the demon Donnas. Jiaoyuer looked at Xian. After hearing this, Goddess Nadura remembered the ruins and discussed with the current queen. Finally, they decided to send people in to collect the stone tablets collected by those who were likely to be the new original demons and bring them back to the land of elves. Therefore, Jiaoyuer and Genome took a part of the elite of the elf division to the underground ruins sleeping in the depths of Tagore forest and brought out the stone tablets. Thanks to this, they were hunted down by the magic life and the undead led by them. So what is this? Laxia looked at the package in her hand. Yes. Jiaoyuer nodded. These are the stone tablets. Super ancient books. Chapter 965 A Mature Opinion. Books? Xian immediately cast his eyes on the package in Laxia's hand. Melika, Yulin, Genom and others were the same, all looking at the package with complicated eyes. Everyone present already knew that there was an ancient book in the shape of a stone slab, and it was obvious that the new original demon took these things as his goal. The demon Donnas, the scheming young master, also wanted this thing. In this case, it should have considerable value. Have you seen the records on those stone slabs? Xian asked Jiaoyuer and Genom for the time being. Jiaoyuer and Genom shook their heads. The magic power above is too terrible. As long as we look at it, we will feel our eyes burning and become very painful. The moment I looked at it, I felt as if my head had been hit hard. I felt dizzy and couldn't see anything clearly. The 2 said so. The magic power on the stone slab is probably quite special. It may not be too large in quantity, but it is very different from ordinary magic in quality. When Xin first saw the package, he didn't feel anything unusual. It was not until he took the package that the magic roar chain in his body reacted, proving that the magic power of the things in the package was not very strong, but just very special. It was only after seeing the package that Laxia instinctively realized that the things inside were related to the Demon King. Lilith noticed the abnormality when she was very far away. Combined with the statements of Jiaoyuer and Genome, Xin has reason to believe that the power and records carried on these super ancient stone slabs can only be perceived by people with a certain strength, or they must have special conditions. Otherwise, he will be like Jiaoyuer and Genome, not only unable to see anything, but also suffering. At this time, Laxia suddenly said, "Can I see the stone tablet inside?" The maid who had no selfish desires actually made such a request at this time. Obviously, Laxia seemed to care very much about the records left by the Demon King. The same is true for Xin. "I want to see it too." He expressed his wishes. In this regard, Genome and others had no objection. Only Jiaoyuer looked a little serious. "If you want to see it, I won't stop you." Jiaoyuer looked at Xin, glanced at Laxia, and said, however, "We are not suitable to be here. I hope you will think carefully." Brave. Hearing Jiaoyuer's words, Xin and Laxia both understood her meaning at the first time. The deputy leader of the elf division wanted to say that if they were here, they might be affected by the stone tablet again. so it would be better to leave here. In addition, although she would not stop them, she did not approve of Xian and Laxia watching the slate here. On Xian's side, Jialua was probably worried that he would also be affected by the slate. On Laxia's side, Jialua was obviously cautious. That was natural. Laxia was the body of the Demon King. This fact was discovered by Sophie, Leia and Nia when Xian and others first came to the Elves' land. Judging from Jialua's current performance, she might also know about it. In this case, if the things left by the Demon King are given to Laxia, who is the body of the Demon King, to watch, no one can guarantee whether there will be any problems. What if Laxia changes because of this, causing something dangerous to be awakened? That would not be a joke at that time. Therefore, Jialua would not stop Xian and Laxia from watching the slate, but reminded Xian to think about it carefully. At least, if something really went wrong, she, as the deputy commander of the Elf Division, would definitely not be able to take the responsibility. Laxia was silent. After hearing the implication of Jialua's words, Xian also hesitated. However, Xian glanced at Laxia, who remained silent, and his heart suddenly softened. Let's do this. Xian thought about it and decided, first take the stone tablet back to the elf town, and after reuniting with Najula and the others, we will take a good look at the stone tablet. This is just in case. If the things on the stone tablet really stimulate Laxia, with Najula and Artemis present, and then join him, even if there is something, they should be able to deal with it in time. Although Xian did not have any bad feeling, the blessing given to him by the Supreme God did not bring any warning or revelation, and it was very quiet, so nothing serious should happen. However, as the saying goes, it is better to be safe than sorry. When it comes to things related to the Demon King, it is never too careful. Thinking of this, Xian made such a decision. This is the best. Jialua was relieved. Laxia was still silent and said nothing, but her face had become extremely calm. Obviously, she also understood Xian's meaning and accepted this arrangement. Then what about us going back to the Elves' land now? Melika asked impatiently. She was still worried about the situation in the Elves' land. If she could go back and take a look, she would be more relieved. The others naturally had no objection. Her Majesty the Queen must not know the situation here. Your Majesty must be worried. Right? Take the things back quickly. Don't let the Queen and Goddess Nadira wait too long. All the elf girls said so. Of course, they were not without selfish motives. Even now, they still feel uncomfortable with the clothes they wear, and they want to go home and change them. It is really hard for the innocent elf girls to expose their skin in such a large area and stand in the sun all the time. Not to mention that Xian is here. Even if he is not here, they will feel shy and ashamed, especially those elf girls with particularly good figures. Now they have to hide behind others. Seeing this, Xian hesitated for a few times, and then decided to make a mature suggestion. Do you want to take a video together as a souvenir? I have crystal props. Right? It is such a mature suggestion. Unfortunately, no. The girls screamed in unison, and rejected the proposal. What a pity. Xian smiled for this. You guy. Bad guy. Mr. Xian. Lustful master. Carol. Genome. Melika. And even Yulin were either speechless, angry, hesitant, or spoke out in contempt. Only Laxia continued to hold the package and stood there, with a calm face. Lilith, who was lying on Yulin's back, rubbed her eyes. She didn't know when she woke up. Looking at the chaotic scene, she tilted her head and typed a skilled question mark. Perhaps, the truly pure and innocent person is this little goddess. Tagore Forest, the home of elves. After several months, the home of elves has changed a lot compared to the time of the Peace Festival. In the village, the condition of the streets has changed. The location of the tree houses has become completely different from before, and even the trees have become much fewer, as if they were being rebuilt after a natural disaster. The busy figures of elves can be seen everywhere. Some of the elves were carrying supplies. Some were planting trees. Some were using magic to pave roads and build houses. And some were holding parchment like blueprints and constantly discussing something, which seemed like a waste of work. It was inevitable that it would become like this, because, not long ago, this place encountered a massive attack by the newly born original demon. Not only did the army of the newly born original demon come to the border, but even the enemy's two transcendent generals came here, breaking the barrier that the goddess of nature had set up here for thousands and tens of thousands of years. Not only did the elves have to fight against the incoming monster army, but the goddess of nature Nadira and the goddess of justice Artemis also fought against the enemy's two transcendent beings here. And finally even the goddess of fate Letus came over. With such a disaster and such a fierce battle, the elf town had already been reduced to ruins in that battle and razed to the ground by terrible power. Fortunately, the elves successfully repelled the enemy in the end. And thanks to the goddesses, there were not many casualties. Of course, the people are still there, but the situation of the village has become too bad. Even with the help of magic, it can only recover to this extent in less than a month. However, in the village, the tree that towers into the sky and sits on the queen's palace is still there. It did not survive the fierce battle. But after the fierce battle, the goddess of nature Nadura used her own power to give birth to it in the first time. So it still has such a landscape. The queen's palace also fell on it. But the position is higher than before, as if it wants to overlook the entire Tagore forest and react to the enemy as soon as it appears. That war had such a great impact on the elf land. At this moment, at the top of the queen's palace, the elf queen holding a scepter stood here facing the wind. She looked at the other end of the sea of trees, as if she was looking at something. And it has been a long time since she maintained this appearance. After a while, a gentle and dignified voice sounded from behind Sophie. "Are you waiting for Carol and the others to come back?" Hearing this voice, Sophie came back to her senses, turned around immediately, and saluted the goddess who appeared behind her at some point. "Goddess Najula." The person who came was naturally Najula. I saw that Najula landed gently in front of Sophie and smiled gently at her. "Are you worried?" Najula saw through Sophie's thoughts. Sophie wanted to shake her head, but she also knew that it was useless to hide in front of the goddess of nature, who was equivalent to her and others' mother. At the moment, Sophie had to nod. I just wondered if it would be too dangerous to let Carol and the others carry out such a mission. Sophie was worried about such things. The target item is what the new original demons are looking for. The demon Donnas may have invaded the land of elves to find it. Sophie said with some concern. In this case, it is really okay to let those children, who are not even at the legendary level, to recycle those stone tablets. This is why Sophie has been feeling uneasy. It's not that Najula doesn't understand Sophie's feelings. It's just that, if we don't send those children, then we can only let Leia and Nia, or you and I, go there in person. Najula said helplessly, "But I can't enter the ruins guarded by the power of the Demon King. The three of you are the core of the elves. If you leave for no reason, you will definitely attract the attention of the enemy at the first time. At that time, the magical life outside that has been active will not sit idly by." In summary, the two can only let Jailur take a part of the elite of the elf division to carry out this mission. The purpose is not to attract the attention of the enemy. But now, it was so late, and Carol and the others hadn't come back yet. This made Sophie, and even Najula, feel a little uneasy. Chapter 966 Common Expectations of Both Parties. Even now, there are still countless pairs of eyes staring around the Elfland. They are the magical creatures left behind in the Tagore forest. The minions of the newly born original demon. Or they are the servants of Donnas, who are always monitoring the entire Elfland for Donnas, and conveying news back at any time. It is useless to eliminate them. Even if one group is eliminated, another group will soon appear to replace their positions. As magical creatures, as long as they have enough materials, Donnas can create as many as he wants with his biological attainments in creating magic. And the foundation of the original demon is so profound that even if Donnas, who inherited all that, squanders it, it is unlikely to exhaust the magic life army under his control in a short period of time. If the barrier around the Elfland had not been repaired by Nadura, and outsiders could not enter without the permission of the elves, perhaps they would have organized waves of invasions and harassment, making the elves exhausted in dealing with them and unable to rebuild their hometown. With such a group of spies, even if there was a slight disturbance in the Elfland, the other party would immediately find it and take measures. Right? Therefore, Sophie couldn't even send people out to support or find Jailur and others, and could only wait here anxiously. Will something happen? Sophie couldn't help but worry about it. Nadura comforted Sophie and said, "Don't worry too much. Maybe they are just worried about how to avoid the spies around them." When Jailur and others left, the spies laid by countless magical lives around them must have noticed it. However, although Jailur is the deputy commander of the elf division, she has not yet reached the legendary level. Even if there is any reaction, the opponent is unlikely to send too many strong and too many people to deal with him. Then, with the strength of Jailur and others, it would not be too difficult to retreat before they react. Even if it is not easy. But when they come back, it will not be so easy. There are so many spies around. Once they find Gialur and others coming back, they will definitely stop them, or even surround them. Especially if Gialur and others come back. They must be carrying those stone tablets. If they are discovered, they are likely to encounter desperate and crazy attacks. In this case, Gialur and others may have returned, but they are just worried about how to return to the land of elves. That is not certain. I hope so. Sophie sighed, then turned to Najula and said, if you are fine with your power, it should be easy to monitor the entire Tagore forest and respond to Gialur and others at any time. As long as Najula uses her power, becomes one with nature and becomes nature, she can not only monitor the entire Tagore forest, but can even guide Carol and the others at any time and allow them to return safely. Unfortunately, Nadura's current condition is not so good. I didn't expect that the demon Donnas had such a method. Nadura smiled bitterly and said, I'm fine. But part of my power has been sealed, and I can't turn into nature for the time being. Artemis's condition is more serious. Hearing this, Sophie's face was covered with a layer of haze. In the battle with Donnas and others, both Artemis and Nadura suffered a great loss. Nadura was suppressed by the demon power that suddenly burst out of Donnas, and was unexpectedly sealed by the opponent. Artemis was attacked by the necromancer hidden in the dark, and was seriously injured. If it weren't for the fact that the transcendent existence was still full of threats even if it was injured, and could still deal with it and escape even if it couldn't fight, Artemis might have fallen. Now, even though it has been almost a month since the battle, Artemis is still not in a good condition. As for her injuries, Artemis has basically recovered. As the highest ranking goddess, Artemis's vitality and recovery ability are still very strong. After sufficient healing, she can generally recover quickly unless there are special circumstances. The problem is that in addition to her injuries, Artemis is also entangled in other troubles. Has the death energy in the body of goddess Artemis not been eliminated? Sophie mentioned this matter. That's right. Artemis was invaded by the death energy. While being seriously injured by the princess's sneak attack, a large amount of death energy was poured into Artemis' body, which has been entangled with her. This is not a trivial matter. You know, death energy is the absolute nemesis of life energy, which can absorb all vitality and corrode all living things in the world. As long as you are touched by the death energy, you will turn into a mummy if you are not careful, and you will die worse than dead. Generally speaking, if the body is invaded by the death energy, there is only one outcome. That is to be corroded from the inside out and turned into a skeleton. Although Artemis used her extraordinary power and the power of justice in order to suppress the erosion of the death energy, she was unable to expel the death energy. I don't know if it's because the necromancer has transcended. Her death energy is not only terrible in quantity, but also amazing in quality, and even has undergone some kind of qualitative change. I don't know if it's because it has been specially refined, or because of the effect of the radiant branches left by the mother goddess in the world. Nadura lowered her eyes. Because of this, the death energy is very difficult to deal with. Even the highest level purification magic of the sacred system has no effect on it, and it can only be suppressed to prevent it from erupting. What is certain is that if Artemis's power was not inferior to that of the necromancer, her body would have been corroded by the death energy and turned into a mess long ago. Now, Artemis can still suppress the dead energy in her body, proving that the dead energy can't do anything to her for the time being. But, in her current state, once she consumes too much power, the dead energy in her body will definitely explode. Right? Nadura's face was also covered with a layer of haze. And she said, if a battle occurs, it's okay if she doesn't use her full strength. If she uses her full strength, Artemis can't fight for too long. Is that so? Sophie said in a deep voice. Even the nearly omnipotent goddess Letas and the goddess Anima, who is unmatched in life treatment, are helpless against this? Yes, Nadura said bitterly. After all, Nadura's power has no effect on the power of the devil and the supreme god, and it has almost no effect on the dead energy of the necromancer, who achieved transcendence with the secret treasure left by the mother goddess. Anima's treatment is based on life itself, and requires a lot of vitality. If you do this, I'm afraid that not only will you not be able to get rid of the dead energy, but it will strengthen it, absorbing vitality and then converting it into the opposite. Negative death energy is the characteristic of death energy and necromancy. In view of this, Anima's treatment is not only useless to Artemis, but may even kill her. The death energy in Artemis can only be removed through purification, but ordinary sacred magic is ineffective against this transcendent death energy. In this case, There are only two ways that can be thought of. Either the mother goddess herself must take action, or the holy sword of the hero must be used to purify this evil. These are the only two ways that the three goddesses, including Letas and Anima, can think of. Needless to say, the former is a simple matter for the almighty goddess to remove this level of death energy. As for the latter, the holy sword of the hero is the nemesis of all evil. Even if the demon king is pierced through the heart, he will die. Even if its sacred power is not transcendent, it can purify the mere death energy. In other words, we can only wait until the situation in the capital stabilizes, and until His Excellency Sheen or His Highness Roxalusti no longer needs to stay in the capital. Then we can come to help Goddess Artemis get rid of the dead air? Sophie said so. That's right. Najula nodded and said, we can't leave the elf land for the time being, so we can only wait for them to come. Do those two know the situation of Goddess Artemis? Sophie asked. No. Artemis asked Letas and Anima not to tell them. Najula sighed. That child has a strong sense of justice. She is unwilling to let those two leave the capital where they need them, and come here to help her because of her own affairs. This is something that Artemis, as the goddess of justice, is unwilling to compromise. Even the three goddesses can't do anything to her, so they can only accommodate her. Fortunately, the situation in the capital has basically stabilized. Letas and Anima are also planning to recapture the dwarves. They mentioned this in their communication yesterday. They gave Xian some guidance and asked him to come to the land of elves in person in the near future. Najula told Sophie the rare good news. When he comes, not only the dead air in Artemis' body, but also the seal I have been subjected to can be cut off with the holy sword. By then, the goddess of nature and the goddess of justice will be restored to their heyday. Even, you can actually ask Sheen to help you solve the curse in your body. Najula said to Sophie gently, you didn't know he was a hero before, so you didn't ask him. Now you should be able to ask him to help you. Right? Najula's words made Sophie press her chest, and her mood suddenly became a little complicated, due to the disputes between the elves and the demons. In order to completely prevent the birth of demons, Sophie sacrificed herself and absorbed the curse of the place where the demons were born into her body, causing her, as a member of the elf royal family, to not only be unable to obtain the blessing of the goddess of nature, but also unable to use her unique skills. Those curses are also related to the magic left by the demon king. Thanks to this, no one can do anything about the curse in Sophie's body. Only the holy sword of the hero can possibly remove the curse in Sophie's body. If it can be done, then Sophie can use her unique skills again, and she will have the opportunity to regain the blessing of Nadura. In that case, Sophie's strength will not be inferior to Melika at all, and it is even possible that because of her richer combat experience than Melika, her strength will surpass Melika, who has the staff of nature. Nadura seems to be looking forward to this. What the hero Mitra couldn't do, Xian may be able to do, Nadura said softly. He is very special. More special than Mitra. Even the blessing of the mother goddess appeared on him. I believe that he must have a way to help you remove the curse. Listening to Nadura's words, and feeling the expectation in Nadura's words, Sophie remained silent. It's not that she doesn't have expectations, but, alas, with a faint sigh, Sophie stopped talking. Nadura was also worried about the consequences, so she stopped talking about it. The two of them fell into silence. Until, at a certain moment, a black shadow came from the other side of the sky, which startled the elf queen and the goddess of nature. Roar! The dragon roared, coming from far away. Chapter 967, Exaggerated Appearance. What is that? Could it be? When the dragon roared, the shadow on the other side of the sky slowly enlarged, gradually approaching the elf land, and the outline of the dragon was clearly imprinted in the eyes of everyone on the ground. Sophie and Najula, who were standing on the queen's palace, both brightened up. They were delighted, and obviously had guessed what the dragon flying over here was. And if that dragon appeared here, the probability of that person appearing here was almost 100%. The person who had been waiting for just now, or the hero, appeared in front of them. How could Sophie and Najula not be delighted? Not to mention Sophie and Najula. Even the elves on the ground raised their heads and looked at the horizon after hearing the dragon roar. When they saw the appearance of the dragon, they all became agitated. In this situation, the pitch-black dragon approached from far away, and soon appeared not far from the elfland. But at this time, waves of magic suddenly appeared from all around the elfland. Not good. Be careful. The joy on Sophie and Najula's faces froze, and they all cried out in surprise. At the same time, the magic that appeared around the Elfland exploded. Suddenly, a feast of magic rose from all around the Elfland. Sweeping flames, furious storms, thick lightning, white ice and snow, coupled with a dark vortex, rock LS and laser-like beams. All kinds of magic rose from all around the Elfland and bombarded the approaching black dragon. There is no doubt that it was the magic released by the magical life that was watching around the Elfland. They certainly couldn't have failed to notice the black dragon approaching openly, and even with an astonishing momentum. Before the other party was about to enter the land of elves, they launched an attack on the black dragon without hesitation. Perhaps they didn't know what the appearance of this dragon here meant, but they could feel that the appearance of the black dragon was not to raise the land of elves to the ground. In this case, the appearance of the other party was likely to be a good thing for the elves. If an adult dragon with no hostility to the elves entered the land of elves, it might lead to some unmanageable situation. Therefore, a group of magic creatures decisively chose to stop the dragon. Although, if each of their abilities were calculated separately, it would be unlikely to become a threat to the king of monsters. But all the magic creatures released magic together and collectively focused their fire, which would be a great threat if it was hit by so many magic attacks. Even a dragon would be torn and covered with wounds. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. The feast of magic brings destructive power enough to burn the earth and destroy everything. What a pity. Give and dispel. A very slight but incredible sound that spread throughout the entire elf land, and the sky resounded. Buzz, accompanied by a tremor in the atmosphere. The ripples of magic spread from the dragon's back. In an instant, all the bombarding magic disappeared the moment it came into contact with the ripples of magic. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Whether it was fire, storm, lightning, ice and snow or darkness, they were all wiped out in the ripples of magic, leaving only the remnants of magic flying, disturbing the magic in the surrounding atmosphere. The incredible scene seemed to shock the attackers around the elf land, and for a moment, they lost their reaction. Immediately afterwards, a magical chant also resounded through the sky on the back of the black dragon. With a vast magic power, the aurora from the sky is drawn. The tears of the sky, the rain of stars, the bright and numerous sky, can now shine on the earth. Accept the call. Accommodate and dispatch. Use the sword of glory to punish the world. Descend. Stars. The starlight is like a pillar, rising from the back of the black dragon and straight into the sky. Auroras meteoric. In the starry sky, the stars appear one by one, becoming a sky full of stars, imprinted in everyone's eyes. But, soon, the beautiful stars fell one by one. They rubbed the atmosphere. They set off flames. They dragged long tails of light, turned into countless meteors, and fell from the sky. Not long after, the meteors fell one by one around the elf land and hit the earth. Boom! A deafening roar sounded. Boom! 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 Amid the roars, meteors bombarded the land around the Elfland, causing amazing explosions and shocks. The land was shattered one after another. The woods disappeared one after another. Countless dazzling meteors ravaged everything around the Elfland with tails of light in the air, making the scene look both beautiful and terrifying. The blast carried dust and turned into waves of sand and dust, rolling in all directions. The Elfland was also affected, causing the barrier to appear, blocking the incoming sandstorm and protecting the elves' hometown. However, the vibration from the earth could not be stopped, and the vibration was transmitted into the Elfland, causing violent shaking. Ah ah ah! The screams of the elves suddenly continued to be heard in the Elfland, followed by a scene of people and horses falling to the ground. Beautiful and pure elf girls fell to the ground in panic, and even parts of the streets and houses collapsed. A scene comparable to a magnitude 7 or 8 earthquake appeared in the elf country. Even the giant tree standing in the center of the elf country was shaking desperately. That guy. It's too chaotic. Najula and Sophie both flew into the air. One rolled up the emerald green light and wrapped it, floating up to avoid being affected by the strong vibration. But there were not only Najula and Sophie in the queen's palace. After a while, streams of light swept out of the queen's palace one after another. Your Majesty, are you okay? Leia and Nia both rushed over at the first time. One rolled up leaves, the other rolled up petals, and rushed out of the queen's palace in shock and came to Sophie's side. There was another stream of light, although it was a step later, but it carried an amazing breadth and momentum that the former could not match, and descended to Najula's side. Enemy attack? the goddess of justice Artemis, holding two swords. Her whole body was shining with silver light, and she appeared in front of Nadira with a calm face. Her face was full of vigilance, and her whole body was full of power, causing the atmosphere to whine. However, along with the agitation of such power, Artemis' body was actually surging with waves of black air. Obviously, Artemis, who thought she was facing a massive attack from the enemy, ignored the hidden dangers in her body and awakened her own power. Wait! Don't get excited, Nadira said. It's not an enemy attack. It's not an enemy attack? Artemis was slightly startled. And then she also noticed that the sky was full of meteors bombarding the surroundings of the elves' homeland, causing such an amazing movement. That is celestial magic. Leia and Nia also noticed the scene, and immediately recognized the true form of this magic and opened their eyes wide. Celestial magic? Artemis was startled again, and then her eyes suddenly lit up. She had guessed it. Guess what happened? After all, in the current Omnipotensen, there are only two people who can use the long-lost celestial magic, as far as Artemis knows. And one of them is not here at the moment. Or in other words, not in the human world. So, there is only one person left who can use celestial magic. Is that person here? Artemis immediately noticed the black dragon flying in the sky, dancing in the sky like a meteor. The black dragon flapped its wings and flew in the air, with meteors constantly passing by and ravaging the earth. This scene lasted for an unknown period of time. When the meteors stopped falling, the shaking of the earth also stopped, and the sandstorms that were constantly sweeping and began to disappear. There were no longer any trees or living creatures around the elves' land. Just like the surface of the moon, huge craters were located there, covering the land around the elfland. The elves felt that the disaster had passed, and they supported each other to get up, letting the noise appear again. Of course, the magic attack on the black dragon would not appear again. The fate of the magical life that had been distributed around the barrier and monitored the elfland was already imaginable. Najula and others were suspended in the air, looking at the dilapidated environment and terrain, and were speechless for a long time. Roar! The black dragon in the sky roared again, not knowing whether it was satisfied with the enemy's destruction in one fell swoop, or dissatisfied with its inability to take action. The roar was deafening. Open the barrier. Sophie. Seeing this, Najula smiled bitterly and ordered Sophie beside her. Yes. Sophie also showed a bitter smile, raised the scepter in her hand, and the barrier above the elf land flickered slightly, like an open-air barrier, slowly opening to both sides. The black dragon in the sky saw this scene clearly, and without any hesitation, it flapped its dragon wings, fell from the sky, flew into the barrier, and entered the elf land. It came all the way to the queen's palace under the gaze of all the elf girls. At this time, Najula and others had also landed on the queen's palace again to welcome the flying black dragon. On the back of the dragon, figures appeared in their field of vision one after another. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Goddess Najula. The elf girls wearing the coverings made of leaves and vine shouted one by one. Your Majesty, Goddess. Jailur and Genome also showed a relieved expression. Goddess Najula. Your Majesty. Melika called out timidly. Beside her, Laxia was holding Lilith's hand without saying a word. As for Sheen, he stood in front of everyone, in the most conspicuous position on the dragon's back. Without saying H, low or making a sound, Sheen crossed his arms and looked at Najula and others, with a refreshed expression on his face. In terms of the special effects of the appearance, is this a bit too gorgeous or too much? The hero that everyone is looking forward to said something that is unclear. Najula, Artemis, Sophie, Leia and Nia couldn't help looking at each other. And then, they showed helpless and wry smiles one after another. So, Sheen arrived at the elves' land with the greatest momentum and the most exaggerated appearance. Everyone lost their voices. Chapter 968 Relative Fellow Goddesses. Elf Town. Queen's Palace. Sheen and his party jumped off Yulin's back and landed on the top of the Queen's Palace. Nadira, Artemis, Sophie, Leia and Nia and their party immediately came over and met Sheen and others. Jailur. What are you doing? Sophie looked at Jailur and his party, who were wearing somewhat revealing clothes, or even almost nothing, and the surprise on her face was so obvious. Jailur knelt on one knee in front of Sophie with some embarrassment. Sorry, Your Majesty. Jailur lowered her head and took the blame. We encountered some troubles. Fortunately, we were saved by the brave and his party. We are ashamed of your expectations. The girls of the elf division behind Giallo also knelt on one knee one by one, and lowered their heads in shame. Genome was naturally among them. We have completed the task assigned by Her Majesty the Queen. And I hope we have done it. Genome said this with her head down. Is this impulsive and irritable elf girl also so humble? Sheen on the side couldn't help thinking so. On the other hand, Sophie not only did not blame them, but also smiled with relief. I am very happy that you can come back, Sophie said sincerely. I should be the one to apologize. It is such a risky task. But I can only let you do it. If anything happens to you, I will definitely not be blamed. Leia and Nia also stood behind Sophie and spoke together. You have done a good job, Giallo. Genome. Is this also the result of the blessing of the goddess Najula? The commanders of the two elf divisions comforted their subordinates like this. It was Najula who was ashamed after hearing their words. I didn't do anything. It's better to say that I can only entrust such a dangerous task to incompetent people like Giallo. If there is any blessing, it should be the blessing of the noble supreme god like us. Nadura said this. That's not the case, Goddess Nadura. It's our honor to be entrusted with such an important task. Please raise your head. Yes, Goddess. The elf girls of the elf division said this hurriedly. Obviously, they were all a little terrified. They didn't expect that their greatest belief, the goddess of nature who was like their mother, would be like this, bowing her head in shame. At this time, Artemis said something. Since you are back, everything is fine, and you don't have to blame yourself anymore. Artemis said a fair word. Sophie, Najula, and the other elf girls all smiled and nodded. At this moment, Melika came out. I am back, Goddess Najula, Her Majesty the Queen. Melika saluted the two supreme leaders of the elves with some uneasiness. Sophie and Najula immediately looked at Melika. You really chose to come back. Melika, Sophie sighed. Didn't I ask you to stay in the capital? Najula also had some blame. I'm sorry. Melika bowed her head deeply and said, I didn't mean to disobey your instructions. But? Before she finished speaking, someone took over Melika's remarks. But Melika is a member of the elves after all. You just excluded her when the elves were on the verge of crisis and let her stay in a safe place alone. Do you think she can be at ease? The person who said this was Xian. Xian then spoke out Melika's thoughts without hesitation, which made Melika silent. And the others were speechless. Nadura looked at Melika, and after a while, she reached out and touched Melika's head. I'm sorry for making you worry. Melika. Nadura looked kind as if she was talking to her daughter. It's nothing. Melika shook her head vigorously, as if she was flattered. Sophie also agreed with the current development. Since you are back, stay in the elf country, and don't run around anymore. Understand? Sophie gave Melika an admonition. This is not an order, but pure worry. In the eyes of the elves, Melika's status has long been different from the past. She is not only the blessing of the goddess of nature Nadura, but also the companion of the brave. If the elves have any accidents with Melika, the elves will not be destroyed, and there is still hope. Therefore, whether it is Sophie or Nadura, they regard Melika as extremely important and attach great importance to her safety. To a certain extent, Melika has become a kind of fire that the entire elves want to protect. Even if the elf queen is in trouble, Melika must not be in trouble. This is the consensus of everyone. But Melika doesn't know it yet. Melika had to nod and took Sophie's instructions. Sophie and Nadura chatted with a group of elf girls for a few more words. After understanding the basic situation, they turned around and looked at Xian. Xian stood beside Laxa, who was holding Lilith, with his arms folded. When everyone looked at Xian, they inevitably saw Laxia and Lilith. When everyone saw Laxia and Lilith, their reactions were different. When they saw Laxia, everyone showed a subtle expression. But when they saw Lilith, regardless of the others, the goddess of justice Artemis, who had been staring at Xian, had a gloomy face and walked forward. Seeing this, Xian raised his eyebrows. Artemis. Nadura seemed to remember something and hurriedly tried to stop Artemis. Artemis stretched out her hand and stopped Nadura. Don't worry, Goddess Nadura. Artemis said lightly, I just want to say hello to my sister who was born with my compatriots, stood opposite to me, appeared at the same time, but had completely opposite natures. I won't do anything at this critical moment. As she said, Artemis stared at Lilith. Lilith seemed to have just reacted, tilted her head, and there was a question mark on her head. This little girl naturally couldn't know what the silver Valkyrie in front of her was. But Lilith could still feel a very familiar feeling from the other party. but it was incompatible with her. There was nothing she could do about it. Artemis is the goddess of justice and order. Lilith is the goddess of evil and chaos. Both of them were born to be transcendent. Although they are upper gods, their strength far exceeds that of the three goddesses. The goddess of life and the goddess of nature. Enough to rank in the top three of the gods. Just after the goddess of fate, Lydas. The two were also born at the same time, transcended at the same time, appeared at the same time, and descended into this world at the same time. Like sisters. But as Artemis said, although the two have a deep relationship, they are incompatible with each other. Justice versus evil. Order versus chaos. White versus black. Strong against strong. This is the relationship between the two. And this is our first official meeting. Goddess Lilith. Artemis said this to Lilith. I know you were a god born at the same time as me. But you lost control immediately after you were born, causing chaos in the world, turning the earth into purgatory, and turning countless creatures into evil things. At that time, I failed to stop you in the first place. At that time, Artemis had just gained consciousness and was ignorant of everything. As a result, Lilith, who was born at the same time as her, went out of control and disappeared from her sight when she was ignorant. Artemis had never seen Lilith, but only saw her back wrapped in endless evil energy and rushing towards the horizon. That was her only memory of Lilith. A fellow sister. I actually regret it, Artemis said very calmly. For the past 10,000 years, I have been thinking that if I could react in time and stop you immediately, could I change the result and save many people from the persecution of your sudden natural disaster. Artemis said such words, making the atmosphere around her seem a little bad. Artemis. Nadura called Artemis for the time being. Artemis ignored Nadura and just looked at Lilith. Originally, after knowing what you did, I made up my mind that if you ever break free from the seal, I will definitely destroy you. Artemis's calm tone seemed so chilling. Everyone, including Sheen and Lasha, could feel that this goddess was serious. She really wanted to kill Lilith. At least, she had thought about it. Understanding this, everyone held their breath. Sheen narrowed his eyes and stared at Artemis. As for Lilith, she rarely tilted her head and had a question mark on her face. Even she could recognize the threat that appeared in front of her at this time. Therefore, Lilith met Artemis's sight, and a black mist-like evil spirit slowly rose from her body. Artemis seemed to have been waiting for this moment for a long time. And white light also bloomed from her body. The black mist and the white light were like natural enemies of each other. While confronting each other, they rubbed violently, causing the queen's palace to tremble slightly. Artemis. Nadura protected all the elf girls present, while building a magical barrier to block the black mist and white light that affected the side. And her voice finally took on some seriousness. The white light on Artemis' body slowed down, and then slowly converged. Lilith blinked, but subconsciously put away the evil spirit. The two confronted each other again. I heard that you have regained the rationality that you once abandoned, and made up for the defects that special super-level existences like us other than the three goddesses and the 6 demons will have. Right? Artemis said in front of Lilith. Neither humble nor arrogant. In this case, I will temporarily withdraw the oath I made in the past, and see if you, the strongest evil god, have really returned to reason and stopped harming the world. But don't forget it. As long as one day you harm the world again as an evil god, I will definitely destroy you without hesitation. Because this is the only duty I should perform as the goddess of justice. After leaving these words, Artemis turned away her gaze from Lilith and looked at Sheen on the side. The eyes of the goddess of justice flickered slightly, and after a while, she regained her calm. Don't stare at me with murderous eyes, brave man, I said. I won't do anything to your Lilith now. For some reason, the phrase your Lilith is full of different meanings. Sheen didn't realize it, just smiled slightly and said something. Sorry. After all, I didn't kill someone who threatened to kill me right in front of me, which was already a great honor. Right? Sheen's words made Artemis' eyes flicker again. Her eyes suddenly became complicated. Chapter 969, A Unique Hero. Undoubtedly, Sheen's words made the already heavy atmosphere even more depressing. The crowd, led by Nadura, seemed to want to say something, but they didn't know where to start. Artemis had a complicated expression. She glanced at Lilith, who was confused and had a question mark on her head. After a long time, she sighed. So be it. After that, Artemis turned around and left. With the departure of the goddess of justice, the atmosphere seemed to warm up a little. But it seemed to become even quieter. Sheen watched Artemis leave, and then suddenly remembered that the main purpose of his coming to the land of elves was to ask this goddess questions. Letas and Anima said that Artemis, as the goddess of justice, had directly challenged the devil. In other words, Artemis had come into contact with the Demon King. Unlike Letas and Anima, who only saw the Demon King from afar on the battlefield and saw the heroes challenging each other, but had never come into contact with the Demon King himself. If Artemis were asked what kind of person the Demon King was, then Artemis should be able to tell something that others didn't know. Right? In this case, it seemed a bit wrong to ask her questions again after I had lost her face in person. But there was no way. Who asked this goddess to confront Lilith and make such a declaration as soon as she came? Sheen was really restrained for not taking action directly when she dared to say that she wanted to kill Lilith in front of him. Now, Lilith has occupied an important proportion in Sheen's heart. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is his family, his sister, and even his daughter. The two have been inseparable since the Cosmos incident, and they have experienced such things. The status of each other in each other's hearts cannot be compared with others. Lilith herself also regards Sheen as a reverse scale. Even if someone shows a little hostility to Sheen, this little goddess will have a violent reaction, and even take action to crush the other party into slag. Sheen will not lose to Lilith, even if she is not as unscrupulous as Lilith. If someone wants to touch Lilith, Sheen will naturally be unforgivable. Once, Moro touched Lilith and irritated Sheen once. Artemis, the goddess of justice who ranks in the top 3 of the gods in the realm of transcendence and can rival the demons. If she also wants to touch Lilith, then Sheen will definitely not be polite. Even if his relationship with the gods is still good, it is the same. Therefore, Sheen will not regret what he did just now, and even somewhat dispel the idea of dealing with Artemis. I can only say that the first impression is really not very good. However, just when she made this decision, Nadura finally came. Don't blame her. Najula hesitated for a moment, then said, her sense of justice is innate. Something like a curse. It is the price she paid for achieving transcendence. Even the 3 of us are often targeted by her for various things. The nature of the goddess Lilith is there, and she has brought such a disaster. If the evil god with such amazing power is like her own sister, it is inevitable that the child will overreact. Just as Nadura finished her words, Sophie also came over with a group of elf girls. The sense of justice of goddess Artemis is both a good thing and a bad thing. Of course, it is desirable for the world, but sometimes, that uprightness will cause trouble, which is indeed inevitable. Sophie followed Nadura to persuade, in the past, goddess Artemis even killed the blessing who went astray, and punished many goddesses of the same race. This time, she did not take action against goddess Lilith. I am afraid she is really restrained. Right? Sophie, like Nadura, spoke well of Artemis. What's more, Nadura said so. I think the child feels quite complicated about Lilith's current situation. Right? Nadura looked at Sheen meaningfully. It was she who had always accompanied the hero in the past, and was even praised as another sword on par with the hero's holy sword, the sword of the goddess. As a result, this time, the goddess accompanying the hero was no longer Artemis, but also became the evil goddess, who was opposite and hostile to Artemis. This situation was inevitable for Artemis to feel complicated. That's what Najula wanted to say. Unfortunately, Sheen didn't understand. Are you afraid that I will attack the goddess? Sheen shrugged and said, don't worry. I didn't attack just now, so I won't attack later. The premise is that the goddess doesn't come to make trouble. Otherwise, Sheen doesn't care whether the other party is a righteous and orderly person. Now it's a war period, so it's not appropriate to fight internally. As long as the other party dares to attack, Sheen will definitely fight back. Sheen just wants to express such a wish. Nadura seemed to notice it, and felt a headache. She herself did not expect that the first meeting between Sheen and Artemis would end in such an atmosphere. You know, the relationship between the heroes in the past and Artemis was very good. Even better than that between herself and others, who were the goddesses who blessed them. Artemis has always admired the heroes who are impeccable heroes in every aspect. And the heroes have always recognized and admired Artemis, who is loyal to her duties, and abides by her own sense of justice. Both sides are teachers and friends, and they are like confidants who met too late. Some of those relationships even became good stories for a time, compiled into fairy tales by bards and passed down, and can still be seen in books from time to time. Unexpectedly, the relationship between this generation of heroes and Artemis was so tense from the beginning. Who could have expected it? This hero is indeed special in every way. Different from the heroes in the past. Nadira felt something in her heart. But she could do nothing about it. Forget it. Anyway, no matter what happened to this hero, it was normal. In the past, the heroes were the comrades and partners of the gods. And they would only get close to the gods. But this guy was not close to the gods, but to the demons. And even became an engaged couple with the demons at the top of the demons. In the past, the heroes were accompanied by orthodox goddesses. But this guy was accompanied by evil gods. All the signs are on the surface. This hero is different. So, it would be better not to look at him with the common sense of ordinary heroes. Najula exchanged glances with Sophie on the side. And both saw the same idea in each other's eyes. Obviously, Sophie and Najula were thinking the same thing. At the moment, the two chose to change the subject. Jael, you said? The slate is on your side. Right? Sophie looked at Laxia. Laxia immediately came to Sophie with a package and handed the package to her. In that way, there was not even a trace of nostalgia. However, Sophie and Najula still looked at Laxia obscurely, and then turned their eyes to the package. Are these the stone slabs you mentioned? Sophie asked Najula solemnly. It should be correct. Najula nodded heavily and said in a deep voice, in the past, your predecessor took out a piece from the ruins. That was the magic I felt. And the magic I feel now is the same. So what should we do now? Sophie saw Najula's instructions. Let's take the things in first. Najula did not hesitate. Or she had thought about it long ago. And said, the things in here are not for people to see casually. And it is not suitable to be opened here. Let's take them in first. Just as Najula finished speaking, Jael and Genome stepped forward and made a gesture. In that case, I will take my subordinates with me and retreat. Jiao Luer asked for orders. We can't see what's inside at all. Genome was a little unwilling. I also want to go back quickly. I really don't want to wear this dress anymore. Go back and change. Yes. The other elf girls also advocated this. And from time to time, they cast their eyes on Xian, with their pretty faces slightly flushed. Ah. Then I'll go with you. Genome, Melika said quickly. This girl is not very interested in slates, but is very concerned about the situation in the elf country and Genome's mood. Presumably, she should want to go to the village, go home, and have a good chat with Genome. Right? I am a little interested in those slates. The one who said this was none other than Yulin. The dragon girl was seen changing from a giant dragon back to human form, landing next to Sheen. And her eyes turned to the package in Sophie's hand. What about you? Sophie looked at Sheen with the package. Me? Sheen glanced in the direction of Laxia and said, of course, I want to see it too. And I want to take Laxia with me. Sophie seemed to understand what Sheen meant and opened her mouth to say something. I know what you want to say. Sheen interrupted her and said, if anything goes wrong, I will be responsible. Sheen made a promise like this. Okay. Sophie thought about it and finally compromised. Although she still didn't want Laxia to get in touch with things related to the Demon King. Since Sheen said so, Sophie would not show any thoughts even if she had any. In the final analysis, her relationship with Sheen was definitely not as good as that between Sheen and Laxia. If she talked about some truths in front of Sheen, he would not be able to listen to it, and it might even make him feel disgusted. Instead of doing that, it's better to follow Sean's wishes. What a difficult hero to get along with. No wonder he is closer to the demons. It must be because his temperament is closer to the demons, who are both good and evil, and act freely and unrestrainedly. Right? Sophie smiled bitterly in her heart. Let's do this. Finally, Nadira made a decision. Considering that people without a certain level of strength may encounter unknown effects if they watch the stone tablet. Except for Sophie and Miss Laxia. The rest of the people will be dismissed on the spot. Leia, Nia, your level is also lower than Sophie. So it's better not to watch the stone tablet. The people who watch the stone tablet are me, Sean, Sophie, Goddess Lilith, Miss Yulin and Miss Laxia. I will also call Artemis to come and take care of it together. There are only 7 of us watching the stone tablet. Melika, do you really not want to come? Nadira looked at Melika, who shook her head in return. I want to go to the village to have a look. Melika shyly expressed her wish. Okay. Nadira nodded and said, that's it. Everyone nodded immediately and followed Nadira's instructions. Melika, Jael, Genom and others left one after another. Only Sheen and his group of 6 were left. And they entered the Queen's palace together and disappeared under the night sky. Chapter 970 Text from Another World. Queen's Palace. Main Hall. This is the royal hall where the elf queen usually holds audiences. Unlike the audience halls in ordinary human countries, it is not as magnificent and decorated as usual. It is just a very vast and open hall, from which people can get a glimpse of the simplicity and natural flavor of the elves. In the hall, the queen's throne is high up in the deepest part, which is similar to the royal hall of any country. However, after entering here, Sophie did not walk up to her throne, but knocked the ground with a scepter in her hand in the center of the hall. Dong dong. In the clear knocking sound, vines suddenly grew on the ground. The vines intertwined and intertwined with each other, and finally turned into a wooden round table. Sophie solemnly placed the package in her hand on the round table. Sheen and others immediately surrounded her. It is worth mentioning that Artemis, who had left for a while, was indeed invited back by her as Nadura said. She stood quietly aside, standing side by side with Nadura, without looking at Sheen and Lilith again, just glanced at Laxia, and then looked at the package on the round table with a serious look. Everyone lined up around the round table, just forming a circle. How about it? Yulin couldn't help but said, "Don't open it." Hearing this, Sophie looked at Nadura, as if waiting for Nadura to make a decision. Nadura nodded to Sophie. Open it. The reason why she didn't go forward in person was not because Nadura didn't want to do this little thing, but because she didn't dare to confirm whether she would cause any problems if she rashly touched the stone slab. After all, when she was in the ruins, Nadura had never successfully entered it. The Demon King is the natural enemy of the Supreme God and the gods. His power has restrained the gods countless times, whether it was at the Glory Palace in the capital or at the time inside the World Gap. The power left by the Demon King in this world seriously affected the performance of the gods, suppressed the power of the gods, and made the gods completely useless. So, for the sake of caution, Nadura hesitated again and again, and decided not to touch the stone slab at close range. Of course, if Nadura couldn't touch it, then Artemis and Lilith couldn't touch it either. Among the remaining people, Laxia must not be touched, and everyone was worried about letting this existence with a deep connection with the Demon King touch such a dangerous thing casually. Then, only Sheen, Sophie, and Yulin were left to touch the stone slab and the package. Then I'll do it. So, before Sophie spoke, Sheen stood up. Since the gods are restrained by the Demon King and cannot touch the stone slab, then it should be safest for me, a brave man who restrains the Demon King and the demons, to touch it personally. Right? Sheen's proposal made everyone present unable to find a word to refute. Indeed, Sheen was the most suitable candidate. He was not only a brave man, but also the strongest person besides the goddess present. It was undoubtedly the most appropriate for him to touch the stone slab and untie the package. At that moment, everyone focused their eyes on Sheen and let Sheen come to the round platform. A slightly tense atmosphere spread in the air. The goddesses, elves and dragon girls all concentrated their minds and subconsciously tightened their bodies. Laxia's eyes flickered slightly. As for Sheen, he fully demonstrated what it meant to simply not waste time. He came up with his skills and directly untied the package. The next second, the package was spread out on the spot. Inside, pieces of worn-out stone slabs lay quietly. They looked no different from ordinary stone slabs, but they emitted some mysterious fluctuations that others could hardly detect. However, when the mysterious waves spread, not only Nadura and Artemis, but also Lilith showed a solemn expression. Obviously, these three powerful goddesses have sensed something dangerous from this wave. After entering the Tagore forest, Lilith could feel something from such a distance. Now at such a close distance, it is conceivable how much the goddesses of the same level will feel. On the contrary, Sophie and Yulin did not seem to notice anything at the first time, and their eyes involuntarily fell on the stone slabs. Are these the stone slabs? Sophie murmured. It seems that there is nothing strange. Yulin also spoke in confusion. The two stared at the stone slabs, and their eyes also fell on the stone slabs, as if they wanted to see the situation on them clearly. However, as they stared, for some reason, Sophie and Yulin's eyes not only did not focus, but their pupils gradually became dilated, and their expressions became a little dull. The two people's abnormality was discovered by Sheen at the first time. Wake up! Sheen immediately turned sideways, blocked Sophie and Yulin's sight, and blocked the stone slab behind him. Ah! Yulin and Sophie suddenly woke up, and cold sweat began to appear on their foreheads. Are you all right? Najula then retracted her gaze from the stone slab. noticed the abnormality of the two people, and asked in surprise. Artemis also noticed this and frowned. Yulin and Sophie showed a lingering fear as if they realized it later. Xian looked over. What happened to you just now? Xian asked. What did you see? Yulin and Sophie couldn't answer this question at all. No way. I didn't see anything. I just felt that the moment I saw the slate. My eyes suddenly spun, and my mind went blank. Yulin patted her trembling chest. My mind went blank. And after waking up, I just felt a little burning pain in my eyes. Sophie said so, and rubbed her eyes, looking uncomfortable. Seeing the two people's performance, everyone roughly understood the situation. Even Miss Yulin, who is at the extreme level, and Sophie, who is only one step away from the extreme level. Can't see the slate? Najula frowned deeply. It seems that this is really something related to the Demon King. Just a few slates left casually can cause such a deterrent. It is as terrible as ever. Artemis whispered something ambiguous. What about you? Xian suddenly asked. Asking Najula and Artemis, what did you see? As he said that, Xian stepped aside, allowing the slate to reappear in everyone's sight. Seeing this, Sophie and Yulin quickly turned their eyes away, not daring to look at the slates again. Nadura and other goddesses stared at the slates closely, and they didn't seem to have any abnormalities. Obviously, at the transcendent level, it is impossible to be affected by just a few slates used to record something. But Nadura and Artemis frowned more and more. Although we were not affected by anything abnormal, Nadura murmured. But we didn't see anything either. Artemis also sighed. Are you sure? She narrowed his eyes and said, Did you really not see anything? Yes. Nadura nodded. It was blank. Just a smooth slate. Artemis also agreed. Xian was silent for a moment. He turned his head and looked at the stone slab on the round table. At this moment, Xian saw it very clearly. He saw lines of words swaying and fluctuating like water waves on the stone slab. Yes. Xian saw it. There were words on the stone slab. Moreover, they were words that he was very familiar with, but had not seen for a long time. Those were not the words in Omnipotentin. This is clearly the words from my world. Right? That's right. The words that appeared on the stone slab were actually the words from the world where Xian lived in his previous life. That is, the other world. However, those words were crooked, like the handwriting of a child who was just learning to write, which looked a little funny and funny. However, the more you go back, the neater and more powerful the words become. What does this mean? This shows that the person who wrote these words was not very good at writing them at the beginning, and only became more and more proficient later. And then he wrote more and more neatly and beautifully. Xian could see from this that the author was trying hard to learn to write these words, which made him feel a little complicated. Is this really a record left by the Demon King? If so, what kind of state of mind did she have to use the words of my world to make records? Also, who taught her to write these words? Xian actually had some guesses about the answers to these questions, but it was precisely because he guessed that he felt a little complicated. Xian didn't notice that Laxia was looking at the slate all the time. She didn't fall into an abnormal state like Sophie and Yulin. Nor was she confused like Najula and Artemis. Instead, like Xian, her expression was full of complicated meanings. Laxia reached out and gently pressed on her chest. There, for some reason, the heart was beating violently. At the same time, a wave of inexplicable emotions also burst out in Laxia's heart. There is happiness. There is joy. There is pleasure. There is loneliness. There is loss. And the endless sadness left in the end. Is it the residual longing of this body? Laxia talked to herself. If so, what kind of experience can leave such strong emotions? Laxia experienced this emotion alone. In silence. Najula and others were unaware of this. Just looking at Xian, who was also silent, and looked at each other. Can you see something? Najula asked Xian. Xian raised his head, looked at the people with expectant expressions, thought about it, and finally did not hide it and nodded. I can see the words. Sean said this in front of everyone. Although the first few slates were all random and disorderly. Not like records, but like words practiced writing. The words on the latter slates have formed content and can be understood and read. Sean swept away the first few slates used for practice writing, leaving only the remaining slates, and arranged them one by one. Do you want me to read it to you? Sean picked up one of the slates and asked this question. Everyone naturally thought about it. Please. Sophie bowed to Sean. Maybe we can learn something from it. Nadura was also looking forward to it. I am also curious about what the Demon King will leave on the slate. Yulin raised her hand to express. Artemis did not speak, but her eyes were fixed on her. Lilith hadn't figured out the situation yet and wanted to go to Sean's side, but was stopped by Laxia. Laxia shook her head at Lilith, and then looked at Sean. Like Sean, she could see the words on the slate, but she didn't understand what the mysterious words on the slate meant. In this situation, Sean lowered his eyes. Then, Sean read out the contents on the slate one by one. Chapter 971 Records. Today is a very special day. I finally learned the words and language of the other world that the child taught me. So I decided to record today's mood and add power to the slate for writing and recording. The slate used for practicing writing before also added power, so that they will never be damaged. The child came to see me again today. I am so happy. I will not be as lonely as before. I will not be as lonely as before. Is this the so-called happiness? The child told me that the bad goddess, who was monitoring her, did not let her come to me. So she had to come secretly every time. She was very tired and complained to me a lot. I couldn't help but start to think, is it really good to let her be so tired? But she smiled and told me that it didn't matter. Sure enough, she was very gentle. In order to prevent the child from being monitored by the goddess with power and being discovered by the goddess every time she came to see me, I exerted special power on her, so that the goddess could not use power to monitor her. But this seemed to cause her some trouble. Did I do something wrong? Today, I couldn't help asking the child about the whole story. As a result, she told me that although the bad goddess who was monitoring her couldn't use her power on her, she found my power in her. So she told her not to come to me in the future. This made me dissatisfied with the goddess for the first time. I have been thinking, is there any perfect way to let the child come to see me happily every day, instead of with a troubled expression? But unfortunately, I am too stupid and can't think of anything. I obviously have this power that is strong enough to destroy the world in an instant. But I can't do such a thing. Is it really meaningful for such power to appear in me? She didn't come to see me today, and I could only stay alone in this dim building. I felt so cold and lonely that I almost remembered the past. But it doesn't matter. I already have that child. I won't be as lonely as before. Today, the child came. I was so happy. But she looked so tired. It seemed that she had a dispute with the goddess about meeting me again. It seemed that she didn't come yesterday because of this matter. She was grounded by the goddess, which made the child look very angry. I was also very angry and a little uneasy. Should I really not be with this child? She didn't come again today. She must have been discovered and stopped by the goddess again? Do I have to spend this day alone again? She came today, but the happy and cheerful expression on her face was gradually replaced by fatigue. Looking at her like this, I felt very self-blaming and guilty, because it was me who caused all this. I am really an unpopular person. She came less and less frequently, and the interval between each visit was getting longer and longer. I couldn't help but think of the past again. The uneasiness in my heart became more and more intense. What should I do? She hasn't come for a whole month. I have become a lonely person again. I feel so uncomfortable and sad. I feel so miserable every day. I don't even have the mood to clean up this building. It's getting more and more dilapidated. If it goes on like this, it will definitely become a wild ruin that no one cares about. But I really don't have the mood to clean it up. So I'll just add some power here, so that it won't weather and collapse at least. But the goddess will probably think it's an eyesore. After all, she has always been very wary of my power. I use my power here. She will definitely be alert. But it's good this way, so she can't get close to here. I don't want to talk to her like before. Maybe just like what the child said. She is a bad goddess. So happy. The child is finally here. I almost thought I was abandoned. Great. However, I asked her if she could not come to see me for so long in the future. She seemed to feel very embarrassed, and looked at me with complicated eyes, as if she was thinking about something. It can't be. No. Definitely not. After a long time. She hasn't come for a long time. I have completely become a person now. I don't know what happened to the child. Is she too happy with the goddess and has forgotten me? The feeling of loneliness is exactly the same as before. Exactly the same. I can't stand it anymore. I really can't stand it. Since she can't come to see me, I will take the initiative to see her. Although this may cause a fight with the goddess again. It doesn't matter. She is not my opponent anyway. Just be careful not to destroy this world. In this way, the child can live here with me forever. Yes, I will go and snatch her away. It turns out that I have always been a person. Both the goddess and the child think that I am a person who should not exist in this world and should disappear. In this case, I give up. So let them kill me. This is good for everyone. When Sheen finished reading the contents of the last slate and read it all out, the scene fell into an indescribable silence. Nadira, Artemis, Sophie, and Yulin were like they had heard something incredible and seen some incredible truth. After Sean's voice fell, they were completely speechless. They were silent for a long time, but they kept exchanging glances with each other. But no matter who it was, they could not break the silence and tell their feelings at this moment, including Lilith. I don't know if she understood the current situation. She was rare and silent. Sean was also silent for a long time. He stared at the stone tablet in his hand, as if he could feel the owner's emotions contained in the mysterious fluctuations transmitted from the stone tablet, and let indescribable complex emotions surge in his heart. Sadness, dejection, pain, despair. The last emotions of the owner who wrote this stone tablet and recorded it were like a real force, pressing on Sean's heart, making Sean completely at a loss as to how to describe his current mood. As for Laxa, she had already lowered her head completely, and her expression could not be seen clearly. The scene fell into a depressing silence, and for a long time, no one dared to speak out to break it. In the end, it was Yulin, who was more carefree, who showed an expression of disbelief. After hesitating and struggling for a long time, he spoke tremblingly. Is this really a record written by the Demon King? Yulin's voice was full of disbelief. This is helpless. Not to mention Yulin, even the others present could not accept that the record on the stone tablet was written by the Demon King. There must be something wrong, right? Sophie felt her throat was a little dry, and said, how could the Demon King leave such a record? This was the first thought in everyone's mind. There is no way. Who is that? The Demon King. What is the Demon King? The Demon King who can destroy the world. Destroy the world, and bring disaster to all living things in the world. For a long time, the impression of the Demon King in everyone's mind has been unchanging. She is the synonym of terror, the overlord who took the initiative to start the war between the gods and demons. She has been an invincible evil existence in the tens of thousands of years of history and omnipotence. I don't know how many people feel despair of this world because of her. And I don't know how many people suffer because of her existence. The Supreme God only wants to destroy her. The mission of the brave is also to defeat her. Everyone hopes that she will die, and hope that this world can be redeemed because of her absence. Such a terrifying existence. The record she wrote is actually like this? Because someone accompanies her. She feels happy and happy? Because no one accompanies her. She feels lonely and lonely? What she does every day is to learn to write and learn pronunciation. In addition, she has been waiting in her residence for the one in the record to come to her? Does she still think she is stupid? Always feel uneasy? How can you get depressed so easily? Just because no one comes to find her? In the end, she gave up on herself, gave up her life, and decided to let others kill her? Isn't there something wrong? Isn't there something wrong? The devil. That terrifying devil? How could it be like this? Such feelings kept appearing in the hearts of everyone present. So, even Sophie and Yulin seemed to be in confusion at this moment, thinking that such a record could not have come from the hands of the devil. But the power on it is really not something that ordinary people can leave behind. The power in that ruins can also prevent a being like me from entering. So, who else in this world can leave such power except the devil? Nadira's words once again made everyone speechless. Everyone looked at each other, and they felt that the shock in their hearts was endless, and they didn't know what to say. But Nadira did make sense. The ruins that she, a transcendental being, couldn't enter. Could the power on it be left by someone else? Who has this ability? Demon? They can't make Nadira helpless against a mere ruins. Right? Supreme God? That power is obviously to restrain the gods. In this case, isn't there only one answer left? Who else could it be besides the Demon King? Xian expressed everyone's thoughts in an unusually calm tone. Xian? Master? Everyone heard Xian's voice and noticed the abnormality in his tone. They were all stunned and looked over. I saw that Xian was putting the stone slab in his hand back on the round table, and his hand was still stroking it slowly. Then, Xian's voice slowly sounded. Why don't you want to believe that this is the Demon King? Does the Demon King have to be terrifying and evil? Can't she just be a girl who is afraid of loneliness and just wants someone to accompany her? What makes you think so? Or, have you really understood the Demon King? Understood the Demon King? and know what the girl named the Demon King really looks like. Sheen's words were clearly heard by everyone. Everyone was silent, speechless, and didn't know what to say. Only Artemis, although shaken, still said something. If the Demon King is not evil, then what is she? Chapter 972 Challenge. If the Demon King is not evil, then what is he? No one answered Artemis' question. And no one could answer it, because this might be a question that even the Supreme God does not know the answer to. What is the true side of the Demon King? Who can make the omniscient goddess helpless, and make the power of the Supreme God completely ineffective? Who can have the honor to see it? A demon? Or is she the one mentioned in the stone tablet record? Everyone's mood became more and more complicated, and even a little irritated. At this time, Sheen glanced at Artemis and asked, "Didn't you challenge the Demon King before?" Sheen asked directly, as a person who has directly challenged the Demon King, like most of the heroes in the past. "You should know what kind of existence that is, right?" Sheen's words made Artemis startled. The memory that had been hidden in her mind for many years was finally dug out again. Justice. Order. These are the two concepts Artemis carried when she was born. And they are what she must carry through her life. The meaning of her existence lies here. Her life rules lie here. People who know her existence believe that her behavior of strictly abiding by justice and maintaining order is a defect of being a transcendental being, and that this is the price she must pay after possessing too much power. Just like her sister, the strongest evil god of the gods, who has never been formally seen, but has always heard of her name. When she was born, perhaps she was destined to have abnormal parts in her spirit. But Artemis never thought that this was a bad thing. She did regard justice and order as things that she had to abide by throughout her life. But she was not forced to do so, nor did she have any dissatisfaction with it. Instead, she felt fulfilled from this meaning of existence and felt a clear mission. Because justice can bring peace to people, and order can bring peace to people. People's smiles are basically maintained by these two things. If they are lost, the world will lose something called happiness. In view of this, Artemis has long been determined to exercise justice and establish order. For justice, she can turn into a sword and cut off all injustice in the world. For order, she can turn into a shield and block all malice. This is not only for the world, but also for herself. For things called principles and missions. This is Artemis, the goddess of justice and order. Naturally, in the eyes of this goddess, the devil is the greatest evil in the world. It is the devil who caused many tragedies in this world. It was the Demon King who started the war, killed countless lives, and raised the butcher knife to the Supreme God who created the world, intending to trample the Supreme God under his feet and occupy this world that belongs to the Supreme God. This is undoubtedly evil. Since it is evil, it must be eliminated and eradicated. Such thoughts have existed in Artemis's heart for many years. At the beginning, knowing the existence of the Demon King and what she did, Artemis didn't even think about it, and wanted to go to the door and eradicate this greatest evil existence. Unfortunately, the three goddesses stopped her. "No, you can't go. That's the Demon King. Not an existence you can deal with. You may be very strong, but after all, you are a lower-level existence created by the Mother Goddess. And your opponent is a powerful Demon King that even the Mother Goddess feels dangerous and fears. You can't go and die." The Goddess of Fate, Letas, the Goddess of Life, Anima, and the Goddess of Nature, Nadura. These three top gods, who are like the bosses of all the goddesses, personally stopped Artemis. "If you really want to defeat the devil, go find the hero. The devil is our nemesis, and the hero is the devil's nemesis. Only the hero can truly defeat the devil." This is the advice of the three goddesses, and it is also common sense known to the entire god clan. Humans from another world, summoned to save the world, heroes full of justice and mission. Artemis already knew about their existence, but she was still happy about their existence as if she had met a confidant. They are human heroes who are on the road of maintaining justice and order like herself. They are heroes who are perfect in spirit and heart. Artemis always feels happy when she is with them. I heard that the most fundamental purpose of the gods being born in this world is to cultivate heroes, assist heroes, and enable heroes to grow up, and finally achieve the goal of defeating the devil and saving the world. Artemis has no complaints about this, and is even a goddess who is highly respected by the entire gods. If the target is those heroes, she is willing to do anything for them, because she knows very well that the stronger the heroes are, the more help the world will receive. The stronger they are, the more people will be helped by them. The stronger they are, the more people will be saved by them. In this way, many tragedies and many tragic events can be prevented. Therefore, Artemis has no complaints about this, and even actively cooperates with the three goddesses, always accompanying the heroes, helping the heroes, and allowing them to grow. And it must be said that the heroes are indeed worth looking forward to. Not only are they amazingly talented, but their growth rate is also unusually fast. A journey that ordinary people would spend a lifetime to complete, they can complete in just a few years. For other races, this kind of thing is simply a fantasy. Even the weakest heroes can eventually reach the legendary level. With the help of the Holy Sword, they can even fight against the extreme level. And it only takes a few years to reach this level. Artemis also saw with her own eyes that a small number of heroes broke through themselves, achieved transcendence, and finally became existences comparable to her. They are so excellent, so powerful, and so satisfying. If it weren't for the three goddesses who were willing to bless them, Artemis would definitely turn all the heroes into her blessing and pave the way for their lives. However, even such excellent and powerful existences eventually fell one after another after challenging the Demon King. The heroes who reached the legendary level fell on the road of growth. The heroes who reached the extreme level fell before transcendence. And the heroes who reached the transcendent level all fell at the feet of the Demon King. None of them succeeded. None of them could defeat the Demon King. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dozens of heroes fell in succession. Naturally, every time a hero fell, Artemis' heart would ache violently. And then she would have to wait for the next hero to be summoned. But the frequency of the hero being summoned is probably only once every few hundred years. During these hundreds of years, the world has to suffer from wars and the harm of the demons, struggling to survive in the smoke and blood, never ending, and never being able to get relief. In this case, every time a hero fell, Artemis had to watch the world suffer for hundreds of years in addition to heartache and sadness. Pure evil is still spreading on the ground. How can she bear this? How can she restrain this? So, after an unknown number of heroes fell, Artemis finally couldn't bear it anymore. Stop! Artemis! Don't go! You will die! The panicked shouts of the goddess of fate, the goddess of life, and the goddess of nature sounded behind them. But this time Artemis did not stop. Nor did she turn back. She turned away from her superior and went to the enemy's base camp. Countless demons appeared to stop her, but were beheaded by the silver-white double swords in her hands. Powerful demons also came to stop her one by one, and were finally thrown away by her with difficulty. This was not only due to strength, but also to good luck, which created this result. Artemis realized that there would be no second such luck, no second such opportunity, and decided to gamble everything to kill the greatest evil in the world with a sword and bring peace to the world. With such determination, Artemis entered the castle of the devil. Then, Artemis successfully met the devil. At that moment, Artemis finally understood. Understand what a demon is. Aren't you a hero? When this overly pleasant voice reached Artemis' ears, Artemis was unable to respond immediately. Her whole body was stiff and unable to move. Her face was pale, and her heart was shaking wildly. She stared closely at the being sitting on the throne, bathed in the only light from the skylight on the ceiling, and felt a deathly chill crawling on her body and wandering all over her body. The hands holding the sword had already trembled and could not be lifted at all. Obviously, that being was just sitting there quietly. Obviously, that being did not emit any breath. But the instinct of being a goddess told Artemis that the being in front of her was not something she could defeat. No! It should be said that it was an existence that could devour her, gnaw her, tear her apart, and firmly press everything about her under its feet. That was not an enemy. That was a natural enemy. If you cannot defeat it, you must turn around and flee when you meet it. Otherwise you will become the opponent's prey and the natural enemy of the opponent's food. Ah! The determination to win in Artemis' heart has collapsed, and only deep despair remains. However, the existence sitting on the throne, as if he did not see her expression, whispered softly, "Not a hero. Not a hero." The whisper was full of fatigue and sadness. It was a pity that Artemis, at that time, could not understand the emotions in the voice at all. She could only hear such words vaguely. Why was it not a hero who came? When will the next hero come? How long do I have to wait before? These words were not spoken to Artemis, but were just her own words. However, the exhaustion and sadness in her words became more and more intense. Until a certain moment, the Demon King spoke. "I have no interest in the existence of someone who is not a hero. So go away. When this sentence reached Artemis' ears, Artemis actually felt as if she had been pardoned. This feeling made her feel humiliated and desperate. Ah! 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 Later, Artemis left. Or rather, she fled. The panic and shouting at that time were probably the gaffes and insults that Artemis would never forget in her life. But this was the final outcome of the only person in the world who had challenged the Demon King head-on. Except for the hero. Chapter 973 Hope. The unbearable past emerged in her mind, making Artemis's face extremely gloomy. Her hands were clenched tightly like that time, but they were trembling slightly. That was the past she didn't want to mention anyway. That was the only time in her life of 10,000 years that she followed her instincts, betrayed her duties, and lost face, facing the greatest evil in the world, the strongest enemy, and the most terrifying demon. She was determined to maintain justice and order, but in the end, she fled so embarrassedly. This is not something that can be called a great shame. Artemis's self-esteem as a goddess and her dignity as the guardian of justice and order became ridiculous at that time. Artemis. Nadira cast a worried look from the side. She actually didn't know what the result of Artemis' challenge to the Demon King was that time. She just received the news that Artemis had broken into the enemy's base camp and the Demon King's castle, and had the opportunity to face the Demon King and challenge him. As for the outcome at that time, neither she nor Litas and Anima had any hope. In fact, they had already prepared themselves mentally, thinking that Artemis would completely fall after this battle. The opponent was the Demon King, the real strongest person who could not be defeated even by the Supreme God, the condensation of power, the synonym of destruction, and the embodiment of the concept of power. Artemis could not win, and would even end up in an irreversible situation. Originally, it was difficult for the goddess of the gods to really die. As long as the true seal was still there, she could be resurrected countless times. But when the opponent was the Demon King, the one who perfectly restrained the gods and made the supreme god's omnipotent power invalid, this law was completely useless. As long as Artemis dies at the hands of the devil, the true seal will be destroyed by the devil, who can invalidate the power of the goddess. Therefore, the greatest enemy of the goddess of the gods is the devil. And the enemy they fear the most is also the devil. Even the three goddesses are like this. If Artemis dies at the hands of the devil, she will never come back and will disappear from this world forever. At that time, the three goddesses, including Nadira, were mentally prepared and aware of this. Who would have thought that Artemis would come back? Moreover, when she came back, her appearance could only be described as horrible. She seemed to have seen the real H.L. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Her face turned pale uncontrollably, and even her tears could not stop flowing. This was definitely a performance that the goddess named Artemis should not have in her life. After that, Artemis seemed to be unable to recover. For hundreds of years, she never stepped out of the camp of the gods, and even never stepped out of her own residence. Until the brave man was summoned again, she seemed to have hope and support, and she walked out again. This is what Nadira knows. As for what Artemis saw in the Demon King's castle, and how she escaped, Nadira has no idea. Artemis never mentioned that time. Every time she mentioned it, she would be speechless and silent for a long time, and finally forced a smile to get over it. Perhaps Litas and Anima told Sheen about this, and they also wanted to see if they could ask Artemis something if they asked her. Now, Artemis is like this again, as if her scar has been dug out. This made Nadira worried. What's wrong? Sheen frowned and looked at Artemis in confusion. He, of course, knew nothing. Nothing. Artemis was silent for a long time, and then she replied with difficulty. However, bearing Sheen's gaze and glancing at Lilith, who was tilting her head beside her, Artemis rarely perfunctorily dealt with the matter. Of course, Artemis didn't want to mention her unbearable performance. But now thinking about it carefully, Artemis found that the performance of the Demon King at that time was indeed a little strange. Therefore, I can't say what kind of existence the Demon King is. Artemis frowned as she recalled and spoke in a doubtful voice. But now thinking about it, the Demon King at that time was indeed a little strange. This sentence immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. What's strange? Sheen asked aloud. Artemis hesitated for a moment, and then said it uncertainly. She seemed very tired, and seemed to have some special obsession with heroes. When I just broke in front of her, she seemed to think that I was a hero, and was looking forward to something. When she knew that I was not a hero, she immediately lost interest, and even lost all her strength. She didn't even want to move. That's right. That's what happened. That's how Artemis felt when the Demon King behaved at that time. Artemis even said it in a self-deprecating way. You all said that I challenged the Demon King in person. But I don't think that was a challenge at all. It was just a blow to my stupidity for thinking that I could challenge her. I was able to retreat unscathed because that person had no interest in me and let me go. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be able to leave the castle. Artemis' words made everyone frown. Yulin murmured. In this case, does it mean that there are indeed some things about His Majesty the Demon King that no one knows about? This is already very obvious. Whether it is the record on the stone tablet or the impression provided by Artemis, they are quite different from the Demon King known to the world. The demons also said that the Demon King is a person who loves them very much. Even a person like Elymas is willing to deliberately create the demon roar chain, a treasure of the demon clan, for his safety. It can be seen that deep in his heart, there is a gentleness that others cannot peek into. But, if this is true, why did the Demon King start a war? Sophie said this with sincere doubts. This is also the biggest doubt in everyone's mind. Why did the Demon King start a war? If it is not for hegemony, for plunder, for entertainment, and for enjoying despair and pain, then what did she do all this for? This is not a spur-of-the-moment action. The war between the gods and demons has lasted for tens of thousands of years, and occupied most of the history of Omnipotence. It is a fight that has been going on since the birth of the life race. Thanks to this, in the history of Omnipotence, except for the super-ancient period when there were only two lives, the Demon King and the Supreme God, all the rest of the history was war. War. And war. True peace has only appeared in these thousands of years, which is a very small period of time compared to the tens of thousands of years of war history. In this case, why did the Demon King start this war that lasted for tens of thousands of years? If it wasn't because she was an evil existence, bringing terror and disaster to the world, then what was the reason? Could it be that she really had some hardship? Yulin just hesitated and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Artemis. At this point, what's the point of talking about this? Artemis said coldly, no matter what the hardship is. She has harmed the world for tens of thousands of years, causing the creatures of the world to suffer from tens of thousands of years of war, and countless lives have spent in misery and pain. This is an indisputable fact. Yes, this is an indisputable fact. Regardless of the reasons, the Demon King did all this. Since she did all this, she is guilty. Indeed, it is meaningless to discuss this now. Najula sighed and said, the Demon King is gone. The war is over, and we are now facing new threats and new enemies. It has nothing to do with the Demon King. Let's not discuss all this anymore. These words finally eased the heavy and depressing atmosphere at the scene. No one had any objection to this. As Najula said, what is the point of discussing all this now? The Demon King is dead, and the war that lasted for tens of thousands of years has ended. No matter what story or hidden secrets there are, it is too late to pursue it now. Instead of delving into the past and the unknown truth, what they should do now is to focus on the current threat. Demon Donnas, the newly born original demon. This is the enemy now. As for the Demon King, everything about her has become the past. Going into these things at this time is just asking for trouble. Only she knows clearly that this is definitely not an insignificant matter. Perhaps the Demon King has passed away, but Donna's real purpose is to resurrect her. Although he has not succeeded yet, he is already collecting conditions and all factors. In this way, even if the Demon King has not been resurrected, it is still a huge threat. Moreover, if the Demon King passes away, everything about her should become the past. She does not agree with this idea. All along, all the disputes and events, big and small, have appeared one after another. At first glance, it seems that they have nothing to do with the Demon King. In fact, the influence of the Demon King still exists at this time. Otherwise, why were the tops of the three tribes trapped when the three tribes met? Otherwise, why did the gap in the world still restrain the gods until recently? All of this is caused by the power left by the Demon King. Everything in this world, in the final analysis, can be traced back to the Demon King and the Supreme God. Even if they no longer appear, the world is still affected by their existence and their power, and has always lived under their constraints. Even as strong as the goddess of fate, when encountering things related to the Demon King, they are like eggplants hit by frost, completely wilted. The enemy is very clear about this. So he has been trying every means to collect things related to the Demon King and study the power related to the Demon King. On the other hand, the only existence that can restrain the Demon King, the Supreme Goddess, is not interested in all this. To sum up, in fact, this side has always been in an overwhelming disadvantageous situation. If you really ignore the influence of the Demon King and everything the Demon King does, you will only suffer the consequences in the future. I have to do something. Shin felt strongly that he should take action. But how should he do it? I hope that before the worst happens, I can successfully have enough strength to face everything. Shin sighed and hoped so. Chapter 970 for the Queen Who Hidden Herself. The discussion about the Demon King ended in a mess when no one knew how to proceed. Afterwards, Nadira collected all the slates left by the Demon King and asked Sophie to keep them for safekeeping, and told her not to let anyone see the contents on them. Not only was she worried that people with insufficient strength would become abnormal due to the power on the slates, but she was also worried that the records on them would cause confusion among people. The real side of the Demon King is completely different from what the world knows. This side is full of mysteries, and is likely to overturn the history of omnipotence. It cannot be easily known by others. If the contents of the slate spread, and people knew that the records were left by the Demon King, then perhaps a new storm would be set off in the world. The current situation is already chaotic enough, and Nadira certainly does not want to continue to increase any risks or uncertainties under such circumstances. Naturally, everyone had no objection, and agreed with Nadira's way of handling the matter. Of course, Sean himself was a little indifferent, but he didn't say anything, let alone object. He really wanted to know the past of the Demon King and find out the unknown truths. But whether these truths should be spread is another matter. Sean has no mind to take care of other aspects now, and only thinks about what he should do. So, after the interpretation of the stone tablet was over, and it was taken away by Sophie, Sean took Laxia, Yulin and Lilith, and left the hall of the Queen's palace. Nadira and others seemed to want to discuss something with Sean, but Sean ignored it for the time being. He is now devoted to the Demon King's affairs, and is not as concerned about the direction of the war as Nadira and others. So he doesn't really want to discuss the war with Nadira and others. So Sean took the people around him and left directly. However, Shin and the others did not leave the Queen's palace, although I really want to arrange a suitable place for you. As you can see, the Elven land is still under reconstruction, and the people's housing problem has just been solved. There is no spare energy to solve the accommodation problem of visitors, so you will stay here temporarily. Sophie said this to Shin and the others before they left, and arranged for someone to take Shin and the others to their rooms in the Queen's palace. Sophie said that she would let Melika live here later, but she didn't know if she needed it. Although Melika's residence in the Elven land has not been restored, Jenem's residence has been restored. As a childhood friend, it is very normal for Melika to live with Jenem. Shin did not specifically ask Melika to live with him and others. As long as she is happy and in her hometown, she can live wherever she wants. That being said, there are also a small number of people in the Elfland who were lucky enough to escape the fate of being destroyed in the last war and stayed. Among them, there is a place that makes people miss it. Late at night, she soaked in the hot spring with hot steam, exhaled comfortably, and sighed. Fortunately, at least this hot spring stayed. Yes, Xian had used the special hot spring magic source in the Elfland, where he met Lid and Milu, and had the first in-depth communication with the elf girl Melika with the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed. Fortunately, it stayed. This is the only thing that Xian is satisfied with after returning to the Elfland. If there is no hot spring here, it feels like something is missing. Xian leaned on the edge of the hot spring, with his hands on the banks on both sides, enjoying it while closing his eyes, feeling that it was so comfortable. Only at this time, Xian's slightly heavy and thoughtful heart could relax. This made Xian realize that he might have endured too much recently. Donna's ultimate goal, the true face of the Demon King, the truth of the past, and the gem in his body. Recently, he seemed to have been thinking and running around because of these things. In this case, he seemed to have accumulated a lot of fatigue without realizing it. Realizing this, Xian couldn't help but smile bitterly. Well, I have been a little bit obsessed recently. I am a little indifferent to other things, just blindly intending to pursue the truth of the Demon King. Am I a little obsessed? But there is no way. Recalling the scene of the demon girl crying in the dream, Xian wanted to know what the girl had experienced to embark on the path of absolute evil regarded by the world. Xian had a feeling that this matter was very important to him. Very important. This was by no means a trivial matter that had nothing to do with him, but was related to his future, even to his past, and everything about him. Naturally, She entrusted his feelings very much. With the blessing bestowed by the Supreme God, Xian had already experienced countless omens due to inexplicable revelations and intuition. And each time was so accurate, without a single miss. This time must be the same. This time it will definitely not be just an inexplicable feeling. Must find the truth. This is an action that my whole body, and even every cell are expressing. Therefore, no matter what, I can't just sit back and watch the devil's affairs. Thinking about this, Sean no longer had the mood to continue bathing. He now had an inexplicable impulse. He wanted to go to that place and take a look. With this thought, Sean stood up directly from the water. Without drying his body, Sean put on his clothes directly, and then moved back to the Queen's palace in a few instants. He did not return to his room, but went directly to the room of the elf Queen Sophie. Without even saying hello, and suddenly moved in. As soon as he moved in, Sean spoke immediately. Sophie, I want to ask you a question. Before Sean could finish his words, he was silent. Huh? In the room, Sophie was holding a piece of clothing in her hand, and was about to put it on. She looked at Sean, who suddenly appeared and stayed there. The most beautiful elf queen in the elves, at this moment, appeared in front of Sean in an extremely inappropriate posture. In a word, she was naked. Sean was silent. Sophie's face was stiff, and she seemed to be frozen there, unable to move. A subtle atmosphere began to spread between the two, and there was an awkward silence. Ahem. After a long time, Sheen coughed dryly and asked Sophie, I want to ask you, where is the relic that you got the stone slab from? Sheen told her purpose. Sophie didn't speak, but her body was stiff, and she moved her fingers, tremblingly pointing in a direction. Over there. Right? Sheen nodded calmly, and said nonchalantly, I know. I'll go over and take a look. If anyone asks, tell them not to worry about me. After that, Sheen glanced at Sophie's body without leaving a trace, and then raised his hand. Then, I'm leaving. You continue to be busy. Leaving such words, Sheen turned around and disappeared. Sophie remained silent, looking at the direction where Sean left. After a long time, her face turned red. Can't get married. A mosquito-like whisper expressed the complicated feelings of the most beautiful elf queen of the elves. But, you will never get married. Your Majesty, poor Your Majesty, who has been single for thousands of years. A woman who is as pure as jade, and even the former brave Mitra can't get her, was seen naked by Sean, and she couldn't recover from this blow for a long time. On the other side, Sean appeared in the corner of the Queen's palace. Damn. It's careless. Sean touched his nose and felt a great stimulation. He must declare that he definitely didn't mean it, but he won't claim that he is innocent, because, no matter how you look at it, it's all my fault for barging in without knocking. Right? Sure enough, I'm still a male protagonist. This standard routine of encountering a beautiful woman changing clothes without knocking is only encountered by male protagonists in novels. Thinking carefully, I seem to have seen quite a few naked bodies this day. Elf Queen Sophie's. The girls of the elf division. Also, the night before I set out here, in addition to the familiar little wife Tyr and the cute little Melika, I was also fortunate to see my disobedient mount naked. Thinking about it this way, Xian suddenly realized that he really had a lot of benefits in the past 2 days. In addition, when he was called to the god realm by the goddess, he also saw the dreamlike transformation show of the two-dimensional beautiful girl. Xian always felt that he seemed to have used up all his luck in these few days. I hope that I won't be too happy and sad later, but be chopped by a hatchet. Xian continued to touch his nose. There is no way. The weather is hot. My nose is itchy, and I always feel a little angry. After all, this queen is also very secretive. Xian silently updated the ranking in his mind. The original ranking was Xiafn Yi Roxy equals Nian equals Yulin Melika Teal. The current ranking is Xiafn Sophie Yi Roxy equals Nian equals Yulin Melika Teal. Yes, Sophie ranks second, only behind the invincible beauty succubus. Even Yi is slightly inferior. And Xian, as an LSP, can definitely guarantee this. Although it is only the result of visual observation, the information stored in the brain of LSP is definitely more reliable than anything else. Of course, Xian has not only seen the inappropriate side of the above people, but also many other beautiful girls. But the most impressive ones are undoubtedly these few people. So forget about the others, and don't enter the ranking for now. When there is a chance in the future, I will make a list carefully. After setting such a lofty ambition, Xian turned his head and looked in one direction. Is it over there? The remains of the stone tablet with the record of the Demon King were excavated. That ruins is likely to be the residence of the former Demon King. The Demon King has been meeting the important girl there. And for this reason, he left his power there, so that goddesses of Najula's level cannot enter. Xian wants to go there to take a look. Maybe he can get some other clues. Anyway, he is free, so Xian plans to go there to take a look. But, can you take me with you? When Xian was about to leave, suddenly, a voice came into his ears. Xian was slightly startled, turned his head, and looked at the source of the sound. Laxia? Xian spoke in surprise. The person who came was Laxia. Chapter 975 Puzzling Changes. Ho! Jie. In the Tagore forest at night, the cries of some monsters were looming and adding a gloomy feeling to the darkness of the forest. In such a night world, apart from nocturnal monsters, the monsters that move around in the forest are probably only those half-human and half-ghost refining demons and undead spirits that are indeed ghosts. Their figures wandered through the forest from time to time, although they felt like they could be seen everywhere. Compared with the daytime, there was still less blood and killing. As for the movement of fighting, it was also weakened a lot at night. Obviously, when monsters need to rest and the magical beings who command the undead spirits also need to change shifts, the killing at night has been reduced a lot. Of course, occasionally nocturnal monsters will encounter refining demons and wandering undead spirits, and the two sides will fight each other. That is foreseeable. Under such circumstances, the Tagore forest at night seemed to have completely turned into another world, gloomy and terrifying. Until a certain moment, two figures flashed through the air like teleportation, breaking the gloomy and terrifying atmosphere. It was a combination of a man and a woman. The man was a young man in noble clothes. The woman was a maid in servant clothes. At this time, the young man hugged the maid, and kept using instant movement in the air to flash his figure, like a ghost that kept appearing and disappeared in the other side of the forest in the blink of an eye, entering another area. This combination of a man and a woman was naturally Xian and Laxia. Xian held Laxia, stopped the instant movement at a certain moment, and floated in the air. Haven't we arrived yet? Xian exhaled lightly, looked at the monotonous sea of trees below, and frowned tightly. There is no doubt that Xian is heading for the ruins that Sophie pointed out. After Laxia expressed her desire to go with him, Xian took her all the way and teleported in the direction pointed by Sophie. But until now, they have not found a place with similar ruins, although I don't know the specific location, since Jalur and the others can go back and forth in a short time, even if we don't consider the problem of demons and monsters hindering them on the road, so that they can keep on going. Then logically speaking, they should not have been able to rush for a long time. Right? Why haven't they arrived yet? Did I miss it? Or is the direction that Sophie pointed wrong? Xian scratched his head with his free hand, muttering to himself. However, Laxia, who had been quietly staying in Xian's arms, spoke calmly at this time. Deputy Captain Jalur said that the ruins were sunk underground by the goddess Nadura and hidden, so it should be difficult to find the ruins in the air. Right? What Laxia said made sense. Originally, looking down from midair, the view was greatly obstructed by the sea of trees. In addition, the ruins were sunk underground. Trying to find the entrance to the ruins in the air was like looking for a needle in a haystack, and it was mostly futile. Not to mention, Xian was still teleporting on the road, and he would skip a long distance each time. It was not certain whether he had missed anything in the middle. What should I do? Xian said helplessly. I can't go down and look for it slowly. Right? Then when will I find it? Otherwise, let's go back to the elf country and ask Jalur or Genome for the detailed location. Xian had such an idea. What? Why don't you go back and ask Sophie? Those who ask this question can only be said to be brave men who are not afraid of death, or old straight men who are not afraid of embarrassment at all. Anyway, Xian plans to avoid the elf queen temporarily. In this case, it would be a good choice to go back and ask Jalur or Genome. But I think it should not be necessary. Laxia said this calmly. Why? Xian was slightly startled. Laxia did not answer, but raised her head and looked at Xian's face. Master, please release the demon roar chain. This maid sister made such a request very abruptly. Release the demon roar chain? Xian was startled again at first, and then reacted, and suddenly said, Do you want the demon roar chain to lead us? Yes. Laxia said expressionlessly. You said that the demon war chain may have rebelled because it felt the existence of the gem on your body and took the initiative to recognize you as its master. When you touched those stone slabs, the demon war chain also reacted. So, then, if the demon war chain is released, it may lead Xian and the others to find the location of the ruins. After all, according to your interpretation, the demon king not only exerted power on the stone slab, but also exerted power in the ruins. The demon war chain can react to the stone slab, and it is likely to react to the ruins and sense the location of the ruins. Laxia made such a suggestion. Okay. Xian did not object and said directly, let's give it a try. As he said that, Xian waved his hand, and a chain appeared around him like a stream of light, swimming in the air. Ding-ling-a-ling. The chains collided with each other, making a crisp sound, and the whole body was still emitting a faint light, which looked somewhat pleasing to the eye. After it came out, it seemed very happy and kept spinning around Xian. But after a while, the chain suddenly stopped in the air, and as if it felt something, it rushed into the distance. What is this? Xian was slightly startled, and then his eyes lit up. It seems to be successful. Laxia stared at the direction where the chain disappeared, saying nothing, but just looking at Xian. Xian immediately understood. Let's go. Let's follow. Xian tightened the maid's body in his arms, and the whole person disappeared in midair, flashing towards the direction where the magic roar chain disappeared. Like this, the magic roar chain kept flying in front, and Xian followed closely with Laxia, and flew a distance again. About a few minutes later, the magic roar chain stopped flying forward. It suddenly turned a corner, rushed into the sea of trees, and disappeared from Xian's sight. Before Xian could react, a burst of explosion sounded in the sea of trees below. Xian quickly stopped teleporting, and stopped with Laxia at the place where the magic roar chain rushed down. Right here? Xian muttered in a low voice. But he was sure. Not only Xian, but also Laxia was sure of it. It felt the same as when she saw the stone slab. Laxia looked down, her eyes flickering. Let's go down and take a look. Xian did not hesitate for long, and took Laxia to the forest below. Rustle, with the swaying of leaves and branches. Xian and Laxia passed through the lush trees and landed in a forest. In a corner here, there was a rock that seemed to have been shattered, and its fragments were scattered around, and there was even smoke and dust. Xian saw through it at a glance. This was the work of the demonic roar chain, because that is the entrance to the ruins. Right? The direction Xian pointed to was exactly where many rock fragments were scattered. I saw that where the rock fragments were scattered, a passage leading to the underground appeared. The passage was dark and oppressive, and the air flowing out of it seemed to carry a trace of mysterious magic fluctuations, which made Xian stare at it intently. The same was true for Laxia. The flowing mysterious magic fluctuations that the two felt now were exactly the same as the magic fluctuations of the stone slabs they saw today. This was enough to explain many problems. Xian spoke while looking at the entrance of the ruins. I'm afraid that there is a barrier set up by Najula here, and ordinary people can't find this entrance or the ruins even if they come here. Only people like Jayalur and Janom, who know the location clearly and have been entrusted by Najula and have a way to pass through the barrier, can have access to the entrance of this ruins. Unfortunately, the magic roar chain just seemed to have destroyed the barrier and the rock pressing on the entrance. It's a chain that easily acts on its own, whether it's betraying the original owner or doing something like this without the current owner's consent. It's always causing trouble. Xian was already thinking about throwing away this chain. Even if the chain is quite powerful, if it acts on its own initiative like this and is out of the control of the user, then whether or not to continue using it is indeed something that needs to be carefully considered. If it were someone else, they might still be reluctant to give it up, and based on its powerful strength, they would just accommodate it. But Xian doesn't need it. He already has the best and most powerful weapon in the world, and doesn't need this demon treasure at all. Compared to the holy sword, any treasure is inferior. At least, this is the case for Xian. His holy sword is already more powerful than the holy swords of the heroes of all generations. Even Mitra can't compare to it. Among the heroes of all generations, perhaps many people's holy swords are not as good as this demon roar chain. But the value of Xian's holy sword is definitely stronger than the demon roar chain, especially now that it is undergoing a transformation. When the transformation is over, the only treasures in the world that can be compared with Xian's holy sword are probably the Demon King's jade and the goddess's jade. So Xian immediately decided, when I achieve transcendence, I will throw away this chain. As for now, I will use it as a substitute for the time being to avoid interrupting the transformation of the holy sword in myself. When Sheen made up his mind, Laxia just looked at the entrance of the ruins quietly. What's wrong? Sheen found this and asked in confusion. Nothing. Laxia was silent for a while, then shook her head and said, let's go in. Hearing this, Sheen still looked at Laxia with some doubts. For some reason, he always felt that since he met the stone slab, Laxia's reaction and performance became a little bit wrong. Especially after seeing the stone slab, Laxia's eyes would change from time to time. The emotions and feelings that appeared there made Sheen a little confused and unable to understand. When she knew that he was going to visit the ruins, Laxia immediately expressed her willingness to go with him, but did not explain the reason. She had originally thought that this girl was very concerned about the matter of the Demon King with whom he had a deep relationship. But now it seems that this elder sister seems to have other ideas. You? Sheen was about to ask something. However, at this time, Laxia had already taken a step and walked towards the entrance of the ruins. Wait! Sheen was startled and hurriedly chased after her, saying, aren't you afraid of encountering danger later? How dare you walk in front? Sheen complained. Who would have thought that Laxia said something? No. There will be no danger inside. Laxia spoke calmly. How do you know? Sheen blinked. Laxia only replied with 2 words. Feeling. After that, Laxia took the lead to enter the ruins. Seeing this, Sheen was somewhat helpless, but still followed. The two entered the ruins together. In the ruins, the mysterious magic power was still fluctuating, and it lasted for a long time. Chapter 976. My name is Nian, the former residence of the Demon King. When you first heard about such a place, you would think it was a very luxurious place, right? So far, Sheen has heard of several places where the Demon King lived, such as the castle that has been in the deepest part of the Demon Clan's base camp during the war, or the Demon King's mansion that Lai Xia stole from the kingdom. Those were all places where the Demon King once lived. And these places, even if you just hear about them, you can know how luxurious and huge they are. They can be said to be veritable mansions that match the name of the Demon King. But this ruins broke Sheen's previous impression of these mansions. Is this where the Demon King lived? Sheen looked at the scene in front of him and fell into deep astonishment. What appeared in front of him was not a luxurious and huge residence, but a very simple place. So simple that it reminded people of the caves where the uncivilized savages lived in ancient times. After entering the entrance of the ruins, Sheen and Laxia walked down the long stairs, about hundreds of meters underground, and then saw such a place. There are stone walls all around here, and there are also several stone pillars, but they do not separate the space here, but seem to just support the ceiling to prevent it from falling. The entire ruins presents a vast space. There are various layouts in the space, such as stone tables and stone chairs in the corners, and a stone bed against the wall. But other than that, there is almost nothing here. It is too simple. Although people can glimpse the traces of life in it, there is no doubt that such a place is said to be inhabited by a Demon King who can destroy the world with a wave of his hand. At least, Sheen stood at the entrance, unable to speak for a long time, and did not dare to believe that the Demon King once lived here. Laxia was also silent, staring at the interior of the ruins, not knowing what she was thinking. In the ruins, the demonic roar chain was wandering around like a dragon, as if it was very happy, as if it had returned to its home. Flying so happily, Sheen ignored the chain that often went off track, stepped into the space of the ruins, and scanned the space. Laxia did the same, walking back and forth in the ruins, patrolling the space. Neither of them spoke, just observing the ruins through the darkness. However, the two found nothing, as if they had accidentally entered an ancient tomb, and they didn't even see anything decent. Sheen did find that in a corner of the ruins, a stone wall seemed to have been knocked down and was in a somewhat damaged state. After looking at the stone wall, Sheen was basically sure those stone slabs were knocked down from this. Right? The material of the stone wall is the same as the stone tablets that were brought to the elf town to record the Demon King's affairs. Sheen can be sure that the Demon King took the stone tablets from this stone wall and used them as practice boards for writing or notepads for recording, and then piled them up in the corner here. The elf royal family who entered here discovered the stone tablets in this way, and Jailur and others also took the stone tablets away from here, leaving only such empty ruins. Is there nothing here except the stone tablets? Sheen scratched his head. At this time, Laxia's voice sounded behind Sheen. There is something here. Hearing this unusually calm voice, Sheen turned his head and looked at the source of the sound. The next second, Xian saw Laxia standing by the stone bed in the corner, with her eyes cast on the stone bed, as if looking at something. Is there something here? Xian came to Laxia's side, looked at the stone bed within his sight, and wondered, because he saw nothing, only an ordinary stone bed. But Laxia seemed to be very sure, and she stroked the stone bed with her slender hand, ignoring the dust on her fingertips, and spoke lightly. I can feel something here, but it is not visible. Laxia's words made Xian narrow his eyes. Xian then magnified the induction power of external awareness of destiny, allowing the powerful perception ability to spread and cover the stone bed. However, Xian still didn't notice anything. Only an ordinary stone bed. Nothing? Xian was in a dilemma. He didn't think that Laxia's feeling was wrong. This elder sister has an extremely deep connection with the Demon King. And even the body she is using now is the Demon King's body. It is very normal for her to feel something that others can't feel. To put it bluntly, if the Demon King really lived here, then her body that once lived here is here now, on Laxia's body. In this case, it is normal for Laxia to have some feelings. However, he really didn't feel anything. Laxia also spoke in a low voice. If the eldest lady was here, there should be a way. Hearing this, Xian was slightly startled. And then he understood what Laxia meant. You mean, you need the magic power of the Demon King to make the things on it appear? Xian asked Laxia. It should be. Laxia responded lightly, without making a confirmation. But it was enough. Xian also felt that this was the case. If you want to make the things on the stone bed emerge, you may have to use the magic power of the Demon King. And Lexia is a magical life created by the people of the old demon clan, who collected the remaining magic power after the Demon King passed away and used that magic power as a prototype. In other words, Lexia's magic power is at least of the same nature as the Demon King. But the problem is that Lexia is not here. This is troublesome. Xian sighed. But Laxia turned to Xian. If it is a gem, it should be easy to open the things on it. Laxia's reminder made Xian react. Yes, there is still the Demon King's gem in his body. That is the origin of the Demon King. The essence of its essence. The condensation of its concept. And the power on it is undoubtedly the power of the Demon King. Thinking of this, Xian sank his consciousness, looked inside his body, and found the red gem surrounding the holy sword. The gem was still bathed in the crimson light, but the light seemed to be brighter and stronger than before, making Xian feel that it was about to be awakened. The sacred vibrations emanating from the holy sword became more and more intense, and the sacred power also merged into his internal organs and every part of his body, making Xian feel like he was about to be reborn. The transformation of transcendence was going smoothly. The power hidden in his body was also awakening smoothly. Everything was developing in an orderly manner, and he was gradually moving towards evolution and achieving his own transcendence. It's almost done. It's almost done. Xian felt this way. Unfortunately, now is not the time to focus on this. Xian focused his consciousness on the red gem and was in a dilemma for a while. How to let it come out? Or lend me some magic power? Xian didn't know what to do for a while. However, the situation that surprised Xian happened in the next second. Buzz! The red gemstone seemed to sense Xian's presence, Xian's will, and Xian's wishes, and it trembled slightly. Then, it released a magical power, which spread throughout Xian's body and burst out. Bang! In the ruins, in front of the stone bed in the corner, Xian, who had closed his eyes at some point, suddenly began to burn with a magical power. Laxia was frightened away by the sudden appearance of the magical power, but her eyes were filled with the most intense ripples so far. At this moment, the magical power burning from Xian's body was not his own magical power. It was a magical power that was darker than darkness, deeper than the abyss, more dazzling than the night sky, and more magnificent than the universe. The magic power was not huge, but it had a feeling of looking down on the world and dominating the world, as if the whole world should submit to this power, making the atmosphere tremble. In the ruins, the mysterious magic power fluctuations that had been floating around were like seeing a mother, and began to react. The demonic roar chain that had been wandering in the ruins suddenly stopped, rushed over happily, and directly sank into Xian's body and returned to his body. This is. Xian opened his eyes and looked at his hands, his face full of surprise. He could feel a burst of magic power in his body, but he didn't feel anything strange at all, as if the magic power burning in his body was just a mirage, just an illusion, just a false thing, and he didn't feel anything at all. Usually, when Xian used his magic power. He could clearly feel that his whole body was bursting out with amazing power. And there was a heat current running through his body, which was very clear. Only at this moment, although the magic power was bursting out from his body, Xian didn't feel it at all, which made him feel weird. Master, Laxia spoke at this time. Please inject the magic power into the stone bed. Hearing Laxia's voice, Xian remembered the business. At that moment, Xian did not care to continue sighing, and directly pressed his hand on the stone bed. Buzz! The magic power in Xian's body immediately flowed to the stone bed. That was not something Xian was controlling, but an action initiated by him. The magic power passed through Xian's body and was injected into the stone bed, as if he was very clear about his mission. After the magic power was completely injected into the stone bed, the magic power bursting out of Xian's body also completely disappeared. Before Xian could sigh, an abnormal situation finally appeared on the stone bed. Clang! A faint light suddenly appeared on the bed's surface, and it flowed and occupied the entire stone bed surface. In the faint light, the things hidden inside the stone bed finally slowly emerged. Xian and Laxia immediately cast their eyes on it, and saw the things that emerged. That was text. The words from another world are the same as the stone tablets that Jia Lure and others brought back to the land of elves. The words are a little sloppy and a little rough, which makes people clearly feel the character of the writer. He is definitely the kind of careless, rash, and very worrying guy. Seeing this handwriting, Xian and Laxia both had an idea at the first time. This is not written by the Demon King. Yes, this is not written by the Demon King. At least, this is not the handwriting of the Demon King. The handwriting of the Demon King was indeed a little sloppy and a little crooked at the beginning, but his learning abilities seemed to be beyond doubt. He soon practiced his handwriting to a beautiful level, and people could clearly feel the beauty in it. This handwriting is different, sloppy and rough, and it is definitely not the handwriting of the Demon King himself. This is also true. When the faint light dissipated and the handwriting was fully revealed, Xian immediately saw the sentence that appeared at the beginning. My name is Nian, and I seem to be a brave man. As soon as these words entered Xian's eyes widened instantly. They were filled with astonishment. Chapter 977 Sun. Nian. Hero Nian. This is a name known only to a very small number of beings standing at the top of the world. The first generation of heroes. Goddess Nian has the same name as her, but her name is also because of this first generation of heroes. When she was summoned to this world, even the goddess of fate, Lidas, had not yet been born. From his dreams and various signs, this first generation of heroes has an inexplicable deep connection with the Demon King and the Supreme God. Not only the Supreme God regards her as a special existence, but also the Demon King. Xian has long understood that the brave girl he saw in his dream is the first generation of brave Nian. The one who has been repeatedly mentioned on the stone tablet recorded by the Demon King is probably also the brave Nian, a brave girl from another world with whom she has a close relationship. In other words, the first generation of heroes, who were regarded by the Supreme God as the trump card to defeat the Demon King and who were carefully cultivated, actually not only had a good relationship with the Supreme God, but also developed a special relationship with the Demon King. But for some reason, according to what Najula once mentioned, this hero girl, who had a very close relationship with both the Demon King and the Supreme God, seemed to have died in the end, and was killed by the Demon King, and died in a very miserable way. Because of her, the Supreme God was heartbroken and cried in the center of the world, causing heavy rain all over the world, and eventually led to the birth of the goddess Nian. Because of her, the life of the Demon King seemed to have changed greatly, leading him to a road of no return. But before that, the relationship between this hero girl and the Demon King was indeed very good. There is no doubt about that. The Demon King also attached great importance to her, and even regarded her as his only close friend, and always cared about her. In the end, it seemed that because the first generation of heroes had no choice but to agree to help the Supreme God to defeat her, he had the intention to die. From the records left by the Demon King, it can be seen that before the decisive moment came, the brave girl seemed to have been visiting here all the time, always looking for the lonely Demon King to keep her company. However, even so, Xian did not expect that he could see the records left by the first generation of heroes here. Nian. Just as Xian was astonished, Laxia on the side stared at the handwriting that appeared on the stone bed, looked at the first line of words, lowered her head, and called out the name. Xian was awakened immediately. Can you understand these words? Xian turned to Laxia. his face full of surprise. Those are words from another world. Logically, only heroes from another world can understand them. Even the Demon King learned with the first generation of heroes. Others should not understand these words. But Laxia seemed to understand them. No, she didn't understand them. It's just that I vaguely feel that I can understand the meaning of these words. Laxia whispered these words, and her attitude seemed a little strange, because she lowered her head. Xian couldn't see her expression and eyes at this moment. Are you okay? Xian felt inexplicably worried and couldn't help asking. It's okay. Laxia was silent for a long time before she replied, and then said, let's take a look at what is written on it. Hearing this, although Xian was still a little worried about Laxia's condition, he was also very concerned about the records that appeared on the stone bed. Moreover, I don't know if it was my illusion. Xian always felt that the handwriting on it was very familiar. It was as if I had seen this handwriting often before. And there was a sense of familiarity, and even closeness deep in my bones. Intuition told Xian that the records on it would be very important to me. That was the key to everything. The beginning of everything. And the root cause of all tragedies. All developments. And all results. So, Xian suppressed the strange feeling in his heart, and cast his eyes back to the record on the stone bed. The sloppy and rough handwriting was gradually read by him. My name is Nian. And I seem to be a brave man. I am a person from another world, who was summoned to this world by the goddess. After being summoned here, I inexplicably possessed a very beautiful sword, and awakened the power that the goddess called a unique skill. It is said that it can achieve the fastest growth, allowing me to become a hero who can defeat the Demon King in a very short time. To be honest, I don't quite understand what the goddess said, let alone why I have to defeat the Demon King. At the beginning, I thought the Demon King was a bad guy. But by chance, I met that child and became friends with her. In the end, I understood that she was just a child who was very afraid of loneliness and needed someone to accompany and love her. The goddess told me that such a child has enough power to destroy the world, and has been chasing her and destroying the world she created. So she must be destroyed. But I really don't want to believe that such a child, who looks about the same age as me, would be one of those vicious people. Of course, I know that the child is very strong. Very strong. Even if I use the sword in my hand, I will probably be killed by her in an instant. But she may be very strong. Or dangerous. But I don't want to kill her at all. Why must I kill her? Even if she is a bad person. I don't want to kill her. I am just an ordinary person. A child born in an ordinary family. Neither a hero nor the embodiment of justice. But I was suddenly called to such a world, and told that I must use the beautiful sword in my hand to kill people. How can I do this? The goddess said that this is my mission. What a brave man should do. But I don't understand. And I don't want to understand. I just know that every time I think about killing people, I feel very scared. So scared that I will be awakened every night. I really want to go home. I want to see my parents, eat snacks, watch TV, play with friends, and even go to classes I hate. It's better than staying in this world where there is nothing. Living in fear every day. Not knowing when I have to kill someone. Omnis is a good person, and very beautiful. Claudius is also a good person, and as beautiful as Omnis. But they have irreconcilable conflicts. And even dragged me into it. I regard them all as important friends. But I really don't want to kill anyone. Let alone kill that child. I don't like this world either. Even if it is the world created by Omnis, and the world that Claudius has been looking for. It doesn't belong to me after all. I want to go back. I want to go back. Really. I'm fed up with this situation. I dare not tell these two people about these thoughts. Because they will not allow me to leave. They are all good people. And I don't hate them. But they all need me. And they are forcing me to do things I don't like. Which makes me feel suffocated. So, I write these words here. And use the power that the child gave me to ensure that others can't see it. If, one day, someone finds and sees these words I left, or simply those two people find and see these words I left, then I sincerely hope that by that time, your conflict has been resolved. And by that time, I hope to have returned to my home and can use my own name instead of the name given to me by this goddess. I am Yen. But, I am also shall we. The handwriting on the stone bed ends here. After reading the last paragraph, Xian could no longer take his eyes off the last two words. Shall we? Shall we? Boom boom. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Xian stared at the last name tightly. His heartbeat kept accelerating, becoming more and more intense and stronger. Such a violent and strong heartbeat even made Sheen feel painful. Oh! Sheen grabbed his chest and breathed heavily. His heart was burning. His head was boiling. It was as if something he had forgotten burst out of his body and shouted on behalf of Sheen. Sheen instinctively noticed it. I know this name. I know this person. Who is she? In Sheen's mind, a flash of light bursting like a spark suddenly flashed. The appearance of the young hero that he had seen several times in his dreams was gradually changing. Specifically, it was becoming more mature. From the appearance of a young girl, the hero seemed to have accelerated his own time and gradually turned into a young woman. The young woman looked very charming, but like a child who never grew up, with a mischievous smile on her face. Immediately, the young woman spoke, as if she was talking to Sheen, and called out, "Son." At this moment, the nerves in Sheen's brain hurt as if they were burned. "Ah!" Sheen hugged his head and squatted on the ground. "Master!" Laxa, who was standing by, finally noticed Sheen's abnormality. Her face changed, and she squatted down and supported Sheen. "Master, what's wrong with you?" Laxia's voice was a little panicked and caught off guard. This was a rare performance in the past. Unfortunately, Sheen could no longer care about these. Xian panted violently, and felt a sharp pain in his head, a rapid heartbeat, and a very uncomfortable feeling. If he hadn't retained a bit of rationality, he would have even wanted to lie on the ground and roll around. Uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. Ah! The wave of magic power rushed up to the sky and hit the ceiling, as if it was going to blow the entire ruins away. The impact was so strong that it was unimaginable. If it were an ordinary building, it would have been completely destroyed by the magic power by now. Right? But this is the residence where the Demon King has exerted special power. Even if it is hit by such amazing magic power, it still maintains stability. Sheen desperately vented his magic power. "Master! Master!" Laxia's shout was drowned out by the roar of magic power and disappeared completely. Chapter 978, The Greatest Regret in This World. God Realm. Holy Land. In this endless sea of flowers, the pure white goddess, who was lying here, has disappeared. In her place is a girl. A girl who looks only about 13 or 14 years old, with fair skin, petite figure, long golden hair to the waist, a lovely appearance, extremely bold and revealing clothes, only a fur coat with an open front and a leather coat covering the key parts, a witch-like hat with a wide brim, and an eye mask covering the right eye. In one hand of the girl is a huge spear made of gold with a design similar to that of a tree. It is the goddess who had met Sheen once. Since the last time she changed into this look, the goddess seemed to like this state, or she seemed to have realized that Sheen liked this posture, and she has been maintaining this posture. She didn't like this posture, but since Sheen liked it, and there was a goddess named after her former friend who had the same appearance as her, it would be fun for her to change a little and exist here in a different posture. Of course, there are very few people who are lucky enough to see her in this posture, and it can even be said that there is no one else except Sheen and Nian. However, the goddess didn't care, and just stood in the center of the sea of flowers in this posture of a demon from another world. A closer look showed that the goddess's only left eye was closed, as if she was resting her eyes. From time to time, gusts of wind blew through the sea of flowers, blowing the fur coat on the goddess' body, swaying in the wind, looking quite elegant, until a certain moment, the goddess suddenly opened her eyes, as if she felt something. She turned her sight and looked in one direction, as if she could see the situation in another distant world. Whispering softly, "Have you found the key to retrieve the past?" The goddess talked to herself as if she had expected this day to come. He should be in pain now. Right? After all the heroes summoned to this world after that child will have most of their memories in the other world taken away by the mechanism she secretly set up. But her power is strong, but not as omnipotent as mine. It can only violently destroy memories. Once such memories are retrieved, it will inevitably bring great pain to the person involved. Even the hero summoning style didn't know about this matter, and he must have been kept in the dark. But this is a test he must go through. It doesn't matter if the other heroes can lose their memories of their previous lives. But he can't, because the reason he came to this world and possessed his current power was not just because he was summoned to this world and became a hero. His order is the opposite. Others were summoned to this world, and then they awakened the concept of a hero, obtained the holy sword and unique skills, and gained power. Under various coincidences, he was forced to become a hero from the moment he was born. and obtain the power of the three supreme concepts, becoming the only individual with power in the other world. To a certain extent, it can be said that his being summoned to this world is an inevitable result. So, if he doesn't want to know the truth of everything, it's fine. If he wants to know everything and understand everything, he must find those memories, and find his first half of life, who made him also a person in this game. Not an outside spectator at all. Demon King, Goddess, Hero. These three concepts have always been intertwined and entangled with each other. If the child wants to find the truth of the past, then he himself must naturally join the game. The goddess didn't mind helping him, but the ruins had always been her restricted area. There was her power guarding it, and people like me who were restrained by it basically couldn't get in. I couldn't even use my omniscience to take a peek there. I could only rely on my own gem in the child's body to vaguely sense what had happened. Therefore, the goddess could only offer some blessings to the child here. I hope you can make up for the regrets that the three of us once left behind. The goddess whispered so, and she also hoped so. At the same time, Sheen was in great pain, just as the goddess in the sanctuary claimed. In his mind, a series of memories emerged in the burning pain, making Sheen feel tormented. What on earth is going on? Sheen wanted to shout like this, but sadly found that he couldn't even do something to this extent. He now felt as if his head was forcibly put into a stove to burn. Painful and hot to the point of driving him crazy. In this situation, some fragmented images and sounds kept appearing in his mind. Why is this happening? Why did that power go to this child? Is it because I have been strongly rejecting this power, so it went to my child? Why is this happening? Why is this happening? This is a picture of a young woman holding her newborn baby and crying in a dim room. Mom, I'm so hot. Don't worry. It will be fine in a while. Why do I get so hot every once in a while? Is it because I have some disease? Of course not. Don't let your imagination run wild. Your body is fine, so you won't get sick. Since I'm not sick, what did I get? Maybe it's a curse. Curse? Yes, curse. A curse left to you by this useless mother of mine. This is a picture of a young woman taking care of a little boy lying in bed, talking with a sad voice and expression. Come here. I'm not wrong. You still say you're not wrong? Don't you see what you beat him up like? I said I didn't. I just pushed him lightly, and he flew out by himself. So didn't I tell you many times that you are not allowed to play with other children so much, let alone fight with others? Why? Is it really the same as what those people said? Because I'm a monster? You are not a monster. Then what am I? You are my son. Always. This is the young woman teaching her son who has grown up. At the end of the teaching, the scene turned into tears. Along with these pictures, the young woman's instructions from childhood to adulthood began to appear in Xian's mind. Remember, you are different from others. You have something in your body that others don't have. If you don't pay attention, you will not only hurt others, but also yourself. You may not be able to control this power now, but it doesn't matter. This power will not have any ill will towards you, so you can't think of letting it go. But you must suppress it and reject it, so that it will become quiet. When you get used to it in the future, this power will fall asleep. Just like me at the beginning. It will be difficult to wake up again. If one day you awaken this power, you must control it. This is a power that is enough to turn the world upside down. You must use it properly. Do you understand? The young woman's instructions are so clear and so clear. At that time, her expression was so serious and serious that Xian finally remembered it. Why did he forget it? Why did I only remember such an important thing now? Xian knocked his head hard. Not because he was upset, but because he remembered something important. Yes. Yes. That's my mother. So, she is. So, I am. The clues in his mind gradually connected together, and finally led to a truth that shocked Xian and even made him feel absurd. Shall we? The name became Xian's key to finding the past, and the key to everything. Then, the last picture flashed in Xian's mind. It was the wish that the young woman inadvertently said under the starry sky one night. If there is a chance, I really want to see those two people again. This wish, this picture, became the last memory that flashed through Xian's mind. Unconsciously, Xian's somewhat painful cry stopped. The magic power burning from his body also gradually subsided. The airwave gradually passed away. The interior of the ruins gradually calmed down. Xian knelt in the center of the ruins, holding his head, panting, with shock, silence and complex emotions flashing in his eyes. Master, A figure staggered towards Sheen. Sheen seemed to remember something, and quickly turned his head to look at the source of the sound, and saw his little maid. Laxia was covered with black ash. Her body was also a little unstable, and she staggered and looked very embarrassed. Laxia, Sheen reacted, ignoring his heartbeat that had not yet completely subsided and his head that was still faintly burning. He stood up and walked towards Laxia. Woo! Laxia's body shook. Her steps stumbled, and she fell forward. Sheen quickly reached out and caught Laxia, who fell into his arms. Celestial breathe. The next second, Sheen used the healing celestial magic without hesitation, letting the starlight shine from his body and shine on Laxia. Are you okay? While Sheen was treating Laxia, he said with some guilt, sorry, I got you into trouble. A bitter expression appeared on Sheen's face. Laxia slowly let out a breath, as if she was much better, raised her head and looked at Sheen. What happened? Laxia asked seriously. But Sheen looked complicated when he heard it, thinking of everything that just came to his mind. Sheen sighed. It's okay. I just remembered some things in the past. Sheen said so. Things in the past? Laxia was slightly startled. Yeah. Sheen nodded, and said in an inexplicable sigh, although I haven't remembered everything yet, I seem to remember the most important part. No. Not only did I remember it, but I also connected the past and the present together, and finally came up with some truths, even in the past that had been forgotten once. Some mysteries that made him entangled and confused in the first half of his life were solved. So, Sheen felt unusually complicated. Let's go. Let's go back first. Sheen shook his head at Laxia, who seemed to be hesitant to speak, and said so. I also need to sort out my thoughts. After all, the truth and answers obtained by things have far exceeded Sean's imagination to a certain extent. What should I do? Sean's mind is still very confused, and he can't figure it out for the time being. But he knows that he must think about it and sort it out, in order to make up for the biggest regret in this life that is already very obvious and can no longer be hidden for much longer. Chapter 979. The darkness strikes again. The long night has not completely passed. Tonight, there must be many people who can't sleep. Sheen can't sleep. Laxia can't sleep. Of course, Sophie and others can't sleep so easily, even if we don't know what Sheen experienced in the ruins. The content interpreted on the stone tablet brought back is enough to keep many people awake at night. This night, the elves' land was spent in a relatively peaceful, but not very peaceful state. At the same time, in a corner of the world, there were also people who were still awake. Was the thing brought into the elves' land by the brave? Donas received the news from his men and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Beside him, the princess was also present. At this time, the two were at the bottom of an abyss that was bottomless. At the bottom of the abyss, an extremely complex magic circle was slowly rotating, as if collecting moonlight, exuding a faint mysterious atmosphere. The princess sat in the center of the magic circle. Donna sat on a huge rock nearby, bathing in the moonlight while unfolding several magic circles to collect some information. That was obviously a magic circle used to communicate with the members of the new original demon. So, Donna's had already obtained the information he wanted, and also the information he didn't want. The princess, sitting in the center of the huge magic circle, opened her eyes. Has the thing been found? The princess looked at Donna's. Ah, it's almost there. Donna's just ignored the magic circle in front of him and said thoughtfully, after estimation, I was very sure that what we wanted was in the Tagore forest. So, when the people below mentioned that the elves had some sneaky behavior, I guessed that the goddess of nature or the queen of the elves must have known something and was ready to get the things before me. For this reason, Donna's ordered the magical creatures in the Tagore forest to keep a close eye on the team led by Jaeluer. Originally, Donna's wanted to let Jaeluer and others act, help him bring the things out, and then intercept them. Therefore, it was not accidental that Jaeluer and others were chased by the army of magical creatures and the army of dead spirits on the way back to the land of elves with the things. All this was planned by Donna's long ago. But I didn't expect that the brave man would come out and interfere, and just happened to encounter this incident, destroying my plan. Is this the fate and favor brought to him by the blessing of the supreme god? Donna squinted his eyes and chuckled as he sat on the rock. On the contrary, the princess noticed another piece of news that she had to pay attention to. So, the hero is not in the capital of the kingdom now, but in the land of elves? The eyes of the princess flickered. Donna seemed to have noticed something and turned to the princess. What? Do you want to attack the kingdom? Donna seemed to have seen through the princess's thoughts and said casually, "If this is your wish, then I don't mind cooperating with you. But even if we attack the kingdom, our plan will not make any progress. Right?" Hearing this, the princess was silent. Seeing this, Donis continued to talk to himself. The gods and humans must have thought that we didn't dare to attack the kingdom rashly because we were afraid of the hero Xian. Little did they know that we didn't attack the kingdom just because the kingdom didn't have what we wanted. What we want has a long history. It may be in the Ragna Empire, the magic power Lullaby, or other forces and other ethnic groups, but not in the newly established country with only 1,000 years of history. That is, the Mitra Kingdom, which was established after the death of the Demon King. Of course, the Mitra Kingdom was established by the brave man who defeated the Demon King. Maybe the royal family really has something we need. But the Demon King's legacy that Mitra once received was stolen by our Demon King body 10 years ago. It is unlikely that the royal family has anything related to the Demon King. But it has become the base camp of the goddesses who stayed in the human world. And even the current base of the human race. Even the brave man is stationed there. If we attack there, not only may we get nothing, but there will also be great risks, which is completely not worth the loss. In summary, we decided not to attack the Mitra Kingdom. You agreed at that time, right? Donis talked so eloquently that the princess could no longer remain silent. I did agree at that time. The princess took a deep breath and said calmly, "Don't worry. I am different from that girl Moroa. I will not blindly hate that kingdom and the descendants of the brave. Since we can't attack, we won't attack." The princess' words were exchanged for Donis's meaningful eyes. Indeed, the princess is different from Moroa. She does not unilaterally hate everything related to the brave and feel unforgivable. But it is not Moroa who becomes a special existence like Great Spirit of Death, but the princess in front of him. And what is the basic condition for becoming a Great Spirit of Death? That is, before death, there is a great negative emotion. In other words, it is impossible for the princess to have no hatred for that kingdom in her heart. She is not as extreme as Moroa. But because the negative emotion that made her Great Spirit is not hatred, but pain. Since there is such great pain before death, she is definitely not completely without complaints about that kingdom. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thought of using necromancy to awaken Mitra, let alone launch an attack on that kingdom. Her purpose may not be to completely destroy the kingdom, but she definitely wants to vent something to the kingdom. Donis saw through this. However, he naturally would not say anything about it. After all, he and the princess are just a cooperative relationship. The other party has helped him a lot. In this case, he will also allow her to the maximum extent and will not stop her from doing what she really wants to do. At most, he will give her some advice, and advice when she feels that something is wrong. Fortunately, this princess has always been easy to talk to, and has always been very rational. She will not want to do anything out of her own selfishness. From this point of view, Moro is really not a little bit worse than her. He has a lot of personal grudges, and is also very easy to lose control. Therefore, for Moro, Donis used to treat him as a chess piece that could be used, just like the other betrayers of various races who were persuaded by him. On the other hand, Donis treats the princess as a real partner. It is definitely more comfortable and interesting to cooperate with this princess than with Moro. In view of this, Donis slowed down his tone and spoke in a gentle voice. When we complete the ultimate goal, it will be the biggest irony for the Mitra Kingdom. So you don't have to be so anxious. Hearing Donna's words, the princess also relaxed her expression. What Donna said makes sense. What is their ultimate goal? Resurrect the Demon King. And who is the Demon King defeated? The brave Mitra. In this case, when they successfully resurrect the Demon King, it will be the biggest irony for Mitra and the biggest blow to the Mitra Kingdom. This may be the purpose of the princess to resurrect the Demon King. But it is not easy, since the thing really appeared in Tagore Forest and was taken into the elves' land by the brave. Then we can't get it. The princess frowned. No. It's just what I want. Donna's denied the princess's statement. The reason is very simple. Since the hero appeared in the Elfland, it is very likely that he brought another Demon King's body. Donna's curled his lips and smiled, saying, the things we want are actually gathered together. This is definitely not a bad thing for us. The princess understood what Donna's meant. Do you want to attack the Elfland again? The princess raised her eyebrows and looked at Donna's. Why not? Donna said bluntly, last time, the two of us attacked together. But we failed to take over the Elfland and get what we wanted. Now that the things have appeared, and the Demon King's body is among them, There is nothing wrong with another attack. Have you thought it through? The princess couldn't help but ask, this time. The hero is also here. Right? So, we have to work harder this time. Donna said to the princess with a smile. The conditions of those two should have improved. Right? The princess knew what Donna's meant. No problem. It's under complete control. As she spoke, the princess stood up. In the darkness behind her, two figures, one black and one white, appeared swaying slightly. A knight in silver-white full-body armor. A knight in pitch-black full-body armor. The two dead knights, full of death, each holding a heavy sword, appeared behind the princess. The strong death aura emanating from their bodies made them look even more dangerous than when they were in the inner world. Very good. Donas clapped his hands and said happily, then this time, I have to show some of my special skills. Oh! The princess was surprised and said, since you said that, can I understand that you are completely used to, and can use the power? Almost. Donas spread his hands and said, I finally succeeded in mastering it. I didn't expect that after becoming a demon. I not only got the power of my father, but also awakened other powers. For me, this is really a surprising and pleasant surprise. Not to mention Donna's. Even the princess was a little surprised when she first knew about Donna's situation. She originally thought that Donna's, who was useless before becoming a demon, had almost no power defects except for the magic of biological creation. Even after becoming a demon, he could not fully control the power of the transcendent level. Who would have thought that although he did not completely control the power of the demon, he awakened another power by chance. That was a power that belonged exclusively to him, not taken from anyone. With it, Donnas was able to severely injure Nadira in his first debut battle without fully mastering his power, and cooperated with her to severely injure Artemis. Now, he has completely mastered his own power, and combined his father's power with his own power. This young master may be more suitable to become a demon than his half-baked father. The princess thought so. Donna said happily and joyfully. This is a rare opportunity. Let me have a good time with that brave man. While saying this, Donna's turned to the other side. Can I leave the rest to you, princess? These words made the darkness move slightly. There, the black-haired and red-eyed demon girl raised her head. A gleam of light flashed in her eyes. Chapter 980. What have you experienced? The sky soon brightened. On this day, Laxia did not appear in Xian's room to help him wash and dress. The reason was simple. Xian had not slept all night and had been standing in front of the window, looking at the scenery outside. Laxia had actually been here, but after seeing Xian's appearance, she immediately stopped and retreated quietly. Xian stood in front of the window thinking about things all night. Unfortunately, although his thoughts were somewhat clear, his mood was still very chaotic. It was not until dawn that Xian suddenly raised his hand and flipped it violently. Clang! A brilliant light immediately appeared, illuminating the entire room. The holy sword emitting a strong sacred wave appeared in Xian's hand, and was held in his hand. Yes! Xian took out his holy sword. He took the initiative to stop the transformation, and took out his holy sword from his body. There is no way. I always thought that I was your first and only master. But I didn't expect that I just inherited you. Xian looked at the holy sword held in front of him, staring at this clone that has been with him since he came to this world, and muttered with a complicated expression. Now it seems that I am actually the same as Luo Shi. I can only use yours because I have been recognized by you. Right? Although Luo Shi's holy sword is essentially Mitra's thing, your exclusive one has long become me, and no longer belongs to your previous owner. But I really want to know what you and her have experienced in the past. Xian kept talking like this, as if he was talking to someone else who was not here, and his tone was completely different from usual. That tone, that look, perhaps, Xian has never shown it in front of others since he came to this world, including Luo Shi, Aie, Tyr, and Melika. Even the summoning goddess, who was obsessed with him, had never seen Xian's current appearance. From this, it can be seen that Xian's current appearance is very different from usual. But the holy sword has only been shining in Xian's hand, emitting extremely rich sacred fluctuations. And it still looks so beautiful and gorgeous. Its light and its brilliance. Even the holy swords of other heroes are more than one level weaker than it. This gives people the feeling that it is telling others that it is the strongest holy sword. Xian stared at it for a long time, then exhaled and took the holy sword back into his body. No matter what, the transformation is not completely over. If the holy sword is left in his body for too long, causing the sacred power absorbed by him to completely disappear, then even if he can continue to achieve transcendence later, there will be more or less hidden dangers. This was the case with the former 72nd generation hero Philip. He went to the battlefield and killed the enemy with the holy sword, regardless of his transcendent state. In the end, he left hidden dangers and died suddenly on the battlefield 10 years later. Xian didn't want to learn from that predecessor. Speaking of which, strictly speaking, the heroes of all generations can't be considered my predecessors. Right? Xian smiled bitterly. After all, strictly speaking, he was not a summoned hero, but just an existence that inherited the power of a hero. Alas, Xian sighed, still unable to sort out his chaotic mood. At this time, the door of Xian's room was opened. Laxia walked into Xian's room again. Master, Laxia said to Xian, Goddess Najula asked you if it would be convenient for you to meet her now? Laxia did not ask about what happened last night, nor did she mention that Xian had not slept all night. She just reported the news to him lightly and told him about this. Nadura? Xian then slightly suppressed his chaotic thoughts, turned to Laxia, and said, Since she has something to ask me, then I will go over. Yes. Laxia nodded. Xian raised his feet and walked out of the room. However, when he passed by Laxia, Xian suddenly stopped. Xian raised his eyelids slightly. His eyes turned and looked at Laxia. Immediately, he asked. Xian pondered for a while about what happened last night and asked, What do you think? Xian finally mentioned this matter to Laxia. Laxia was silent for a long time. Then, Laxia spoke. I probably feel the same as you, Master, Laxia said calmly. The same? Xian repeated. Yes. Laxia looked at Xian and said, I don't know how to describe my mood at this moment. I can only say that it is very chaotic. This mood is indeed the same as Xian. Although, from Laxia's calm and indifferent appearance, Xian can't see any expression of her confusion at all. Laxia said, I think I also need some time to sort out my thoughts. Laxia looked straight at Xian and said, Although, I don't know what happened to you last night, Master. If Laxia's performance is a little abnormal, and she has been a little bit wrong since she saw the stone tablet left by the Demon King, then Xian's appearance last night is indeed problematic. But Laxia doesn't intend to seriously ask Xian what it looks like. She probably sensed that Xian didn't want to tell others about his current situation? Or maybe she knew that Xian was sorting out his thoughts and hadn't decided what to do yet. So she was waiting for Xian to speak out himself. Then Xian wanted to ask something else, but stopped himself. The next second, Xian gave up asking and retracted his gaze. I'm going to see Najula. You should have a good rest. Your eyes are full of dark circles. Leaving these words, Xian walked out of the room and left Laxia's sight. Laxia watched Xian leave for a long time without saying a word. Queen's Palace. Deep Hall. This place is the same as the God Hall of the Royal Palace in the capital, which is a place temporarily arranged by the elves for the use of the goddesses of faith. Although the goddess of nature undoubtedly has her own temple in the land of elves. That temple, like the other temples, was ruthlessly destroyed after the evil gods rebelled against the gods and came to the human world from the gods. At that time, the war had not yet broken out, and Sophie and others were still in the capital of the kingdom, not in the Elfland. As a result, the evil god who came to the human world through the temple of the goddess of nature left in a swagger after destroying the temple. Even if the Elfland at that time still had the barrier set by the goddess of nature herself, the evil god could not get out at all, because the people of the elf division also left the Elfland with Sophie, and the remaining magicians in the elves were not enough to resist the evil god. In the end, in order not to cause unnecessary sacrifices, the elves had no choice but to open the barrier and let the evil god leave. Therefore, Nadura's temple is no longer in the Elfland. So she, Artemis, and the other goddesses brought with her live in the God Hall in the Queen's Palace. After leaving his room, Xian came here directly and met Nadura. Good morning, Xian. Nadura seemed to be instructing the goddesses under her command. When she saw Xian coming, she immediately stopped, turned around, and smiled and greeted Xian. Meet Xian. Meet Xian. The goddesses present also knelt on one knee to greet Xian, looking at Xian with respect in their eyes. Xian's identity as the blesser of the supreme god still exerted a powerful power today. Hello everyone. Xian naturally would not put on airs for this, and he was not in the mood to put on airs. He nodded to all the goddesses present, which was considered a greeting. What surprised Xian was that among the goddesses present, the goddess of justice Artemis was also there. She also nodded to Xian and greeted him. Xian returned the salute, and then looked at Nadura. What? Do you need something from me? Xian asked directly. Unlike usual, he was still in the mood to joke with others and ponder their reactions. Najula seemed to have noticed that Xian was in a bad mood, and his mood was not right. What happened? Najula asked with concern. You look very tired. It's okay. Xian rubbed his temples, forced himself to cheer up, and said, I just thought about it all night. Don't worry too much. Is that so? Seeing that Xian didn't want to mention it, Najula didn't insist on asking, but said cautiously, I heard that you went out last night and went to the ruins. Did you find something there? Obviously. Sophie has reported Xian's visit to the ruins to Najula, who asked Xian to ask Sophie for directions when he set out last night. It's about the ruins and the devil. With Sophie's serious and strict personality, it's impossible not to report to Najula. When Sophie told me this, her expression was a little subtle. Did something really happen? Najula started to ask around. However, this time, Najula guessed wrong. The reason why Her Majesty the Queen had such a subtle expression was not because of anything else, but because Xian had seen everything. If Najula knew about this, she probably wouldn't think Sophie's expression was subtle. Thinking of this, Xian couldn't help but laugh, and the depression in his heart dissipated a little. It has nothing to do with that. Xian shook his head at Najula, without explaining too clearly, and said as if to change the subject, Don't worry about my business. Talk about your business. Okay. Najula looked at Xian seriously, and after confirming that he was really fine, she nodded. After Xian went to the ruins, something must have happened to him, which made him become like this. Najula was basically sure of this, but Xian didn't want to say it, and Najula had no choice. Moreover, she did have something to ask Xian first. After these things were resolved, she would take care of the ruins. Nadira thought so. Nadira made her expression serious. Actually, I have something I want to ask you for help. As soon as this was said, before Nadira explained the whole story, Xian told it first. Is it related to the seal on you and the death energy on Artemis? Xian actually directly told the problem of Nadira and Artemis. Nadira was stunned. You figured it out? Artemis, who was silent on the side, also couldn't help but speak. I guess so. Xian didn't hide it and said, When I saw you yesterday, I found out that you were a little abnormal. That's it. Chapter 981 The Real Fear of Reality. Even though Nadira and Artemis did not explain their own conditions to Xian, and hid their own problems when they just met yesterday, it seemed that they had some concerns, and wanted to understand the secrets on the stone slab. But Xian still noticed something unusual. Apart from anything else, the faint death aura emanating from Artemis' body, even if it was suppressed by her own powerful force, still could not be hidden from Xian, who possessed the external awareness of heaven. This was not the first time Xian had seen death aura, and Artemis had been seriously injured by the princess's sneak attack, so Xian could easily guess her condition. As for Nadira, although Xian did not find the seal in her body, he also knew that since Nadira did not even turn into nature and watch in secret when Carol and others were carrying out such an important mission, something must have happened. Moreover, this goddess, like Artemis, had long been rumored to have been seriously injured by Danas, who became a demon in the last war. Therefore, Xian had basically guessed some of the problems with this goddess. Today, when Nadira said she wanted to find him for something, Xian had already guessed what they wanted to do. So, Xian directly told the matter, without letting Nadira and Artemis waste words to explain. On the contrary, the two goddesses showed a somewhat ashamed expression. This time, we were really careless. Nadira smiled bitterly and said, at the beginning, I never thought that Danas, who declared war on the whole world, would become a demon. Who could have thought of this? There have always been only 6 demons, and even Helimus was only a half-demon. He just wanted to become a complete demon with all his efforts, and be on par with the 6 great demons. As a result, Helimus had to use all his tricks and means to barely accomplish this. No one would have thought that Danas, an unknown half-demon, would be promoted to a demon without a sound. Nadira failed to distinguish the enemy's true strength in the first time, and her own strength was weaker than that of a demon-level existence. If she rashly confronted Danas, she would naturally be caught off guard, seriously injured, and sealed. I was the same. I was attracted by the enemy's demon and failed to discover the sneak attack in time. It was a great shame. Artemis seemed very unwilling. As a person with a strong sense of justice, or an existence that has already exploded, she was threatened by such a low in means. The dignified goddess of justice was naturally angry. The demon named Danas obviously could not fully master his own power at that time. He should have become a demon in a hurry, and did not have time to adapt in a short time. Artemis pursed her lips and said, at that time, I had a chance to defeat him. Unfortunately, because of the princess's sneak attack, Artemis was not only seriously injured, but also corroded by the extremely high concentration of death energy. In this state, it is impossible for her to win against both Danas and the princess at the same time. It is better to say that in the face of such a disadvantage, Artemis can still hold on and not lose. And Nadira can also save her life, which is already thanks to the powerful survival ability of being a transcendental existence. However, if the battle at that time continued, and Lidas was also unable to arrive to stop Danas and the princess of the Great Spirit Body, it would be hard to say what the result would be. We can be considered to have survived a disaster, right? Nadira said helplessly. I don't know how many years I haven't felt the feeling of struggling on the line of life and death like this. This time, I felt it all at once. It's hard for you. Xian glanced at the two goddesses, and was also a little emotional. Two charming goddess-level beings fought for the elves, the three major races, and the world. It is understandable that Xian offered a word of sympathy. I can only say that this world is indeed a little unfair. All the people standing at the top of the world are women, and these beautiful goddesses have to struggle desperately on the line of life and death on the battlefield, which really makes all the men in the world lose face. But there is no way. Who let the origin of the world be the supreme god? An omniscient and omnipotent goddess? The demon king is also a woman, and even the first generation of heroes are women. There were only women in the beginning of this world. So it is inevitable that women hold up the sky of this world. I just don't know. Under such circumstances, this world has not become a world where women are respected, but instead supports polygamy. What's going on? Is it because men were too rare when they appeared, and they were scrambled by women? For the sake of fairness, women simply shared them together, and finally formed a society where men can be with a group of women. I always feel like I have glimpsed some cruel reality that I am really afraid of. You want me to use the holy sword to help you remove the seal and remove the dead air, right? Xian said directly to Nadira and Artemis. Yes. Nadira did not beat around the bush and whispered, although I was sealed by a demon-level existence. Artemis was also sealed by a high concentration of dead air directly injected by a transcendent-level necromancer. Generally speaking, it is very difficult to remove. But if it is your holy sword, it should be possible, right? The holy sword has the characteristics of purifying all negative forces and restraining all evil, especially Xian's holy sword, which is particularly powerful. In this way, with the power of Xian's holy sword, even the power imposed by demons and transcendent-level existences should be able to be cut off with one sword. In fact, Xian himself also thinks it is no problem. I have seen the death energy of that necromancer, so it should be no problem to purify it. The same goes for the seal of Danas. I once used the holy sword to cut off the seal of Lilith in the dark temple of Cosmos. Logically, I should be able to use the holy sword to cut off the seal left by the young master. Xian gave a positive answer. That's good. Nadira and Artemis finally put their minds at ease. The surrounding goddesses also took the opportunity to admire. He is indeed a hero blessed by the mother goddess. He has not yet transcended, but the holy sword is already strong enough to deal with the power of the transcendental realm. Even the former hero Mitra can't do this kind of thing, right? It seems that Master Xian is the best and most powerful hero of all generations. Indeed, the goddesses offer their praises without hesitation. It can be seen that in their hearts, Xian has long been deified. You are exaggerating. Xian couldn't help scratching his cheek. Even though he was not in a very good mood, he was a little bit overwhelmed by such a group of beautiful goddesses praising him crazily and staring at him with admiring eyes. Speaking of which, the elves in the Elfland are famous for being all beautiful women. Now with such a group of goddesses who are truly beautiful, Xian always feels that when he is here, his eyes are really taken care of in various ways. In short, it is extremely pleasing to the eyes. There is no other man here, and no ugly woman. Even if Laxia, Yulin and Lilith are with Xian, none of them are below 95 points. This is simply heaven, right? If other men knew about Xian's current treatment, they would probably be envious and jealous to the point of shedding blood and tears. If Xian was in a good mood, he would have been thinking about it, and all kinds of brainstorming. Fortunately, Xian is not in that mood now. By the way, Artemis suddenly asked a very important question, saying, I wanted to ask yesterday, where is your holy sword? Artemis's question made everyone present look at Xian's waist. There was no holy sword hanging there as usual. Did you not bring it with you because you wanted to hide your identity? Nadira also asked this question. Some heroes would do this. After all, the holy sword is very conspicuous in various senses. Carrying it on your body is like telling everyone that you are a hero, which is very disadvantageous when you need to act secretly. Therefore, some heroes will leave the holy sword somewhere else when needed, and go into battle empty-handed, or use other weapons. Anyway, the holy sword is something that only the exclusive hero can use. It will automatically return to the hero's side, and even respond to the hero's call, and return to his hand in an instant, in a short period of time. It is no problem not to bring it with you, or simply abandon it. Nadira and others thought that Xian was like this, so they asked this question. However, don't worry, Xian said calmly. The holy sword has always been in my hand, and has never left. As he said that, Xian took out the holy sword in his body. Clang! When the brilliant light illuminated the entire temple, the holy sword with a gorgeous appearance had already fallen into Xian's hands, and was lifted up. Above, the amazing sacred fluctuation spread, which made all the goddesses present look shocked and moved. This sacred fluctuation. Nadira showed an extremely surprised expression. How could it be so strong? Artemis was also surprised. Both of them had seen Xian's holy sword. Even Artemis had seen Xian's holy sword when Xian swore in front of everyone with the holy sword during the three-tribe meeting. At that time, although Xian's holy sword also emitted a refreshing sacred fluctuation, that fluctuation was definitely not as strong as it is now. Even Nadira and Artemis were sure that even the holy swords of those brave warriors, who had successfully transcended and transformed themselves, were not as strong as the holy sword of Xian at this time. Could it be that? Nadira and Artemis had some idea, and their eyes suddenly widened. The surprise on their faces turned into disbelief, shock, and finally into deep surprise. Xian, you? Nadira was eager to ask something, but was interrupted by Xian. Stand still. Xian just uttered these words. Then, in his hand, the holy sword emitting amazing sacred fluctuations suddenly slashed down without any warning. Puff! The golden flash fell, first passing through Nadira's body, as if something was cut off, making a sound like a torn cloth. Bang! Nadira's whole body trembled, and there was a sound of something breaking inside her body. A strong natural breath suddenly came out from Nadira's body. That natural breath told everyone present that the seal in Nadira's body had been unlocked. Before everyone had time to be happy, the holy sword slashed again, and slashed at Artemis. Puff! There was another sound of tearing cloth, and Artemis' whole body was shrouded by the holy light. The dark death energy burst out from her body, as if it was struggling to death, and twisted for a long time. Not long after, the strong death energy disappeared under the shining of the holy light. Chapter 982 True Ability. It must be said that Xian's holy sword has indeed become different from before. Although his holy sword is very strong, and has even been regarded as the strongest holy sword among all the heroes of the past, his holy sword has not yet transcended and transformed. Facing the power of the transcendent level, it is not easy to have any effect, even if it is not difficult. The seal on Nadira was placed by Danas, who became a demon, and the death energy on Artemis was also left by the necromancer, who successfully transcended. Logically speaking, even if Xian's holy sword can have some effect, it should not be so neat and tidy. However, Xian's current holy sword can easily solve the problems of Nadira and Artemis. The reason is naturally because Xian's holy sword has become completely different from before. Xian deliberately looked at the message of the holy sword and found that the message it displayed has changed a lot compared with before. Holy sword transforming. Exclusive, Xian. Level plus? All skill levels plus? All types of damage reduction values are uncertain. All negative status immunity. Sharpness is of unknown level. Durability is of unknown scale. Causes extremely large damage to evil objects. Has a strong purification and exorcism effect on evil forces. Limited to users. Cannot be discarded. Cannot be transferred. Cannot be destroyed. Cannot be transformed. Cannot be interfered with. This is the current state of Xian's holy sword. There is no doubt that the power of the holy sword at this moment has been upgraded to another level, which is completely different from before. The most important thing is that its state clearly shows that it is still in the process of transformation. In other words, the transformation of the holy sword is not over yet. Once the transformation is over, the holy sword will only become stronger than it is now. Xian had a feeling that after the transformation of the holy sword was over, he might not be able to see its information at all. Because, at that time, the Holy Sword had become the crystallization of power that the demons had told him could be at the same level as the Demon King and the Supreme God. Perhaps, the Holy Sword at that time would not give Sheen the power to rival the Demon King and the Supreme God. But at least, it was at the same level as the Demon King and the Supreme God in quality. Only with the power exerted by such a Holy Sword can the Demon King be defeated, killed, and feared. Whether it is the level, skills, or the effect information of other items, they are clearly presented and recognized by the world because of the existence of reason. But reason is the law set by the Supreme God, and naturally cannot be effective for the existence of the Supreme God. Therefore, after the transformation is complete, the Holy Sword will be beyond the constraints of reason, and will no longer show any information. Instead, it will be like the Demon King and the Supreme God. There is no concept of level, no concept of skills, just pure power itself. There is no need for any fancy things to be added, and they cannot be added, let alone the power of the Demon King and the Supreme God. Even the transcendent beings who have broken through the limits of life and the shackles of life no longer need to abide by the rules of reason and are bound by the concepts of level and skills. No matter which transcendent being, whether born transcendent or acquired transcendent due to special circumstances, there is no level in skill. Level 100, skill level 10. These are the rules that only people who are bound by reason within the limits of life need to abide by. Once the limit of life is broken and transcendence is successful, the level will no longer exist, and the skill will not become a clear message. For example, AI's dragon breath is equivalent to an ability that exists like instinct, not a skill. Just like people have hands and feet and can punch and kick people at will, it is not a skill, and people with healthy limbs can do it. The power of transcendent beings is also the same. It will not become a clear skill manifestation, but will be completely integrated into themselves and become a kind of ability of themselves. This method actually has a bit of the flavor of the power of the Demon King and the Supreme God. Strength is strength. There is no such thing as fancy levels and skills. There is only the question of proficiency and whether it can be used. This is the correct way of existence of strength. Of course, transcendent beings cannot completely break away from the constraints of reason. They have surpassed the concepts of levels and skills. But no matter which transcendent being, they have not been able to get rid of the most special concept of unique skills. Even the goddesses of the gods. Their power itself is their unique skills, which clearly tells them what field they are good at, and what kind of power they have. Therefore, unique skills are still the most core and central power of transcendent beings, and also their trump card and bottom card. Only the Demon King and the Supreme God are completely above reason, and have no concept of skills or power. The same is true for the Holy Sword. After the transformation is completed, it is itself power. It is itself a weapon. It is itself a concept. It is itself a trump card. And there will be no information that can detoxify their existence and ability. She'd also felt that his mysterious unique skill would become like this. Before it was awakened, the name of this unique skill was already in a state of, and its effect was even more ambiguous. So simple and vague that it was completely confusing. This was actually a sign. When it awakens, I am afraid it will also exceed the constraints of reason, and no information will be displayed. In short, everything about him is gradually becoming extraordinary. In less than a second, this thought flashed through Sheen's mind, and he instantly retracted the Holy Sword into his body. At this time, Nadura and Artemis reacted. The two goddesses felt their fully recovered state, and looked at Sheen in astonishment and surprise, as if they had seen something incredible. Is this all right? The things that troubled the two goddesses were solved so easily. You are worthy of being called Sheen. On the contrary, the goddesses who were watching continued to praise Sheen as if they did not notice anything unusual. After Sheen solved the problems of Nadura and Artemis, he spoke to the two goddesses. If there is anything else you need my help with, call me later. Of course, the premise is not too troublesome. After all, I am not in a state where I can use the Holy Sword casually. After leaving these words, Sheen turned around and left leisurely. The remaining goddesses seemed a little confused about what Sheen had just said. Nadura and Artemis' eyes became brighter and brighter. The two looked at each other. Goddess Nadura. Artemis couldn't help but ask, has he really crossed that threshold in that state? Artemis' voice was full of surprise and expectation. Nadura also smiled. Judging from the divine fluctuations just felt, this matter is probably almost certain. Nadura couldn't help but be full of joy, and said in a brisk tone, moreover, didn't you hear him say that he can use the Holy Sword at will now? The hero cannot use the holy sword at will. But the power of the holy sword is getting stronger and stronger. According to Nadura's knowledge, only one situation fits this phenomenon. Transcendence. Artemis exclaimed. Has he really crossed that threshold? As soon as this was said, the goddesses around were shocked. But let alone Artemis. Even Nadura had no time to take care of them. Unlike us who are born to be transcendent. And you who were born with special abilities. And even the demon named Donas and the necromancer, who transcended with the power of the radiant branch. The transcendence of the brave begins with the holy sword. Nadura's eyes became clearer and clearer. And she explained, because they are from another world. They are not bound by reason. After coming to this world, they awakened their power as braves, had the concept of level and skills, and could grow rapidly through fighting and training. This is the characteristic of the brave, and also the advantage of the brave. However, due to the fact that the brave is in the growth stage, the holy sword, which should have been the crystallization of power at the same level as the demon king and the supreme god, also had to be limited by the concept of level and skills, and had a clear effect, which resulted in the limitation of the essence of power, and could not exert its original ability. Artemis took over Nadura's words. Nadura nodded. Therefore, once the hero reaches the limit of his life, commonly known as level 100, and becomes an ultimate strongman, if he wants to go further, he must unlock the restrictions on the holy sword. The holy sword is the hero's avatar, the hero's symbol, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the hero's other half. Just as the demon king's jewel and the goddess jewel both symbolize the concept of the existence of the demon king and the supreme god, the holy sword and the hero are one and the same, and are the same in concept. Therefore, if the hero wants to transcend, he must unlock his own limitations and the limitations of the holy sword. The two must reach a state of resonance, allowing the sacred power to be integrated into each other's body without distinction. And then, they can become something that can truly be called a hero. And let this concept of the same level as the demon king and the goddess override reason. In this way, the hero can transcend, and the holy sword can transform and exert its original power. That is, the ability to be the natural enemy of the demon king. At this time, the holy sword is what it should be, with the power to truly conquer the demon king, kill the demon king, and make the demons fearful. Of the 108 warriors of all generations, only 7 were able to successfully comprehend this point, either through self-breakthrough or stimulation from external factors, thus resonating with the holy sword, stimulating complete divine power, and heading for the path of transcendence. Nadura said so. That is not something that can be accomplished by talent and potential alone. It requires opportunity and other ways to assist. For example, the warrior Mitra achieved transcendence in the inner hall. Artemis looked at the direction where she left with a burning gaze. And when they successfully take this step, the holy sword will become indistinguishable from them, and can be taken into their bodies. At this time, the increasingly strong divine power emanating from the holy sword will gradually untie the restrictions and restraints on them, allowing them to transcend. Nadura and Artemis looked at each other again, and both saw the excitement in each other's eyes. All signs indicate that Sheen has successfully taken that step. The most difficult step has been taken, and everything that follows is just a matter of course. I really didn't expect that he has come this far. Nadura was excited and amazed. He has only been in this world for less than a year. Artemis had to admire him. I just don't know how long it will take for him to transform. Nadura said so. It is said that the stronger the power of the holy sword, the longer the transformation will take. But once the transformation is successful, the hero's strength will also become stronger. Artemis said so. Both of them were looking forward to it. Looking forward to the long-lost legend being born again in this world. Chapter 983 Farewell to that person. At this time, Sean still didn't know how much expectation he had aroused in Nadura and Artemis. If he knew what Nadura and Artemis said, he would definitely tell them that. In fact, his holy sword did not need much time to transform. Indeed, the stronger the power of the holy sword, the longer it would take to transform. Because the stronger the sacred power of the holy sword, the longer it would take to integrate into the body of the hero. And the hero, who has integrated more sacred power and been transformed by more sacred power, will naturally become stronger after achieving transcendence. In view of this, the longer it takes for the hero and his holy sword to transcend, the greater the increase in their strength. But Sean is not among them. He has the demon king's jade, the goddess's jade, and the 3 supreme powers in his body. With the help and promotion of these powers, the speed of the transformation of the Holy Sword is very fast. And the speed of Shin's integration of the sacred power is also very fast. At least it is absolutely incomparable to the other heroes. Therefore, it does not take Shin long to achieve transcendence. It is better to say that, generally speaking, with the assistance of the Demon King's Jade and the Goddess's Jade, and the promotion of the three supreme powers, it is not surprising that Shin can complete the transformation and enter transcendence in an instant. The reason why it did not become like this is that Shin's holy sword is too powerful. Even if the transformation process is accelerated, it still takes more or less time. In addition, not only is Shin's holy sword transforming, but he himself is also transforming. And even the unawakened power hidden in his body is being awakened, which causes the Demon King's Jade and the Goddess's Jade to not only assist the transformation of the holy sword, but also to assist in awakening this power. The time for Shin to achieve transcendence is somewhat delayed, but it's just a little. Shin could vaguely understand how long it would take for him to achieve transcendence, the holy sword to complete its transformation, and the hidden power in his body to be fully awakened. 10 days. It only takes 10 days. Yes, it only takes 10 days. In 10 days, Shin can achieve transcendence. The holy sword can also complete its transformation, and the hidden power in his body will also be fully awakened. This is the amazing effect brought by the assistance of the Demon King and the Goddess. And in fact, most of the 10 days have passed since resonating with the holy sword and stimulating the transformation state. 8 days have passed. 5 of these 8 days were spent on conquering the orcs and bringing back Iris and other hostages. During these 5 days, Shin and others spent 2 to 3 days to resolve the entire orc problem in Cosmos, releasing the hostages, negotiating with the leaders of the orc tribes, and then capturing those orc tribes that advocated betrayal and the blacksmith sent to Cosmos by the dwarves. Then it took another 2 to 3 days to rush back to the royal capital. A total of 5 days. Then, Shin stayed in the capital for 2 days, and then took Laxia, Lilith, and Melika on Yulin, all the way to Tagore Forest, to the land of elves. It took almost another day to travel. Thanks to Yulin's transformation from a monster to a demon, his power increased greatly after the dragon transformation, and his flying speed was much faster, so it only took about a day to reach Tagore Forest. In this way, 8 days have passed. Today is the 9th day of the transformation of the Holy Sword and Shin's crossing the threshold of transcendence. In other words, after tomorrow, Shin's transformation will be over. Thanks to this, the sacred fluctuations emanating from the Holy Sword today will be surprisingly strong. It is precisely because the moment when the Holy Sword truly transforms and restores its original power and appearance is not far away. After tomorrow, Shin will officially achieve transcendence. How much will his power be improved by then? He himself has been looking forward to it. In addition, by then, he will probably be able to awaken the dormant power in his body and truly use the supreme power that has become his unique skill. However, Shin still feels complicated about the existence of this power. In the past, he didn't know where this power came from and why he had such power. Now, he has guessed why he has this power. After all, if you really want to calculate, this power has always been in his body. It can be said that this power has existed since the moment he was born and has accompanied him for the first half of his life. Because of this power, Shin's past is actually more or less bumpy. Until later, this power gradually subsided under his rejection, and his life was on the right track. But because of him, Shin's life lacks the existence of many others. I didn't remember it very well before, but now, the past that Shin can recall, although some of it is still incomplete, is almost all about him staying at home alone. Perhaps, it is because of this that Shin has the interest in reading novels, playing games, catching up on anime, and reading a lot of books online? Really, I don't know whether to say it is fortunate or unfortunate. Shin sighed faintly. However, Shin still cheered himself up. Now is not the time to think about the past. Those things are important, but they are not what we should care about now. Now, what Shin should care about is not the past, but the future. After thinking about it, Shin couldn't help but touch his chest, feeling the existence of the Holy Sword and the 2 gems in his body. 3 supreme concepts. Brave man, demon, goddess. You are all focused on me. Does it mean that you also want to meet again and get together again? Shin seemed to be asking himself and others, talking to himself. After a while, Shin raised his head and looked up. Can you hear me, goddess? Shin suddenly said If you hear me, how about talking to me? Xian's voice had just fallen, and the space around him suddenly stagnated. Then, the feeling of the world spinning hit Xian. The edge of the god realm. The sealed place. In the temple, Nian was unfolding the light curtain as usual, looking at the scene of Xian's side presented inside, and seeing his shouting. She couldn't help but be stunned. What does he want to do? Nian blinked, as if she didn't react. He thought that Xian was calling her and wanted to talk to her. Unfortunately, her temple had been forcibly sealed by the goddess's power, and she couldn't summon Xian at all. Just as Nian was thinking this, Xian suddenly disappeared from the light screen in front of her. Then, Xian's figure appeared in the temple in a dizzying rotation. Alas! Seeing this, Nian couldn't help but be stunned. Immediately, she became excited. Nian stood up suddenly and prepared to pounce in the direction of Xian. However, a petite figure immediately appeared in front of her, and with a wave of her hand, Nian was thrown into the vortex of space, and disappeared in the same dizzying rotation. Nian only felt that she was rolling in a drum washing machine, and was gradually swallowed by the vortex of space. Nian, who understood what happened, was furious. Despicable guy. Leaving behind such cries, Nian disappeared in the temple. Only the petite goddess was left, staring at the figure in front of her quietly, as if she had been here from the beginning. When the feeling of dizziness passed, the first thing Xian felt was an extraordinary atmosphere. The corridor of the queen's palace disappeared in front of him, replaced by the scene of a solemn temple. Xian shook his head and saw the goddess standing in front of him, holding the lord's spear, wearing a fur coat. The goddess was like a fairy, wearing a revealing outfit, a petite figure, a wizard hat, and an eye patch. The goddess, who transformed into the image of the demon god that Xian liked, just looked at him quietly, with a straight and calm gaze. How does it feel to find the past? The goddess took the initiative and asked such a question inexplicably calmly. Xian was silent for a while before responding. Terrible. Xian gave such an answer. Really? The goddess was not surprised at all, but looked at Xian meaningfully and said, but you also found very important memories. Didn't you? Yes. Xian said sarcastically, but I also found that I was in a long-standing situation that did not belong to me from the beginning, and was implicated by great beings that I did not know at all. Hearing this, the goddess seemed to have nothing to say and fell into silence. Looking at her like this, Xian also eased his emotions that could not help but fluctuate. Just now, it was indeed him who could not help but vent the depression in his heart. Sorry. Xian sighed and said to the goddess, I didn't mean anything else. I know. The goddess said lightly, you are just confused by the sudden truth. I can understand. Besides, what Xian said was not wrong. You were implicated by a being you didn't know at all. This is a fact. The goddess spoke indifferently. Xian did not continue the topic. He didn't know what to say, nor did he know how to say it. Most importantly, he didn't know what the attitude of the goddess in front of him was. In this case, it was too early to discuss this matter. How should I call you? Xian turned here. The goddess lowered her eyes. The owner of this image is called Athanas. Right? The goddess said in an unusually calm tone. Then you can call me by this name for the time being. Hearing this, Xian frowned. Does this make sense? Xian asked this question. He had already guessed the identity of the goddess and knew her real name, but he didn't expect that she would ask him to call her that. It doesn't make sense. The goddess also said, but, in front of you, I may not be qualified to announce my name. It seems that this goddess also deeply believes that Xian was implicated by herself. Under such circumstances, in this situation, the goddess really does not have the pride to announce her name to Xian. Xian did not know how to respond to the other party's words, so he chose to get to the point. Can you tell me? Xian stared at the goddess who called herself Athanas, and finally said, what happened back then? The goddess who called herself Athanas immediately raised her eyes and looked at Xian again. The next second, the goddess raised the main god's spear in her hand and stabbed Xian's forehead without any warning. Chapter 980 for the beginning of tragedy. Boom! When the Lord's spear pierced Xian's forehead before he could even react, Xian only felt a roar in his head, causing his consciousness to gradually fly away. When Xian's consciousness settled down again, he found that he was no longer in the temple. He came to the sky above a dazzling sea of flowers, and he also became a kind of illusory existence, floating lightly in the air, becoming a ghost here. This feeling was very familiar to Xian. Dream. That's right. Xian once again entered the dream that looked back to the history of a long time ago. The difference is that this time, Sheen is not alone. You should already know the relationship between the first generation of heroes and the goddess of origin and the demon king of the end. Right? The goddess holding the Lord's spear appeared silently beside Sheen. And like him, they all became illusory existences, becoming light ghosts. Before life other than the goddess and the demon king was born in this world. When there were only 3 people in this world, you already knew about the complicated relationship between the 3 people. Right? The goddess looked at Sheen and confirmed this. She nodded silently. The relationship between the first generation of heroes and the supreme god. The relationship between the first generation of heroes and the demon king. The relationship between the supreme god and the demon king. Sheen did know about the complicated relationship between these 3 people. The hero who was originally summoned to this world by the goddess as a trump card to defeat the demon king not only became friends with the goddess, who had never talked to anyone other than herself, but also became the demon king with the demon king who had never talked to anyone other than himself, making the relationship between the goddess and the demon king, which should have been a simple hostile relationship, extremely complicated. The goddess spoke lightly. At that time, the goddess had not yet realized her mistake. She was only unilaterally hostile to the demon king, who was like a natural enemy. She did not notice the inner struggle of her friend at all. She forced her friend to go to the battlefield and impose the so-called mission of defeating the demon king on her. All the tragedies, it can be said, started from that time. The demon king, who was supposed to be a dangerous existence, was more delicate than anyone else, and was more eager for others than anyone else. The goddess did not find this. The hero, who was supposed to be the strongest weapon, was kinder than anyone else, and was more afraid of fighting than anyone else. The goddess also did not find this. The ridiculous goddess who claimed to be omnipotent, but did not understand the hearts of others, did not understand, and did not even notice, ultimately promoted a killing that should have been alleviated, because of her willful behavior. The hero, who was her friend, had to take on the so-called mission, and the demon king was completely hurt and had a death wish. The goddess's eerily calm voice made Sheen feel a little breathless. This is indeed a past that makes people feel suffocated no matter how many times they hear it. But the real tragedy will start from this time. Ironically, the demon king obviously has more power than anyone else. But because of this power, she can't even commit suicide. Born as one of the 2 people of the origin, as long as the gem in her body is not destroyed, she is absolutely immortal. But the gem itself is one of the 2 particles that balance all concepts. It is immortal, indestructible, and will not disappear. Therefore, even if the demon king commits suicide, she will be resurrected immediately in less than 0.01 seconds. To some extent, this is indeed a desperate state. Wanting to die but unable to die. Living is worse than death. This is the greatest torture in the world. The demon king's power itself makes her helpless. The only people who can give the demon king the gift of death are the brave and the holy sword. As the natural enemy of the demon king, the brave's holy sword can kill the demon king. Once the vitals are pierced by the holy sword, even if it is the demon king, it is not so easy to revive again with the help of the gem. If the demon king who has been pierced by the holy sword wants to be resurrected again, he must either gather the conditions for his resurrection or go through a long period of relaxation. And if the gem is taken away by the brave who conquered him or the goddess of the same level, and is suppressed by the sacred power or the almighty power, that is, the power of the holy sword or another gem, then the resurrection of the demon king will become a distant luxury. This is the only way to make the demon king die clearly. The goddess once wanted to use this method, letting the brave assist her to kill the demon king, and then use her own power to suppress the demon king's gem, so that the demon king can never be resurrected again. In this way, the goddess' wish can be achieved. Under such circumstances, the devil king, who had no other options and was determined to die, had only one way left to die. The goddess spoke the cruelest truth in an indifferent tone. She wanted to fulfill the hero's wish and die under her sword. This was the sad and lamentable choice made by the devil king, and it was also the last record Sheen saw on the stone slab. So let them kill me. It would be good for everyone. The last record left by the devil on the stone slab reappeared in front of Sheen, as if it was vivid. In a sense, the next development can be guessed. The devil king, who was determined to die, found the goddess and the hero and started a decisive battle with them. The goddess said so, raised the gun of the main god, and pointed at the space in front of her. So, The familiar dream in front of Xian finally went on again. Xian only felt a flash in front of his eyes. And then he felt a terrible pressure coming towards him. In front of him, the originally sunny and beautiful sea of flowers was shattered at some point. The sky seemed to be covered, dim and lightless. The earth was constantly breaking, shattering, and collapsing. The beautiful sea of flowers disintegrated on the spot, not only gradually collapsing and bursting, but also various natural disasters ravaged around. The volcano was erupting. The storm was sweeping. Lightning struck densely from the sky and bombarded the earth. The whole world seemed to have ushered in the end of the world, becoming extremely depressed, riotous, and terrible. And the people who created all this were just two girls. The pure white goddess, the dark devil. The two most powerful beings in this world started a duel between heaven and earth, turning into two dazzling streams of light, one white and one black, and constantly colliding in midair. The collision was so terrifying that it seemed as if every time it could cause the sky to collapse and the earth to split. The sound caused by the collision could cause the forest to disintegrate and the mountains to fall. The duel between the goddess of origin and the demon king of the end brought extremely terrifying destruction to this world. In this doomsday scene, even Xian felt that he might be crushed at any time, like an ant being crushed to death. And he couldn't breathe at all. In the future, some major changes that have remained in various parts of the world may have been caused from this time. Right? For example, it is said that the birth of demons and monsters was due to the magic power of the demon king. The dead land sealed and purified by the elf queen Sophie began to sprout from this battle. The world cracks and cosmos are also like this. It was because of the power leaked from the battle between the demon king and the goddess that these phenomena appeared in this world and have been affecting this world. This is the horror of the demon king and the goddess. But Xian also saw it. In the center of this doomsday scene, below the goddess and the demon king who were constantly colliding, a girl holding a dazzling holy sword was desperately holding on to various natural disasters. And while trembling, she shouted something to the sky. Xian couldn't hear her voice, but he knew that the brave girl must be trying to stop the fight between the two. The voice of the goddess also came from the side. It was very sad that both sides regarded the child as a special and important existence. But in this battle, none of them heard the child cry. Of course, they didn't notice the child's fear and trembling, and even subconsciously forgot that their battle would affect the child and hurt her at any time. No, maybe they noticed it. Otherwise, the child would not have persisted until now without being involved in the aftermath of the battle, and the world would not have maintained its intact appearance. This is the result of their deliberate restraint of some of their power. Right? But this is the tragedy. Because they clearly noticed this, but ignored it, and only had their own long-cherished wish in their eyes. And they were desperate to complete it. In the end, the goddess was gradually suppressed by the devil, and was unable to do it. After all, the devil is still the real strongest in this world. In terms of strength, it is not comparable to the goddess, who is proficient in all aspects. At this time, the goddess can only let her hero take action. Only by assisting the hero and piercing the devil's heart with the holy sword can the victory of this battle be won. That's right. The goddess who turned into a dazzling meteor returned to the brave girl at some point and shouted something to her. The brave girl shook her head desperately, her face full of horror, obviously rejecting all this. At this time, the devil also appeared in front of the brave girl. Her eyes were cold and gray, dim and without light, making the brave girl standing in front of her tremble uncontrollably and feel uncontrollable fear. The goddess stood in front of the brave girl, but was knocked away by the devil's punch that flashed over like an instant teleportation. It was an ordinary punch, but it instantly knocked the goddess to the end of the world and flew to the other side of the world. Then, the devil turned to the brave girl. The tragedy began. Chapter 985 Eternal Pain. Stop! Seeing the demon king turn to the brave girl, Xian finally couldn't sit still and watched, and couldn't help but take a step forward. Xian had done the same thing in his dream before, but that time, Xian knew that things would get bad. So he couldn't help but take that step and subconsciously wanted to stop the demon king girl's actions. But this time was different. This time, Xian knew very clearly who the brave girl who was being watched by the demon king belonged to. She was not only a first-generation brave, not only a friend valued by the goddess and the demon king, but also a vital existence to him. The girl's tender face and appearance overlapped with the young woman in Xian's mind, forcing him to take this step and shout this. It's a pity. This is the past that has been reproduced. And it is also a crucial past that is inseparable from the demon king. We are just bystanders of this era. passers-by here. And we cannot change this past. The goddess holding the Lord's spear spoke indifferently. It was under such circumstances that the Demon King, with a gloomy and indifferent face, punched the brave girl with an ordinary, but extremely terrifying punch. That punch was so terrifying that it was enough to knock the almighty goddess to the end of the world. But for some reason, it was so slow. Unfortunately, the brave girl did not notice this. Perhaps the power carried by that blow was too terrible, which completely aroused the fear in the girl's heart. The brave girl finally let out a silent cry and stabbed the holy sword in her hand. Puff! The holy sword pierced the heart of the Demon King. The holy sword penetrated the chest of the Demon King. The Demon King's seemingly ordinary, but in fact ordinary, punch just stagnated in midair. On her face, the cold and ruthless beautiful face finally showed a trace of relief. The brave girl stared at this scene blankly, staring blankly at the holy sword in her hand that penetrated into her friend's heart. And she was completely stunned. Time seemed to stop at this moment. At this moment, an accident happened. Boom! The Demon King, whose heart was pierced by the holy sword, burst out with extremely terrifying power all over his body. That power broke through the sky in an instant. That power shattered the earth in an instant. In front of this power, the endless sea of flowers finally couldn't hold up its appearance anymore and completely collapsed. "What's going on?" she had exclaimed in astonishment. The goddess responded to his astonishment. "This is the biggest surprise in our lives, which moved both her and me and will be unforgettable." The goddess seemed to be suppressing her emotions, and her tone was no longer calm and indifferent. The holy sword of the brave is indeed the natural enemy of the Demon King. But before the brave who was summoned to this world broke through the limit of life and achieved transcendence, the holy sword had not yet exerted its true power and showed its true appearance. Such a holy sword, even if it is very powerful and can threaten even the transcendent demons, is definitely not enough to threaten the Demon King. The holy sword that can kill the Demon King and defeat the Demon King should be a holy sword that has been transformed and freed from all constraints and shows its true appearance, rather than a holy sword that has not grown to the limit and broken through the limit. Such a holy sword can only show half-baked power, which can hurt the Demon King, but it can never kill the Demon King. But the sacred power of the holy sword is indeed the power that restrains all evil and the power of the Demon King. At that time, the Demon King had just begun to master his own power, allowing himself to barely enter this world without destroying this world. Once upon a time, the Demon King who had not grown up and controlled his power, the little girl holding the red gem, was forced to destroy the world created by the goddess again and again because of the loss of control of his power. Thanks to this, the goddess was extremely hostile to her, until the world called Omnipotence was created. The Demon King who grew from a little girl to a young girl barely controlled his power and could enter this world safely. Such a force was suddenly stimulated by the sacred power that was enough to restrain itself but only half-heartedly. And there was naturally only one outcome. That was loss of control. Najula told Sheen that the first generation of heroes was killed by the Demon King because they had not grown up yet and challenged the Demon King rashly, and died extremely miserably. Now, this ending was reproduced in front of Sheen. Ah! The Demon King, who could not suppress his power and lost control, couldn't help but wail in the center of the collapsed world. The brave girl, who was standing closest to the Demon King and holding the holy sword, naturally suffered the greatest damage. There was no surprise. There was no suspense. In front of the terrifying power that could destroy the world, the brave girl was violently crushed, like a thin piece of paper, or a tiny ant. She was directly torn, crushed, and crushed. It was just a matter of a moment. In just a moment, the young girl was blown into a bloody flower in front of her friend whose heart she had pierced. She unclenched his fists tightly. The goddess watched this scene quietly, as if she was watching her own sins. The first generation of braves, Nian, died tragically on the spot. As for the Demon King, he also disappeared. Perhaps that was her last sanity. If she continued to stay in this world, the uncontrolled power in her body would definitely destroy everything in this world. So, she disappeared from this world with a heart full of grief and tears on her face. Only the holy sword of the brave was left, stuck upside down in the broken earth, bathed in a pool of blood, looking sacred, dazzling, but also sad and miserable. Not long after, the goddess appeared here like a flash, looking at the blood all over the ground and the holy sword pierced on the ground. The goddess knelt on the ground. She cried, like a cuckoo crying blood. The goddess cried in grief, causing heavy rain to fall on this world that had finally stabilized and was almost destroyed. The heavy rain washed away everything on the ground, like the great flood in the myth, washing away all the sins and darkness for the earth. But it could not wash away the goddess's grief, and could not wash away her despair. Xian and the goddess watched this scene in silence. It was raining heavily, but not a drop of rain fell on them. Until the turning point came. The goddess suddenly spoke, which cheered Xian up and raised his head. Then, Xian saw that in front of the goddess, who was kneeling and crying, the girl with black hair and red eyes quietly returned. That, of course, was the Demon King. I don't know how much time it took, but at this time, she was able to completely control her power, and let the out-of-control power be completely controlled by herself. The goddess explained indifferently on the side. The Demon King, who had completely mastered the out-of-control power, once again returned from the void and returned to this world. And he spit out his wish to the desperate goddess. Let's revive her. This is the only thing the Demon King wants to do and must do at this moment. To fully revive the dead is something that even the Supreme God cannot do. No, it's not that the Supreme God can't do such a thing. As an omnipotent goddess, it's very simple for the Supreme God to revive a person. However, she can't revive those killed by the Demon King. For the Supreme God who is restrained by the Demon King, and whose power is completely ineffective against the Demon King, those killed by the Demon King are equivalent to the lives that have disappeared in the true sense. And it is impossible to revive them no matter what. Of course, the Demon King can't revive the dead either. Although she is powerful, she is not as omnipotent as the goddess, who is good at performing miracles. Killing a person is as simple as eating and drinking for her. But saving a person is another matter. It is precisely because she realized this, and knew that the brave man who was her friend could no longer come back, that the goddess was so sad and desperate. But the Demon King was desperate. I left some power in that child, and that power should have protected her soul and her existence in the end, so that she was not completely destroyed by my power. The devil pointed to the holy sword that stood between him and the goddess and was still shining, and said this. The holy sword still exists and has not been broken. This is the evidence. If the hero is dead, the holy sword will definitely be broken and disappear from this world. Since the holy sword has not been broken and has not disappeared, it proves that everything is still possible. The only problem is that the power of the goddess cannot take effect on the brave girl killed by the devil. And the devil himself has no ability to resurrect others. In view of this, the devil said, the hero, the devil and the goddess, these three are the highest concepts. They counteract each other, but also complement each other. If you and I inject half of our respective powers into the holy sword, and let the power of the three supreme concepts of the hero, the devil, and the goddess form a cycle, then perhaps we can evoke the greatest miracle and revive the child who carries the power of these three supreme truths. Are you willing? This is the devil's proposal. And it is also the only salvation he can make, the last straw he can grasp. She did not collapse, nor did she let the uncontrolled power destroy everything in the void, but tried her best to control it and grasp it. Perhaps, just for this moment. So, the goddess stopped crying. If losing half of her power can save the child, then why would she not want to? In this way, the goddess and the devil stood up separately, just to save the only best friend in their lives. They stood on both sides of the holy sword, summoned their own gems, and made the red and blue brilliance seem to occupy both sides of the world, with the holy sword as the middle boundary, dividing the world into two halves. Then, they all injected half of their power into the holy sword. On the holy sword, the originally dazzling golden light gradually added another color. Red and blue. Gold, red, and blue. The three colors of light converged and bloomed from the holy sword. That three-color light was so familiar to Xian. That was clearly the three-color light that appeared in his body. Three supreme concepts. The power of the cosmic truth, the hero, the devil, and the goddess. This is the truth of the three-color light. The supreme and strongest power that combines the power of the hero, the devil, and the goddess. The fusion of the three supreme powers. Indeed, as the devil said, finally formed a cycle, a closed loop of mutual restraint and mutual generation, and brought about the greatest miracle. Even the endless rain that was enough to cleanse the entire world could not wash away the blood on the ground. Now, under the gaze of the goddess and the devil, it gathered on the holy sword. Slowly, with the holy sword as the medium, as if the holy sword itself had turned into a human form, the brave girl was finally resurrected. The goddess and the demon king saw this scene and cried with joy at the same time. But they only made up for their sins, but did not get redemption. The goddess standing next to Sheen spoke coldly. The goddess and the demon king, who did not notice the fear in the child's heart, did not know her resistance to fighting and killing, and ignored her desire to return home, were destined to get retribution. That retribution was to completely lose the heart of a friend. Sheen clearly saw that when the resurrected brave girl approached the goddess and the demon king, she retreated in fear, and at the same time, she could no longer bear it, holding her head and screaming hysterically. "Don't come over! Don't come over! I don't want to see you! I don't want to fight anymore! I hate you! I want to go home! I want to go home! Let me go home!" All along, the brave girls barely maintained strength and cheerfulness. At this moment, were completely shattered. At this time, Sheen remembered the record left by the brave man in the ruins. "I am just an ordinary person, a child born in an ordinary family, neither a hero nor the embodiment of justice. But I was suddenly called to such a world and told to kill people with the beautiful sword in my hand. How can I do this? I really want to go home. I want to see my parents, eat snacks, watch TV, play with friends, even go to hate classes. It's better than staying in this world with nothing, living in fear every day, not knowing when I have to kill people. I don't like this world either, even if it is the world created by Omnis, the world that Claudius has been looking for. It doesn't belong to me after all. I want to go back. I want to go back. Really. I'm tired of this situation. This is actually the wish of the girl. This battle and this accident made the fear and terror in the heart of the brave girl burst out completely. Her hysterical screaming also became the eternal pain in the hearts of the goddess and the devil. Chapter 986, The Future of Choice. The edge of the god realm. The sealed place. The temple. When she had opened his eyes again, he had returned here. The goddess stood in front of Sheen. The main god's spear in her hand still pointed at Sheen's forehead, telling Sheen that everything he had just seen was not a dream. Sheen's eyes suddenly became extremely complicated. The goddess slowly took back the main god's spear, her face still calm and indifferent. "This is the past you want to know," the goddess said lightly. "How is it? Do you think it's ridiculous?" As for who is ridiculous, only the goddess herself knows. Sheen couldn't help but close his eyes and sorted out his thoughts. The goddess didn't disturb Sheen, just waiting quietly. After a while, Sheen seemed to have sorted out his thoughts and opened his eyes again. What happened later? Sheen looked directly at the goddess and said, "Was the first generation hero sent back?" "Yes," the goddess said expressionlessly. At that time, no one could ignore her cry of pain and pleading, whether it was the demon king or the goddess who summoned her. In view of this, the first generation of heroes returned to their own world immediately after being resurrected. And the person who sent the hero girl back was none other than the existence known as the Supreme God, Omnis. Everything was connected. At least, the mystery of the first generation of heroes and what happened in that long past have been solved. There are only two questions left. After that, what happened to the three people? Sheen couldn't help asking. This is the first question. In response, the goddess lowered her eyes slightly, but her tone was still calm. The incompetent, omnipotent goddess was deeply shocked and no longer cared about the things related to the demon king, let alone the things in this world. In a semi-secluded form, she mechanically did what she used to do, continued to create the world, and created life races, so that the gods and humans were born in this world one after another. The demon king may have suffered a greater blow than the goddess. After all, not only did she fail to die successfully, but she also killed the only friend she cared about with her own hands in a state of loss of control. I am afraid that she was completely occupied by the dark will to die and embarked on a path of seeking death. Otherwise she would not choose to start a war. As for the first generation of heroes, because half of the power of the demon king was already in her body, and she was in another world, even the goddess could not peek at her. Having said that, the petite goddess looked at Sheen. However, judging from the current situation, she should have returned to her original life, lived an ordinary life, organized a family in an ordinary way, married and had children in an ordinary way, and spent the second half of her life in an ordinary way. Right? At this point, the goddess' tone showed some indescribable emotion. Sheen also silently pressed his chest. Then the power in my body. Sheen's eyes were extremely complicated. The goddess naturally knew what Sheen was thinking. That is the power you inherited from your mother, the goddess said, although I don't know the specific situation. According to the current situation, after returning to the original world, She is no longer willing to use power. So she has been resisting it, rejecting it, and even suppressing it, causing it to sink deep into the child's body. But when the child has his own offspring, this dormant power feels the blood that is similar and does not reject itself. And it is not impossible that it will be directly transferred to the offspring. From the result, the child's son inherited her power, and also inherited the power given to her by the demon king and the goddess. This is why this power appears in you. The voice of the goddess rang clearly in the entire temple. You are the son of the first generation of heroes, the descendant of Nian. You are not a hero, but a descendant of a hero who inherited the blood of a hero. Just like your fiancé, who is the treasure of the kingdom. The difference is that your fiancé, who is the treasure of the kingdom, only got the recognition of the holy sword left by the ancestor of the hero, and inherited the holy sword. But you directly inherited all the power of the first generation of heroes and her holy sword, thus possessing the qualities of awakening as a new hero and carrying the three supreme powers. Therefore, you will be summoned to this world, because from the moment you were born, you have already won the title of hero from your mother, a natural hero. This is the true identity of Xin. The rest of the heroes, after slowly growing and cultivating in the other world, have the qualities of becoming heroes, and are finally summoned to this world and awakened to become heroes. But Xin is not like that. He was born a hero, and he did not need to grow and cultivate in another world. Nor did he need to come to this world to awaken. He naturally inherited the title and power of a hero from his mother, who was the first generation of heroes. I think that when you were young, you should have been able to use some of your power. But your mother obviously did not want you to become an alien in another world. So she always told you to suppress your power, reject your power, and let this power sleep again. It was not until you were summoned to this world by the hero summoning style that the part of your power as a hero was awakened again, allowing you to regain your identity and power as a hero. However, the power of the demon king and the goddess had been dormant because of your loss of memory, until you reached the limit of your life and touched the truth of the world. And these two powers finally awakened and entered a state where they could be awakened. The voice of the goddess reached Xin's ears. Your holy sword is the holy sword of the first generation of heroes. And it is also the strongest holy sword among all the heroes of all generations. The unique skill Tianen you had before was also the unique skill of the first generation of heroes. And numerology was my gift that you got after entering the inner hall. In fact, neither of them is yours. Until you reach the limit of life, these two unique skills will be retired, and the power will be used as fuel to activate the three supreme powers in your body, leaving only the framework called unique skills, which will be taken away by the three supreme powers in your body. In summary, the three supreme powers in Qian's body will become his unique skills. This is the unique skill that truly belongs to him. You who have turned the three supreme powers into unique skills have initially merged with the awakened power and made them yours, instead of resisting and rejecting them like your mother, making them unable to integrate into your mother's body and being treated as outsiders. Since outsiders are not welcomed by the host, they will naturally want to leave. However, the only people who can inherit this power are the descendants of the first generation of heroes. Only the descendants of the first generation of heroes can inherit their power as heroes, and will not be rejected by the power of the goddess and the demon king who love the first generation of heroes from the bottom of their hearts, and will even get close to them. Therefore, the three supreme powers will be transferred to the child of the first generation of heroes. That is, Qian. It was not until Qian reached the extreme level that he truly awakened this supreme power and began to merge with them. This time, you have taken a step towards transcendence. Not only will the holy sword transform, but the power of the goddess and the demon king will also merge with you. When you achieve transcendence, this power will completely become yours, and you can drive it at will. I will give it a name. The goddess uttered words of truth in a calm voice. Supreme authority, this is the name that best fits its concept that I can think of. As soon as the goddess finished speaking, Qian found that the information about his unique skills in his mind emerged and changed. Supreme authority. Unique skills. The only one in this world. The epitome of cosmic truth. The embodiment of the power of the three supreme concepts. It is a miracle given by God. It is a symbol of omnipotence. It is the end of all things. When awakened, it will be sublimated into a supreme existence that can create everything, destroy everything, and bring salvation to everything. In this way, the true face of Qian's unique skills was finally revealed. I hope you can use this power where it should be used. The goddess gave Qian the final advice. I hope you can use it to truly redeem everything and save everything. After leaving these words, The goddess raised the Lord's spear in her hand, causing the space around Sheen to begin to distort. Seeing this, Sheen reacted in time and hurriedly asked the last question. Why did the Demon King start a war? What exactly did she do this for? The goddess did not answer this question. I think you should have a rough idea in your mind. The goddess just spoke lightly. And you shouldn't ask me about this matter. You should ask the person involved. After all, it's not her turn to talk about that person's affairs. At least, she is not in such a mood now. Whether you want to stand by and confront her face to face, or stop everything and let everything disappear in the long river of history. It all depends on your own choice. I will watch you here. Watch your choice, and the future you choose. After speaking, the goddess waved the Lord's spear in her hand. Omnis! Sheen could only shout like this in the twisted space vortex, and then disappeared in the temple. The temple returned to silence. The goddess quietly looked at the direction where Sheen left, and ripples appeared on her body. The next second, the one-eyed demon disappeared, and the pure white goddess returned to her original posture, standing in this temple, looking into the distance. What choice would you hope your son would make? Nian. No. Shall we? The almighty goddess murmured so, and her voice revealed a faint nostalgia and a little sadness. Chapter 987 Things That Must Be Tried. The Land of Elves. The Queen's Palace. On the corridor leading to the God's Hall, Sheen's figure suddenly appeared without warning, and staggered a few times, as if he was suddenly thrown over by someone. Looking a little embarrassed, however, Sheen quickly stabilized his body, looked around, and was speechless for a long time. He couldn't speak, and didn't know what to say, so he could only remain silent for a long time. After a long time, Sheen rubbed his temples, and showed a tired look. Is this the truth of the past? Although there is still a mystery about the Demon King starting the war that has not been solved. Just like what the goddess said, Sheen actually has some guesses in his heart. But if that's really the case, the so-called Demon King, isn't it too sad? Sheen really didn't want to admit that guess. Otherwise, he really couldn't help but sympathize with that person. And he almost knew why the goddess let him make a choice. The goddess wanted to see how she would view that person. Right? After all, Sheen was the descendant of the first-generation hero. And the first-generation hero was the friend that the Demon King valued the most. But the first-generation hero was killed by the Demon King, and was killed so miserably, with an extremely tragic end. In other words, to a certain extent, the Demon King is definitely Sheen's enemy, and an irreconcilable enemy. But Sheen touched his chest and felt the power that had been named Supreme Authority by the Supreme Goddess. Part of this power belongs to the Demon King. In order to save his friend, he was willing to lose half of his power. This is no longer an act that can be described as generous. No, considering the experience of the Demon King. Perhaps, for her, his own overly powerful power is simply a curse. Because of this power, she would destroy the world created by the goddess again and again, and then be hostile to the goddess. Because of this power, she caused her friends to be forbidden to contact her, and had many conflicts with the goddess who summoned her. Because of this power, she lost control and directly crushed her weak friends, bringing about the worst ending. It can be said that everything was caused by this overly powerful power. In this way, if losing half of this power can save important friends, then for the Demon King, it should be a matter of great desire. Right? In this case, can he still regard that person as a pure enemy and enemy? What should he do? Sheen was rarely at a loss. He could only change his mind, close his eyes, and think. Since the Demon King had lost half of his power a long time ago, that means that the Demon King, who was invincible to the world, had only shown half of his power in his heyday? Even if he only had half of his power, it would be enough to cut the world into 3 parts, threaten the entire omnipotence, and make the gods and humans helpless. He could also kill all the brave warriors who came to challenge him and had reached transcendence. The power of the Demon King might be more terrifying than I imagined. If she knew that Artemis was so frightened that she lost her composure and ran away in a hurry before she even started fighting with the Demon King, he would definitely have a deeper understanding of the Demon King's power. Then, is Donna's going to revive her like this? Sheen exhaled. He was still a little confused. He didn't know what to do specifically, but he had a vague wish. If there was a chance, he really wanted to see those two again. This sentence became the only voice in Sheen's heart at this moment. Thinking of this, Sheen opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, Sheen discovered someone stood in front of him. What are you thinking about? Laxia came to Sheen without knowing when, standing in front of her, with a dignified and graceful posture, staring at Sheen's face, and her ruby-like eyes revealed a look that others could not see. Looking at this familiar maid, Sheen seemed to see another person under this face in a trance. A demon girl with black hair and red eyes. Behind this face, who could have imagined how many unknown stories and unknown sorrows it hides? When thinking of this, Sheen couldn't help but reach out and touch Laxia's face. The touch of the smooth and elastic delicate face suddenly touched his palm. Master? Laxia was stunned for a moment. Presumably, even a tough guy like her didn't expect that Sheen would suddenly do such a thing. Right? Moreover, Sheen's actions were so gentle, and his eyes were full of pity, which made Laxia feel a tremor in her heart. And she had an inexplicable strange emotion. Without a doubt, no one had ever looked at her like this. Without a doubt, no one had ever been so gentle and pitiful to her. Although Laxia also cherished Laxia, she just cherished her, and would not pity Laxia for no reason, and be so gentle and soft to Laxia. And Laxia naturally never had a deep contact with others. And even because of her background, she had been treated as a wanted criminal like Laxia for 10 years since her birth, and people kept their distance from her. Therefore, this kind of experience is the first time in Laxia's life. In addition, the object is Sheen. Laxia was silent for a long time, and finally reached out and touched Sheen's cheek. Feeling the soft jade hand with a little coldness on the side of his cheek, Sheen finally came to his senses. Sorry, I lost my composure. Sheen took back his hand and apologized to Laxia. Laxia shook her head, took back her hand as well, and her face returned to her usual calm. Of course, whether her heart has calmed down, only she knows. What were you thinking about just now? Laxia asked this question again. Sheen was silent for a while, then nodded and said, I was thinking about something that is not very likely to be done by me and does not fit my style. Is it? Laxia was silent for a while, then looked directly at Sheen and said, Has the master communicated? Not yet. Sheen replied honestly, although this matter has a lot to do with me. I am not the party involved after all. I have not sorted out the clues until now, and I don't know what role I should play in this chaotic relationship. This is Sheen's real thoughts and feelings now, even though he has been pursuing the truth, and now most of the mystery has been solved. Sheen is still confused by this sudden and shocking truth, especially his own origin, which makes Sheen not know how to deal with it. He has not yet fully recovered his past memories, and only remembers some extremely impressive fragments. So, Sheen's current feeling is that it is not real. Originally, he thought he was just an ordinary person in another world. Because of his bad luck, he had the qualities to become a hero. He was summoned to this world by Nian, got a second life, and had the opportunity to live again in this strange world as a hero. Therefore, apart from not wanting to expose his identity and cause the collapse of peace at the beginning, and not wanting to cause any trouble, and just wanting to wander around without being noticed by anyone, Sheen basically lived the way he wanted to live, and never forced anything. Follow your heart. Be free. Wander when you want to, and enjoy when you want to. This is the truest portrayal of Sheen's mentality after coming to this world. He did live like this, and just in less than a year, he had a series of experiences that are worth recalling. Who would have thought that his origins would hide such a secret? He did not have the qualities of a hero by chance, and was lucky enough to get the opportunity to live again. But he was born a hero and inherited the name and power of a hero. It was an inevitable result that he was summoned to this world, not some accidental good luck. From the moment I was born, I have had an inseparable connection with this world, and even with the two highest beings in this world. In addition, there is a mother who is the first generation of heroes, and even the goddess and the devil regard her as the only important person. Such a truth has completely negated Sheen's attitude towards life in this world. Of course, with such a large amount of information, even Sheen, who has been bombarded with various online information in his previous life, it is not easy to sort it out in a short period of time. In this case, how can Sheen know clearly what he should do? But, although I don't know what role I should play, there is one thing I really want to try. Sheen murmured as if talking to himself. No, I must try it. This is Sheen's only mentality and only idea now. Laxia did not react to this, but just looked straight at Sheen, as if she wanted to see through Sheen's inner world at this moment, and her ruby eyes were filled with unspeakable depth. Then, Laxia said something. Perhaps this is fate. Laxia said so. Sheen shook his head. This is just a bad fate that even fate cannot control. That's it. At least, the concept of fate is still controlled by the goddess of fate. Lita's, and even Roxy can intervene. But that's sad past. Even those who are higher and stronger than the goddess of fate can only bow down. That is indeed a bad fate that even fate cannot control. And Sheen will challenge this bad fate. Or to say, intervene in this bad fate. Chapter 988 Signs of the Arrival. No one knew the decision made by Sheen. Even Laxia did not ask about this matter again. She quietly retreated in front of Sheen and continued to do what she should do. Sheen returned to his room and did not go out again. On this day, Laxia did not appear again. And even Lilith, Melika and Yulin did not appear again. They all seemed to have received some notice from Laxia. And they all tacitly chose not to disturb Sheen today. Even Nadura, Artemis and Sophie did not come to Sheen. And it was obvious that they had received some notice from Laxia or Melika. Although Nadura still wanted to ask Sheen to help Sophie solve the cursed problem in her body. Sophie, who learned about Sheen's current situation from Nadura, shook her head without hesitation. Mr. Sheen is at the critical moment of transcendence now. And it is not suitable for him to use the holy sword frequently. With this reason, Sophie persuaded Nadura. Indeed, Sheen is not suitable for frequent use of the holy sword now, so as not to affect the great event of transcendence. Considering the future, it is better to temporarily suppress Sophie's matter. Everyone who heard about this also agreed with it, including Leia and Nia, two guards who have followed Sophie for thousands of years. In this special period, the transcendence of the brave is the real big deal. If one side can have one more strong man of transcendence level, and a brave man holding a holy sword, it will be greatly beneficial to the battle situation, especially when the opponent is either a demon, a necromancer, an awakened dead, or a demon, an old demon, an evil god, and a magical life. A brave man of transcendence level is definitely a nuclear weapon. Therefore, Sheen's transcendence is the real big deal. On the other hand, even if Sophie solved the curse in her body, it would only be one more powerful person who could possibly rival the ultimate level. In the current war situation, the help she could provide would undoubtedly be very limited. Therefore, in terms of public and private considerations, Sheen's transcendence should be above Sophie's problem. Everyone thought so, without realizing that the Elf Queen had another reason to refuse. Did the King of the Elves want to avoid Sheen because of the wonderful accident last night? I'm afraid only Sophie herself knows this. In this way, the Elf land spent the whole day in an inexplicably peaceful atmosphere. Only Nadura, who had already unlocked the seal and could fully release her power, turned into nature, and monitored the entire Tagore forest, discovered some abnormalities. Why do I feel that the actions of the undead, demons, and magical creatures in the forest have changed? Nadura was observing the situation in the Tagore forest, watching the enemy's actions there, with a suspicious look on her face. It wasn't until a while later that Nadura's face changed. Damn it! Without any hesitation, Nadura showed her true self in the Queen's palace. Quick! Let everyone come to me! Nadura gave instructions to the goddess beside her. Queen's palace. God's hall. At dusk, when the night was about to fall, important figures in the elf land gathered here. Goddess Nadura, Sophie, Leia, and Nia all hurried to the god's hall and saw Nadura. What happened? Artemis also appeared here and saw Nadura. Melika and Yulin also came. They received a notice from Najula and rushed here as soon as possible. In this situation, everyone saw Najula with a serious and even solemn face. This told everyone that something big was going to happen. This was indeed the case. Just now, I found that the movements of the demons, undead, magical life forms, and even the young demons in the Tagore forest had changed. Najula did not beat around the bush and spoke directly. They were no longer aimlessly rampaging in the Tagore forest as before, but all gathered in the direction of the elves' land. As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces changed immediately, especially Sophie and others. Their expressions became ugly, because the same thing happened once before. That time, the elves' land was invaded. Could it be that the newborn original demon people are attacking again? Sophie's hand holding the scepter became stronger. Is this probably the case? Nadura said solemnly, with such a concentration of forces. There is only one possibility that can be thought of. Is the enemy planning to launch a general attack? Artemis said coldly. Will that demon and the necromancer appear? I don't know. Nadura shook her head and said, no existence of that level has been found so far. In this regard, Everyone was not at all relieved. There is no way. Remember that the last time, Goddess Nadura did not find the appearance of the demon and the necromancer. Right? The other party originally has the ability to hide their tracks and deceive the vision of Goddess Nadura. Leia and Nia couldn't help but say such words. In other words, that level of existence may have come, but we just didn't find it. Right? Yulin put forward such a view. This sentence successfully made the atmosphere depressing. If that's the case, then this time it will probably be another fierce battle. Should we ask the kingdom for help and ask the goddesses Lidas and Anima to come to support us? Melika whispered with uneasiness. Sophie shook her head before Nadura spoke. No. It's not certain whether this is a deceptive move by the enemy. Sophie said solemnly, if the goddesses Lidas and Anima come here, the capital will lose its defense. Without Lidas and Anima guarding the capital, if it is attacked by the new original demon, it will basically be over. In the situation where it is not completely certain whether the enemy's transcendent existence will come here, doing such a thing is undoubtedly pushing the kingdom into the fire pit. No one can guarantee whether the other party will deliberately guide Lidas and Anima to the land of elves, resulting in a kingdom without super strong guards. Now, even the heroes are on our side. Not in the capital. If we transfer the superclass combat power from the capital, the risk is too great. Sophie did not ignore the safety of others just because her own tribe was about to be in danger. Sophie was right. Nadura also nodded and said, Lidas and Anima cannot leave the capital. They must stay in the kingdom. And we must solve the problems on our side by ourselves. Everyone nodded to show their understanding. Artemis even snorted coldly. It just so happens that I still have a score to settle with that evil necromancer. Thinking of the previous experience, Artemis's spirit soared. Last time, because of the princess's sneak attack, she was eroded by the death aura and was besieged by the opponent, and her life was almost hanging by a thread. This time, she has recovered to a perfect state, and naturally wants to return the previous opponent. She didn't think she would lose. Artemis had already basically figured out the strength of the necromancer. The opponent's strength was probably only at the level of Nadura and Anima. However, with the characteristics of being a necromancer, if there was a huge amount of death energy to use, the opponent's strength could reach the level of a demon in one fell swoop. This level of strength is probably on par with Artemis. But Artemis, as the goddess of justice and order, has the power to restrain such existence. Although it is not as strong as the holy sword, Artemis believes that with her power, she will definitely be able to gain an advantage. As for the demon, how is the hero now? Artemis turned to Yulin and Melika. If you want to deal with the demon, you can probably only ask Sheen to take action. Although Najula is also at transcendent level, she is at the bottom of the transcendent level and is not as good as Donna's, who is a demon. Even if Donna's has not yet fully mastered the power of a demon, Nadura may not be able to be his opponent and can only deal with him reluctantly. In addition, after so many days, it is hard to say to what extent Donna's has mastered the power of the demon, and whether he is still standing still. To be on the safe side, it is better to let Xian deal with the demon. At least, Xian once defeated the demon dragon Magil in the battle of the royal capital and defeated Helemus once. Such a person is undoubtedly the most suitable to deal with the demon. The problem is, my stupid master has been hiding in the room for a day, and even lunch and dinner were sent in by Miss Laxia. Who knows what his current situation is? Yulin said ruthlessly, but her expression inevitably revealed a trace of worry. The same is true for Melika. Miss Laxia said that Mr. Sheen doesn't want to be disturbed now, so we haven't seen Mr. Sheen all day. Melika's tone was more or less a little disappointed. Obviously, Melika was still worried about not being able to see her sweetheart. Could it be because the transformation of transcendence has reached the final stage? Sophie hesitated to raise such a possibility. It's possible, Najula said helplessly. If this is the case, then it's better not to let him take action in this battle. Can't take action? Artemis frowned and said, wouldn't it be very disadvantageous to us? There is no way. Najula said, we can't let the situation of the brave Philip appear on Sheen. Right? Hearing this, Artemis was speechless. Everyone present already knew about the story of the brave Philip, and why he died on the battlefield and fell to the point of perishing together with the enemy's army. Thinking of this, everyone naturally did not want Sheen to go down a road of no return for the sake of the elves at this critical moment. Don't worry too much. Seeing that everyone looked heavy, Nadura hurriedly said, we still have the goddess Lilith. Hearing this, everyone's face was lifted. That's right. In addition to Sheen, Nadura and Artemis, There is another person with super-level combat power. Lilith. This strongest evil god, who is as famous as the goddess of justice Artemis, once turned the earth into purgatory, and her strength was enough to rival the existence of demons. With her, the enemy's demons, even if they cannot be taken down, can be stopped. At that time, Nadura can still free her hands to clear the enemy's army. In the transcendent level, Nadura might be a bit of a drag, but she is a transcendent level being after all. It is absolutely easy to deal with people below the transcendent level. In this way, it is not difficult to win. Everyone thought so. However, everyone, please don't forget the worst thing. Sophie sighed and pointed out the big problem that everyone subconsciously ignored. The mysterious necromancer has awakened the brave Reinhardt and the brave Philip as necromancers. Sophie's words made everyone who had just been excited speechless. The 18th generation of the brave Reinhardt, the 72nd generation of the brave Philip. The fact that these two braves were awakened by the enemy's necromancer, Litas and Anima, had naturally informed this side. Therefore, everyone already knew that in the new original demon, in addition to the demon Donnas and the mysterious necromancer, there were already two more transcendent level combat forces. Moreover, those two were still full of demon level combat forces. Even if they lost the holy sword, the threat was absolute. Damn evil. Artemis spoke out in hatred. As the goddess sword, another holy sword of the hero. Artemis has a good relationship with the heroes of all generations, including the heroes Reinhardt and Philip. Both of them are deeply admired by Artemis, and their deeds and sacrifices in their lifetime also moved Artemis. Now, her former companions and comrades have been desecrated by the enemy and awakened as evil undead spirits. It is impossible for Artemis not to be angry. Not to mention Artemis, even Nadura and other goddesses have gloomy faces and burning anger in their eyes. But the matter is a foregone conclusion, and anger will not help. The former companions have become enemies, which is inevitable. If those two also take action, the situation will be very bad for us. Nadura calmed down and couldn't help saying, two demon-level beings. Such opponents. I'm afraid only Litas can really suppress them. But Litas can't rush here to support. They must think of a way to deal with these two heroes by themselves. Anima said that although necromancy can awaken the dead, several conditions must be met to awaken a specific dead person. Nadura said so. First, the body of the deceased must be used as a medium. Second, there must be enough dead air. So, is there any way to remove the effect of necromancy? This sentence made everyone fall into deep thought. Chapter 989, Waiting for the Storm to Come. Is there any way to remove the effect of necromancy? Of course there is. As long as it is magic. No matter how powerful it is, there will be a way to deal with it. If you want to deal with fire magic, water magic will definitely be effective. If you want to deal with production magic, destruction magic will definitely be effective. Even the abilities that are praised as unique skills beyond the norm can mostly be dealt with. Magic, a power that uses magic to achieve universal supernatural phenomena, naturally has its own targets. When the Demon King created magic, he only pursued its power. It was not until the Supreme God also created the sacred system, recovery system, auxiliary system, and other magic systems in response to demand that the power of magic began to become colorful. The purpose of the original creation of the sacred system, recovery system, auxiliary system, and other magic systems was to restrain and deal with the destructive magic of the demons. Until today, the magic system has become more and more abundant, and it has become an indispensable and important power system in this world, popularized all over the world, and even popularized in the concept of the other world. Although necromancy is a powerful forbidden magic that can manipulate the concept of death, since it is magic, there must be corresponding countermeasures to be prepared, using sacred magic to purify the dead air and the dead. Is that not possible? Melika carefully put forward an opinion. Sophie answered this question. Sacred magic can indeed purify dead air and transcend the dead. But the one who uses necromancy is a superclass necromancer, whose necromancy attainments have exceeded the scope of the general magic system. Sophie said, in the last war, the goddesses tried to use sacred magic to purify and transcend the undead army. But the effect was minimal. If it is ordinary necromancy, such as the necromancy of the high priest, or the necromancy of Moro, who has not yet obtained the branch of radiance, the sacred magic of the goddess of the gods will definitely be their nemesis. But that princess is different. She has surpassed the limit of life. Not only has she achieved transcendence with the help of the branch of radiance, but she is also a special existence called Great Spirit of Death. which has long made her out of the category of ordinary magicians. The Great Spirit is born after exhausting necromancy. It is between life and non-life, and uses this to get rid of the restriction of reason on life. Once this kind of existence successfully transcends, the necromancy that constitutes its foundation will probably deteriorate. This is also the reason why the other party can manipulate large-scale and high-concentration dead air, causing damage to Artemis, the goddess of justice and order, and allowing the dead air to erode itself. It can be said that the princess has become the necromancy itself, and the necromancy has also become the basis for her to achieve transcendence, and has become a higher-level power that transcends the concept of magic. Therefore, ordinary holy magic has long been unable to produce effects on this higher-level magic power, and only the holy sword of the hero can purify this evil. This is why the princess was so afraid of the hero Xian before. She was able to awaken two heroes of the same level, or even stronger than herself, and use them as death knights. Also because her necromancy is no longer the same as before. Although, as Najula said, to awaken two heroes and turn them into her own death knights for manipulation, it still requires several harsh conditions. But with the new original demon as a backing and Donna's as a plan, the princess wants to gather the conditions. It can't be said to be easy, but there is still a way to do it. The evidence is that the two heroes did become death knights, and became the trump card of the new original demon at the critical moment. Of course, I still don't believe that the necromancer has the ability to completely drive two dead, who may be stronger than himself as slaves. Yulin pouted and said, even if it is indeed realized, there must be some other means to assist. I think so too. Artemis agreed. Everything has its limits. Even Lilith couldn't turn all the lives in the world into evil things at the beginning. She could only expand the evil spirit to a continent. The creator of necromancy is said to be just a legendary priest. It is said that she did use necromancy to form an army, but it stopped at millions. Of course, there are reasons for anima's suppression in the lower world, but there must be other reasons. For example, with the ability of the high priest, she can only create and manipulate millions of undead armies. If there are more, she can't serve them. The princess must be the same. Ordinary undeads are fine. They are just ants after all, if they have not reached transcendence. For the necromancer who has achieved transcendence, she can easily create as many armies of this level as she wants. But I don't believe that she can control the souls of two heroes who are stronger than her at the same level without any hindrance. Artemis said this with absolute certainty. This can also be regarded as Artemis' trust in the heroes of the past. She firmly believes that those heroes who have overcome countless difficulties, passed countless trials, and finally succeeded in transcendence are not so easy to succumb, even if they have lost their holy swords. Their strength is real. In history, there are a total of 7 heroes who have achieved transcendence. The strongest one, such as Mitra, can even be at the same level as the goddess of fate, and the weakest one will never be weaker than a demon, which has proved their extraordinariness. In other words, once a hero transcends, he is at least a demon level. Even if they lose the holy sword, they will not be weaker than the goddess of life Anima and the goddess of nature Nadira. They are the heroes of the human race and the trump cards of the gods, and they can truly defeat the devil. There are 2 beings of this level. It is not easy for the princess to control them without any obstacles. Is there any fatal weakness that we have not discovered? Sophie murmured. The others also began to whisper and discuss with each other. Najula thought about it, and her thoughts were similar to everyone else's. There must be some tricks to completely control 2 demon-level dead. In this case, if this trick is solved, it may be possible to liberate the souls of the heroes and let them get out of control. The more Najula thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Leia and Nia raised their hands immediately. I think we can let the children of the elf mission analyze the composition of necromancy based on the information left behind. If the composition of the magic formula can be solved, then we can build a corresponding targeted formula to make the necromancy lose its effect. The 2 legendary magicians suggested this. I can help too. Melika raised her hand quickly. Elves are born with magic, so this kind of work should be their strong point. Right? Yulin also thought it was reliable. If this is feasible, then perhaps we can analyze the magic of biological creation at the same time and build a corresponding spell. Artemis nodded. There is no time. Sophie shook her head and said, the enemy will probably gather in the land of elves soon. If we want to analyze both necromancy and biological creation at the same time, the possibility of catching up is almost infinitely close to 0. Then try your best to analyze the composition of necromancy. Najula said, at present, the most threatening thing is necromancy. If we can solve the necromancy, the 2 demon-level necromancy knights of the enemy can also return to dust. This is the top priority. The power of the transcendental existence has a great influence on the victory or defeat on the battlefield. To put it bluntly, no matter how powerful a legion is, as long as there is no transcendental existence, it will be annihilated sooner or later when facing a transcendental existence. Therefore, on the battlefield, transcendental existence is the key, and transcendental existence is the biggest enemy. First, find a way to deal with the enemy's transcendental existence, which has always been the first proposition in the past wars. The final battle 1,000 years ago was also like this. In order to send the hero to the devil, the transcendental existences of the gods were all out, and they delayed the transcendental existences of the demons, and even used human lives to fill the gaps on the beast demon side, just to stop the beast demon's footsteps, so that the heroes can enter the devil's castle and take down the devil. In the large-scale actions of the newborn original demon for more than a month, there are also strategies against the 3 goddesses and the goddess of justice, so that the gods and humans can retreat step by step. Although the 2 demon-level dead knights are a big threat, they also have a big weakness. They were awakened by the necromancy. Not only did they lose their rationality before death, but they might also be out of control. In addition, once the necromancy fails, they will return to dust. Such obvious weaknesses are much easier to deal with than other transcendent beings. Then let's make arrangements now. Leia and Nia immediately took on this important task, and left the temple with Melika. You go too. Najula turned to the goddesses present and said, if you want to deal with necromancy, sacred magic may still be indispensable. You go to assist the elves and build an effective spell to deal with necromancy. Yes. The goddesses took the order and retreated together. Then I will go to unify the monsters in the elf land. Yulin took this task. As the king of monsters, it is undoubtedly just right to let Yulin unify the monsters in the elf land. The enemies are not only demons, necromancers, but also various miscellaneous soldiers. The population of the elves is so sparse that it is difficult to organize an effective confrontation against a large number of undead, demons, and magical creatures without the help of the monster army. Please. Nadura nodded to Yulin. After Yulin retreated, only Nadura and Artemis were left at the scene. The 2 looked at each other quietly. Immediately, they looked outside the Queen's palace, waiting for the storm to come. Chapter 990, The Turning Point of Fate. At the same time, in the temple sealed at the edge of the god realm, an unknown conversation was also going on. You despicable woman. Shameless. You actually plotted against me? And you occupied my temple to talk to my heroes? It's okay to covet my man, but you actually covet my property. You are despicable. I, being bound in place by an invisible force. Nian, who couldn't move at all, was spitting out foul language and cursing, completely ignoring her holiness and transcendence as a goddess, and almost directly pointed at the nose of the person in front of her and cursed. The goddess, who looked exactly like Nian, ignored her incarnation's outspokenness, but just kept looking at her quietly, as if waiting for her to vent. But it was precisely because of the goddess's attitude that made Nian even more angry. What are you pretending for? What are you pretending for? Do you want to use my mercenary to show your nobility? If Nian hadn't had some sense of being a woman, she would have burst into swear words. I've also read all the books in my hero's mind. If I really start to curse, do you believe that you, the supreme god, can be scolded to the point of mental breakdown? Do you really think I don't dare to curse? I'm just giving you a little face. Under Nian's angry and resentful glare, the goddess standing in front of her finally had a little reaction. Have you calmed down? The goddess said lightly. If you calm down, then use your power to start peeping into the lower world. Huh? Nian couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. But on the surface, she snorted coldly and said, if you want to peek into the lower world, can't you do it yourself? Who is this goddess in front of you? The supreme god, the almighty god, the all-knowing god, the goddess of origin who is unmatched by anyone. If she wanted to spy on the lower world, she didn't need to do anything. She could just cast her eyes out and immediately penetrate the shackles of endless space and even endless time and see every corner of the world. Right? To do this, Nadura had to become nature and could only spy on one world. But the goddess in front of her didn't need that. Whether it was the world of gods, the world of humans, or the world of demons, as long as she wanted, she could see any place with her own eyes. In this world, the only places that her eyes could not see were the places where the demon king had left his power before his death. Right? In that case, why would she come to borrow her power? Could there be another conspiracy? Nian became alert. I don't know if the goddess didn't notice this alert, or if she noticed it and pretended not to know. She said with a calm face. The future that my eyes can see is only until today. After these words came out, Nian was startled again. But this time, Nian understood. So that's it. Is the power in my hero really going to awaken? Nian's eyes gradually lit up. The goddess standing in front of her casually threw a sentence that almost made her go berserk. It's my hero. The goddess emphasized calmly. Your hero has returned to his hometown to take care of his husband and children. Nian was so angry that her nose was crooked. But these words undoubtedly made the goddess, who was calm and indifferent, feel unhappy. She glanced at Nian coldly, making Nian's whole body stiff. The goddess continued to speak. He is about to achieve transcendence, and the long-suppressed supreme authority will also be completely awakened. Therefore, the future that my eyes can see is only until this day, and there is no way to use my eyes to directly see what happens there. After all, supreme authority contains the power of three supreme concepts. Not only the power of the hero and the goddess, but also the power of the devil. With such power awakened, the goddess's omniscience and omnipotence, which is the only thing that cannot work on the power of the demon king, will naturally no longer work. Everything that happens from now on will become unknown to me. The goddess cast her eyes on Yin and said so. Next, I can only rely on your power to observe the development of the lower world. At this point, only Nian's power can still have some effect on Xian. She is the ritual of heroes summoning itself. And she is also in charge of the summoning field. She is the witness, contractor and assistant who summoned Xian to this world. She has a great origin with Xian, who is a hero and has established a relationship with him from the beginning. This origin is based on each other's way of existence. Therefore, even if Xian is about to awaken the power of the demon king, Nian can connect to Xian's side through the connection between her and Xian and see everything that happens there. This time, the goddess came to borrow Nian's eyes, in order not to get involved in the disputes in the lower world, and not to interfere with the subsequent development and choices. This is the most appropriate method that the goddess can think of. After understanding this, Nian suddenly realized and became proud. So you will ask me for help one day. At that moment, Nian wanted to refuse righteously. She just wanted to make this goddess depressed. To make this goddess admit defeat. To let her know that not everything is under her control. The most important thing is that this is her only chance to take the initiative from the other party, and make the other party bow his head. She, Nian, must stand up. However, just when Nian was about to retaliate, the goddess in front of her threw a word. Although I can't interfere with a child who is about to awaken, it is still easy to interfere with you. Such a sentence made Nian choke on the rejection words that were in her throat, and she almost sent her away. The goddess's implication was obvious. If you don't let me see it, then I won't let you see it. No one should see it. Just keep being blind and let Xian fly by himself. After understanding this meaning, Nian was so angry that she was like a Buddha born and two Buddhas ascended to heaven. You threaten me again. Nian yelled and said loudly. You only know how to find a sense of superiority here. Do you think you can be so arrogant just because you are my original body? In response to Nian's words, the goddess only responded with a look. That look clearly responded to Nian with one word. Yes. Beep, 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 beep. Just when Nian was about to explode and spit out fragrance in the true sense, the goddess finally said something. Don't you want to know the truth about the past you summoning the hero? The words of the goddess made Nian freeze again on the spot. This is exactly what Nian cares about most during this period of time. In the past, Nian always thought that it was the goddess in front of her who created her and threw her aside. Every time she could summon a hero, she would use her power to forcibly manipulate her and let her operate the summoning mechanism. After that, she would ignore her and use her as a complete prop. It was not until the goddess in front of her woke up that Nian knew from her that the person who used it to summon heroes and used it as a prop from beginning to end was not her. This goddess has only summoned a hero once. That was the first generation of heroes, who had the same name as Nian and passed on the three supreme powers to Xin, the original holy sword hero. After that, the great existence of the goddess Omnis no longer summoned heroes, let alone activated the hero summoning ritual. She didn't even know that summoning the hero had absorbed her past despair and grief and turned into an incarnation of her. So after the war, she directly abandoned and sealed summoning the hero. It was not until she woke up this time that the goddess in front of her discovered the existence of Nian and knew that she had another incarnation. At first, Nian was naturally unwilling to believe this. But she knew that this goddess would not lie. Or there was no need to lie at all. This goddess has never even had the disdain to lie. She has always said what she wants, and said what she wants. She may conceal everything that should not be revealed. But she will not lie deliberately. In this case, everything the other party said is very credible. Nian also desperately thought about it. If it wasn't this goddess, then who was secretly manipulating herself and manipulating summoning the hero? The greatest miracle of all time? Who in this world can manipulate the existence of the great mystery of summoning the hero at will without regard to her own wishes, and without being discovered by Omnis? This is undoubtedly a terrifying thing to think about. At least, there is only one person that Nian can think of. But why does this person do this? This is Nian's only question. No, it can't be said to be a question. Nian is also a person who knows the grievances between the first generation of heroes and the origin. So she can naturally make some speculations based on what she knows. Therefore, Nian can more or less guess why the other party did this. But she still doesn't want to believe it. Or maybe she doesn't dare to believe it. The reason is that this person is too sad. The goddess standing in front of Nian looked at Nian, whose face was full of uncertainty, and said faintly, "The next is the turning point of fate. What choice he will make will directly affect the future of this world and even ours. We can't intervene in his choice or interfere with his choice. The only thing we can do is to watch quietly here and watch everything that happens next." The words of the goddess came into Nian's ears one by one. Nian fell silent. The goddess waved her hand and directly untied Nian. Nian realized that her limbs could move. She glanced at the supreme goddess in front of her, who looked exactly like her, as if she was carved out of the same mold. Finally, she snorted coldly. "Let me make it clear in advance that my compromise this time does not mean that I will compromise next time," Nian said strongly. "No matter what, I will not give my hero to you." "It doesn't matter," the goddess said calmly. "Anyway, you can't snatch it from me." "You?" Nian almost exploded again. "Okay, let's start." The goddess restrained her with a word. Nian snorted again, with great dissatisfaction, and unfolded a light curtain in front of her. The scene of the human world appeared here. Chapter 991 Everyone's Consensus. Another day passed quickly. As the day and night changed, the atmosphere in the Tagore forest became more and more oppressive and dangerous. And many sensitive monsters seemed to have sensed something and temporarily hid. This included some legendary monsters with extraordinary power. They seemed to feel that the next storm would be enough to affect them, and they would be in trouble. One by one, they put away their usual pride and temper, hid in the depths of the forest, and never appeared again. The other monsters also seemed to have sensed something, and were a little anxious and uneasy. Under such circumstances, there was a rare absence of fighting between monsters in the Tagore forest today, presenting a strange state of silence. Of course, this was only temporary. Najula, who had been monitoring all this, knew what kind of magical realm the Tagore forest had become at this moment when the monsters were locked up. All the monsters, including the demons, the dead, the magic creatures, and the young demons, have begun to gather around the barrier of the Elfland. There are already 3 million of them. No, more than 4 million. If they continue to gather like this, will all the monsters in the Tagore forest gather outside the Elfland? In addition, the magic creatures outside the Tagore forest are also consciously using the dead, guiding the demons, and driving the newly born original demons monsters here. Najula saw all of this clearly. And this scale of invasion is already more terrifying and dangerous than the last battle faced by the Elfland. It seems that the other party is serious this time. Artemis expressed this opinion with a gloomy face, and asked Najula, "What is the result of the analysis of the necromancy magic? Those children have worked very hard." Nadura sighed and said, "But, after all, necromancy is a forbidden magic that was born thousands of years ago. It was once completely banned by anima from spreading and learning. All relevant records were destroyed. Even if Melika, Leia and Nia all helped, it would be difficult to unlock the composition of necromancy in a short period of time without ready-made records. This result was not beyond Artemis's expectations. If this problem could be solved so easily, the elves would have started studying necromancy after the last war. Now, it's really hard to say whether we can catch up. In other words, do we have to be mentally prepared to fight 4 demon-level beings?" Artemis realized this. However, this did not reach the point of despair. After all, there are several transcendent beings here. With Lilith and I here, it should not be a problem to block 3, or even 4 of them. Artemis thought so. Although the enemy's 4 demon-level combat power is indeed very intimidating, She and Lilith are both demon-level combat power. Even if they are at a disadvantage, it is still possible to bear all the demon-level existences on the opposite side. Even if the two of them will be 2 to 1. Or 4 to 2. If Lilith and Artemis are determined to drag it out, then it will definitely be no problem to drag it out for 3 days and 3 nights. Artemis only hopes that she can drag it out to the end and win. Najula also spoke seriously. I will also take action. Admittedly, Najula's strength is not as good as that of a demon-level existence. But if a fight really breaks out, she can also hold one back. If the analysis of the necromancy magic can be successfully completed later, and a targeted plan can be formulated to deal with the army of undead and even the 2 awakened heroes, then it will not be a dream for them to win this battle. At worst, we have to wait until the hero can make a move. Artemis hoped so. Najula did not object to this statement. But I hope he can make a move in a perfect state, rather than forcing himself to make a move like the hero Philip. Najula smiled bitterly. That's right. Artemis nodded. The two looked at the sky outside the temple together, and remained silent for a long time. Click. With a slight sound, Laxia closed the door of Sheen's room. She held a tray in her hand, on which were the tableware of the dishes that had been eaten. And it was obvious that the meal had just been delivered. Outside the door, Sophie was standing here holding a scepter, looking at Laxia, who came out from inside, and asked, "How is it? Can Mr. Sheen come out?" Sophie asked. Laxia raised her eyelids slightly, looked at the elf queen standing in front of her, and shook her head. The master was still the same, sitting on the bed with his eyes closed. Unless he was called, he would only wake up when eating. Laxia reported to Sophie truthfully. Is it really the last moment of transcendence and transformation? Sophie didn't know whether to feel happy or annoyed, and sighed faintly. Sophie knew something about the transcendence of the brave. Having lived in the world for thousands of years, Sophie not only saw the brave Mitra, but also saw another brave who successfully transcended when she was young. So she learned some things about transcendence from them. Nadura also mentioned this matter. The brave's transcendence must first resonate with the holy sword. Take the holy sword into the body, and then absorb the sacred power emitted by the holy sword, so that the life level of the body will evolve and sublimate to another level. The time required to absorb and fuse the sacred power varies from person to person. Some heroes have weaker holy swords, and the sacred power they emit is limited. Without external assistance, the absorption and fusion will be very fast. Some heroes have stronger holy swords, and the sacred power they emit is relatively large. Even with external assistance, the absorption and fusion will be slow. Once the holy sword releases the maximum amount of sacred power that its own power can contain, after being absorbed and fused by the hero's life level will be sublimated. During the sublimation process, the hero must devote his mind and spirit to himself, and adjust his own strength in accordance with the sublimated vitality. After all, once you successfully transcend, you will be free from the constraints of reason and enter another dimension. In this state, whether it is level or skill, you will lose your own concept. The original level will become pure power, existing in the body of the hero. The original skills will also become inherent abilities, and become one with the hero himself. Just like when a person punches, he doesn't need any level or skill to help him. As long as his arms are healthy, he can do it. Level and skill will become the strength and ability of the hero himself. Like the limbs of the body, like instinctive reactions, like the internal organs, like the limbs and bones, which will be used like arms. At that time, the level will disappear, and the skills will disappear, completely becoming the instinct and ability of the hero himself, and being used naturally by the hero. Only the ability of unique skills will remain, existing as the core strength of the transcendent beings. The transcendent beings also use unique skills as the core of their battles, thus exerting a unique and powerful force. The length of time required for this process depends entirely on the hero's own talent and talent. A hero with high talent and talent, even if he is at the same extreme level of level 100 as other heroes, will have higher growth in various aspects of ability when upgrading, and stronger power, so it will naturally take longer to integrate into the body. Similarly, if the talent and aptitude are high, the heroes will learn more skills, and the skill level will be higher. The stronger the power that the skills can provide, the longer it takes to integrate into the body. What's more, some heroes will have many skill points left unused after reaching the extreme level of level 100. These skill points can also be transformed into pure power when transcending, integrated into the body of the hero, making the hero stronger. It is precisely because of this that after the hero achieves transcendence, even without the power of the holy sword, he is at least at the demon level, because among the heroes of all generations, even the weakest one can achieve transcendence. So it is conceivable how high his talent and aptitude are. After integrating the growth of various abilities, numerous skills, and even the remaining skill points obtained from the 100 level upgrade, their power will rise to an extremely high level. Such heroes are at least at the level of demons. After taking the holy sword, they will only become stronger. Even if they cannot match the goddess of fate, they will be feared by the demons of the demon clan. They may not be able to defeat the demon king, but as heroes, they are more than enough to deal with 1 or 2 demons. Mitra can even compete with the goddess of fate and become the strongest person below the demon king and the supreme god. This is the natural advantage of the hero. Unlike the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons, who are born to be transcendent, the heroes can achieve transcendence after hard training and improvement. And the rewards they get are also huge. With Shin's talent, both the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons believe that he will surpass Mitra, who defeated the demon king, and become the closest existence to the demon king and the supreme god from ancient times to the present. If such Shin enters the final stage of transcendence, it will definitely take a long time to integrate the power. Seeing that Shin was not leaving the house, and thinking about the surge in the holy sword's divine power, both Sophie and the goddesses thought that Shin had entered the final stage of his transformation, which was also the most critical period. When Shin could come out, his transcendence would probably be complete. But looking at the current situation, it would probably not be too soon for Shin to come out. Thinking of this, Sophie was mentally prepared. We can't rely on Shin in this battle. We must solve it ourselves. Sophie made such a decision. Laxa, who didn't know this, looked at Sophie and asked a question. Do I need to wake up the master? Laxia's suggestion made Sophie shake her head without hesitation. No, don't disturb him. Sophie looked at Laxia and declared with the most serious expression. Even if we are completely wiped out, and he is not well, don't let him come out. This is the consensus of everyone. Even Litas and Anima, who were far away in the capital, agreed with this statement. If Nadura and Artemis were defeated, they could just run away. If the goddesses of the gods died in the battle, they could also be resurrected with the true seal. As for the elves, it would be good if they could escape. But if they couldn't, everyone was prepared to sacrifice. Anyway, if they were alive, they wouldn't have much of a decisive impact on the war. If Shin could perfectly transcend successfully, he could exert his influence to the greatest extent and end the war. As long as the opponent is not the demon king. With Shin's talent, he holding the holy sword, after transcendence, I'm afraid no one can defeat him. At that time, the demon-level existences of the newly born original demon would not threaten him at all. Even if Shin couldn't solve the evil ways of the newly born original demon in the end. With his power, the battle between the gods and the humans would gradually gain the upper hand. If this trend continues, when the gate to the god realm is rebuilt, the passage to the demon realm is repaired, the demons and gods attack in full force, and the 6 great demons also take action, victory is certain. In view of this, Shin is the key. If there is no way to protect the safety of the elf land, it can only be abandoned. The 3 goddesses had contacted last night and formulated a retreat strategy in case of defeat. Although Sophie did not want to see the fall of the elf land, as long as the tribesmen could retreat safely and the war was expected to end, she would never be so pedantic as to defend here to the death. She must also be guarded well. If he asks you about what happened outside during dinner, don't tell him about it, so that he can break through with peace of mind. Sophie couldn't help but tell Laxia. I'm afraid that if he knows the situation outside, he can't sit still and comes out to fight regardless of everything, which will affect his future. That would be really bad. This is what happened to the brave Philip. In this most critical moment of transcendence and transformation, he finally couldn't hold back and went to battle desperately to protect many comrades and companions. This led to the incomplete fusion of his power, and even problems, leaving hidden dangers. The last breath burst out, making him powerless to choose to die on the battlefield and drag the enemy to be buried with him. Sophie and others were afraid that Shin would do the same thing. In that case, their sins would be great. Please. Sophie bowed to Laxia. Laxia stared at the elf queen for a long time before nodding. Thank you. Sophie smiled, glanced at Shin's door, and then turned and left like a female general about to go to the battlefield. Laxia watched Sophie leave quietly, her eyes flickering, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Time passed bit by bit. until darkness completely buried this world. Chapter 992 The Shadow of the Devil. Soon, the night fell again. However, this night was destined to be very restless. Above the Tagore forest, much higher than the clouds, two figures appeared without warning. Here they are again. Donnas looked down as if he could see the elf village in the barrier, with an expression of emotion. This is not like you. The princess was right next to Donnas, looking at Donnas with emotion on his face, and said expressionlessly, "It's just an elf village, and it has nothing to do with you. Why are you so emotional?" In the eyes of the princess, Donna's statement was a bit hypocritical. However, Donnas smiled slightly. After all, the last time I came here was my debut battle. But this time, I have to face the most difficult opponent. This is how Donnas explained. "I won't accompany you." The princess shook her head and said, "The restraint of the holy sword on me is much more serious than that of you demons. I am afraid that I will be defeated in no time against that hero." The princess has such self-knowledge. There is no way. The demons are afraid of the holy sword of the hero. But as long as they are careful not to be hit by the holy sword, there will be no problem. The princess is different. Not only is she restrained by the holy sword, but the power she uses is also restrained by the holy sword. Once she manipulates the dead air to fight, it will definitely be purified by the holy sword. In this way, she will not only be unable to bring harm to Xian, but also threaten herself. Even if she can save her life in the end, she will suffer incalculable losses. Who made her strength based on the amount of dead air, and the holy sword can purify the dead air and completely eliminate the dead air. Therefore, once she faces Xian, the princess will lose no matter what. Either her own safety is in question, or her dead energy reserves are in question. The worst outcome is being killed, and the lightest outcome is a great loss of dead energy, a great reduction in strength, and a great possibility of not being able to cause any harm to the other party. How many irons would you want to fight such an enemy? I can only say that the princess and Xian are too incompatible. So bad that even the demons who regard the hero as their natural enemy are not as good as her. Therefore, the princess absolutely does not want to fight Xian in person. You are honest. Donnas was somewhat amused, but he did not deny the princess's cowardly behavior. Instead, he nodded and praised, "That's right. You are the person closest to the hero, so you naturally know how big the threat of the hero is." The princess acquiesced to Donnas' statement. Donnas nodded immediately. "Don't worry. I didn't intend to let you fight against the hero, and I didn't even want to let the two you used to fight against the hero." Donnas chuckled and said, "This time, I will fight with that hero in person. Don't be too careless." The princess glanced at Donnas and reminded him, "Although it's not as serious as mine, you demons are also restrained by the holy sword of the brave. If you are hit once, you will lose half your life even if you don't die." "I know," Donnas said without comment. "Let's start. They should be almost ready." The princess nodded. The next second, with the princess as the center, a large amount of death energy was released instantly. The dark death energy was like black smoke, forming a violent black cloud layer that completely covered the sky. "Go on." The princess's cold voice came out in the black cloud of death energy. "Go on." Donnas' half-smile voice also came out. The undead and magical creatures gathered around the elf land suddenly raised their heads. In their eyes, scarlet light was flashing. Tagore Forest. The elf land. When the sky began to hum and was completely covered by the dark clouds formed by the dense death energy, the people on the ground in the elfland also reacted. "Is it coming?" Nadura appeared in the sky above the queen's palace in an instant. But she had been monitoring the surroundings in a natural way. Therefore, she immediately condensed her body and reacted as soon as the incident occurred. At the same time, two streams of light flew out of the queen's palace. Sure enough, it came. Artemis landed beside Nadura and looked at the sky coldly. With this concentration of death energy, it is at least certain that the necromancer has come? Sophie also appeared here, with a solemn face. After a few seconds, streams of light also flew in one after another in the elfland. "Your Majesty." Leia and Nia landed beside Sophie. "Goddess Nadura." Melika also appeared in a panic. "Humph. I've been waiting for a long time." The dark dragon transformed by Yulin rose from the corner of the elf town, flapping its wings and flying above the queen's palace, while casting a fierce look at the sky. Roar! Ah! Woo! Almost at the same time, under the shaking of the earth, many monsters rushed to the front of the towering tree where the queen's palace was located. Flying monsters were all around the queen's palace, making deafening roars. As for the magicians of the elves, they were naturally led by Gialur, and came here with nervous and solemn faces. Even Janum was there. Everyone entered the battle state. Everyone looked up at the sky. Their eyes and expressions showed unprecedented solemnity. Not long after, a figure descended from the dark clouds in the sky, like a meteorite landing. It was as if a demon had descended, rubbing against the atmosphere. The flames were set ablaze, and the existence all around its body fell directly on the barrier of the Elfland. Bang! Without any suspense, the barrier all around the Elfland, which was protected by the goddess of nature Nadura herself, instantly shattered under the power of the other party. That scene was exactly the same as when the newborn original demon invaded the Elfland. That scene was also fresh in the memory of Nadura and others who were guarding here at that time. Last time, it was from this scene that the Elfland ushered in a difficult and bitter battle. In the end, Nadura's power was partially sealed. Artemis was seriously injured and corroded by the death energy. The Elfland was destroyed, and even the elves were almost destroyed. In this situation, everyone knew very well what the next scene would be. Boom! I saw that. Amidst the rumbling of the ground, there were clouds of dust all over the land of elves. The dust was stirred up by the monsters running. They rushed into the land of elves like a herd of beasts and locusts, roaring and snarling as the barrier of the land of elves was broken. In an instant, the streets, buildings, and vegetation and trees in the land of elves that had been repaired and rebuilt with great difficulty were trampled flat. In a short time, the streets were shattered, the buildings fell down, and the bare trees were trampled one after another, making the land of elves literally ravaged. The elf girls looked at all this, and couldn't help showing angry expressions. The home they had worked so hard to build was trampled again. Fortunately, this time was not like the last time. Last time, when the barrier was broken and the monsters invaded, many elves were unable to react in time, resulting in chaos and panic. They could only fight various monsters on the spot in the damaged village. This time, everyone was already prepared and gathered in front of the big tree where the queen's palace was located, ready to fight. They watched the terrifying-looking demons, the dead spirits like rotting corpses, the magical life forms in black robes, and even the huge demon larvae roaring together, surrounding the big tree and surrounding themselves and others. Then, these monsters stopped together. The oppressive atmosphere enveloped the whole scene. Everyone confronted the monsters that surrounded them, and the hands holding the staffs and magic wands were all exerting force. Roar! Ah! On the contrary, the monsters gathered by the elves looked at the surrounding monsters, and each of them roared fiercely and pretended to rush out. Fortunately, the giant dragon that Yulin transformed into had not given any orders yet, so they did not act rashly. I have to say that Yulin is really good at it. He actually unified and tamed all the monster troops in the elf land in such a short time. It makes people sigh that this is the real king of monsters. Of course, Yulin wanted to be the first to rush out. If it weren't for the figure that fell from the sky and slowly landed above the queen's palace. I have met all the goddesses and beautiful ladies of the elves. Donna's flew in the air. But as always, he was like a polite nobleman, and saluted everyone in a gentle and elegant manner. He was wearing a black robe with gold patterns, which looked very luxurious and noble at first glance. The robe fluttered in the wind, and he also had a smile like a spring breeze, giving people the illusion that a Prince Charming fell from the sky. But everyone knew very well that the man in front of them was not a romantic Prince Charming, but the leader of the new original demon, a real demon, who disturbed the human world, the demon world, and the god world, brought war and chaos to this world, and also instigated dangerous people in the three tribes to betray the ambitious people and trampled many human forces. Demon. Donnas. Najula spoke in a deep voice. It is me. Donnas looked down at everyone. His eyes swept slightly, but he raised his eyebrows and said, I heard that our hero is also in the elf town. How come I didn't see him? As soon as he came up, Donnas pointed directly at Xian. Obviously, this demon came for Xian this time. Or in other words, the person he is most concerned about, most afraid of, but most wants to face is the hero. In this case, how could the other party not come up to find Xian's figure? Unfortunately, he is not here. Najula said bluntly, your opponent is us. Hearing this, Donnas frowned. Not here? The new demon muttered and then laughed. I don't believe it. That's what happened. Chapter 993 Justice and Righteousness. Donnas' words were so direct that they couldn't be more direct, which made Najula and others' expressions change. However, Donna seemed to have not seen it, and continued to talk to himself. If he is really not here, then you should do your best to conceal this news. At least, in this case, we will still worry whether the hero has learned from our last practice and intends to fight back, lurking in the dark, and cut us with a sword at a critical moment, so that we will be crippled if not dead. If the hero is not here, your combat power will be inferior to ours in all aspects. If such news is revealed to us, we can imagine how bad it will be for you. So, if the hero is really not here, you will never mention it so directly in front of me. At least covering it up can make us afraid to invest all our combat power, and give you an opportunity to take advantage of it. But since you said so, can I make a bold guess? Donna's deep eyes fell on everyone. That hero is still here, but he has a problem and can't do anything. Right? The words that hit the truth directly were like the sharpest weapon, piercing through Najula and others. The faces of Najula and others became very ugly, and even a little shocked and angry. Obviously, they could never imagine that Donna's could even guess such a thing. But their performance only made Donna's want to laugh. You should learn from the moon demon. Donna spread his hands and said, if it was that person, I would definitely not be able to see it so easily. This is the biggest disparagement of the gods. After all, in the final analysis, the demons are still the old rivals of the gods. Being pointed out in front of others like this is like saying that the gods are inferior to the demons, and the top of the gods is inferior to the top of the demons. What else can it be but derogation? However, Nadura and others could not refute it. The demon supreme has indeed always been synonymous with wisdom. Even the goddess in charge of wisdom and intellect is inferior to her. It is also a fact that the three goddesses and the goddess of justice are not good at strategy. If it were not for the fact that there was a military god in charge of war in the gods, who acted as a military advisor, the gods, whose power was generally inferior to that of the demons, and even their wisdom was inferior to that of the demons, would have been destroyed by the demons many years ago. Of course, Donna's deliberate provocation did not make everyone lose their minds. The leader of the new original demon, the demon, Donna's, Artemis stepped forward and stared at Donna's, releasing an amazing aura all over her body. What are you going to do this time? Artemis questioned. They attacked the elves' homeland twice, and both times the leader personally went to the battle. No one would believe that they had no purpose. Do you really want to overthrow the whole world and the whole omnipotent then? Artemis, as the goddess of justice, judged Donna's. However, the divinity of judgment and order that emanated from her was like a breeze blowing in Donna's eyes. Not worth mentioning at all. My purpose should have been made clear when I declared war. Right? Donna smiled slightly and said leisurely, I want real peace. Isn't this reason enough to be my purpose? After hearing Donna's words, not only Artemis, but the others couldn't listen anymore. You want peace, but you take the initiative to start a war. Do you think your approach is still convincing? Sophie said coldly. What you do is just destroying peace. Nadura also condemned it. Melika, Leia, Nia, Yulin and others did not believe Donna's statement at all, including Jailur and Jenim, and other elves and goddesses. They all glared at Donna's. What a pity. Do you think you are the righteous side? Donna sneered, as if watching a monkey performing acrobatics. Opened his hands and said, because you are a goddess, you must be the righteous side. Because you are the guardian of peace, you must be the right side. When did such a concept begin to spread in this world? What is justice? What is right? It's just because what you want is here. In the current world. Is this where justice and right are? It's ridiculous. Donna's closed his open hands, then stretched out one hand, as if he wanted to hold something, and squeezed it tightly. What I seek is the truth of this world. The most original truth. Breaking peace is just a means to achieve a goal. Starting a war is just an act to realize a wish. You want to label this as evil. That's up to you. But for me, this is my justice. My rightness. At this moment, Donna's no longer exudes that gentle and elegant feeling, but a noble presence that looks down on the world. That is the embodiment of the firm belief that one's wish is the right thing. That is the pride of holding absolute faith in one's own behavior. The noble ideal that can suppress all the lives, all the strong, all the spirits and souls in the world has successfully shocked Najula and others. Najula and others have also experienced the same feeling. It is the feeling of the top of the demon race. The 6 great demons whose power dominates the 3 realms. Perhaps this is the essence of the existence of Donna's. Perhaps this is the reason why the other party can become a demon. Nadura and others subconsciously admitted it. This person is more suitable to be a demon than his father, the half-demon named Helimus. In this way, perhaps, it seems inevitable that the other party will become a demon. However, this is the most dangerous. You are indeed a dangerous person. Artemis slowly rose into the air, and the divinity of judgment and order emanating from her body instantly expanded to the peak. That kind of selfish ideas and desires actually want to call themselves justice. I absolutely do not approve. The goddess of justice gave such an evaluation. In response, Donna smiled disapprovingly. That's good. Donna laughed and said, my justice is not recognized by the goddess of justice. So when I prove it, it can reflect the greatest value. As he spoke, Donna's magic power gradually burned up. From your looks, it seems that you have eliminated all the influences from the last war. Right? Well, I am in great shape now. Let me try what level I have reached now. Donna's hooked his finger at Artemis. Before the hero comes out, I will warm up with you. Goddess of Justice. The frivolous words immediately angered Artemis. There is no need for the hero to take action. I will completely solve you here. Artemis then changed her target neatly. Originally, the person Artemis wanted to deal with was undoubtedly the princess. Now, Artemis has realized that Donna's is the one who should be defeated. This demon is the most dangerous existence. He must be eradicated. Come on, demon. Artemis drew out her silver twin swords. Let me teach you a lesson. The sword of the goddess. Donna's took out a pitch-black magic book. The two of them blasted out a domineering and powerful aura and collided. Boom! The next second, two figures, one silver and one black, released their attacks at the same time, causing a loud bang in the air. Hoa! Let's go too! Leia and Nia looked at each other, and without any hesitation, they rolled up the leaves and petals and flew out. Roar! Yulin was not to be outdone, and blew out a breath of dragon's breath. Melika! Yes! Sophie and Melika stood directly on the top of the queen's palace, raised the elf scepter and the nature staff respectively, and chanted the spell of natural magic. The war began. The elf's land was completely reduced to a battlefield. No longer peaceful. Najula was about to make a move, but she stopped. Boom! I saw that the dead clouds in the sky suddenly fluctuated violently. Inside, two undead figures slowly fell. The whole body was wrapped in pitch-black full-body armor. A person was covered in pale full-body armor, holding a huge heavy sword. The black and white knights, whose bodies were filled with a high concentration of death energy visible to the naked eye, suddenly appeared. Brave Reinhardt. Brave Philip. Najula clenched her fists, and her delicate and gentle face became completely filled with anger. That was the anger caused by seeing her old friend being defiled. Unfortunately, the two brave warriors who turned into dead knights had long forgotten the past and the friendship. Only the violent destructive instinct was at work, causing them to rush down without hesitation. Boom! At this moment, a storm of evil appeared in front of the two brave warriors who turned into dead knights. Inside, the little goddess with 12 black wings spread out appeared with endless evil fog. The strongest evil god, Lilith, was here. The little goddess raised her huge head and blasted out a black storm of amazing power in the next moment. Boom! The roar once again resounded through the world. Chapter 994 Strength and Body. It begins. In a corner of the Queen's Palace, Laxa, wearing a mage uniform, looked outside with her eyes slightly fluctuating. The war unfolded right before her eyes, and she could not have any psychological fluctuations. Unfortunately, she was a magical life without any combat power. She was good at housework and chores, but she could not fight. If the Queen's Palace itself was not a secret treasure, the elves had even driven the Queen's Palace directly to the battlefield, using the natural enchantment and solidity of the Queen's Palace as a fortress, allowing the elves' magicians to directly face the enemy on the battlefield and blast countless magics, turning the battlefield into a scorched earth, so that the Queen's Palace could withstand the various aftermaths of the war. Laxia would not be able to stand here and watch the battle, but this was already her limit. Apart from watching the battle here and waiting for the results to appear, Laxia could do nothing. Thinking of this, Laxia couldn't help but look at the room behind her. That was Xian's room. Now, that room has been completely separated. Elf Queen Sophie and Nature Goddess Nadira came here in person before the war, and cooperated with the Queen's Palace's barrier to separate the space of Xian's room. The purpose, of course, was to prevent Xian from being disturbed, so that the noise of the war would disturb Xian and interrupt his transcendence. Nadira and others had really made up their minds not to let Xian participate in this war. For them, Xian's ability to transcend safely, fully exert his own strength, and become the strongest body below the Demon King and the Supreme God was more important than anything else. It is said that when the goddess of fate, Lidas, and the goddess of life, Anima, heard the news, they were also surprised and happy. And at the same time, they were annoyed by it. Presumably, they were thinking that if they had discovered that Xian had entered a state of transcendence and transformation, they would have kept Xian and would not have allowed him to risk his life in the Elven Land. Now, Xian's transcendence has become the top priority for the gods and humans. Unable to leave the capital, Lidas and Anima, who had to stay there, also deliberately held a high-level meeting to discuss with the goddesses and the top leaders of the human race whether to send a support force to support the Elven Land, or at least protect Xian from being disturbed. As the brave man's fiancé, the kingdom's treasure, the heir and blessing of the goddess of fate, Her Highness Rosie Lusty, is suspected to have already rushed to the Elven Land. Nadura and others have already formulated a retreat plan, and the primary task is to ensure that Xian can be safe and sound, or even leave the battlefield without being disturbed. For this reason, the elves did not enter the Queen's Palace collectively, using the Queen's Palace as a fortress to fight a defensive battle against the newly born original demons. The reason is that the Queen's Palace has become Xian's personal mobile fortress, and has been set as a solid barrier fortress for Xian alone. Once the battle situation changes seriously, and this side can no longer hold on, the Queen's Palace will be activated, directly leaving the battlefield, taking Xian away and flying to the capital of the Kingdom of Mitra. This is the current situation. Therefore, Xian is still in the isolated independent space, concentrating all his energy in his room to transcend and transform. And he has not noticed anything happening outside. As for Laxia, the reason for staying here is not only because she can't help, but also to have someone to take care of her and keep an eye on Xian at any time. Laxia stared at Xian's room. War. This word is really disgusting. In the past, I didn't have this feeling. But recently, Laxia has to hate this word, because she knows that her body is actually very repulsive to the so-called war. Isn't it ironic? Suddenly, a voice came into Laxia's ears. He had once initiated a war against the whole world, and it lasted for more than 10,000 years. As a result, the existence that did all this hated war the most. Even people like us can't get rid of this instinctive disgust. Don't you think it's very ironic? When this self-deprecating and familiar voice came into Laxia's ears, Laxia's figure froze. After a few seconds, Laxia slowly turned around and looked behind her. There, at the end of the corridor of the Queen's Palace, a figure was slowly walking. Waist-length black hair, beautiful eyes like rubies, tall and spreading figure, and beauty that seemed to be able to embellish the stars in the night. Miss. Looking at the appearance that was exactly the same as hers, Laxia whispered the identity of the other party. Yes. The person who came was none other than Laixia. It seems that you are doing well with that guy. Laixia said calmly. I am relieved. She said this, but her expression was much colder than usual. As a maid who has been with her for many years, Laxia can naturally feel the changes in her young lady. Not only her attitude, but also Laixia's atmosphere and breath have changed greatly. In the past, Laixia gave people a feeling of being more illusory and dreamy. Very erratic. As if she could disappear anywhere at any time. Very free and easy and playful. But today's Laixia gave Laxia the feeling that her existence had sublimated to another realm. The erratic feeling in the past disappeared directly, turning into another existence, like an abyss with no end or bottom. The aura emanating from Laixia also changed, becoming full of pressure and invisible oppression. This kind of Laixia was undoubtedly the first time Laxia had seen her. Miss, you? For a moment, Laxia was a little stuck. Don't worry. Laixia glanced at Laxia, sighed, and said, this is actually my original posture. After regaining the lost power, I finally became a complete body like you. It is normal for the essence and aura of power to change. At this point, Laixia was still staring at Laxia, as if she could see through Laxia's heart. Didn't you also have some changes? After these words came out, Laxia couldn't help but be silent. She did have some changes. However, her changes were not as obvious as Laixia's. Her changes were mainly in her heart and in her spirit. It seems that you have seen the records above. As she said this, Laxia raised her hand. It was not until then that Laxia saw that she was holding a package in her hand. A familiar feeling emanated from the package. That was the recording slate in the ruins. Laxia recognized the contents of the package. Lexia actually took the slate recorded by the Demon King. What do you want to do with that? Lexia was silent for a long time and asked this question. Nothing. Lexia looked calm, as if she had become as emotionless as Lexia, and said, "It's just that my collaborator needs it now. So I came to take it away." Collaborator? Who? Lexia thought about this in her mind. But she already had the answer in her heart. Obviously. There are only two camps here now. Since Lexia invaded here and took away the things being kept here without authorization, her collaborator must be another party. Lexia understood. Have you joined the new original demon? This is a development that Lexia is reluctant to believe. Lexia shook her head. It's just that each party takes what they need. Lexia said, what he wants to do attracted me and made me compromise. So I plan to cooperate with him. That's all. And now, in order for Lexia to take the stone tablet, the war outside is likely to be cooperated by the new original demon. After all, if Najula and others have been guarding the Queen's palace, no one can steal the stone tablet silently. Although Donna's was suspected of taking away Halimus's shadow and form power. Shadow and form is the strongest hidden type unique skill, but it is not the strongest infiltration and assassination skill. And there is no way to treat the Queen's palace barrier as nothing. If you want to pass through the barrier, even Donna's has to use force to break it. Once the barrier of the Queen's palace is destroyed, no matter how well Donna's hides, it will alert Najula and others. On the contrary, as a space magician, Lexia is good at magic of various systems. If she wants to sneak into the Queen's palace silently, she can still do it, but she can only sneak in at most once the stone slab is moved. Even if there is a suspected shadow destruction ability to cover her, she will be detected by Najula and others. Therefore, Donna's will invade in a big way. First, it is to attract the enemy's attention, lead away the difficult enemies, and drain the defense force in the Queen's palace to facilitate Lexia's work. Second, it is also to create an opportunity for Lexia to complete another task. Come with me, Lexia. Lexia said the second purpose of her trip. I need your help. Lexia stared at Lexia. Lexia was speechless. She could only say this with great difficulty. Haven't you already transferred my ownership to Master Xian? The implication is that if Lexia needs me, why did she leave me here with Xian? Because I didn't expect it. Lexia closed her eyes and said this. I have recovered my power and become a complete body. If I continue to stay with you, my power and body may resonate and something may happen. Lexia is a magical life created with the magic power left by the Demon King. Lexia is a magical life created with the body left by the Demon King. The two of them are the symbols of the Demon King's power and body respectively. If they are together, even if some chemical reaction occurs, leading to fusion, and making part of the Demon King's power reappear in the world, it is not a good thing. At least, this power will definitely bring threats to the three realms, forcing the gods, humans and demons to take action. In the worst case, they may be regarded as objects that must be eradicated by the three major races and be humanely destroyed. In order to prevent things from becoming like this, when Lexia took back her power, she transferred the ownership of Lexia to Xian and let Lexia stay with Xian. There is a hero who has a close relationship with the gods, demons and humans to help you. Even if you are special, the three tribes will not touch you casually for the sake of that hero. That guy is also enough to deter the ambitious people from all sides, so that no one can touch you. This will ensure your safety. This is Lexia's original idea. As for Lexia herself, there is no need to worry. Lexia, who has already taken back her power and is still a space magician, may not be able to beat all those with bad intentions, but it is absolutely no problem for her to escape. Lexia had this idea in mind, so she left Lexia with Xian. But now, I have something I really want to do. Lexia lowered her eyes and whispered, no. I should say, I always feel that it is something I must do. Hearing Lexia's words, Lexia's heartbeat began to accelerate. She knew. She knew what Lexia wanted to do. It was not guessed, nor was it observed by herself, but an intuition close to instinct, or resonance. Unfortunately, Lexia has been thinking recently, if this thing is possible, should I do it? Such thoughts seem to be seen by Lexia. It seems that you and I have the same idea. Lexia relaxed her face, and finally stopped tensing her face and expression. Instead, she smiled knowingly as before, and said, sure enough, we are one. No matter what the situation is, we will think of the same thing in the end. This is a unique connection between the two, and no one can replace it. Did that body let you see a lot of things? Lexia said helplessly. The memories left in that body have been awakened by the recorded stone tablet. Right? Lexia did not deny this statement. This is also the reason why her emotions and mood have become a little strange recently. She did see many memories that she didn't know before. Those were things that kept flashing in her mind after seeing the stone tablet and going to the ruins. After seeing those, Lexia didn't know how to describe her feelings. She only knew that she and Lexia wanted to do something for that person. Lexia must have cooperated with Donna's actions for this reason. This is something that Lexia, who has been with each other day and night for 10 years, can be sure of. The only question is, what happens after completing this? Lexia couldn't help but say, after doing it, we can't do anything else. There is no way to redeem that person like this. Right? Lexia smiled suddenly. Isn't there still him? Lyshia's eyes were directed to the room behind Lexia. Do you want to leave everything to him? Lexia asked silently. Then do you believe him? Lyshia asked instead of answering. Lexia didn't reply. But Lysha had already got the answer. Then follow me. Lexia. Lyshia stretched out her hand towards her half-body. Lexia was silent for a long time, and then stretched out her hand. Chapter 995 Transcendence. At this moment, Sheen was completely unaware of what was happening outside. At this time, he was in a rather strange state. Just as Najula and others said, when it came to the most critical period of transcendence, she naturally understood that he had to concentrate all his energy, cooperate with the sacred power in his body, and transform his level, skills, and even the remaining skill points into pure power and ability to integrate into himself. So, in the past 2 days, Sheen has been in the room to cooperate with the growing sacred power of the holy sword in his body and integrate all his abilities. In this situation, Sheen seemed to have lost his sense of time, his cognition and concept of time, and immersed his consciousness wholeheartedly in his body. He could clearly see countless fluorescent lights appearing in his body. These fluorescent lights are his levels and skills. Each fluorescent light represents a level. Each fluorescent light represents a skill. Even, every remaining skill point of his turned into dots of fluorescence and appeared in his body. The brighter the fluorescence and the larger the scale, the stronger the power during the period. If the fluorescence representing the level is very bright and large, it means that within this level, Sheen's physical and magical growth in all aspects is also very high. The same is true for the fluorescence representing the skill. The brighter and larger the scale, the stronger the skill, and the higher the level of the skill. Therefore, these fluorescences represent the achievements that Sheen has achieved before transcendence, or the accumulated foundation. It was not until he took the step into transcendence that these achievements and foundations were all revealed by the sacred power of the holy sword and truly recognized by Sheen. Looking at these fluorescences inwardly, Sheen seemed to have a blessing in his mind, controlling the sacred fluctuations emitted by the holy sword and wrapping them up one by one. Then, Sheen slowly pulled them, allowing them to merge into his body bit by bit like cells and blood. Thanks to this, Sheen clearly felt that he was becoming different. As the fluorescence slowly integrated, Sheen's body was evolving, and his life was sublimating, and he slowly emerged with a sense of power. This feeling was completely different from the feeling when he had power in the past. In the past, Sheen could only feel the power he had when he intentionally exerted or used it. Usually, Sheen didn't really have that feeling of being full of power, and it was still no different from when he was still an ordinary person. Including the skills he mastered, Sheen could use them. But when he didn't use them, except for some passive and permanent skills that would work by themselves, Sheen could only feel their existence and the power and ability they gave him when he used them autonomously. When upgrading, although all the ability parameters will be improved, magic power will increase. Muscle strength, endurance, physical strength, agility, etc. will also increase. Sheen himself does not feel the power surge when upgrading. This caused Sheen to find out that he had upgraded belatedly after a battle. In this way, over time, although Sheen got used to it, he still often doubted whether he was really getting stronger. That feeling was as if he was still an ordinary person at ordinary times, and only when he needed it would he enter the state of borrowing power from other places. In the past, Sheen thought this feeling was very normal. Until this moment, Sheen knew why it was like this. Because level and skills are concepts formulated by world principle. Based on this concept, as long as the life races of omnipotence and grow during training and actual combat, their levels will be improved after being judged by world principle, and they will also learn skills and improve the level of their skills. This state is not so much the improvement of the life race itself, but rather the reward given by world principle based on their efforts and growth. In other words, whether it is the growth of power brought by level increase, or the ability and effect brought by acquired skills, they are actually directly granted by world principle. The world of omnipotency can actually be likened to a game, and world principle can be likened to the system of the game. The life race is the player. If they can control their own characters, experience various adventures, and meet the conditions set in advance by the system itself, they can upgrade, acquire skills, and become stronger. But these powers are still things in the game after all, and the players themselves will not feel anything. Of course, omnipotency is not a game, but reality. So the power obtained after completing the requirements of the world principle system can still be used by players in this world. But those powers are not actually the powers of the players themselves, but are borrowed and granted by the principle of the world. In essence, they are the powers of the principle of the world, the powers of the Supreme God, who set up the principle of the world. Only by achieving transcendence and breaking away from the constraints of the principle of the world can one truly be independent of the system and improve one's own strength. Why are the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons born to be transcendent? Because they were all born from the 2 real powerful beings, the Demon King and the Supreme God, and all their powers were divided from the Demon King and the Supreme God. They have clear self-abilities, and do not need to rely on the principle of the world to be granted. The reason why the power of the half-demon Helimus is so unstable is that he only got half of the power from the Demon King, and the other half is the power bestowed by the principle of the world. The 2 sides are independent of each other, and are pulling against each other. Sometimes the former has the upper hand, and sometimes the latter has the upper hand. Whichever side has the upper hand, Helimus will be on that side, causing him to fluctuate back and forth between the transcendent level and the extreme level, jumping back and forth repeatedly, feeling very frustrated. When Lilith, Artemis, and the 3 goddesses of time and space were born, the system of omnipotency had already matured and perfected. It was very difficult for them to be independent of the system and not be counted as life. But they did obtain power from the Supreme God and had real power, and did not need the theory of the world to grant them. As a result, under the induction and integration of the theory of the world, they became independent and once counted. To put it simply, there was a bug in the system. Even if the bug was fixed quickly, the loopholes in Lilith and others remained, causing them to have more or less problems. From this point of view, Donna's and the princess are in a better situation than them. Before becoming a demon, Donna's level was not high, or even very low. Due to his talent and potential, he only had one skill: magic biological creation. Even if he upgraded it to the maximum level, it still cannot be denied that Donna's was very weak before becoming a demon. However, if he was weak, it would mean that Donna's did not receive much power from the principle of the world, and was not greatly affected by the principle of the world. In addition, since he was a half-demon, he had demon genes in his body, and had the authority to be independent of the system. Once he swallowed his father, who had become a complete demon, he would naturally ascend to heaven in one step, and become a demon that was more perfect and more complete than his father. The same was true for the princess. She had already become a special existence between life and non-life, a great spirit, and had escaped the constraints of life in the principle of the world. After obtaining the secret treasure left by the Supreme God, she became detached, which not only became natural, but also did not cause any major problems. She just had to be careful not to lose the branch of radiance. This is the relationship between transcendence and non-transcendence, and it is also the reason why levels and skills exist or do not exist between the two. As for the heroes in the other world, they are like the game designer, the Supreme God, who has given them the authority of administrators in advance. Although they need to abide by the system settings, they have the ability to be independent of the system just like Donna's because of their authority. Moreover, the authority of the heroes is higher than that of Donna's. Therefore, once the heroes meet the conditions, they can achieve transcendence and easily break away from the norms of world principle and be independent of principle. At the same time, the levels and skills that have been upgraded before will all become materials obtained in the game and can be used on themselves. Sheen is in this state now. In other words, he is seizing the power of world principle to make himself independent and stronger. Until this moment, Sheen really felt the power surging out of his body as the fluorescence gradually merged into himself. His body is getting stronger. His magic power is becoming real. His skills have also become real abilities, as if he already has these abilities, and gradually integrated into his body. including the special skill Reincarnation Destiny. It has also become a real ability that Sheen has mastered, allowing Sheen to think of how to use it and use it, instead of just pressing a skill key when playing a game. This is transcendence. This is the real strong. The limit of life is not only a limit, but also a dividing line between the two. Now, I have become stronger in the true sense. While feeling this, the holy sword in Sheen's body also trembled suddenly. Astonishing brilliance bloomed from his body. Chapter 996 Brave Man. What is this? The strange movement of the holy sword made Sheen instantly surge with strength from his whole body, and he came back to his senses in the real feeling of gradually becoming stronger. He sank his consciousness deeper into his body, and looked at the holy sword. Seeing this, Sheen could not help but be slightly startled, because, in his sea of consciousness, a drastic change was also taking place. I saw that the two gems that were previously bathed in red and blue light had separated from the light that symbolized their respective powers, and like two planets, they kept wandering and rotating in the sea of consciousness. The holy sword bathed in golden light quickly absorbed the three kinds of light: gold, red, and blue. In other words, the three-color light is quickly merging into the holy sword and merging with the holy sword. What this scene represents? Sheen almost understood it all at once. The three supreme powers in my body are merging with the holy sword? No. It should be said that the three supreme powers in Sheen's body are merging with him. The holy sword is the hero's avatar, the other half of his existence, and he is one with him. Its existence is like the relationship and meaning between the demon king and the goddess. The fusion of the three supreme powers with it is the same as the fusion with me. It is better to say that the holy sword is the origin and core of me as a hero, just like the relationship between the jewel and those two. In this case, when I achieve transcendence, it is fully awakened and will naturally merge with the holy sword. Only by merging with the holy sword can it be regarded as a complete fusion with Sheen, the hero. Of course, if it is replaced by other powers, they are not even qualified to merge with the holy sword. Like the levels and skills that Sheen took from the principle of the world, they are merged with Sheen himself, not with the holy sword. Although Sheen has become stronger with these powers, the holy sword is his foundation. This relationship was not so strong before, but now it has completely transformed. Sheen has a feeling. The role of the holy sword is now almost the same as that of the demon king's jade and the goddess's jade. What does this mean? It means that Sheen may have the concept of immortality like the demon king and the supreme god. As long as the holy sword is not destroyed, he will be resurrected even if he dies. As long as the holy sword is not broken, he can come back no matter how many times he fails. The thing that can make Sheen really die now may no longer exist. If you don't want him to appear in this world, you can only take his holy sword away after he is killed, and use the power of the same level to suppress or seal his holy sword so that he cannot be resurrected. From this moment on, the holy sword is the symbol of the root and concept of his existence. And the existence that can suppress his holy sword and prevent him from resurrecting is, as you can imagine, only the two supreme demon kings and the supreme god in the world. This kind of change, I am afraid, is it only me? Sheen can be so sure. There is no other reason. Other heroes, even the 7 who have achieved transcendence, eventually died. And as soon as they died, their holy swords immediately shattered and disappeared from this world forever. The only exception is the hero Mitra. But Mitra sacrificed himself to the holy sword through a special method and a special ritual, achieving the condition that he did not die, but was only with the holy sword. And then he successfully left his holy sword. But the holy sword was left, and he himself died. As for resurrection, there was no shadow of it at all. Only Sheen, who merged the three supreme powers and obtained the three supreme concepts, had the same characteristics as the demon king and the supreme god. Could it be that this is the true form of the concept of the hero that can be compared with the two supreme concepts of the demon king and the goddess? Sheen understood. Is this the attitude and way of existence that a true hero should have? As a miracle given by God, the third supreme concept that exists in the world but cannot be born due to the upper limit of the world's capacity. The hero is indeed not as lucky as the demon king and the goddess, who are born immortal and indestructible, and born with unrivaled power, sitting high above the sky. However, it is still the third supreme concept. Even if it cannot be born smoothly, it has the possibility of sitting above the sky. Now, Sheen may have obtained that possibility. This is also a possibility that only he has. After all, the only person who can possess half of the power of the demon king and the supreme goddess and make them immediately merge with the power of the hero without resistance, forming a symbiotic cycle between the three concepts. Is Sheen. For the other heroes, even if they obtain the power of the Demon King and the Supreme God through some method, these two powers cannot merge with them without resistance. Moreover, Sheen can vaguely understand that in order to form such a perfect cycle and allow the power to merge smoothly, the three concepts must be equal to each other. In other words, the power of the hero needs to be strong enough, and the power of the Demon King and the Supreme God obtained by it also needs to reach a certain amount. Sheen's holy sword is regarded as the strongest holy sword in history. Even the hero Mitra is far inferior, and only then does it meet the first condition. The second condition is that the Demon King and the Supreme God are willing to give up half of their power, which is half of the power, to meet the second condition. If there is a brave man who wants to reach this state in the future, he will not only need to possess a holy sword as powerful as Sheen's, but also the Demon King and the Supreme God will willingly give him half of their power. But whether the Demon King and the Supreme God are willing or not is another matter. They only have half of their power left. If they give it away, it will be gone. Not to mention, if the three supreme powers want to merge perfectly, the hero needs to achieve transcendence. And the relationship between the hero, the Demon King and the Supreme God needs to be extraordinary. Such conditions were only met by the first generation of heroes, Sheen's biological mother, and Sheen himself just sat back and enjoyed the fruits of his labor. Even Sheen doubted that he could successfully merge the power and turn it into his own. I'm afraid that the Demon King Balyu and the Goddess Balyu also helped. In other words, did the Demon King and the Supreme God help me reach this realm? Sheen's mood became a little complicated. In addition, Sheen could also feel that from this moment on, the hero would no longer be born. Just like there is only one Demon King and the Supreme God, there will never be a second owner of the Supreme Concept. It's fine in the past. The Supreme Concept of the hero has not been completed. No one can reach this realm. So naturally you can cast a wide net. However, since Sheen reached this realm, the Supreme Concept of the hero has taken shape. If the heroes in the past were only candidates for the Supreme Concept of the hero, then Sheen successfully obtained this concept and became the official owner from the candidate. From this moment on, the concept of the hero only exists in him and is completed by him. Even if the later ones have the corresponding qualities and the qualifications to become heroes, they can no longer awaken as heroes and possess the holy sword. From now on, the existence of the hero will belong to Sheen alone. I always feel that my transcendence seems to have become something more incredible than I imagined. Could it be that the Supreme Goddess had expected this situation a long time ago? As the person who promoted the concept of the hero and even cultivated it personally, and created the great mystery of summoning the hero for this purpose, and created countless other worlds as the breeding ground for heroes, and nurtured the emergence of humans with the qualities of heroes, the Supreme Goddess must have known how to complete the concept of the hero. When the three supreme powers came together and appeared in the first generation of heroes, the Supreme Almighty Goddess may have glimpsed this possibility and discovered this secret. However, at that time, it was too late for her to do anything. It was not until the descendants who inherited the power of the first generation of heroes appeared that the Supreme Goddess had the opportunity to promote this great cause again. Is it for this purpose that she sent the gem to me? Sheen felt that he had guessed the truth. Even the reason why the other party was willing to let go of the Demon King's gem and let it enter his body may be partly because the Supreme Goddess wanted to facilitate this matter. Otherwise, everything would be too coincidental and too rhythmic. Presumably, the other party wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make Sheen, the son of an old friend, completely transform into a true hero, and pin their hopes on Sheen to make up for the huge regrets left by the three of them? Really? At this moment, Sheen's expression had to become complicated. In this situation, unknowingly, the fluorescence representing the level, skills and skill points in Sheen's body had all been integrated into his body. The holy sword also completely absorbed the three-color light, integrating the three supreme powers into itself. And unimaginable changes occurred. It suddenly turned into a golden holy sword that bloomed with brilliant golden light and released sacred fluctuations. It suddenly turned into a blue holy sword that bloomed with faint blue light and released almighty power. It suddenly turned into a red magic sword that bloomed with deep red light and released the power to destroy the world. Holy, God, demon. The three supreme concepts and powers were completely integrated into the sword and into Sheen's entire body. In Sheen's mind, the display columns of levels and skills that he could see at will in the past have disappeared. The parameters and effects of the Holy Sword also disappeared, and could no longer be seen in the form of actual data. Finally, even the unique skills disappeared completely. In the room, Sheen opened his eyes. Inside, brilliant light was flashing. Chapter 997 The Second Moon Demon. Elfland. Battlefield. At the moment the war started, everyone thought that it would be a tug of war. At least, that's what the gods and elves thought. Although, in terms of the bottom-level combat power, the newborn original demon side is obviously more than the gods and elves. And much more. The population of the elves is limited. Even if they use domesticated monsters to participate in the war and supplement some of the combat power, it is much less than the newborn original demon. The number of these monster armies, such as the refined demons, the undead, the magic lifeforms, and the young demons, is so large that they can even spread throughout the human world, wreaking havoc in the human world and ravaging the earth. Even if only a part of such a group of monsters gathers here, the number is imaginable. Therefore, the advantage of the newborn original demon is obvious, and the disadvantage of the gods and elves is also obvious. But this cannot resist the fact that the gods and elves have the upper hand in terms of high-end combat power. Yulin and Melika are extreme-level warriors. Sophie, Leia, and Nia are top legendary warriors, and they were members of the 13 heroes who fought against the beast demon Ladorma in the war 1,000 years ago. Jailur and the other goddesses are either just one step away from the legendary level, or simply legendary. Among the remaining people, the goddesses on the side of the Protoss are basically able to exercise various powers, radiate various miracles, and can also use rare sacred, recovery, and auxiliary magic. The elf envoys of the elves also exert unimaginable firepower output together, and they also have the trump card of Clean Light Curtain, which is known as the strongest large-scale defense magic. Such a group of people, when they cooperate with each other, naturally have much more room for manipulation than a group of demons, undead spirits, and demon larvae who can only be instructed by magic life and basically have only brutal consciousness. On the side of demons, undead spirits, and magic life, although there are many in number, there are relatively few strong people who can really stand up to the stage. After all, they are all man-made things. It is easy to mass-produce them, but it is not so easy to produce powerful monsters with extremely high threat levels. Perhaps the only relatively easy thing is to refine demons. These monsters only need to devour each other to continuously increase their strength. But that must be done under the condition of the refining demon ritual. Without the assistance of the ritual, even if the demons devour each other, they cannot turn each other's flesh and blood and magic power into their own power. And it is also known that even the original demon cannot turn the entire human world into a ritual site. Therefore, the demons spread all over the world, although there are many, have lost the possibility of devouring evolution and growth. This leads to the fact that among so many demons, there are basically only so many legendary demons, and there are even fewer after they are distributed throughout the human world. In the same way, the dead are indeed the dead resurrected by the necromancer. But the more powerful the dead are, the more dead energy they need to consume when they are resurrected, and they must have the corpse of the other party to operate successfully. Under such a premise, no matter what kind of necromancer, he dare not awaken the powerful dead at will. Not only the consumption of dead energy needs to be considered, but also whether there are strong corpses. Therefore, the undead side is also large in number, but few strong ones, once distributed all over the world. Naturally, there are not many left here. There is no need to say more about the magic life. When it is created, it has a lot of randomness, and the requirements for the materials when it is made are very high. If you want to create legendary magic life through biological creation magic, even the current Donnas will often fail. And once it fails, not only will there be no harvest, but even the materials will be consumed and cannot be taken back at all. In view of this, even if there is the foundation of original demon to support, it is fine to create ordinary magic life. If you want to create a powerful magic life, even Donnas has to think carefully and adjust his state until he is confident that he can succeed before challenging it. This has caused the magic life side. The legendary strong are the least in the monster army. There are also not many that can appear in the land of elves. On the contrary, the demon larvae are all legendary, but their number is distributed all over the world. How many can gather here? In addition, the IQ is a hard flaw. Only magical life can have a certain degree of intelligence. The rest, whether it is magic, undead or demon larvae, are just violent and reckless monsters. In this confrontation, it is a rare thing that they are not defeated by the gods and elves with 1 against 10. In this way, as long as the gods and elves insist on defense, let the monsters withstand the charge of the monster army in front, and the magicians of the elf division and the goddesses of the gods chant powerful magic, or attack, or support, or defend. It is not difficult to hold up the enemy's offensive and drag the war into a tug-of-war. As for the peak-fierce battle of the transcendent beings, it is difficult to determine the winner, even if there were Donnas and 2 Death Knights. A total of 3 demon-level warriors fighting on the opposite side. And there were also 2 demon-level warriors, Lilith and Artemis. On this side, even if the remaining Nadura could not defeat a demon, she should still be able to simply delay time. This was what Nadura and the others thought. They were already mentally prepared for a long battle. However, no one thought that this war would soon show a crushing bias. Moreover, the crushing side was the top of the new original demon. Boom! When the amazing roar like a star explosion sounded in the sky, making the earth tremble, a figure fell at an astonishing speed, turned into a meteorite, and hit the Tagore forest heavily. For a moment, the ground was shattered. The trees collapsed. Countless rubble and debris flew, and the sandstorm rolled up, suddenly shaking the entire forest. The scene was like a massive meteorite hitting the earth. The crater was measured in kilometers. Cough, cough. The sound of coughing blood came out from the dusty crater. Inside, the goddess in silver armor was lying there, covered with wounds. Artemis, Nadura, who was desperately trying to buy time, lost her voice when she saw this scene. Lilith, who was fighting fiercely with the brave Philip, also saw this scene, and her little face was surprised. How is it possible? Sophie, Yulin, Melika and others who had been paying attention to the Battle of the Tops opened their eyes wide and couldn't believe what they saw. Yes, not long after the battle began, the goddess of justice Artemis, who was ranked in the top 3 among the gods and was as famous as the strongest evil god Lilith, was defeated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Artemis struggled to get up, holding the silver swords tightly, her feet trembling. Above her, a satisfied voice sounded and reached everyone's ears. This power seems to be better than I thought. It's really fascinating. Saying this, Donna slowly descended from the sky, still holding a dark magic book in his hand. And the magic power that was surging on his body was like an erupting volcano, like a dark flame, constantly burning from his body. That power was already above that of ordinary demons. That fluctuation made Nadura, Lilith, Artemis and others shocked and angry. Sophie even murmured blankly, "Moon demon." Sarah, "That's right." From Donna's at this moment. All the beings including Sophie, who have confronted the 6 demons seem to see the figure of the moon demon. Or, they seem to see the state of the moon demon showing its true power. This is something that everyone in the know knows. As the leader of the 6 demons, the common sister of all demons, the supreme of the demon clan, the moon demon not only possesses terrible wisdom, but also amazing power. Her power is usually not obvious, unlike her sisters, who often show it in the world and ravage the ground. But no one dares to underestimate her, because, when she is in normal state, her strength is already comparable to that of other demons, and she is on par with them. And when night falls, it is the time for the moon demon to show its true power. The unique skill Misty Moon Tur that can multiply the power under the moonlight and greatly improve it. The moon demon at night can trigger this unique skill and show its true strength. At that time, she was known as the number 1 person under the goddess of fate, and her strength was comparable to that of the goddess of fate, Lydas. In the final battle 1,000 years ago, the gods and humans deliberately chose to start the battle in the daytime and launched a large-scale attack because they did not dare to let the moon demon exert such terrible power, so that Sarah could only fight with the power of an ordinary demon when she could not use the pilgrimage of the moon. Now, the power fluctuations emanating from Donna's are enough to match that moon demon. Match the demon supreme who used the unique skill of the pilgrimage of the moon and was almost invincible under the moonlight. Why? Artemis knelt on one knee in the huge crater, with 2 swords in her hands stabbed into the ground, supporting her body, and looking at Donna's in the sky with eyes full of shock and disbelief. Why would you? Artemis did not understand why the power of this demon suddenly became so terrible in less than a month. Obviously, last time, he couldn't use such a large scale of power. At that time, not only did he show only the power of an ordinary demon, but because he was not very skilled and had not yet fully controlled it, His every move was full of unfamiliarity. If he hadn't taken too many unexpected actions and calculated the timing of the burst of power too well, he would never have thought of seriously injuring Nadura from the beginning and dealing with her, waiting for the necromancer hiding in the dark to take action. But less than a month later, the opponent's power has advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the same level as the moon demon Sarah at night. Is this possible? Will this happen? Is it because of the book? Artemis cast her eyes on the magic book in Donna's hand. Last time, Donna's didn't use such a magic book. Is the problem with that magic book? Artemis's thoughts were successfully captured by Donna's. Are you talking about this? Donna's raised the magic book in his hand and said with a smile, "Don't look at it. It's not a great thing. It's just a prop I deliberately prepared to make up for the shortcomings of my fighting methods." Props to make up for the shortcomings of fighting methods? Artemis is not unable to understand the meaning of this sentence. The so-called fighting methods refer to the way to fight. The existences of the transcendent level are indeed powerful. But because these existences are not like the heroes, they slowly climb up from the first level, nor do they fight by learning various skills like the others. So how to use their own power to fight has become a science. For example, the dragon demon AI, as a dragon species, naturally fights with the innate dragon breath ability and the strong body of the dragon species. The unique skills of the demons are inherently versatile. Once developed, they can immediately use various powers. The beast demons, with their huge bodies, do not need any fighting skills. They can kick over mountains and crush the earth with every move. As for the gods, they naturally focus on power. If the power is not of the fighting type, they will use magic and other means to supplement it. As a new demon, Donna's was just a weak demon who relied on making demon fighters to protect himself and participated in the battle. After becoming a demon, he naturally lacked the means to fight. He did not involve other magic. He did not have the ability of sword skills or fighting. Once fighting, he could only squander the powerful power of the demon level. And he did not have many fighting methods at all. In other words, this demon was extremely lacking in means to fight. In order to make up for this defect, Donna's prepared this magic book. This is a prop that engraved all the magic formulas I like in it, and used magic according to the amount of magic power I injected and the delicate degree of manipulation. Donna said with a smile, "If you think of this as a weapon that is used to load magic power and fire a cannonball called magic, then you can understand it. Right? It is indeed not such a great thing. Just like there are many magic props that allow the user to use magic that he has never learned. The magic book in Donna's hand is something similar. However, because Donna's own magic power is amazing, and he is a demon-level existence, the power of the magic he uses with the props is naturally terrifyingly powerful. Of course, this kind of magic props pays special attention to control. If you can only use one or two specific magics, it is another matter. But if you can use multiple magics, then you need a considerable degree of control, concentration, and mental strength. Unfortunately, these are the areas I am good at. The mastery of biological creation magic has brought Donna's basically such abilities. Therefore, Donna's can use such a tool to such an exquisite degree. Then your power." Artemis frowned. "Well, this." Donna's smiled suddenly. "Why don't you guess?" Chapter 998 The Man Who Climbed Up from the Bottom. "You?" Donna's indifferent laughter stimulated Artemis's self-esteem. She knew that the other party was looking down on her. It was not that he looked down on her strength, but that he thought that he was too lazy to explain so clearly to someone like Artemis. Artemis almost instinctively realized that in Donna's eyes, she had basically lost her value. This man thought that Artemis was useless after Artemis was basically defeated by him. This new demon was simply using Artemis to test his own strength and his current strength. And the test was completed. So Artemis naturally lost her value. Evil and crooked, Artemis cheered up again, stood up, and with a snap behind her, 12 wings spread out. Those were wings that looked the same as Lilith. The only difference is that Lilith's wings are pure black, while Artemis's wings are pure white. The goddess of justice spread out her 12 white wings and flapped her wings behind her, stirring up a storm, and rushed into the air with a roar. Judgment, with a declaration. Crosses composed of pure silver light suddenly took shape around Artemis. "Oh!" Donna seemed to be a little interested, holding the dark magic book, and looked at the crosses that kept forming and arranging around Artemis with interest. Is this the unique judgment power of the goddess of justice and order? As the guardian of justice and order, Artemis' power is to judge and execute all the sins in the world. This effect is varied, and can show different abilities in different occasions. For example, when fairness and justice are needed, this power will be reflected as the strengthening of the rules, so that all people confronting each other in this situation cannot lie, cheat, or resist violently. For another example, when execution is needed, this power will be reflected as the most suitable punishment, such as burning the sinner, hanging the sinner, beheading the sinner, or even sealing and suppressing the sinner. When this power is exercised in battle, the strength of the power will be determined according to the karma caused by the combat object. In other words, the more sins the enemy has committed, and the more evil their nature is, the stronger the power will be when this power is exercised, and the greater the damage will be. On the contrary, if the enemy does not have too many sins, or is even an extremely righteous and noble hero, then the power of this power will become very weak, or even completely unable to cause harm to the opponent. This is the power used to judge the sins and evils of others and to execute sinful lives. Naturally, facing the culprit who started the full-scale war, isolated the demon world and the divine world, and caused great suffering to the human world, Artemis' power would be at its maximum level. Repent for your sins. The crosses rotating around Artemis became larger and larger, and finally directly surrounded the entire battlefield and lined up in the void. That look was like creating a solemn judgment hall, making the pure white crosses like angels descending from the sky, densely covering Donna's body. The next second, countless crosses carrying the power of judgment and execution fell slightly, and the tips of the bottoms were aimed at Donna's, blooming with a brilliance that covered the sky and the sun, while roaring and blasting. At this moment, Donna's even felt that the space around him was fixed, and his whole body was like being tied with invisible chains and could not move, just like a criminal being taken to the execution platform, and could only watch the cross of judgment crush him. In response to this, Donna's was not panicked, but laughed out loud. Boom! Endless fires burned around him, instantly burning through the entire fixed space and invisible chains, turning the sky into a sea of fire. The pure white cross was burned in the fire. The night was ignited by the fire and became dim and lightless. Artemis only saw the ferocious fire attacking her like an explosion, making her almost unable to breathe. The flames were not hot at all. On the contrary, they were very cold. That was not fire magic, but dark magic. And it was the highest level of dark magic, hellfire. The ultimate destructive magic that can only be learned by raising magic darkness to the maximum level was easily used by Donna's, because it does not require chanting. It is activated very quickly, almost instantly. But generally speaking, although magic performed with magic props does not require chanting, its power will be much reduced. But at this moment, the instantaneous top-level magic performed by Donna's using the magic book easily surpassed the magic performed by the top-level great magician with all his strength. Moreover, it surpassed the power by 10, 100, or even 1,000 times. His magic power and control ability are so strong. Artemis was shocked as she vibrated her 12 white wings and quickly retreated, waving the silver holy sword in her hand to split the fire that kept rushing like a flaming beast. It was not a legendary weapon, nor was it a forbidden level magic. It was incredible that such a powerful magic could be performed with just a hodgepodge magic book filled with various magics that would be sneered at by all magic prop masters. Artemis even suspected that Donna's had used some unique skills to achieve such an achievement. But her intuition told Artemis that Donna's could do such a thing not by relying on the ability of unique skills, but purely by his own ability. In the dormant period before becoming a demon, when this man was still extremely weak, he tried his best to cultivate his only strength, the biocreation magic. In a harsh environment and dangerous situation, in his extremely weak state, he fought wits and courage with his father, and so many great apostles and apostles in the original demon, and finally climbed to the position of the great apostle of Star. At that time, this man relied on unremitting efforts, or struggle. The biocreation magic that has been painstakingly managed and honed must always consider the combination of materials, the influence of the external environment, the distribution of magic power, and the right time, right place, and right people, just to create a powerful demon fighter who can protect himself and fight for himself. In the end, this man developed a foul-level understanding, control, concentration, and mental strength of magic. Then, today, the result of this training has brought him a terrible foundation. He relied on his amazing power comparable to that of the moon demon at night, as well as his own control, concentration, and mental strength, to use magic that should have greatly reduced power, but still had terrible power. Why would someone like you fall into such an evil way? Artemis asked Donnas loudly, while blasting away the flames of the calamity fire. Why? Donnas was in the sea of calamity fire, showing a sarcastic expression to Artemis, saying, a goddess like you who is immersed in a sense of justice and mission cannot understand. As he said, Donnas waved his left hand on the magic book in his right hand, and the nature of the calamity fire in the sky immediately changed. The cold dark fire no longer lacked temperature, but suddenly erupted with an extremely high temperature, as if it had returned to the form that flame should have. Boom! The roaring explosion resounded through the world. The dark fire was instantly transformed into a scorching flame, erupting from the sky like an erupting volcano. The scale of the sea of fire instantly expanded dozens of times. The high temperature evaporated everything, causing the forests on the ground to burn. The fire illuminated the darkness. With his amazing control power, Donnas directly converted the dark magic into the fire magic, superimposing the two completely incompatible magic systems, causing them to produce a chemical reaction, resulting in an astonishing explosion. The power was stronger than using any of the dark and fire magic alone. And it was not as simple as 1 + 1, but like throwing a flame into gasoline, causing a great disaster. Artemis was completely burned in such an astonishing sea of fire and high temperature. Ah! A scream like a whale appeared in the sea of fire. Artemis, Goddess Artemis, Nedura, Sophie, Melika, and others shouted with pale faces. Lilith's eyes flickered, and the black wings behind her vibrated. She seemed to want to rush over to help, but was stopped by the brave warrior who turned into a dead knight. Not long after, Artemis fell from the sea of fire with smoke all over her body, and fell into the burning forest. Bang! The silver Valkyrie hit the ground heavily, and a gust of wind and dust was set off again. Ahem! In the huge pit, Artemis was still scattered with bits and pieces of white light all over her body. Struggling miserably, Donnas walked out of the sea of fire slowly. Looking at the scene, raised his eyebrows. How to say it? Donnas said leisurely. I should say, you are indeed one of the top 3 combat goddesses in the God clan. After all, you are a transcendent existence. It is not so easy to defeat you. Right? Donnas said this, but there was no expression on her face. But I am tired of it. If you can't defeat me, then seal you. You leave here. The goddess of justice. As she said this, Donnas slowly raised her hand and released her magic power. In the sky, the evil magic power filled again. Chapter 999 The Last Desperate Gamble. Artemis. Lady Artemis. Seeing that Artemis was about to be sealed and suppressed by Donnas, Nedura and the others were anxious. But this anxiety not only failed to unleash their potential, but also distracted them and caused them to encounter heavy pressure from the enemy. Bang! With a roar, Nedura was caught off guard and was chopped down by the Black Death Knight's sword. She fell on a mountain, and the mountain began to collapse. The brave Reinhardt has a unique skill, divine power penetration, that can penetrate all external matter and power and directly injure the fragile body. Even if a demon is hit head-on, he will be seriously injured. Now, Nedura was chopped by the opponent's sword. I'm afraid it will definitely be uncomfortable. Boom! The fierce battle between Lilith and the brave Philip became more and more intense. While Lilith kept blasting out evil storms like avalanches and tsunamis, she turned directly into a ball of scarlet flames, shuttled back and forth in the evil storm, and from time to time she turned into clouds, rain and fog, and even directly merged into the evil storm. When she reappeared, she had already come to Lilith's body, slashing her with deathly slashes, forcing Lilith to open and close her 12 black wings to resist, causing a roar in the sky. As for the battlefield below Sophie, Melika, Yulin, etc., it was naturally more intense and more urgent. Artemis's experience made the rhythm of the entire battlefield change rapidly. Damn it! Artemis struggled to get up. On her body, the most turbulent spirit so far burned. Judgment! Artemis shouted loudly, and the silver light no longer turned into a pure white cross, but into countless light particles, spreading all over her body. Just now, Artemis used this method to spread judgment all over her body and block Donna's combination change magic. So, although Artemis looked embarrassed, she was not seriously injured. It was because of this that Donnas directly used the means of sealing and suppression. Even now, it is extremely difficult for him to kill a demon-level strongman. Thousands of years ago, the goddess of fate, Letas, suppressed 2 demons alone, and suppressed both the moon demon and the succubus. But she failed to kill anyone. Now, Although Donna's is only dealing with a demon-level strongman, the moon demon at night is still a little weaker than the goddess of fate. The same is true for Donna's, who is comparable to the moon demon at night. After all, there is still a little difference from the goddess of fate, who is called the closest to omnipotence. The number of enemies was certainly less than that of the moon demon and the succubus, but their own strength was also weaker than that of the goddess of fate. This statistic immediately made Donna's realize that it was impossible to take Artemis' life. The three goddesses, the six demons, the goddess of justice, and the three goddesses of time and space. These transcendent beings, from ancient times to the present, none of them have ever fallen. Even the evil god Lilith, who was once so fierce that she turned the earth into purgatory, was only sealed in the end, not killed. If you count it this way, the only transcendent being who died is probably the father who offended the hero and the six demons, was first severely injured by the hero, then besieged by the six demons, and finally escaped with severe injuries, but was ambushed by himself and directly killed with the last blow. And Donna's believed that if he wanted to gather the same conditions and kill a transcendent being, it would be difficult, if not impossible. He didn't have time to waste on such things. Therefore, Donna's made a decisive decision to seal Artemis directly instead of killing her. Buzz! When the evil magic filled the sky and the earth trembled, countless magic arrays unfolded one after another. Some of them appeared on the ground. Some appeared in the void. Some were large. Some were small, densely packed, countless, directly turning the entire Tagore forest into a huge ritual site. Donna's held the magic book in his hand, squandering magic power like it was free. And with foul-level manipulation and concentration, he instantly unfolded countless magic. These magics are linked to each other and cooperate with each other. They seem to be unrelated, but they can be combined together like building blocks under the superposition of layers, and finally formed a terrifying large-scale ritual magic array. This is a magic combination that I spent a long time to research, specially prepared to seal transcendent beings like you. Donna's voice sounded in the surging magic. Last time, I tried it on the goddess of nature, but that was just a sudden inspiration in the battle, a defective product that was used in a hurry. This time, I studied it thoroughly, improved it, and finally successfully put together this magic array. I call it Extreme Chain. Donna's voice fell slowly. You come and try its effect, goddess of justice, Artemis. As he said, countless magic arrays began to rotate. Inside, chains composed of magic power suddenly rose up and quickly entangled with each other in midair, turning into thicker, more delicate, more mysterious, and more dangerous chains, carrying whistling magic residues, and rushed towards Artemis. Bang! The ground under Artemis' feet exploded. At this moment, the goddess seemed to have squeezed out all her strength. She stomped the ground beneath her feet, spread her 12 white wings, and soared into the air at an astonishing speed to avoid the incoming chains. But the speed of the chain also increased dramatically. Under Donna's control, it kept moving back and forth, and it actually formed a net that blocked all of Artemis's retreat routes. Even the magic arrays throughout the Tagore forest were gradually rotating, and even constantly combined and inlaid with each other, and finally turned into a huge, complex geometric pattern, a cube-like and barrier-like magic matrix. Artemis, there is no escape. It's over. Donna's made such a judgment, but soon narrowed his eyes. The reason is very simple. In the situation where there is no escape, Artemis actually gave up retreating directly, and waved the white wings behind her, attacking him. Donna's did not hesitate at all, and directly raised the magic book, blasting a thunderstorm, letting countless thunders hit Artemis, trying to force her back. However, something happened that surprised Donna's. Boom! Countless thunder and lightning struck Artemis, causing countless roars and lightning. Artemis did not dodge or avoid, and endured Donna's thunderstorm. In an instant, the goddess of justice became scarred, but she insisted on holding on to the injuries all over her body, in front of Donna's astonished eyes. Regardless of her bloodied body and tattered armor, she completely abandoned both swords in her hands and rushed in front of Donna's. Snap! Artemis spread out all the wings behind her, letting the wings wrap around Donna's like ropes. Then, all the magic power in Artemis actually righted. That was not caused by excessive power, but Artemis took the initiative to detonate her magic. Yes! You want to self-destruct your magic power? Donna's finally reacted and understood what Artemis was going to do. What Artemis wanted to do was simple. That is, to die together with Donna's. She is the goddess of justice and a powerful demon. Even if the enemy is a being with power comparable to the moon demon Sarah at night, she will never sit and wait to die and be sealed and suppressed. Rather than being suppressed and sealed, Artemis would rather die in battle. And if she can drag the enemy's leader and general to die together, it will be even more worthwhile. At least, in this way, the crisis of the world will be resolved. As long as this terrible demon is solved, the war will inevitably end. Artemis has already realized that Donas is the most dangerous, the most difficult, and the most terrible person, compared with this man, who has calculated everything, and can climb from the bottom to the current situation. The threats brought by the other enemies are nothing. Anyway, even if I die, I can be resurrected with the true seal in hundreds or thousands of years. Artemis grabbed Donas' shoulders with both hands, and a resolute will burn in her eyes. Just come with me, Demon Donas. After speaking, Artemis not only detonated the magic power in her body, but also let her power begin to lose control, causing the countless light particles scattered all over her body to shine with amazing brilliance. Obviously, from the moment she used judgment again, Artemis's goal was no longer to defend, but to die with Donas. Donas suffered from his lack of combat experience after all, and did not guard against the enemy's tactics of dying together. This is really feeling the increasingly violent power of Artemis. Donas, who really sensed the sense of crisis, smiled bitterly, but there was no despair or panic in his eyes. But he was extremely calm. He really didn't prepare for the enemy's tactics of dying together. But for Donas, who always planned everything before taking action, it has long been a habit to keep a hand in everything. Therefore, didn't you notice? The goddess of justice who suffered a loss last time? Donas smiled at Artemis. We still have a general on our side, who has not made a move yet? As soon as these words came out, Artemis' pupils shrank sharply. Puff! A pale hand suddenly pierced through Artemis' chest, and pierced through her body. Cough! Artemis coughed up a mouthful of blood, and turned to her back with difficulty. There, the exotic girl appeared at some point. It's a pity, goddess of justice, the princess said expressionlessly. Artemis's hand slowly dropped. Her consciousness gradually faded away. Chapter 1000. The hero returned strongly. In a trance, Artemis seemed to hear someone calling her name. It was a cry of panic. It was a cry of grief. The severe pain in her body told Artemis that these shouts and cries were definitely the voices of the little guys under her protection. The queen of the elf and her people. The descendants of the goddess in the Protoss. And the companions brought by the brave man. These people should have seen what they are going through now. Right? Originally, I was going to avenge the shame and return the humiliation I suffered in the last battle to my opponent. But in the end, did I fall into the same trick again this time? Not only was my chest pierced, but the familiar cold and dead air was also constantly invading my body and eroding my body. This situation is probably much more serious than the injuries I suffered in the last battle. Right? Is my defeat inevitable? Who will defeat these hateful enemies after I fall? In 1,000th of a second, this thought flashed through Artemis' mind. Finally, Artemis confirmed it. Once I fall, this battle will be considered a defeat. Next, the gods and elves will have no choice but to retreat. Another defeat will be inevitable. But it doesn't matter whether you lose or not. Even if the gods and humans are completely defeated now, as long as the heroes are still there, they still have hope. And sooner or later they will regain victory and peace. The only problem is the two enemies who appear on my side at this moment. These two enemies are the culprits of everything, breaking peace and starting the war. Only by defeating these two people can the war end as quickly as possible. Only by defeating these two people can peace be restored as quickly as possible. I once planned to challenge the Demon King and the ultimate evil with my own strength and return peace to the earth. But the result was such an embarrassing and humiliating escape. So, what about this time? This time, the ultimate evil is right in front of me. Will I still face failure like that? No. This time, never. After all, the Demon King is fine. But how can I lose to a dignified demon? When such thoughts rushed through my body like a hot current, Artemis regained consciousness that was about to be lost. Boom! The magic power like a violent flame burned from her body and rushed into the sky, instantly dispersing the darkness of the night. What? Donas, who was watching Artemis being seriously injured in front of him, and the princess, who pierced Artemis' body from behind and injected a large amount of death energy into her body, were shocked. Artemis suddenly raised her head, not only bound Donas tightly with her white wings, but also stretched out her hand and tightly grasped the pale hand that pierced through her chest. "Since you ran out by yourself, you should come with us." Artemis sang her last swan song. "Not good. TSK." Donna's pupils finally shrank suddenly. "Black Knight. White Knight." The princess felt the crisis coming and called out without hesitation. Suddenly, the brave Black Knight Reinhardt and the brave White Knight Philip abandoned the battle in front of them at the same time. One turned into a dark stream of light, and the other turned into a surging fire beam, rushing towards the direction of Artemis and others. Boom! Lilith would naturally not let her enemies go, and she did not hesitate to fan the black wings, rolled up the storm of evil spirits, and chased after them. Bang! In the still collapsing mountain, Nadira also rushed out, blowing away the rocks and soil around her while rushing over at the fastest speed. The 4 super-level masters followed and rushed into the magic of Artemis that burst out like a violent flame. Goddess Nadira, Goddess Artemis, Lilith, Melika, Sophie, Yulin and others couldn't help but scream. All the people who were fighting in the venue stopped involuntarily, looking at the sky that exuded terrible power, as if the world was about to collapse. Their faces were pale and terrified. At this moment, everyone realized that the end was coming. There was no way. It is easy to imagine how terrible the destructive power caused by the full-strength self-explosion of a demon-level goddess is. At least, the Tagore Forest, known as the largest and oldest forest in the human world, and everything around it, will be reduced to a scorched earth, without paying the price of a continent being shattered. It is not qualified to be called a demon-level self-explosion. The Queen's Palace's final defense mechanism has been triggered, and it suddenly broke away from the giant tree and burst into brilliant light. This is a magic mechanism that will be automatically triggered when the Queen's Palace detects a devastating crisis. Once a devastating crisis is detected, the Queen's Palace will fully deploy the barrier, take away its own personnel, and leave the battlefield as quickly as possible. Originally, this was a protection mechanism that was only effective for the elves. That is, it could only take away the elves. However, because they felt that the war was coming, there was a high probability that they would need to retreat. Last night, Nadira and Sophie changed the spell overnight and set the Protoss and all their personnel as the objects of protection. Now, the Queen's Palace's final defense mechanism has been triggered. It will exhaust the magic power stored in it by the goddesses and elves, deploy the largest-scale protective barrier, and take all its own personnel away from the battlefield. All this happened in less than a second. But just as the end was about to come, a figure appeared silently in the center of the battlefield. Its location was right next to Artemis. What a mess. That was a somewhat helpless voice. That was an unexpectedly calm voice. The voice was not loud, let alone loud. Logically, only Artemis could hear it. However, at this moment, this voice was heard by everyone present. Then, a magic power burned. It was a very deep, calm, vast and boundless magic power. It easily surpassed the scale that ordinary people could understand. It simply surpassed all the magic power that Artemis did not hesitate to detonate. If Artemis's detonated magic power was a violent flame, then this magic power was the sea of stars that could soothe everything, support everything, and stabilize everything, give and dispel. The next second, accompanied by a spell that couldn't be any shorter, the vast magic power like the sea of stars turned into ripples. The ripples swept across the entire world. The ripples enveloped the entire battlefield. Everyone felt as if they were blown by a spring breeze, and the pressure on their bodies dissipated in an instant. Along with the dissipation, the magic power that permeated the entire battlefield also dissipated, including Artemis's magic power that had already been detonated. It also included the magic power of everyone in the field, even the magic power in the atmosphere. The magic power of the world was dispelled in one breath at this moment. Then, the magic that crisscrossed the battlefield disappeared, and the sea of fire that burned the entire forest was extinguished in an instant. Even the magic in the Queen's Palace, which had triggered the final defense mechanism, was extinguished. After losing power and trembling a few times, it fell back on the giant tree, and even the barrier that was deployed disappeared. All miracles were reset to zero here. Donna's and the princess lost their voices. Lilith and Najula lost their voices. The two heroes who turned into dead knights stopped their actions. On the battlefield, no matter whether they were on their own side or the enemy, no matter whether they were irrational or not, they could no longer make any movement at this moment. They just stared at him blankly, looking at that figure. You? The seriously injured Artemis also saw the other party's face clearly, and opened her eyes wide. In the end, it was still Yulin and Melika who shouted excitedly, "Master! Mr. Sheen!" The voice resounded throughout the venue. That's right. The person who came was Sheen. Separate. Sheen looked at the entangled warriors, frowned, and uttered these two words. Bang! Under a force that no one could resist, the warriors retreated one after another. Lilith, Nadura, the Black Knight, the White Knight, and others who rushed towards this side were repelled. Donna's broke free from the restraints of Artemis's white wings and retreated violently. The princess's hand was also pulled out of Artemis's body, and she flew backwards involuntarily. When everyone stabilized their bodies, Artemis was already empty around her. Puff! Artemis couldn't hold back after all, and spit out a mouthful of blood. Her body couldn't stabilize like the others, and she was shaky in the air and fell from the air. However, when Artemis was about to fall to the ground, a hand smoothly grasped her waist. Celestial breathe. The brilliant starlight fell on Artemis. Artemis seemed to have recovered her breath, opened her eyes, and stared at the man in front of her in a daze. Is it okay? Sheen first looked around, looking at all the people who looked at him speechlessly. Some in surprise, some in shock, some in fear, and some in joy. Then glanced at Artemis and his hand inside. If she is not dead, can you tell me what the situation is now? Sheen said this but did not look at Artemis, let alone Najula, or even Lilith, but only cast his eyes on Donna's, the leader of the new original demon, the son of Elimas, the eldest master Donna's. Sheen suddenly smiled and said something. Explain it. These words did not get any response. Donna's just stared at Sheen closely, his eyes flickering constantly, and the relaxed smile on his face disappeared. The princess has even called back 2 dead knights, looking at Sheen with vigilance. They can all feel it, feeling that there is an extraordinary sense of presence coming from Sheen. It is neither pressure nor momentum, but a deeper atmosphere. It is as if Sheen, who appeared in front of everyone, has become some kind of particularly noble and extraordinary life, which makes everyone present want to kneel down and worship him. This is a temperament derived from the essence of life. This is something that cannot be seen, described, or explained, but it seems to be a natural and logical thing. The feeling of Sheen now is completely different, not only for Donna's and the princess, but also for the rest of the people. Sheen, you? Nadura was unable to react for a long time. Lilith was surprised and happy, with a smile on her face. Yulin, Melika, Sophie, Leia, Nia, and even Jailur and Jenim all noticed Sheen's changes, and the surprise on their faces gradually turned into confusion. This situation made Artemis hesitate to speak. You are really Sheen? This goddess of justice actually said such a thing. From this, it can be seen how much Sheen's impression has changed. Unfortunately, Sheen did not answer her question directly. You are quite capable, goddess. You actually want to self-destruct. Have you ever thought about the feelings of those affected by your self-destruction? Sheen said lightly, forget it. I am too lazy to talk to you. Let others preach to you. As he said that, Sheen threw Artemis in his arms towards Nadura without hesitation. Huh? Nadura was stunned at first, and then she quickly took over the throne. Artemis. Artemis, who was treated so roughly, coughed a few more times. However, a closer look showed that Artemis's injuries had healed for the most part. Not only the big hole in her chest was healed, but also the scars and wounds on her body were healed, leaving only some mild and moderate injuries. Obviously, Sheen's magic had healed most of Artemis's injuries, and the dead air that invaded Artemis' body disappeared without a trace. He actually used celestial magic to heal the invading dead air instead of purification? The princess saw the scene clearly, and her face changed slightly. Sheen's magic cured the high concentration of death energy that even the super-level goddess was helpless against. Others could not do such a thing, and Sheen before could not do it either. But now, Sheen did it. It was very easy. Incredible facts, incredible developments, plus Sheen's faint extraordinary presence. All of this, all added together, made everyone present dare not act rashly for a moment. At the most critical moment of this sudden war, when the battle was the most intense and fierce, the hero in everyone's heart returned in the most powerful way that no one expected.